Blackstone presents Shōgun, Part 1, by James Clavell. This book is read by Ralph Lister. Author's note. I would like to thank all those here, in Asia and in Europe, the living and the dead, who helped to make this novel possible. Lookout Mountain, California. Prologue. The gale tore at him, and he felt its bite deep within, and he knew that if they did not make landfall in 3 days, they would all be dead. Too many deaths on this voyage, he thought. I'm pilot major of a dead fleet. 1 ship left out of 5, 28 men from a crew of 107, and now only 10 can walk, and the rest near death, and our Captain General one of them. No food, almost no water, and what there is, brackish and foul. His name was John Blackthorne, and he was alone on deck but for the bowsprit lookout, Salomon the Mute, who huddled in the lee, searching the sea ahead. The ship heeled in a sudden squall, and Blackthorne held on to the arm of the sea chair that was lashed near the wheel on the quarterdeck until she righted, timbers squealing. She was the Erasmus, 260 tons, a 3-masted trader warship out of Rotterdam, armed with 20 cannon and sole survivor of the first expeditionary force sent from the Netherlands to ravage the enemy in the New World. The first Dutch ships ever to breach the secrets of the Strait of Magellan. 496 men, all volunteers. All Dutch except for 3 Englishmen, 2 pilots, 1 officer. Their orders: to plunder Spanish and Portuguese possessions in the New World and put them to the torch, to open up permanent trading concessions, to discover new islands in the Pacific Ocean that could serve as permanent bases and to claim the territory for the Netherlands, and within 3 years, to come home again. Protestant Netherlands had been at war with Catholic Spain for more than 4 decades, struggling to throw off the yoke of their hated Spanish masters. The Netherlands, sometimes called Holland, Dutchland, or the Low Countries, was still legally part of the Spanish Empire. England, their only allies, the first country in Christendom to break with the papal court at Rome and become Protestant some 70-odd years ago, had also been warring on Spain for the last 20 years and openly allied with the Dutch for a decade. The wind freshened even more and the ship lurched. She was riding under bare poles, but for storm topsails. Even so, the tide and the storm bore her strongly toward the darkening horizon. There's more storm there, Blackthorne told himself, and more reefs, and more shoals, and unknown sea. Good. I've set myself against the sea all my life, and I've always won. I always will. First English pilot ever to get through Magellan's Pass. Yes, the first. And first pilot ever to sail these Asian waters, apart from a few bastard Portuguese or motherless Spaniards who still think they own the world. First Englishman in these seas. So many firsts. Yes, and so many deaths to win them. Again he tasted the wind and smelled it, but there was no hint of land. He searched the ocean, but it was dull grey and angry. Not a fleck of seaweed or splash of colour to give a hint of a sanding shelf. He saw the spire of another reef far on the starboard quarter, but that told him nothing. For a month now, outcrops had threatened them, but never a sight of land. This ocean's endless, he thought. Good. That's what you were trained for. To sail the unknown sea, to chart it, and come home again. How many days from home? 1 year and 11 months and 2 days. The last landfall Chile, 133 days aft, across the ocean Magellan had first sailed 80 years ago, called Pacific. Blackthorne was famished, and his mouth and body ached from the scurvy. He forced his eyes to check the compass course, and his brain to calculate an approximate position. Once the plot was written down in his rutter, his sea manual, he would be safe in this speck of the ocean. And if he was safe, his ship was safe, and then together they might find the Japans, or even the Christian King Prester John and his Golden Empire that legends say lay to the north of Cathay, wherever Cathay was. And with my share of the riches, I'll sail on again, westward for home, first English pilot ever to circumnavigate the globe. And I'll never leave home again. Never. By the head of my son. The cut of the wind stopped his mind from wandering and kept him awake. To sleep now would be foolish. You'll never wake from that sleep, he thought, and stretched his arms to ease the cramped muscles in his back, and pulled his cloak tighter around him. He saw that the sails were trimmed and the wheel lash secure. The bow lookout was awake. So patiently he settled back and prayed for land. "Go below, pilot. I take this watch, if it pleases you." The third mate, Hendrik Spets, was pulling himself up the gangway, his face grey with fatigue, eyes sunken, skin blotched and sallow. He leaned heavily against the binnacle to steady himself, retching a little. "Blessed Lord Jesus! Piss on the day I left Holland!" "Where's the mate, Hendrik?" "In his bunk. He can't get out of his shiteful bunk. And he won't. Not this side of Judgment Day." "And the Captain General?" "Moaning for food and water." Hendrik spat. "I tell him I roast him a capon and bring it on a silver platter with a bottle of brandy to wash it down. Shite house! Cut!" "Hold your tongue." "I will, pilot. But he's a maggot-eaten fool, and will be dead because of him." The young man retched and brought up mottled phlegm. "Blessed Lord Jesus, help me." "Go below. Come back at dawn." Hendrik lowered himself painfully into the other sea chair. "There's the reek of death below. I take the watch, if it pleases you. What's the course?" "Wherever the wind takes us." "Where's the landfall you promised us? Where's the Japans? Where is it, I ask?" "Ahead." "Always ahead. God in Himmel, it wasn't in our orders to sail into the unknown. We should be back home by now, safe, with our bellies full, not chasing St. Elmo's fire." "Go below, or hold your tongue." Sullenly Hendrik looked away from the tall, bearded man. "Where are we now?" he wanted to ask. "Why can't I see the secret rudder?" But he knew you don't ask those questions of a pilot, particularly this one. "Even so," he thought, "I wish I was as strong and healthy as when I left Holland. Then I wouldn't wait. I'd smash your grey-blue eyes now and stamp that maddening half-smile off your face and send you to the hell you deserve. Then I'd be captain pilot, and we'd have a Netherlander running the ship, not a foreigner, and the secrets would be safe for us. Because soon we'll be at war with you English. We want the same thing, to command the sea, to control all trade routes, to dominate the New World, and to strangle Spain." "Perhaps there is no Japans," Hendrik muttered suddenly. "It's got Bivondan legend." "It exists, between latitudes 30 and 40 north. Now hold your tongue, or go below." "There's death below, pilot," Hendrik muttered, and put his eyes ahead, letting himself drift. Blackthorne shifted in his sea chair, his body hurting worse today. "You're luckier than most," he thought. "Luckier than Hendrik. No, not luckier, more careful. You conserved your fruit while the others consumed theirs carelessly, against your warnings. So now your scurvy is still mild, whereas the others are constantly hemorrhaging, their bowels diuretic, their eyes sore and rheumy, and their teeth lost or loose in their heads. Why is it men never learn?" He knew they were all afraid of him, even the Captain General, and that most hated him. But that was normal. for it was the pilot who commanded at sea. It was he who set the course and ran the ship, he who brought them from port to port. Any voyage today was dangerous because the few navigational charts that existed were so vague as to be useless, and there was absolutely no way to fix longitude. "Find how to fix longitude, and you're the richest man in the world," his old teacher, Alban Caradoc, had said. "The Queen, God bless her, will give you £10,000 and a dukedom for the answer to the riddle. The dung-eating Portuguese will give you more, a golden galleon, and the motherless Spaniards will give you 20. Out of sight of land, you're always lost, lad." Caradoc had paused and shaken his head sadly at him as always. "You're lost, lad. Unless you have a rudder," Blackthorn had shouted happily, knowing that he had learned his lessons well. He was 13 then, and had already been apprenticed a year to Alban Caradoc, pilot and shipwright, who had become the father he had lost, who had never beaten him but taught him and the other boys the secrets of shipbuilding and the intimate way of the sea. A rudder was a small book containing the detailed observation of a pilot who had been there before. It recorded magnetic compass courses between ports and capes, headlands and channels. It noted the sounding and depths and colour of the water and the nature of the seabed. It set down the how we got there and how we got back. How many days on a special tack, the pattern of the wind, when it blew and from where, what currents to expect and from where, the time of storms and the time of fair winds, where to careen the ship and where to water, where there were friends and where foes, shoals, reefs, tides, havens, at best, everything necessary for a safe voyage. The English, Dutch and French had rudders for their own waters, but the waters of the rest of the world had been sailed only by captains from Portugal and Spain, and these two countries considered all rudders secret. Rudders that revealed the seaways to the New World or unravelled the mysteries of the Pass of Magellan and the Cape of Good Hope, both Portuguese discoveries, and thence the seaways to Asia, were guarded as national treasures by the Portuguese and Spanish, and sought after with equal ferocity by their Dutch and English enemies. But a rudder was only as good as the pilot who wrote it, the scribe who hand-copied it, the very rare printer who printed it, or the scholar who translated it. A rudder could therefore contain errors, even deliberate ones. A pilot never knew for certain until he had been there himself, at least once. At sea, the pilot was leader, sole guide and final arbiter of the ship and her crew. Alone he commanded from the quarterdeck. "That's heady wine," Blackthorn told himself. "And once sipped, never to be forgotten, always to be sought, and always necessary. That's one of the things that keep you alive when others die." He got up and relieved himself in the scuppers. Later, the sand ran out of the hourglass by the binnacle, and he turned it and rang the ship's bell. "Can you stay awake, Hendrik?" Yes, I believe so." "I'll send someone to replace the bow lookout. See he stands in the wind and not in the lee. That'll keep him sharp and awake." For a moment he wondered if he should turn the ship into the wind and heave to for the night, but he decided against it, went down the companionway and opened the forecastle door. The companionway led into the crew's quarters. The cabin ran the width of the ship and had bunks and hammock space for 120 men. The warmth surrounded him, and he was grateful for it, and ignored the ever-present stench from the bilges below. None of the 20-odd men moved from his bunk. "Get aloft, Matsyker," he said in Dutch, the lingua franca of the Low Countries, which he spoke perfectly, along with Portuguese and Spanish and Latin. "I'm near death," the small, sharp-featured man said, cringing deeper into the bunk. "I'm sick. Look, the scurvy's taken all my teeth. Lord Jesus help us, we'll all perish. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be home by now, safe. I'm a merchant. I'm not a seaman. I'm not part of the crew. Take someone else. You, hand, there's..." He screamed as Blackthorn jerked him out of the bunk and hurled him against the door. Blood flecked his mouth, and he was stunned. A brutal kick in his side brought him out of his stupor. "You get your face aloft and stay there till you're dead, or we make landfall." The man pulled the door open and fled in agony. Blackthorn looked at the others. They stared back at him. "How are you feeling, Johann?"
"Good enough, pilot. Perhaps I'll live."
Johann Vink was 43, the chief gunner and boatswain's mate, the oldest man aboard. He was hairless and toothless, the colour of aged oak and just as strong. 6 years ago he had sailed with Blackthorn on the ill-fated search for the Northeast Passage, and each man knew the measure of the other. "At your age, most men are already dead, so you're ahead of us all." Blackthorn was 36. Vink smiled mirthlessly.
"It's the brandy, pilot. That and fornication and the saintly life I've led."
No one laughed. Then someone pointed at a bunk. "Pilot, the boatswain's dead." "Then get the body aloft, wash it and close his eyes. You, and you." The men were quickly out of their bunks this time, and together they half-dragged, half-carried the corpse from the cabin. "Take the dawn watch, Vink. And Hensel, you'll bow lookout." "Yes, sir." Blackthorn went back on deck. He saw that Hendrik was still awake, that the ship was in order. The relieved lookout, Salomon, stumbled past him, more dead than alive, his eyes puffed and red from the cut of the wind. Blackthorn crossed to the other door and went below. The passageway led to the great cabin aft, which was the Captain General's quarters and magazine. His own cabin was starboard, and the other, to port, was usually for the 3 mates. Now Bacchus van Neck, the chief merchant, Hendrik, the 3rd mate, and the boy Krook shared it. They were all very sick. He went into the great cabin. The Captain General, Paulus Spielberger, was lying half-conscious in his bunk. He was a short, florid man, normally very fat, now very thin, the skin of his paunch hanging slackly in folds. Blackthorn took a water flagon out of a secret drawer and helped him drink a little. "Thanks," Spielberger said weakly. "Where's land? Where's land?" "Ahead," he replied, no longer believing it, then put the flagon away, closed his ears to the wines, and left, hating him anew. Almost exactly a year ago, they had reached Tierra del Fuego, the winds favourable for the stab into the unknown of Magellan's Pass. But the Captain General had ordered a landing to search for gold and treasure. "Christ Jesus, look ashore, Captain General. There's no treasure in those wastes. Legend says it's rich with gold, and we can claim the land for the glorious Netherlands. The Spaniards have been here in strength for 50 years. Perhaps, but perhaps not this far south, Pilot Major. This far south the seasons are reversed. May, June, July, August, a dead winter here. The rudder says the timing's critical to get through the straits. The winds turn in a few weeks. Then we'll have to stay here, winter here for months." "How many weeks, Pilot?" "The rudder says 8, but seasons don't stay the same." "Then we'll explore for a couple of weeks. That gives us plenty of time. And then, if necessary, we'll go north again and sack a few more towns, eh, gentlemen?" "We've got to try now, Captain General. The Spanish have very few warships in the Pacific. Here the seas are teeming with them, and they're looking for us. I say we've got to go on now." But the Captain General had overridden him and put it to a vote of the other captains, not to the other pilots, 1 English and 3 Dutch, and had led the useless forays ashore. The winds had changed early that year, and they had had to winter there, the Captain General afraid to go north because of Spanish fleets. It was 4 months before they could sail. By then, 156 men in the fleet had died of starvation, cold, and the flux, and they were eating the calfskin that covered the ropes. The terrible storms within the strait had scattered the fleet. Erasmus was the only ship that made the rendezvous off Chile. They had waited a month for the others, and then, the Spaniards closing in, had set sail into the unknown. The secret rudder stopped at Chile. Blackthorne walked back along the corridor and unlocked his own cabin door, relocking it behind him. The cabin was low-beamed, small and orderly, and he had to stoop as he crossed to sit at his desk. He unlocked a drawer and carefully unwrapped the last of the apples he had hoarded so carefully, all the way from Santa Maria Island, off Chile. It was bruised and tiny, with mould on the rotting section. He cut off a quarter. There were a few maggots inside. He ate them with the flesh, heeding the old sea legend that the apple maggots were just as effective against scurvy as the fruit, and that rubbed into the gums, they helped prevent your teeth from falling out. He chewed the fruit gently, because his teeth were aching and his gums sore and tender, then sipped water from the wineskin. It tasted brackish. Then he wrapped the remainder of the apple and locked it away. A rat scurried in the shadows cast by the hanging oil lantern over his head. Timbers creaked pleasantly. Cockroaches swarmed on the floor. "I'm tired. I'm so tired." He glanced at his bunk. Long, narrow, the straw palliasse inviting. "I'm so tired." "Go to sleep for this hour," the devil half of him said. "Even for 10 minutes, and you'll be fresh for a week. You've had only a few hours for days now, and most of that aloft in the cold. You must sleep. Sleep. They rely on you." "I won't. I'll sleep tomorrow," he said aloud, and forced his hand to unlock his chest and take out his rudder. He saw that the other one, the Portuguese one, was safe and untouched, and that pleased him. He took a clean quill and began to write. "April the 21st, 1600. 5th hour. Dusk. 133rd day from Santa Maria Island, Chile, on the 32nd degree north line of latitude. Sea still high and wind strong, and the ship rigged as before. The colour of the sea dull grey-green and bottomless. We are still running before the wind along a course of 270 degrees, veering to north-northwest, making way briskly, about 2 leagues, each of 3 miles this hour. Large reefs shaped like a triangle were sighted at half the hour, bearing northeast by north, half a league distant. 3 men died in the night of the scurvy. Joris, sailmaker. Rice, gunner. Second mate, Dahan. After commending their souls to God, the Captain General still being sick, I cast them into the sea without shrouds, for there was no one to make them. Today, Boatswain Raycloth died. I could not take the declension of the sun at noon today, again due to overcast. But I estimate we are still on course, and that landfall in the Japans should be soon." "But how soon?" he asked the sea lantern that hung above his head, swaying with the pitch of the ship. "How to make a chart? There must be a way," he told himself for the 1,000,000th time. "How to set longitude? There must be a way. How to keep vegetables fresh? What is scurvy?" "They say it's a flux from the sea, boy," Alban Caradoc had said. He was a huge-bellied, great-hearted man with a tangled grey beard. "But could you boil the vegetables and keep the broth?" "It sickens, lad. No one's ever discovered a way to store it." "They say that Francis Drake sails soon." "No, you can't go, boy." "I'm almost 14. You let Tim and Watt sign on with him, and he needs apprentice pilots." "They're 16. You're just 13. "They say he's going to try for Magellan's Pass, then up the coast to the unexplored region, to the Californias, to find the Straits of Anian that join Pacific with Atlantic. From the Californias all the way to Newfoundland, the Northwest Passage at long last." "The supposed Northwest Passage, lad. No one's proved that legend yet." "He will. He's Admiral now,
and we'll be the first English ship through Magellan's Pass. The first in the Pacific. The first. I'll never get another chance like this.
Oh, yes, you will. And you'll never breach Magellan's secret way, lest he can steal a rudder or capture a Portuguese pilot to guide him through. How many times must I tell you? A pilot must have patience. Learn patience, boy.
You've Please?
No.
Why?
Because he'll be gone 2-3 years, perhaps more. The weak and the young will get the worst of the food and the least of the water. And of the 5 ships that go, only his will come back. You'll never survive, boy.
Then I'll sign for his ship only. I'm strong. He'll take me.
Listen, boy. I was with Drake and Judith, his 50-tonner, at San Juan de Ulua, when we and Admiral Hawkins, he was in Minion, when we fought our way out of harbour through the dung-eating Spaniards. We'd been trading slaves from Guinea to the Spanish Main, but we had no Spanish licence for the trade, and they tricked Hawkins and trapped our fleet. They'd 13 great ships, we 6. We sank 3 of theirs, and they sank our Swallow, Angel, Caravel, and the Jesus of Lubeck. Oh, yes, Drake fought us out of the trap and brought us home, with 11 men aboard to tell the tale. Hawkins had 15, out of 408 Jolly Jack tars. Drake is merciless, boy. He wants glory and gold, but only for Drake, and too many men are dead proving it.
But I won't die. I'll be one of...
No. You're apprentice for 12 years. You've 10 more to go, and then you're free. But until that time, until 1588, you'll learn how to build ships and how to command them. You'll obey Alban Caradoc, master shipwright and pilot, and member of Trinity House, or you'll never have a licence. And if you don't have a licence, you'll never pilot any ship in English waters. You'll never command the quarterdeck of any English ship in any waters, because that was good King Harry's law, God rest his soul. It was the great whore Mary Tudor's law. May her soul burn in hell. It's the Queen's law. May she reign forever. It's England's law, and the best sea law that's ever been.
Blackthorne remembered how he had hated his master then, and hated Trinity House, the monopoly created by Henry VIII in 1514 for the training and licensing of all English pilots and masters, and hated his 12 years of semi-bondage, without which he knew he could never get the one thing in the world he wanted. And he had hated Alban Caradoc even more, when to everlasting glory, Drake and his 100-ton sloop, the Golden Hind, had miraculously come back to England after disappearing for 3 years, the first English ship to circumnavigate the globe, bringing with her the richest haul of plunder aboard ever brought back to those shores. An incredible £1.5 million sterling in gold, silver, spices and plate. That 4 of the 5 ships were lost, and 8 out of every 10 men were lost, and Tim and Watt were lost, and a captured Portuguese pilot had led the expedition for Drake through the Magellan into the Pacific, did not assuage his hatred. That Drake had hanged one officer, excommunicated the chaplain Fletcher, and failed to find the Northwest Passage did not detract from national admiration. The Queen took 50% of the treasure and knighted him. The gentry and merchants who had put up the money for the expedition received 300% profit and pleaded to underwrite his next Corsair voyage. And all seamen begged to sail with him, because he did get plunder, he did come home, and with their share of the booty, the lucky few who survived were rich for life.
I would have survived, Blackthorne told himself. I would. And my share of the treasure then would have been enough to... Rots for it! Reef ahead. He felt the cry at first more than he heard it. Then, mixed with the gale, he heard the wailing scream again. He was out of the cabin and up the companionway onto the quarterdeck, his heart pounding, his throat parched. It was dark night now, and pouring, and he was momentarily exulted, for he knew that the canvas rain traps, made so many weeks ago,
would soon be full to overflowing. He opened his mouth to the near horizontal rain and tasted its sweetness, then turned his back on the squall. He saw that Hendrik was paralyzed with terror. The bow lookout, Matseiker, cowered near the prow, shouting incoherently, pointing ahead. Then he too looked beyond the ship. The reef was barely 200 yards ahead, great black claws of rocks pounded by the hungry sea. The foaming line of surf stretched port and starboard, broken intermittently. The gale was lifting huge swathes of spume and hurling them at the night blackness. A forepeak halyard snapped, and the highest topgallant spar was carried away. The mast shuddered in its bed, but held, and the sea bore the ship inexorably to its death. "All hands on deck!" Blackthorne shouted, and rang the bell violently. The noise brought Hendrik out of his stupor.
"We're lost!"
he screamed in Dutch.
"Oh, Lord Jesus, help us!"
"Get the crew on deck, you bastard! You've been asleep! You've both been asleep!"
Blackthorne shoved him toward the companionway, held onto the wheel, slipped the protecting lashing from the spokes, braced himself, and swung the wheel hard a port. He exerted all his strength as the rudder bit into the torrent. The whole ship shuddered. Then the prow began to swing with increasing velocity as the wind bore down, and soon they were broadside to the sea in the wind. The storm topsails bellied and gamely tried to carry the weight of the ship, and all the ropes took the strain, howling. The following sea towered above them, and they were making way, parallel to the reef, when he saw the great wave. He shouted a warning at the men who were coming from the forecastle, and hung on for his life. The sea fell on the ship, and she heeled, and he thought they'd floundered, but she shook herself like a wet terrier and swung out of the trough. Water cascaded away through the scuppers, and he gasped for air. He saw that the corpse of the boatswain that had been put on deck for burial tomorrow was gone, and that the following wave was coming in even stronger. It caught Hendrik and lifted him, gasping and struggling, over the side and out to sea. Another wave roared across the deck, and Blackthorne locked one arm through the wheel, and the water passed him by. Now Hendrik was 50 yards to port. The wash sucked him back alongside, then a giant comber threw him high above the ship, held him there for a moment shrieking, then took him away and pulped him against a rock spine and consumed him. The ship nosed into the sea, trying to make way. Another halyard gave, and the block and tackle swung wildly until it tangled with the rigging. Vink and another man pulled themselves onto the quarterdeck and leaned on the wheel to help. Blackthorne could see the encroaching reef to starboard, nearer now. Ahead and to port were more outcrops, but he saw gaps here and there.
"Get aloft, Vink! Foresails ho!"
Foot by foot, Vink and two seamen hauled themselves into the shrouds of the foremast rigging, as others below leaned on the ropes to give them a hand.
"Watch out forward!"
Blackthorne shouted. The sea foamed along the deck and took another man with it, and brought the corpse of the boatswain aboard again. The bow soared out of the water and smashed down once more, bringing more water aboard. Vink and the other men cursed the sail out of its ropes. Abruptly it fell open, cracked like a cannonade as the wind filled it, and the ship lurched. Vink and his helpers hung there, swaying over the sea, then began their descent.
"Reef! Reef ahead!"
Vink screamed. Blackthorne and the other man swung the wheel to starboard. The ship hesitated, then turned, and cried out as the rocks, barely awash, found the side of the ship. But it was an oblique blow, and the rock nose crumbled. The timbers held safe, and the men aboard began to breathe once more. Blackthorne saw a break in the reef ahead and committed the ship to it. The wind was harder now, the sea more furious. The ship swerved with a gust, and the wheels spun out of their hands. Together they grabbed it and set her course again, but she bobbed and twisted drunkenly. Sea flooded aboard and burst into the forecastle, smashing one man against the bulkhead, the whole deck awash like the one above.
"Man the pumps!"
Blackthorne shouted. He saw two men go below. The rain was slashing his face, and he squinted against the pane. The binnacle light and aft riding light had long since been extinguished. Then, as another gust shoved the ship farther off course, the seamen slipped, and again the wheels spun out of their grasp. The man shrieked as a spoke smashed the side of his head, and he lay there at the mercy of the sea. Blackthorn pulled him up and held him until the frothing coma had passed. Then he saw that the man was dead, so he let him slump into the sea chair, and the next sea cleaned the quarterdeck off him. The gulch through the reef was 3 points to windward, and try as he could, Blackthorn could not gain way. He searched desperately for another channel, but knew there was none, so he let her fall off from the wind momentarily to gain speed, then swung her hard to windward again. She gained way a fraction and held course. There was a wailing, tormented shudder as the keel scraped the razor spines below, and all aboard imagined they saw the oak timbers burst apart and the sea flood in. The ship reeled forward, out of control now. Blackthorn shouted for help, but no one heard him, so he fought the wheel alone against the sea. Once he was flung aside, but he groped back and held on again, wondering in his thickening mind how the rudder had survived so long. In the neck of the pass, the sea became a maelstrom, driven by the tempest and hemmed in by the rocks. Huge waves smashed at the reef, then reeled back to fight the incomer until the waves fought among themselves and attacked on all quarters of the compass. The ship was sucked into the vortex, broadside and helpless.
"Piss on you, storm!" Blackthorn raged. "Get your dung-eating hands off my ship!"
The wheel spun again and threw him away, and the deck heeled sickeningly. The bowsprit caught a rock and tore loose, part of the rigging with it, and she righted herself. The foremast was bending like a bow, and it snapped. The men on deck fell on the rigging with axes to cut it adrift as the ship floundered down the raging channel. They hacked the mast free, and it went over the side, and one man went with it, caught in the tangled mess. The man cried out, trapped, but there was nothing they could do, and they watched as he and the mast appeared and disappeared alongside, then came back no more. Vink and the others who were left looked back at the quarterdeck and saw Blackthorn defying the storm like a madman. They crossed themselves and doubled their prayers, some weeping with fear, and hung on for life. The strait broadened for an instant, and the ship slowed, but ahead it narrowed ominously again, and the rocks seemed to grow, to tower over them. The current ricocheted off one side, taking the ship with it, turned her abeam again, and flung her to her doom. Blackthorn stopped cursing the storm, and fought the wheel to port, and hung there, his muscles knotted against the strain. But the ship knew not her rudder, and neither did the sea.
"Turn, you whore from hell!"
he gasped, his strength ebbing fast.
"Help me!"
The sea race quickened, and he felt his heart near bursting, but still he strained against the press of the sea. He tried to keep his eyes focused, but his vision reeled, the colours wrong and fading. The ship was in the neck and dead, but just then the keel scraped a mud shoal. The shock turned her head. The rudder bit into the sea. And then the wind and the sea joined to help, and together they spun her before the wind, and she sped through the pass to safety, into the bay beyond. Part 1. Chapter 1. Blackthorn was suddenly awake. For a moment he thought he was dreaming because he was ashore and the room unbelievable. It was small and very clean and covered with soft mats. He was lying on a thick quilt and another was thrown over him. The ceiling was polished cedar and the walls were laths of cedar, in squares, covered with an opaque paper that muted the light pleasantly. Beside him was a scarlet tray bearing small bowls. One contained cold-cooked vegetables, and he wolfed them, hardly noticing the piquant taste. Another contained a fish soup, and he drained that. Another was filled with a thick porridge of wheat or barley, and he finished it quickly, eating with his fingers. The water in an odd-shaped gourd was warm and tasted curious, slightly bitter, but savoury.
Then he noticed the crucifix in its niche. "This house is Spanish, or Portuguese," he thought, aghast. "Is this the Japan's, or Cathay?" A panel of the wall slid open. A middle-aged, heavy-set, round-faced woman was on her knees beside the door, and she bowed and smiled. Her skin was golden, and her eyes black and narrow, and her long black hair was piled neatly on her head. She wore a grey silk robe and short white socks with a thick sole, and a wide purple band around her waist.
"Go Shōgun-sama, go kibun wa ikaga desu ka?"
she said. She waited as he stared at her blankly, then said it again. "Is this the Japan's?" he asked. "Japan's, or Cathay?" She stared at him uncomprehendingly and said something else he could not understand. Then he realized that he was naked. His clothes were nowhere in sight. With sign language, he showed her that he wanted to get dressed. Then he pointed at the food bowls, and she knew that he was still hungry. She smiled and bowed and slid the door shut. He lay back, exhausted, the untoward, nauseating non-motion of the floor making his head spin. With an effort, he tried to collect himself. "I remember getting the anchor out," he thought. "With Vink. I think it was Vink. We were in a bay and the ship had nosed a shoal and stopped. We could hear waves breaking on the beach, but everything was safe. There were lights ashore, and then I was in my cabin and blackness. I don't remember anything. Then there were lights through the blackness and strange voices. I was talking English, then Portuguese. One of the natives talked a little Portuguese. Or was he Portuguese? No, I think he was a native. Did I ask him where we were? I don't remember. Then we were back in the reef again, and the big wave cave once more, and I was carried out to sea and drowning. It was freezing. No, the sea was warm, and like a silk bed a fathom thick. They must have carried me ashore and put me here. It must have been this bed that felt so soft and warm, he said aloud. I've never slept on silk before. His weakness overcame him, and he slept dreamlessly. When he awoke, there was more food in earthenware bowls, and his clothes were beside him in a neat pile. They had been washed and pressed, and mended with tiny exquisite stitching. But his knife was gone, and so were his keys. I'd better get a knife, and quickly, he thought, or a pistol. His eyes went to the crucifix. In spite of his dread, his excitement quickened. All his life he had heard legends told among pilots and sailormen about the incredible riches of Portugal's secret empire in the East, how they had by now converted the heathens to Catholicism, and so held them in bondage, where gold was as cheap as pig iron, and emeralds, rubies, diamonds, and sapphires as plentiful as pebbles on a beach. If the Catholic part's true, he told himself, perhaps the rest is too. About the riches. Yes. But the sooner I'm armed and back aboard Erasmus and behind her cannon, the better. He consumed the food, dressed, and stood shakily, feeling out of his element as he always did ashore. His boots were missing. He went to the door, reeling slightly, and put out a hand to steady himself, but the light square lathes could not bear his weight, and they shattered, the paper ripping apart. He righted himself. The shocked woman in the corridor was staring up at him. I'm sorry, he said, strangely ill at ease with his clumsiness. The purity of the room was somehow defiled. Where are my boots? The woman stared at him blankly. So, patiently, he asked her again with sign language, and she hurried down a passage, knelt and opened another lathe door, and beckoned him. Voices were nearby, and the sound of running water. He went through the doorway and found himself in another room, also almost bare. This opened onto a veranda with steps leading to a small garden, surrounded by a high wall. Beside this main entrance were two old women,
3 children dressed in scarlet robes, and an old man, obviously a gardener, with a rake in his hand. At once they all bowed gravely and kept their heads low. To his astonishment, Blackthorn saw that the old man was naked but for a brief, narrow loincloth, hardly covering his organs. "Morning," he said to them, not knowing what to say. They stayed motionless, still bowing. Nonplussed, he stared at them, then awkwardly he bowed back to them. They all straightened and smiled at him. The old man bowed once more and went back to work in the garden. The children stared at him, then, laughing, dashed away. The old women disappeared into the depths of the house. But he could feel their eyes on him. He saw his boots at the bottom of the steps. Before he could pick them up, the middle-aged woman was there on her knees, to his embarrassment, and she helped him to put them on. "Thank you," he said. He thought a moment and then pointed at himself. "Blackthorn," he said deliberately. "Blackthorn." Then he pointed at her. "What's your name?" She stared at him uncomprehendingly. "Blackthorn," he repeated carefully, pointing at himself, and again pointed at her. "What's your name?" She frowned, then with a flood of understanding pointed at herself and said, "Onna! Onna!" "Onna," he repeated, very proud of himself, as she was with herself. "Onna." She nodded happily. "Onna!" The garden was unlike anything he had ever seen. A little waterfall and stream and small bridge, and manicured pebbled paths and rocks and flowers and shrubs. "It's so clean," he thought. "So neat." "Incredible," he said. "Nakariba?" she repeated helpfully. "Nothing," he said. Then, not knowing what else to do, he waved her away. Obediently, she bowed politely and left. Blackthorn sat in the warm sun, leaning against a post. Feeling very frail, he watched the old man weeding an already weedless garden. "I wonder where the others are. Is the Captain General still alive? How many days have I been asleep? I can remember waking and eating and sleeping again, the eating unsatisfactory like the dreams." The children flurried past, chasing one another, and he was embarrassed for them at the gardener's nakedness. For when the man bent over or stooped, you could see everything, and he was astounded that the children appeared not to notice. He saw tiled and thatched roofs of other buildings over the wall, and far off, high mountains. A crisp wind broomed the sky and kept the cumulus advancing. Bees were foraging, and it was a lovely spring day. His body begged for more sleep, but he pushed himself erect and went to the garden door. The gardener smiled and bowed and ran to open the door, and bowed and closed it after him. The village was set around the crescent harbour that faced east. Perhaps 200 houses, unlike any he had ever seen nestling at the beginning of the mountain, which spilled down to the shore. Above were terraced fields and dirt roads that led north and south. Below, the waterfront was cobbled and a stone launching ramp went from the shore into the sea. A good, safe harbour and a stone jetty, and men and women cleaning fish and making nets, a uniquely designed boat being built at the northern side. There were islands far out to sea, to the east and to the south. The reefs would be there, or beyond the horizon. In the harbour there were many other quaintly shaped boats, mostly fishing craft, some with one large sail, several being sculled, the oarsman standing and pushing against the sea, not sitting and pulling as he would have done. A few of the boats were heading out to sea, others were nosing at the wooden dock, and Erasmus was anchored neatly, 50 yards from shore, in good water, with 3 bow cables. "Who did that?" he asked himself. There were boats alongside her, and he could see native men aboard, but none of his. Where could they be? He looked around the village and became conscious of the many people watching him. When they saw that he had noticed them, they all bowed, and still uncomfortable, he bowed back. Once more there was happy activity, and they passed to and fro, stopping, bargaining, bowing to each other, seemingly oblivious of him, like so many multicoloured butterflies. But he felt eyes studying him from every window and doorway as he walked toward the shore.
What is it about them that's so weird? He asked himself. It's not just their clothes and behaviour. It's... They've no weapons, he thought, astounded. No swords or guns. Why is that?
Open shops filled with odd goods and bales lined the small street. The floors of the shops were raised, and the sellers and the buyers knelt or squatted on the clean wooden floors. He saw that most had clogs or rush sandals, some with the same white socks with the thick sole that was split between the big toe and the next to hold the thongs. But they left the clogs and sandals outside in the dirt. Those who were barefoot cleansed their feet and slipped on clean indoor sandals that were waiting for them.
That's very sensible if you think about it, he told himself, awed.
Then he saw the tonsured man approaching, and fear swept sickeningly from his testicles into his stomach. The priest was obviously Portuguese or Spanish, and though his flowing robe was orange, there was no mistaking the rosary and crucifix at his belt, or the cold hostility on his face. His robe was travel-stained, and his European-style boots besmirched with mud. He was looking out into the harbour at Erasmus, and Blackthorne knew that he must recognise her as Dutch or English, new to most seas, leaner, faster, a merchant fighting ship, patterned and improved on the English privateers that had wreaked so much havoc on the Spanish main. With the priest were 10 natives, black-haired and black-eyed, one dressed like him, except that he had thong slippers. The others wore vari-coloured robes or loose trousers, or simply loincloths. But none was armed. Blackthorne wanted to run while there was time, but he knew he did not have the strength, and there was nowhere to hide. His height and size and the colour of his eyes made him alien in this world. He put his back against the wall.
"Who are you?"
the priest said in Portuguese. He was a thick, dark, well-fed man in his middle 20s, with a long beard.
"Who are you?"
Blackthorne stared back at him.
"That's a Netherlander privateer. You're a heretic Dutchman. You're pirates. God have mercy on you."
"We're not pirates. We're peaceful merchants, except to our enemies. I'm pilot of that ship. Who are you?"
"Father Sebastião. How did you get here? How?"
"We were blown ashore. What is this place? Is it the Japan's?"
"Yes, Japan. Nippon,"
the priest said impatiently. He turned to one of the men, older than the rest, small and lean with strong arms and calloused hands, his pate shaved and his hair drawn into a thin queue as grey as his eyebrows. The priest spoke haltingly to him in Japanese, pointing at Blackthorne. All of them were shocked, and one made the sign of the cross protectively.
"Dutchmen are heretics, rebels and pirates. What's your name?"
"Is this a Portuguese settlement?"
The priest's eyes were hard and bloodshot. "The village headman says he's told the authorities about you. Your sins have caught up with you. Where's the rest of your crew?"
"We were blown off course. We just need food and water and time to repair our ship. Then we'll be off. We can pay for every—"
"Where's the rest of your crew?"
"I don't know. Aboard. I suppose they're aboard." Again the priest questioned the headman, who replied and motioned to the other end of the village, explaining at length. The priest turned back to Blackthorne.
"They crucify criminals here, pilot. You're going to die. The daimyo's coming with his samurai. God have mercy on you."
"What's a daimyo?"
"A feudal lord. He owns this whole province. How did you get here?"
"And samurai?"
"Warriors, soldiers, members of the warrior caste,"
the priest said with growing irritation.
"Where did you come from, and who are you?"
"I don't recognize your accent," Blackthorn said, to throw him off balance. "You're a Spaniard?" "I'm Portuguese," the priest flared, taking the bait. "I told you, I'm Father Sebastião from Portugal. Where did you learn such good Portuguese? Eh?" "But Portugal and Spain are the same country now," Blackthorn said, taunting. "You've the same king." "We're a separate country. We're a different people. We have been forever. We fly our own flag. Our overseas possessions are separate, yes, separate. King Philip agreed when he stole my country." Father Sebastião controlled his temper with an effort, his fingers trembling. "He took my country by force of arms 20 years ago. His soldiers and that devil-spawned Spaniard tyrant, the Duke of Alva, they crushed our real king. Kiva. Now Philip's son rules, but he's not our real king either. Soon we'll have our own king back again." Then he added with venom, "You know it's the truth. What Devil Alva did to your country, he did to mine." "That's a lie. Alva was a plague in the Netherlands, but he never conquered them. They're still free. Always will be. But in Portugal, he smashed one small army and the whole country gave in. No courage. You could throw the Spaniard out if you wanted to, but you'll never do it. No honor, no cojones, except to burn innocents in the name of God." "May God burn you in hellfire for all eternity," the priest flared. "Satan walks abroad and will be stamped out. Heretics will be stamped out. You're cursed before God." In spite of himself, Blackthorn felt the religious terror begin to rise within him. "Priests don't have the ear of God, or speak with his voice. We're free of your stinking yoke, and we're going to stay free." It was only 40 years ago that Bloody Mary Tudor was Queen of England, and the Spaniard Philip II, Philip the Cruel, her husband. This deeply religious daughter of Henry VIII had brought back Catholic priests and inquisitors and heresy trials, and the dominance of the foreign pope again to England, and had reversed her father's curbs and historic changes to the Church of Rome in England, against the will of the majority. She had ruled for 5 years, and the realm was torn asunder with hatred and fear and bloodshed. But she had died, and Elizabeth became queen at 24. Blackthorn was filled with wonder and deep filial love when he thought of Elizabeth. For 40 years she's battled with the world. She's outfoxed and outfought popes, the Holy Roman Empire, France and Spain combined. Excommunicated, spat on, reviled abroad. She's led us into harbour, safe, strong, separate. "We're free," Blackthorn said to the priest. "You're broken. We've our own schools now, our own books, our own Bible, our own church. You Spaniards are all the same. Awful. You monks are all the same. Idol worshippers." The priest lifted his crucifix and held it between Blackthorn and himself as a shield. "Oh, God, protect us from this evil. I'm not Spanish, I tell you. I'm Portuguese, and I'm not a monk. I'm a brother of the Society of Jesus." "Ah, one of them. A Jesuit." "Yes. May God have mercy on your soul." Father Sebastião snapped something in Japanese, and the men surged toward Blackthorn. He backed against the wall and hit one man hard, but the others swarmed over him, and he felt himself choking. "Nanegoto da?" Abruptly, the melee ceased. The young man was 10 paces away. He wore breeches and clogs and a light kimono, and 2 scabbarded swords were stuck into his belt. One was dagger-like. The other, a 2-handed killing sword, was long and slightly curved. His right hand was casually on the hilt. "Nanegoto da?" he asked harshly, and when no one answered instantly, "Nanegoto da?" The Japanese fell to their knees, their heads bowed into the dirt. Only the priest stayed on his feet. He bowed and began to explain haltingly, but the man contemptuously cut him short and pointed at the headman.
Mura!
Mura, the headman, kept his head bowed and began explaining rapidly. Several times he pointed at Blackthorn, once at the ship and twice at the priest. Now there was no movement on the street. All who were visible were on their knees and bowing low. The headman finished. The armed man arrogantly questioned him for a moment, and he was answered deferentially and quickly. Then the soldier said something to the headman, and waved with open contempt at the priest, then at Blackthorn, and the grey-haired man put it more simply to the priest, who flushed. The man, who was a head shorter and much younger than Blackthorn, his handsome face slightly pockmarked, stared at the stranger.
Onoshi, itai doko karashita noda. Doko no kuni no monoda?
The priest said nervously,
Kashiki Omi-san says, where do you come from, and what's your nationality?
Is Mr. Omi-san the daimyo?
Blackthorn asked, afraid of the swords in spite of himself.
No, he's a samurai, the samurai in charge of the village. His surname's Kashigi. Omi's his given name. Here, they always put their surnames first. San means honorable, and you add it to all names as a politeness. You'd better learn to be polite, and find some manners quickly. Here they don't tolerate lack of manners.
His voice edged.
Hurry up and answer!
Amsterdam. I'm English.
Father Sebastian's shock was open. He said,
English! England!
To the samurai, and began an explanation, but Omi impatiently cut him short and rapped out a flurry of words.
Omi-san asks if you're the leader. The headman says there are only a few of you heretics alive, and most are sick. Is there a Captain General?
I'm the leader,
Blackthorn answered, even though truly, now that they were ashore, the Captain General was in command.
I'm in command,
he added, knowing that Captain General Spielberger could command nothing, ashore or afloat, even when he was fit and well. Another spate of words from the samurai.
Omi-san says, because you are the leader, you are allowed to walk around the village freely, wherever you want, until his master comes. His master, the daimyo, will decide your fate. Until then, you are permitted to live as a guest in the headman's house, and come and go as you please. But you are not to leave the village. Your crew are confined to their house, and are not allowed to leave it. Do you understand?
Yes. Where are my crew?
Father Sebastian pointed vaguely at a cluster of houses near a wharf, obviously distressed by Omi's decision and impatience.
There. Enjoy your freedom, pirate. Your evil's caught up with...
Wakarimasu ka?
Omi said directly to Blackthorn.
He says, do you understand?
What's yes in Japanese?
Father Sebastian said to the samurai,
Wakarimasu.
Omi disdainfully waved them away. They all bowed low, except one man who rose deliberately, without bowing. With blinding speed, the killing sword made a hissing silver arc, and the man's head toppled off his shoulders, and a fountain of blood sprayed the earth. The body rippled a few times and was still. Involuntarily, the priest had backed off a pace. No one else in the street had moved a muscle. Their heads remained low and motionless. Blackthorn was rigid, in shock. Omi put his foot carelessly on the corpse.
Ikinasai,
he said, motioning them away. The men in front of him bowed again to the earth. Then they got up and went away impassively. The street began to empty, and the shops. Father Sebastian looked down at the body. Gravely he made the sign of the cross over him and said, In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. He stared back at the samurai without fear now.
Yakunisai!
The tip of the gleaming sword rested on the body. After a long moment, the priest turned and walked away, with dignity. Omi watched him narrowly, then glanced at Blackthorn. Blackthorn backed away, and then, when safely distant, he quickly turned a corner and vanished. Omi began to laugh uproariously. The street was empty now. When his laughter was exhausted, he grasped his sword with both hands and began to hack the body methodically into small pieces. Blackthorn was in a small boat, the boatman sculling happily toward Erasmus. He had had no trouble in getting the boat, and he could see men on the main deck. All were samurai. Some had steel breastplates, but most wore simple kimonos, as the robes were called, and the 2 swords. All wore their hair the same way, the top of the head shaved, and the hair at the back and side gathered into a queue, oiled, then doubled over the crown and tied neatly. Only samurai were allowed this style, and for them it was obligatory. Only samurai could wear the 2 swords, always the long 2-handed killing sword and the short dagger-like one, and for them the swords were obligatory. The samurai lined the gunwales of his ship, watching him. Filled with disquiet, he climbed up the gangway and came on deck. One samurai, more elaborately dressed than the others, came over to him and bowed. Blackthorn had learned well, and he bowed back equally, and everyone on the deck beamed genially. He still felt the horror of the sudden killing in the street, and their smiles did not allay his foreboding. He went toward the companionway and stopped abruptly. Across the doorway was pasted a wide band of red silk, and beside it a small sign with queer, squiggled writing. He hesitated, checked the other door, but that too was sealed up with a similar band, and a similar sign was nailed to the bulkhead. He reached out to remove the silk. "Ate oke!" To make the point quite clear, the samurai on guard shook his head. He was no longer smiling. "But this is my ship, and I want—" Blackthorn bottled his anxiety, eyes on the swords. "I've got to get below," he thought. "I've got to get the rutters, mine and the secret one. Christ Jesus, if they're found and given to the priests or to the Japanners, we're finished. Any court in the world, outside of England and the Netherlands, would convict us as pirates with that evidence. My rutter gives dates, places, and amounts of plunder taken, the number of dead at our 3 landings in the Americas, and the one in Spanish Africa, the number of churches sacked, and how we burned the towns and the shipping. And the Portuguese rutter? That's our death warrant, for of course it's stolen. At least it was bought from a Portuguese traitor, and by their law any foreigner caught in possession of any rutter of theirs, let alone one that unlocks the Magellan, is to be put to death at once. And if the rutter is found aboard an enemy ship, the ship is to be burned and all aboard executed without mercy." "Nan no Yoda," one of the samurai said. "Do you speak Portuguese?" Blackthorn asked in that language. The man shrugged. "Wakarimasen." Another came forward and deferentially spoke to the leader, who nodded in agreement. "Portuguese friend," the samurai said in heavily accented Portuguese. He opened the top of his kimono and showed the small wooden crucifix that hung from his neck. "Christian," he pointed at himself and smiled. "Christian," he pointed at Blackthorn. "Christian ka?" Blackthorn hesitated, nodded. "Christian." "Portuguese?" "English." The man chatted with the leader, then both shrugged and looked back at him. "Portuguese?" Blackthorn shook his head, not liking to disagree with them on anything. "My friends! Where?" The samurai pointed to the east end of the village. "Friends!" "This is my ship. I want to go below." Blackthorn said it in several ways, and with signs, and they understood. "Ah, so des. Kinjiru," they said emphatically, indicating the notice, and beamed. It was quite clear that he was not allowed to go below. "Kinjiru must mean forbidden," Blackthorn thought irritably. "Well, to hell with that." He snapped the handle of the door down and opened it a fraction. "Kinjiru!" He was jerked around to face the samurai. Their swords were half out of the scabbards. Motionlessly, the two men waited for him to make up his mind. Others on deck watched impassively. Blackthorne knew he had no option but to back down, so he shrugged and walked away and checked the hawsers and the ship as best he could. The tattered sails were down and tied in place, but the lashings were different from any he had ever seen, so he presumed that the Japanners had made the vessel secure. He started down the gangway and stopped. He felt the cold sweat as he saw them all staring at him malevolently, and he thought, Christ Jesus, how could I be so stupid? He bowed politely, and at once the hostility vanished, and they all bowed and were smiling again. But he could still feel the sweat trickling down his spine, and he hated everything about the Japans and wished himself and his crew back aboard, armed and out to sea.
By the Lord Jesus, I think you're wrong, pilot,
Vink said. His toothless grin was wide and obscene.
If you can put up with the swill they call food, it's the best place I've been, ever. Now, I've had 2 women in 3 days, and they're like rabbits. They'll do anything if you show 'em how. That's right, but you can't do nothing without meat or brandy. Not for long. I'm tired out, and I could only do it once,
Matsuika said, his narrow face twitching.
The yellow bastards won't understand that we need meat and beer and bread. And brandy or wine. That's the worst. Lord Jesus, my kingdom for some grog.
Bacchus van Neck was filled with gloom. He walked over and stood close to Blackthorne and peered up at him. He was very near-sighted and had lost his last pair of spectacles in the storm. But even with them, he would always stand as close as possible. He was chief merchant, treasurer, and representative of the Dutch East India Company that had put up the money for the voyage.
We're ashore and safe, and I haven't had a drink yet. Not a beautiful drop. Terrible. Did you get any, pilot?
No. Blackthorne disliked having anyone near him, but Bacchus was a friend, and almost blind, so he did not move away. Just hot water with herbs in it.
They simply won't understand grog. Nothing to drink but hot water and herbs. The good Lord help us. Suppose there's no liquor in the whole country.
His eyebrows soared.
Do me a huge favour, pilot. Ask for some liquor, will you?
Blackthorne had found the house that they had been assigned on the eastern edge of the village. The samurai guard had let him pass, but his men had confirmed that they themselves could not go out of the garden gate. The house was many-roomed like his, but bigger and staffed with many servants of various ages, both men and women. There were 11 of his men alive. The dead had been taken away by the Japanese. Lavish portions of fresh vegetables had begun to banish the scurvy, and all but 2 of the men were healing rapidly. These 2 had blood in their bowels, and their insides were fluxed. Vink had bled them, but this had not helped. By nightfall, he expected them to die. The Captain General was in another room, still very sick. Sonk, the cook, a stocky little man, was saying with a laugh, "It's good here, like Johann says, pilot, excepting the food, and no grog. And it's all right with the natives, so long as you don't wear your shoes in the house. It sends the little yellow bastards mad if you don't take off your shoes." "Listen," Blackstone said. "There's a priest here. A Jesuit."
"Christ Jesus!"
All banter left them as he told them about the priest and about the beheading.
"Why'd he chop the man's head off, pilot?"
"I don't know."
"We better get back aboard. If papists catch us ashore..."
There was great fear in the room now. Salomon the mute watched Blackthorne. His mouth worked, a bubble of phlegm appearing at the corners. "No, Salomon, there's no mistake," Blackthorne said kindly, answering the silent question. "He said he was Jesuit."
"Christ! Jesuit or Dominican or what the hell ever makes no muck-eating difference,"
Vink said.
"We'd better get back aboard. Pilot, You ask that samurai, eh?
We're in God's hands, Jan Roper said. He was one of the merchant adventurers, a narrow-eyed young man with a high forehead and thin nose. He will protect us from the Satan worshippers. Vink looked back at Blackthorn.
What about Portuguese, pilot? Did you see any around?
No, there were no signs of them in the village.
They'll swarm here soon as they know about us.
Matsaika said it for all of them, and the boy Croak let out a moan.
Yes, and if there's one priest, there's got to be others.
Hinsel licked dry lips.
And then their god-cursed conquistadores are never far away.
That's right, Vink added uneasily.
They're like lice. Christ Jesus, papists, someone muttered. And conquistadores. But we're in the Japans, pilot, Van Neck asked. He told you that?
Yes. Why? Van Neck moved closer and dropped his voice.
If priests are here, and some of the natives are Catholic, perhaps the other part's true. About the riches, the gold and silver and precious stones.
A hush fell on them.
Did you see any, pilot? Any gold? Any gems on the natives? Or gold?
No, none. Blackthorn thought a moment. I don't remember seeing any. No necklaces or beads or bracelets. Listen, there's something else to tell you. I went aboard Erasmus, but she sealed up. He related what had happened, and their anxiety increased.
Jesus! If we can't go back aboard, and there are priests ashore, and papists, we've got to get away from here.
Matsaika's voice began to tremble.
Pilot, what are we going to do? They'll burn us. Conquistadores. Those bastards will shove their swords.
We're in God's hands, Jan Roper called out confidently. He will protect us from the Antichrist. That's his promise. There's nothing to be afraid of. Blackthorn said, The way the samurai Omi-san snarled at the priest, I'm sure he hated him. That's good, eh? What I'd like to know is why the priest wasn't wearing their usual robes. Why the orange one? I've never seen that before.
Yes, that's curious,
Van Neck said. Blackthorn looked up at him. Maybe their hold here isn't strong. That could help us greatly.
What should we do, pilot?
Hinsel asked. Be patient and wait till their chief, this daimyo, comes. He'll let us go. Why shouldn't he? We've done them no harm. We've goods to trade. We're not pirates. We've nothing to fear.
Very true. And don't forget the pilot said the savages aren't all papists.
Van Neck said, more to encourage himself than the others.
Yes, it's good the samurai hated the priest. And it's only the samurai who are armed. That's not so bad, eh? Just watch out for the samurai and get our weapons back. That's the idea. We'll be aboard before you know it.
What happens if this daimyo's papist? Jan Roper asked. No one answered him. Then Hinsel said,
Pilot, the man with the sword, he cut the other wog into pieces after chopping his head off.
Yes.
Christ! They're barbarians! Lunatics!
Hinsel was tall, a good-looking youth with short arms and very bowed legs. The scurvy had taken all his teeth.
After he chopped his head off, the others just walked away, without saying anything.
Yes.
Christ Jesus! An unarmed man, murdered, just like that. Why'd he do it? Why'd he kill him?
I don't know, Hinsel. But you've never seen such speed. One moment the sword was sheathed, the next the man's head was rolling.
God protect us! Dear Lord Jesus, Van Neck murmured. If we can't get back to the ship. God damn that storm, I feel so helpless without my spectacles. How many samurai were aboard, pilot?
Hinsel asked. 22 were on deck, but there were more ashore.
The wrath of God will be upon the heathen and on sinners, and they'll burn in hell for all eternity.
I'd like to be sure of that, Jan Roper, Blackthorn said, an edge to his voice, as he felt the fear of God's vengeance sweep through the room. He was very tired and wanted to sleep.
You can be sure, pilot. Oh, yes, I am. I pray that your eyes are opened to God's truth, that you come to realize we're here only because of you. What's left of us.
What? Blackthorn said dangerously.
Why did you really persuade the Captain General to try for the Japans? It wasn't in our orders. We were to pillage the New World, to carry the war into the enemy's belly, then go home.
There were Spanish ships south and north of us, and nowhere else to run. Has your memory gone along with your wits? We had to sail west. It was our only chance.
I never saw enemy ships, pilot. None of us did.
Come now, Jan, Van Neck said wearily. The pilot did what he thought best. Of course the Spaniards were there. Aye, that's the truth. And we was 1,000 leagues from friends, and in enemy waters, by God, Vink spat. That's the God's truth. And the God's truth was we put it to a vote. We all said yes.
I didn't,
Sonk said. No one asked me. Oh, Christ Jesus.
Calm down, Johann,
Van Neck said, trying to ease the tension.
We're the first ones to reach the Japans.
Remember all the stories, eh? We're rich if we keep our wits.
We have trade goods, and there's gold here.
There must be. Where else could we sell our cargo?
Not there in the New World, hunted and harried.
They were hunting us, and the Spaniards knew we were off Santa Maria. We had to quit Chile, and there was no escape back through the strait. Of course they'd be lying in wait for us. Of course they would. No, here was our only chance, and a good idea. Our cargo exchanged for spices and gold and silver, eh? Think of the profit. 1,000-fold. That's usual. We're in the Spice Islands. You know the riches of the Japans and Cathay. You've heard about them forever. We all have. Why else did we all sign on?
We'll be rich, you'll see. We're dead men, like all the others. We're in the land of Satan.
Vink said angrily, Shut your mouth, Roper. The pilots did right. Not his fault the others died. Not his fault. Men always die on these voyages. Jan Roper's eyes were flecked, the pupils tiny.
Yes, God rest their souls. My brother was one.
Blackthorn looked into the fanatic eyes, hating Jan Roper. Inside, he was asking himself if he had really sailed west to elude the enemy's ships. Or was it because he was the first English pilot through the strait, first in position, ready and able to stab west, and therefore first with the chance of circumnavigating? Jan Roper hissed.
Didn't the others die through your ambition, pilot? God will punish you.
Now hold your tongue. Blackthorn's words were soft and final. Jan Roper stared back with the same frozen hatchet face, but he kept his mouth shut. Good. Blackthorn sat tiredly on the floor and rested against one of the uprights.
What should we do, pilot?
Wait and get fit. Their chief is coming soon. Then we'll get everything settled. Vink was looking out into the garden at the samurai who sat motionless on his heels beside the gateway. Look at that bastard. Been there for hours, never moves, never says anything, doesn't even pick his nose.
He's been no trouble though, Johann. None at all,
Van Neck said. Yes, but all we've been doing is sleeping and fornicating and eating the swill.
Pilot, he's only one man. We're 10,
Hinsel said quietly. I've thought of that, but we're not fit enough yet. It'll take a week for the scurvy to go, Blackthorn replied, disquieted. There are too many of them aboard ship.
I wouldn't like to take on even one without a spear or gun. Are you guarded at night?
Yes, they change guard 3 or 4 times. Has anyone seen a sentry asleep?
Van Neck asked. They shook their heads.
We could be aboard tonight, Jan Roper said. With the help of God, we'll overpower the heathen and take the ship.
Clear the shit out of your ears. The pilots just got through telling you. Don't you listen?
Vink spat disgustedly.
That's right, Peter Shōgun, a gunner, agreed. Stop hacking it, old Vink.
Jan Roper's eyes narrowed even more.
Look to your soul, Johann Vink, and yours, Hans Peter Shōgun. The day of judgment approaches.
He walked away and sat on the veranda. Van Neck broke the silence.
Everything is going to be all right. You'll see. Roper's right. It's greed that put us here.
The boy Croak said, his voice quavering.
It's God's punishment that...
Stop it! The boy jerked.
Yes, pilot. Sorry, but, well...
Maximilian Croak was the youngest of them, just 16, and he had signed on for the voyage because his father had been captain of one of the ships, and they were going to make their fortune. But he had seen his father die badly when they had sacked the Spanish town of Santa Magdalena in the Argentine. The plunder had been good, and he had seen what rape was, and he had tried it, hating himself, glutted by the blood smell and the killing. Later he had seen more of his friends die, and the 5 ships became one, and now he felt he was the oldest among them.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
How long have we been ashore, Bacchus? Blackthorne asked.
This is the 3rd day.
Van Neck moved close again, squatting on his haunches.
Don't remember the arrival too clearly, but when I woke up, the savages were all over the ship. Very polite and kind, though. Gave us food and hot water. They took the dead away and put the anchors out. Don't remember much, but I think they towed us to a safe mooring. You were delirious when they carried you ashore. We wanted to keep you with us, but they wouldn't let us. One of them spoke a few words of Portuguese. He seemed to be the head man. He had grey hair. He didn't understand Pilot Major, but knew Captain. It was quite clear he wanted our captain to have different quarters from us. But he said we shouldn't worry, because you'd be well looked after. Us too. Then he guided us here, they carried us mostly, and said we were to stay inside until his captain came. We didn't want to let them take you, but there was nothing we could do. Will you ask the headman about wine or brandy, Pilot?
Van Neck licked his lips thirstily, then added,
Now that I think of it, he mentioned daimyo too. What's going to happen when the daimyo arrives?
Has anyone got a knife or a pistol?
No,
Van Neck said, scratching absently at the lice in his hair.
They took all our clothes away to clean them, and kept the weapons. I didn't think anything about it at the time. They took my keys too, as well as my pistol. I had all my keys on a ring, the strong room, the strong box, and the magazine.
Everything's locked tight aboard. No need to worry about that.
I don't like not having my keys. Makes me very nervous. Damn my eyes, I could use a brandy right now. Even a flagon of ale. Lord Jesus, the samurai cut him into pieces, did he?
Sonk said to no one in particular.
For the love of God, shut your mouth. It's samurai. You're enough to make a man shit himself,
Hinsel said.
I hope that bastard priest doesn't come here, Vink said.
We're safe in the good Lord's hands.
Van Neck was still trying to sound confident.
When the daimyo comes, we'll be released. We'll get our ship back and our guns. You'll see. We'll sell all our goods and we'll get back to Holland rich and safe, having gone round the world. The first Dutchman ever. The Catholics will go to hell, and that's the end of it.
No, it isn't, Vink said. Papists make my skin crawl. I can't help it. That and the thought of the conquistadores. You think they'll be here in strength, Pilot? I don't know. I'd think yes. I wish we had all our squadron here.
Poor bastards, Vink said. At least we're alive.
Matsaka said,
Maybe they're back home. Maybe they turned back at the Magellan when the storm scattered us.
I hope you're right, Blackthorn said, but I think they're lost with all hands. Insel shuddered.
At least we're alive.
With papists here and these heathens with their stinking tempers, I wouldn't give an old horse crack for our lives.
God damn the day I left Holland,
Peter Shōgun said.
God damn old grog. If I hadn't been drunker than a fiddler's bitch, I'd still be heads down in Amsterdam with my old woman. Damn what you like, Peter Shōgun, but don't damn liquor. It's the stuff of life.
I'd say we're in the sewer, up to our chins, and the tide's coming in fast.
Vink rolled his eyes.
Yes, very fast.
I never thought we'd reach land,
Matsaka said.
He looked like a ferret, except he had no teeth. Never, least of all the Japans. Lousy, stinking papists. We'll never leave here alive. I wish we had some guns. What a rotten landfall. I didn't mean anything, pilot, he said quickly as Blackthorn looked at him. Just bad luck, that's all.
Later, servants brought them food again. Always the same. Vegetables, cooked and raw, with a little vinegar, fish soup, and the wheat or barley porridge. They all spurned the small pieces of raw fish and asked for meat and liquor. But they were not understood, and then, near sunset, Blackthorn left. He had wearied of their fears and hates and obscenities. He told them that he would return after dawn. The shops were busy on the narrow streets. He found his street and the gate of his house. The stains of the earth had been swept away, and the body had vanished.
It's almost as though I dreamed the whole thing, he thought.
The garden gate opened before he could put a hand on it. The old gardener, still loinclothed although there was a chill on the wind, beamed and bowed.
Konbanwa?
Hello, Blackthorn said without thinking. He walked up the steps, stopped, remembering his boots. He took them off and went barefoot onto the veranda and into the room. He crossed it into a corridor, but could not find his room.
Honor!
He called out. An old woman appeared.
Hey?
Where's Honor?
The old woman frowned and pointed to herself.
Honor!
Oh, for the love of God, Blackthorn said irritably. Where's my room? Where's Honor?
He slid open another lattice door. 4 Japanese were seated on the floor around a low table, eating. He recognized one of them as the grey-haired man, the village headman, who had been with the priest. They all bowed.
Oh, sorry,
he said, and pulled the door to.
Honor!
He called out. The old woman thought a moment, then beckoned. He followed her into another corridor. She slid a door aside. He recognized his room from the crucifix. The quilts were already laid out neatly.
Thank you, he said, relieved. Now fetch Honor.
The old woman padded away. He sat down, his head and body aching, and wished there was a chair, wondering where they were kept.
How to get aboard? How to get some guns? There must be a way.
Feet padded back, and there were 3 women now, the old woman, a young round-faced girl, and the middle-aged lady. The old woman pointed at the girl, who seemed a little frightened.
Honor.
No.
Blackthorn got up ill-temperedly and jerked a finger at the middle-aged woman.
This is Honor, for God's sake. Don't you know your name? Honor. I'm hungry. Could I have some food?
He rubbed his stomach, parodying hunger. They looked at each other. Then the middle-aged woman shrugged, said something that made the others laugh, went over to the bed, and began to undress. The other 2 squatted, wide-eyed and expectant. Blackthorn was appalled.
What are you doing?
Ishimasho,
she said, setting aside her wide waistband and opening her kimono.
Her breasts were flat and dried up, and her belly huge. It was quite clear that she was going to get into the bed. He shook his head and told her to get dressed, and took her arm, and they all began chattering and gesticulating, and the woman was becoming quite angry. She stepped out of her long underskirt and, naked, tried to get back into bed. Their chattering stopped, and they all bowed as the headman came quietly down the corridor.
"Nanda? Nanda?"
he asked. The old woman explained what was the matter.
"You want this woman?"
he asked incredulously in heavily accented, barely understandable Portuguese, motioning at the naked woman.
No, of course not. I just wanted Honor to get me some food."
Blackthorn pointed impatiently at her.
"Honor?
Honor mean woman."
The Japanese motioned at all of them.
Honor, honor, honor. You want honor?
Blackthorn wearily shook his head.
No, thank you. I made a mistake. Sorry. What's her name?"
Please?
"What's her name?"
Namu is Haku. Haku,
he said.
Haku.
Hi, Haku.
"I'm sorry, Haku-san. Thought Honor your name."
The man explained to Haku, and she was not at all pleased. But he said something, and they all looked at Blackthorn and tittered behind their hands and left. Haku walked off naked, her kimono over her arm, with a vast amount of dignity.
"Thank you,"
Blackthorn said, enraged at his own stupidity.
This, my house. My Namu, Mura.
"Muro-san. Mine's Blackthorn."
Please?
"My Namu, Blackthorn."
Barakfon.
Mura tried to say it several times, but could not. Eventually he gave up and continued to study the colossus in front of him. This was the first barbarian he had ever seen, except for Father Sebastião and the other priest so many years ago.
But anyway,
he thought,
the priests are dark-haired and dark-eyed and of normal height. But this man, tall and golden-haired and golden-bearded with blue eyes, and a weird pallor to his skin where it is covered, and redness where it is exposed. Astonishing! I thought all men had black hair and dark eyes. We all do. The Chinese do. And isn't China the whole world, except for the land of the southern Portuguese barbarians? Astonishing! And why does Father Sebastião hate this man so much? Because he's a Satan worshipper? I wouldn't think so, because Father Sebastião could cast out the devil if he wanted. I've never seen the good Father so angry. Never. Astonishing. Are blue eyes and golden hair the mark of Satan?
Mura looked up at Blackthorn and remembered how he had tried to question him aboard the ship, and then, when this captain had become unconscious, he had decided to bring him to his own house because he was the leader and should have special consideration. They had laid him on the quilt and undressed him, more than just a little curious.
His peerless parts are certainly impressive, ne?
Mura's mother, Saiko, had said.
I wonder how large he would be when erect.
"Large,"
he had answered, and they had all laughed, his mother and wife and friends and servants, and the doctor.
I expect their women must be as well endowed,
his wife Niji said.
Nonsense, girl,
said his mother.
Any number of our courtesans could happily make the necessary accommodation.
She shook her head in wonder.
I've never seen anything like him in my whole life. Very odd indeed, ne?
They had washed him and he had not come out of his coma. The doctor had thought it unwise to immerse him in a proper bath until he was awake.
Perhaps we should remember, Mura-san, we don't know how the barbarian really is.
he had said with careful wisdom.
So sorry, but we might kill him by mistake. Obviously, he's at the limit of his strength. We should exercise patience. But what about the lice in his hair?
Mura had asked.
They will have to stay for the time being. I understand all barbarians have them. So sorry, I'd advise patience. Don't you think we could at least shampoo his head? His wife had said. We'd be very careful. I'm sure the mistress would supervise our poor efforts. That should help the barbarian and keep our house clean. I agree. You can shampoo him, his mother had said with finality. But I'd certainly like to know how large he is when erect.
Now Mura glanced down at Blackthorn involuntarily. Then he remembered what the priest had told him about these Satanists and pirates.
God the Father, protect us from this evil, he thought. If I'd known that he was so terrible, I would never have brought him into my house. No, he told himself. You are obliged to treat him as a special guest until Omi-san says otherwise. But you were wise to send word to the priest and send word to Omi-san instantly. Very wise. You're headman. You've protected the village, and you alone are responsible. Yes, and Omi-san will hold you responsible for the death this morning and the dead man's impertinence. And quite rightly. Don't be stupid, Tamazaki. You risk the good name of the village, ne?
He had warned his friend the fisherman a dozen times.
Stop your intolerance. Omi-san has no option but to sneer at Christians. Doesn't our daimyo detest Christians? What else can Omi-san do?
Nothing. I agree, Mura-san. Please excuse me. Tamazaki had always replied as formally. But Buddhists should have more tolerance, ne? Aren't they both Zen Buddhists? Zen Buddhism was self-disciplining. It relied heavily on self-help and meditation to find enlightenment. Most samurai belonged to the Zen Buddhist sect, since it seemed almost to be designed for, a proud, death-seeking warrior.
Yes, Buddhism teaches tolerance. But how many times must you be reminded they're samurai, and this is Izu, and not Kyushu. And even if it were Kyushu, you're still the one that's wrong. Always, ne?
Yes, please excuse me. I know I'm wrong. But sometimes I feel I cannot live with my inner shame when Omi-san is so insulting about the true faith.
And now, Tamazaki, you are dead of your own choosing, because you insulted Omi-san by not bowing simply because he said, "This smelly priest of the foreign religion." Even though the priest does smell, and the true faith is foreign. My poor friend, that truth will not feed your family now, or remove the stain from my village. Oh, Madonna, bless my old friend, and give him the joy of thy heaven. Expect a lot of trouble from Omi-san, Mura told himself. And if that isn't bad enough, now our daimyo is coming.
A pervading anxiety always filled him whenever he thought of his feudal lord, Kashigi Yabu, daimyo of Izu, Omi's uncle. The man's cruelty and lack of honor, the way he cheated all the villages of their rightful share of their catch and their crops, and the grinding weight of his rule.
When war comes,
Mura asked himself,
which side will Yabu declare for? Lord Ishido or Lord Toranaga? We're trapped between the giants and in pawn to both.
Northwards, Toranaga, the greatest general alive, lord of the Kanto, the 8 provinces, the most important daimyo in the land, chief general of the armies of the east. To the west, the domains of Ishido, lord of Osaka Castle, conqueror of Korea, protector of the air, chief general of the armies of the west. And to the north, the Tokaido, the great coastal road that links Edo, Toranaga's capital city, to Osaka, Ishido's capital city, 300 miles westward, over which their legions must march.
Who will win the war? Neither. Because their war will envelop the empire again. Alliances will fall apart. Provinces will fight provinces until it is village against village, as it ever was. Except for the last 10 years. For the last 10 years, incredibly, there had been a warlessness called peace throughout the empire. For the first time in history.
I was beginning to like peace, Mura thought.
But the man who made the peace is dead. The peasant soldier who became a samurai, and then a general, and then the greatest general, and finally the Taiko, the absolute Lord Protector of Japan, is dead a year, and his 7-year-old son is far too young to inherit supreme power. So the boy, like us, is in pawn, between the giants, and war inevitable. Now not even the Taiko himself can protect his beloved son, his dynasty, his inheritance, or his empire. Perhaps this is as it should be. The Taiko subdued the land, made the peace, forced all the daimyos in the land to grovel like peasants before him, rearranged feasts to suit his whim, promoting some, deposing others. And then he died. He was a giant among pygmies. But perhaps it's right that all his work and greatness should die with him. Isn't man but a blossom taken by the wind, and only the mountains and the sea and the stars and this land of the gods real and everlasting? We're all trapped, and that is a fact. War will come soon, and that is a fact. The village will always be a village, because the paddy fields are rich, and the sea abundant, and that is a last fact.
Mura brought his mind back firmly to the barbarian pirate in front of him.
You're a devil sent to plague us, he thought, and you've caused us nothing but trouble since you arrived. Why couldn't you have picked another village? Captain-san, want honor?
He asked helpfully. At his suggestion, the village council made physical arrangements for the other barbarians, both as a politeness and as a simple means of keeping them occupied until the authorities came. That the village was entertained by the subsequent stories of the liaisons more than compensated for the money which had to be invested.
Honor?
He repeated, naturally presuming that as the pirate was on his feet, he would be equally content to be on his belly, his heavenly spear warmly encased before sleeping. And anyway, all the preparations had been made. No. Blackthorn wanted only to sleep. But because he knew that he needed this man on his side, he forced a smile, indicated the crucifix. You're a Christian? Mura nodded.
Christian.
I'm Christian.
Father say not Christian.
I'm a Christian, not a Catholic, but I'm still Christian. But Mura could not understand. Neither was there any way Blackthorn could explain, however much he tried.
Want honor?
The daimyo. When come?
Daimyo? No understand.
Daimyo. I mean daimyo.
Daimyo.
Hey, daimyo. Mura shrugged.
Daimyo come when come. Sleep. First clean. Please.
What?
Clean. Bath, please.
I don't understand. Mura came closer and crinkled his nose distastefully.
Stinku. Bad. Like all Portuguese. Bath. This clean house.
I'll bathe when I want, and I don't stink, Blackthorn fumed. Everyone knows baths are dangerous. You want me to catch the flux? You think I'm God-cursed stupid? You get the hell out of here,
and let me sleep."
"Bath!"
Mura ordered, shocked at the barbarian's open anger, the height of bad manners. And it was not just that the barbarian stank, as indeed he did, but he had not bathed correctly for 3 days to his knowledge, and the courtesan quite rightly would refuse to pillow with him, however much the fee.
"These awful foreigners," he thought. "Astonishing! How astoundingly filthy their habits are. Never mind. I'm responsible for you. You will be taught manners. You will bathe like a human being, and Mother will know that which she wants to know. Bath!"
"Now get out before I snap you into pieces."
Blackthorn glowered at him, motioning him away. There was a moment's pause, and the other 3 Japanese appeared, along with 3 of the women. Mura explained curtly what was the matter, then said with finality to Blackthorn,
"Bath! Please."
"Out!"
Mura came forward alone into the room. Blackthorn shoved out his arm, not wanting to hurt the man, just to push him away. Suddenly Blackthorn let out a bellow of pain. Somehow Mura had chopped his elbow with the side of his hand, and now Blackthorn's arm hung down, momentarily paralyzed. Enraged, he charged. But the room spun, and he was flat on his face, and there was another stabbing, paralyzing pain in his back, and he could not move.
"By God!"
He tried to get up, but his legs buckled under him. Then Mura calmly put out his small but iron-hard finger and touched a nerve centre in Blackthorn's neck. There was a blinding pain.
"Good sweet Jesus!"
"Bath, please?"
Yes! Yes!"
Blackthorn gasped through his agony, astounded that he had been overcome so easily by such a tiny man, and now lay helpless as any child, ready to have his throat cut. Years ago, Mura had learned the arts of judo and karate, as well as how to fight with sword and spear. This was when he was a warrior and fought for Nakamura, the peasant general, the taiko long before the taiko had become the taiko. When peasants could be samurai, and samurai could be peasants, or craftsmen or even lowly merchants, and warriors again.
"Strange,"
Mura thought absently, looking down at the fallen giant.
"That almost the first thing the taiko did when he became all-powerful was to order all peasants to cease being soldiers and at once give up all weapons."
The taiko had forbidden them weapons forever, and set up the immutable caste system that now controlled all the lives in all the empire. Samurai above all, below them the peasants, next craftsmen, then the merchants followed by actors, outcasts and bandits, and finally at the bottom of the scale, the eta, the non-humans, those who dealt with dead bodies, the curing of leather and handling of dead animals, who were also the public executioners, branders and mutilators. Of course, any barbarian was beneath consideration in this scale.
"Please excuse me, Captain-san,"
Mura said, bowing low, ashamed for the barbarian's loss of face, as he lay groaning like a baby still at suck.
"Yes, I'm very sorry," he thought, "but it had to be done. You provoked me beyond all reasonableness, even for a barbarian. You shout like a lunatic, upset my mother, interrupt my house's tranquility, disturb the servants, and my wife's already had to replace one shoji door. I could not possibly permit your obvious lack of manners to go unopposed, or allow you to go against my wishes in my own house. It's really for your own good. Then, too, it's not so bad, because you barbarians really have no face to lose. Except the priests. They're different. They still smell horrible, but they're the anointed of God the Father, so they have great face. But you're a liar as well as a pirate. No honor. How astonishing, claiming to be a Christian. Unfortunately, that won't help you at all. Our daimyo hates the true faith and barbarians, and tolerates them only because he has to. But you're not a Portuguese or a Christian. Therefore, not protected by law, ne? So even though you are a dead man, or at least a mutilated one, it is my duty to see that you go to your fate clean. Bath, very good.
He helped the other men carry the still dazed Blackthorn through the house, out into the garden, along a roofed-in walk of which he was very proud, and into the bathhouse. The women followed. It became one of the great experiences of his life. He knew at the time that he would tell and retell the tale to his incredulous friends over barrels of hot sake, as the national wine of Japan was called. To his fellow elders, fishermen, villagers, to his children, who also would not at first believe him. But they, in their turn, would regale their children, and the name of Mura the fisherman would live forever in the village of Anjiro, which was in the province of Izu, on the southeastern coast of the main island of Honshu. All because he, Mura the fisherman, had the good fortune to be headman in the first year after the death of the Taiko, and therefore temporarily responsible for the leader of the strange barbarians who came out of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 2.
The daimyo, Kashigi Yabu, Lord of Izu, wants to know who you are, where you come from, how you got here, and what acts of piracy you have committed.
Father Sebastião said,
I keep telling you, we're not pirates.
The morning was clear and warm, and Blackthorn was kneeling in front of the platform in the village square, his head still aching from the blow.
Keep calm and get your brain working, he told himself. You're on trial for your lives. You're the spokesman, and that's all there is to it. The Jesuit's hostile, and the only interpreter available, and you'll have no way of knowing what he's saying, except you can be sure he'll not help you. Get your wits about you, boy.
He could almost hear old Alban Caradoc saying,
When the storm's the worst, and the sea the most dreadful, that's when you need your special wits. That's what keeps you alive, and your ship alive, if you're the pilot. Get your wits about you, and take the juice out of every day, however bad.
The juice of today is bile, Blackthorn thought grimly. Why do I hear Alban's voice so clearly?
First tell the daimyo that we're at war, that we're enemies, he said. Tell him England and the Netherlands are at war with Spain and Portugal.
I caution you again to speak simply, and not to twist the facts. The Netherlands, or Holland, Zeeland, the United Provinces, whatever you filthy Dutch rebels call it, is a small, rebellious province of the Spanish Empire. Your leader of traitors who are in a state of insurrection against their lawful king.
England's at war, and the Netherlands have been separate.
Blackthorn did not continue, because the priest was no longer listening, but interpreting. The daimyo was on the platform, short, squat, and dominating. He knelt comfortably, his heels tucked neatly under him, flanked by 4 lieutenants, one of whom was Kashigi Omi, his nephew and vassal. They all wore silk kimonos, and over them ornate surcoats with wide belts nipping them in at the waist, and huge starched shoulders. And the inevitable swords. Mura knelt in the dirt of the square. He was the only villager present, and the only other onlookers were the 50 samurai who came with the daimyo. They sat in disciplined, silent rows. The rabble of the ship's crew were behind Blackthorn, and like him were on their knees, guards nearby. They had to carry the Captain General with them when they were sent for, even though he was ailing badly. He had been allowed to lie down in the dirt, still in semi-coma. Blackthorn had bowed with all of them when they had come in front of the daimyo, but this was not enough. Samurai had slammed all of them on their knees and pushed their heads into the dust in the manner of peasants. He had tried to resist and shouted to the priest to explain that it was not their custom, that he was the leader and an emissary of their country and should be treated as such. But the haft of a spear had sent him reeling. His men gathered themselves for an impulsive charge, but he shouted at them to stop and to kneel. Fortunately, they obeyed. The daimyo had uttered something guttural, and the priest interpreted this as a caution to him to tell the truth, and tell it quickly. Blackthorn had asked for a chair, but the priest said the Japanese did not use chairs, and there were none in Japan. Blackthorn was concentrating on the priest as he spoke to the daimyo, seeking a clue, a way through this reef. There's arrogance and cruelty in the daimyo's face, he thought. I'll bet he's a real bastard. The priest's Japanese isn't fluent. See that? Irritation and impatience. Did the daimyo ask for another word, a clearer word? I think so. Why is the Jesuit wearing orange robes? Is the daimyo a Catholic? Look, the Jesuit's very deferential and sweating a lot. I'll bet the daimyo's not a Catholic. Be accurate. Perhaps he's not a Catholic. Either way, you'll get no quarter from him. How can you use the evil bastard? How do you talk direct to him? How are you going to work the priest? How discredit him? What's the bait? Come on, think. You know enough about Jesuits. The daimyo says hurry up and answer his questions. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. My name's John Blackthorn. I'm English, pilot major of a Netherlands fleet. Our home port's Amsterdam. Fleet? What fleet? You're lying. There's no fleet. Why is an Englishman pilot of a Dutch ship? All in good time. First, please translate what I said. Why are you the pilot of a Dutch privateer? Hurry up! Blackthorn decided to gamble. His voice abruptly hardened, and it cut through the morning warmth. Que va! First translate what I said, Spaniard. Now! The priest flushed. I'm Portuguese. I've told you before. Answer the question. I'm here to talk to the daimyo, not to you. Translate what I said, you motherless offal. Blackthorn saw the priest redden even more, and felt that this had not gone unnoticed by the daimyo. Be cautious, he warned himself. That yellow bastard will carve you into pieces quicker than a school of sharks if you overreach yourself. Tell the Lord Daimyo. Blackthorn deliberately bowed low to the platform, and felt the chill sweat beginning to purl as he committed himself irrevocably to his course of action. Father Sebastião knew that his training should make him impervious to the pirate's insults, and the obvious plan to discredit him in front of the daimyo. But, for the first time, it did not, and he felt lost. When Mura's messenger had brought news of the ship to his mission in the neighbouring province, he had been rocked by the implications. It can't be Dutch or English, he had thought. There had never been a heretic ship in the Pacific, except those of the archdevil corsair Drake, and never one here in Asia. The routes were secret and guarded. At once he had prepared to leave, and had sent an urgent carrier pigeon message to his superior in Osaka, wishing that he could first have consulted with him, knowing that he was young, almost untried and new to Japan, barely 2 years here, not yet ordained, and not competent to deal with this emergency. He had rushed to Anjiro, hoping and praying that the news was untrue. But the ship was Dutch and the pilot English, and all of his loathing for the satanic heresies of Luther, Calvin, Henry VIII, and the archfiend Elizabeth, his bastard daughter, had overwhelmed him, and still swamped his judgment. Priest, translate what the pirates said, he heard the daimyo say. O blessed Mother of God, help me to do thy will. Help me to be strong in front of the daimyo, and give me the gift of tongues, and let me convert him to the true faith. Father Sebastião gathered his wits and began to speak more confidently. Blackthorn listened carefully, trying to pick out the words and meanings. The father used England and Blackthorn and pointed at the ship, which lay nicely at anchor in the harbour.
"How did you get here?"
Father Sebastião said. "By Magellan's Pass. This is the 136th day from there. Tell the daimyo—"
"You're lying. Magellan's Pass is secret. You came via Africa and India. You'll have to tell the truth eventually. They use torture here."
"The pass was secret. A Portuguese sold us a rutter. One of your own people sold you out for a little Judas gold. You're all manure. Now all English warships and Dutch warships know the way through to the Pacific. There's a fleet, 20 English ships of the line, 60 cannon warships attacking Manila right now. Your empire's finished."
"You're lying."
Yes, Blackthorne thought, knowing there was no way to prove the lie except to go to Manila. "That fleet will harry your sea lanes and stamp out your colonies. There's another Dutch fleet due here any week now. The Spanish-Portuguese pig is back in his pigsty, and your Jesuit general's penis is in his anus, where it belongs." He turned away and bowed low to the daimyo.
"God curse you, and your filthy mouth."
The daimyo snapped impatiently. The priest spoke more quickly, harder, and said Magellan and Manila, but Blackthorne thought that the daimyo and his lieutenants did not seem to understand too clearly. Yabu was wearying of this trial. He looked out into the harbour, to the ship that had obsessed him ever since he had received Omi's secret message, and he wondered again if it was the gift from the gods that he hoped.
"Have you inspected the cargo yet, Omi-san?"
he had asked this morning, as soon as he had arrived, mud-spattered and very weary.
"No, Lord. I thought it best to seal up the ship until you came personally, but the holds are filled with crates and bales. I hope I did it correctly. Here are all their keys. I confiscated them." "Good."
Yabu had come from Edo, Toranaga's capital city, more than 100 miles away, post-haste, furtively and at great personal risk, and it was vital that he return as quickly. The journey had taken almost 2 days over foul roads and spring-filled streams, partly on horseback and partly by palanquin.
"I'll go to the ship at once." "You should see the strangers, Lord," Omi had said with a laugh. "They're incredible. Most of them have blue eyes, like Siamese cats, and golden hair. But the best news of all is that they're pirates."
Omi had told him about the priest, and what the priest had related about these corsairs, and what the pirate had said and what had happened, and his excitement had tripled. Yabu had conquered his impatience to go aboard the ship and break the seals. Instead, he had bathed and changed and ordered the barbarians brought in front of him.
"You, priest,"
he said, his voice sharp, hardly able to understand the priest's bad Japanese.
"Why is he so angry with you?" "He's evil. Pirate. He worship devil."
Yabu leaned over to Omi, the man on his left.
"Can you understand what he's saying, nephew? Is he lying? What do you think?" "I don't know, Lord. Who knows what barbarians really believe? I imagine the priest thinks the pirate is a devil worshipper. Of course, that's all nonsense."
Yabu turned back to the priest, detesting him. He wished that he could crucify him today and obliterate Christianity from his domain once and for all. But he could not. Though he and all other daimyos had total power in their own domains, they were still subject to the overriding authority of the Council of Regents, the military ruling junta to whom the Taiko had legally willed his power during his son's minority, and subject, too, to edicts the Taiko had issued in his lifetime, which were all still legally in force. One of these, promulgated years ago, dealt with the Portuguese barbarians and ordered that they were all protected persons, and, within reason, their religion was to be tolerated and their priests allowed, within reason, to proselytize and convert.
"You, priest! What else did the pirate say? What was he saying to you? Hurry up, Have you lost your tongue?
Pirate says bad things. Bad. About more pirate warboatings. Many.
What do you mean? War boatings?
Sorry, Lord. I don't understand.
War boatings? Doesn't make sense, ne?
A pirate says other ships' war are in Manila, in Philippines.
Oh, my son, do you understand what he's talking about? No, Lord. His accent's appalling. It's almost gibberish. Is he saying that more pirate ships are east of Japan? You, priest! Are these pirate ships off our coast? East? Eh?
Yes, Lord. But I think he's lying. He says at Manila.
I don't understand you. Where's Manila?
East, many days' journey.
If any pirate ships come here, we'll give them a pleasant welcome, wherever Manila is.
Please, excuse me. I don't understand.
Never mind,
Yabu said, his patience at an end. He had already decided the strangers were to die, and he relished the prospect. Obviously, these men did not come within the Taiko's edict that specified Portuguese barbarians. And anyway, they were pirates. As long as he could remember, he had hated barbarians, their stench and filthiness and disgusting meat-eating habits, their stupid religion and arrogance and detestable manners. More than that, he was shamed, as was every daimyo, by their stranglehold over this land of the gods. A state of war had existed between China and Japan for centuries. China would allow no trade. Chinese silk cloth was vital to make the long, hot, humid Japanese summer bearable. For generations, only a minuscule amount of contraband cloth had slipped through the net and was available, at huge cost, in Japan. Then, 60-odd years ago, the barbarians had first arrived. The Chinese emperor in Peking gave them a tiny permanent base at Macau in southern China and agreed to trade silks for silver. Japan had silver in abundance. Soon trade was flourishing. Both countries prospered. The middlemen, the Portuguese, grew rich, and their priests, Jesuits mostly, soon became vital to the trade. Only the priests managed to learn to speak Chinese and Japanese, and therefore could act as negotiators and interpreters. As trade blossomed, the priests became more essential. Now the yearly trade was huge and touched the life of every samurai. So the priests had to be tolerated, and the spread of their religion tolerated, or the barbarians would sail away, and trade would cease. By now there were a number of very important Christian daimyos, and many hundreds of thousands of converts, most of whom were in Kyushu, the southern island that was nearest to China, and contained the Portuguese port of Nagasaki.
Yes, Yabu thought, we must tolerate the priests and the Portuguese, but not these barbarians, the new ones, the unbelievable golden-haired, blue-eyed ones.
His excitement filled him. Now at last he could satisfy his curiosity as to how well a barbarian would die when put to torment. And he had 11 men, 11 different tests to experiment with. He never questioned why the agony of others pleasured him. He only knew that it did, and therefore it was something to be sought and enjoyed.
Yabu said, this ship, alien, non-Portuguese and pirate, is confiscated with all it contains. All pirates are sentenced to immediate...
His mouth dropped open as he saw the pirate leader suddenly leap at the priest and rip the wooden crucifix from his belt, snap it into pieces and hurl the pieces on the ground, then shout something very loudly. The pirate immediately knelt and bowed low to him as the guards jumped forward, swords raised.
Stop! Don't kill him!
Yabu was astounded that anyone could have the impertinence to act with such lack of manners in front of him.
These barbarians are beyond belief.
Yes, Omi said, his mind flooding with the questions that such an action implied. The priest was still kneeling, staring fixedly at the pieces of the cross. They watched as his hand reached out shakily and picked up the violated wood. He said something to the pirate, his voice low, almost gentle. His eyes closed, he steepled his fingers, and his lips began to move slowly. The pirate leader was looking up at them motionlessly, pale blue eyes unblinking, cat-like, in front of his rabble crew. Yabu said, "Omi-san, first I want to go on the ship. Then we'll begin." His voice thickened as he contemplated the pleasure he had promised himself. "I want to begin with that red-haired one on the end of the line, the small man." Omi leaned closer and lowered his excited voice. "Please excuse me, but this has never happened before, sire. Not since the Portuguese barbarians came here. Isn't the crucifix their sacred symbol? Aren't they always deferential to their priests? Don't they always kneel to them openly, just like our Christians? Haven't the priests absolute control over them?" "Come to your point." "We all detest the Portuguese, sire, except the Christians among us, ne? Perhaps these barbarians are worth more to you alive than dead." "How?" "Because they're unique. They're anti-Christian. Perhaps a wise man could find a way to use their hatred or irreligiousness to our advantage. They're your property to do with as you wish, ne?" "Yes, and I want them in torment," Yabu thought. "Yes, but you can enjoy that at any time. Listen to Omi. He's a good counselor, but is he to be trusted now? Does he have a secret reason for saying this? Think." "Ikawa Jikyu is Christian," he heard his nephew say, naming his hated enemy, one of Ishido's kinsmen and allies, who sat on his western borders. "Doesn't this filthy priest have his home there? Perhaps these barbarians could give you the key to unlock Ikawa's whole province. Perhaps Ishido's. Perhaps even Lord Toranaga's," Omi added delicately. Yabu studied Omi's face, trying to reach what was behind it. Then his eyes went to the ship. He had no doubt now that it had been sent by the gods. Yes. But was it as a gift or a plague? He put away his own pleasure for the security of his clan. "I agree, but first break these pirates. Teach them manners, particularly him."
"Good sweet Jesus, Death,"
Fink muttered. "We should say a prayer," Van Neck said.
"We've just said one."
"Perhaps we'd better say another. Lord God in heaven, I could use a pint of brandy." They were crammed into a deep cellar, one of the many that the fishermen used to store sun-dried fish. Samurai had herded them across the square, down a ladder, and now they were locked underground. The cellar was 5 paces long and 5 wide and 4 deep, with an earthen floor and walls. The ceiling was made of planks, with a foot of earth above and a single trapdoor set into it.
"Get off my foot, you God-cursed ape!" "Shut your face, shit-picker,"
Petershon said genially.
"Hey, Vink, move up a little, you toothless old fart. You've got more room than anyone."
"By God, I could use a cold beer."
"Move up!" "I can't, Petershon. We're tighter than a virgin's ass here." "It's the Captain General. He's got all the space. Give him a shove. Wake him up,"
Matsuka said. "Hey, what's the matter? Leave me alone. What's going on? I'm sick. I've got to lie down. Where are we?"
"Leave him alone. He's sick. Come on, Matsuka. Get up, for the love of God."
Fink angrily pulled Matsuka up and shoved him against the wall. There was not room enough for them all to lie down, or even to sit comfortably at the same time. The Captain General, Paulo Spielbacher, was lying full length under the trap door, where there was the best air, his head propped on his bundled cloak. Blackthorn was leaning against a corner, staring up at the trapdoor. The crew had left him alone and stayed clear of him uneasily, as best they could, recognizing from long experience his mood and the brooding, explosive violence that always lurked just below his quiet exterior. Matsaika lost his temper and smashed his fist into Vink's groin. "Leave me alone, or I'll kill you, you bastard!" Vink flew at him, but Blackthorn grabbed both of them and rammed their heads against the wall. "Shut up, all of you," he said softly. They did as they were ordered. "We'll split into watches. One watch sleeps, one sits, and one stands. Spielberger lies down until he's fit. That corner's the latrine." He divided them up. When they had rearranged themselves, it was more bearable. "We'll have to break out of here within a day, or we'll be too weak," Blackthorn thought. "When they bring the ladder back to give us food or water. It will have to be tonight or tomorrow night. Why did they put us here? We're no threat. We could help the daimyo. Will he understand? It was my only way to show him that the priest's our real enemy. Will he understand? The priest had. Perhaps God may forgive your sacrilege, but I won't," Father Sebastião had said very quietly. "I will never rest until you and your evil are obliterated." The sweat was dribbling down his cheeks and chin. He wiped it away absently, ears tuned to the cellar, as they would be when he was aboard and sleeping, or off watch and drifting, just enough to try to hear the danger before it happened. "We'll have to break out and take the ship. I wonder what Felicity's doing. And the children. Let's see. Tudor's 7 years old now, and Lisbeth is... We're 1 year and 11 months and 6 days from Amsterdam. Add 37 days provisioning and coming from Chatham to there. Add lastly the 11 days that she was alive before the embarkation at Chatham. That's her age exactly, if all's well. All should be well. Felicity will be cooking and guarding and cleaning and chattering as the kids grow up, as strong and fearless as their mother. It will be fine to be home again, to walk together along the shore and in the forests and glades and beauty that is England." Over the years he had trained himself to think about them as characters in a play, people that you loved and bled for, the play never ending. Otherwise the hurt of being away would be too much. He could almost count his days at home in the 11 years of marriage. "They're few," he thought. "Too few." "It's a hard life for a woman, Felicity," he had said before. And she had said, "Any life is hard for a woman." She was 17 then, and tall, and her hair was long and sensual. His ears told him to beware. The men were sitting or leaning or trying to sleep. Vink and Peter Shōgun, good friends, were talking quietly. Van Neck was staring into space with the others. Spielberger was half awake, and Blackthorn thought the man was stronger than he let everyone believe. There was a sudden silence as they heard the footsteps overhead. The footsteps stopped. Muted voices in the harsh, strange-sounding language. Blackthorn thought he recognized the samurai's voice. "Umi-san?" Yes, that was his name. But he could not be certain. In a moment, the voices stopped and the footsteps went away. "You think they'll feed us, pilot?" Sonk said. "Yes." "I could use a drink. Cold beer, by God," Peter Shōgun said. "Shut up," Vink said. "You're enough to make a man sweat." Blackthorn was conscious of his soaking shirt, and the stench. "By the Lord God, I could use a bath," he thought, and abruptly he smiled, remembering. Mura and the others had carried him into the warm room that day and laid him on a stone bench, his limbs still numb and slow-moving. The three women, led by the old crone, had begun to undress him, and he had tried to stop them, but every time he moved, one of the men would stab a nerve and hold him powerless, and however much he raved and cursed, they continued to undress him until he was naked. It was not that he was ashamed of being naked in front of a woman. It was just that undressing was always done in private, and that was the custom. And he did not like being undressed by anyone, let alone these uncivilized natives. But to be undressed publicly like a helpless baby, and to be washed everywhere like a baby with warm, soapy, scented water, while they chattered and smiled as he lay on his back, was too much. Then he had become erect, and as much as he tried to stop it from happening, the worse it became. At least he thought so, but the women did not. Their eyes became bigger, and he began to blush.
Jesus, Lord God, the one and only. I can't be blushing.
But he was, and this seemed to increase his size, and the old woman clapped her hands in wonder, and said something to which they all nodded, and she shook her head, awed, and said something else to which they nodded even more. Mura had said with enormous gravity,
Captain-san, Mother-san, thank you. The best her life. Now die happy.
And he and they had all bowed as one, and then he, Blackthorn, had seen how funny it was, and he had begun to laugh. They were startled, then they were laughing too, and his laughter took his strength away, and the crone was a little sad and said so, and this made him laugh more, and them also. Then they laid him gently into the vast heat of the deep water, and soon he could bear it no longer, and they laid him gasping on the bench once more. The women had dried him, and then an old blind man had come. Blackthorn had never known massage. At first he had tried to resist the probing fingers, but then their magic seduced him, and soon he was almost purring like a cat as the fingers found the knots and unlocked the blood or elixir that lurked beneath skin and muscle and sinew. Then he had been helped to bed, strangely weak, half in dream, and the girl was there. She was patient with him, and after sleeping, when he had strength, he took her with care, even though it had been so long. He had not asked her name, and in the morning when Mura, tense and very frightened, had pulled him out of sleep, she was gone. Blackthorn sighed.
Life is marvellous, he thought.
In the cellar, Spielberger was querulous again. Matsaika was nursing his head and moaning, not from pain but from fear. The boy croaked near breaking, and Jan Roper said, "What's there to smile about, pilot?"
Go to hell.
"With respect, pilot," Van Neck said carefully, bringing into the open what was foremost in their minds. "You were most unwise to attack the priest in front of the rotten yellow bastard." There was general, though carefully expressed, agreement. "If you hadn't, I don't think we'd be in this filthy mess." Van Neck did not go near Blackthorn. "All you've got to do is put your head in the dust when the Lord Bastard's around, and they're as meek as lambs." He waited for a reply, but Blackthorn made none, just turned back to the trapdoor. It was as though nothing had been said. Their unease increased. Paolo Spielberger lifted himself on one elbow with difficulty.
What are you talking about, Bacchus?
Van Neck went over to him and explained about the priest and the cross and what had happened and why they were here, his eyes hurting today worse than ever.
Yes, that was dangerous, Pilot Major,
Spielberger said.
Yes, I'd say quite wrong. Pass me some water. Now the Jesuits will give us no peace at all.
You should have broken his neck, Pilot. Jesuits will give us no peace anyway, Jan Roper said. They're filthy lice, and we're here in this stinkhole as God's punishment.
That's nonsense, Roper,
Spielberger said.
We're here because...
It is God's punishment. We should have burned all the churches in Santa Magdalena, not just 2. We should have. Cesspits of Satan! Spielberger slapped weakly at a fly.
The Spanish troops were regrouping, and we were outnumbered 15-1. Give me some water. We'd sacked the town and got the plunder and rubbed their noses in the dust. If we'd stayed, we would have been killed. For God's sake, give me some water! Someone! We'd all have been killed if we hadn't retreated. What does it matter if you're doing the work of God? We failed him.
Perhaps we're here to do God's work, Van Neck said, placatingly. For Roper was a good though zealous man, a clever merchant, and his partner's son.
Perhaps we can show the natives here the error of their papist ways. Perhaps we could convert them to the true faith.
Quite right,
Spielbacher said. He still felt weak, but his strength was returning.
I think you should have consulted Bacchus, Pilot Major. After all, he's chief merchant. He's very good at parleying with savages. Pass the water, I said!
There isn't any, Paulus.
Van Neck's gloom increased.
They've given us no food or water. We haven't even got a pot to piss in.
Well, ask for one, and some water. God in heaven, I'm thirsty. Ask for water, you!
Me? Vink asked.
Yes, you!
Vink looked at Blackthorn, but Blackthorn just watched the trapdoor obliviously. So Vink stood under the opening and shouted,
Hey, you up there! Give us God-cursed water! We want food and water!
There was no answer. He shouted again. No answer. The others gradually took up the shouts. All except Blackthorn. Soon their panic and the nausea of their close confinement crept into their voices, and they were howling like wolves. The trapdoor opened. Omi looked down at them. Beside him was Mura, and the priest.
Water and food, by God! Let us out of here!
Soon they were all screaming again. Omi motioned to Mura, who nodded and left. A moment later, Mura returned with another fisherman, carrying a large barrel between them. They emptied the contents, rotting fish offal and seawater, onto the heads of the prisoners. The men in the cellar scattered and tried to escape, but all of them could not. Spielbacher was choking, almost drowned. Some of the men slipped and were trampled on. Blackthorn had not moved from the corner. He just stared up at Omi, hating him. Then Omi began talking. There was a cowed silence now, broken only by coughing and Spielbacher's retching. When Omi had finished, the priest nervously came to the opening.
These are Kashigi Omi's orders. You will begin to act like decent human beings. You will make no more noise. If you do, next time 5 barrels will be poured into the cellar. Then 10, then 20. You will be given food and water twice a day. When you have learned to behave, you will be allowed up into the world of men. Lord Yabu has graciously spared all your lives, providing you serve him loyally. All except one. One of you is to die at dusk. You are to choose who it will be, but you, he pointed at Blackthorn, you are not to be the one chosen.
Ill at ease, the priest took a deep breath, half bowed to the samurai, and stepped back. Omi peered down into the pit. He could see Blackthorn's eyes, and he felt the hatred.
It will take much to break that man's spirit, he thought. No matter. There's time enough.
The trapdoor slammed into place. Chapter 3. Yabu lay in the hot bath, more content, more confident than he had ever been in his life. The ship had revealed its wealth, and this wealth gave him a power that he had never dreamed possible.
I want everything taken ashore tomorrow, he had said. Repack the muskets in their crates. Camouflage everything with nets or sacking. 500 muskets, he thought exultantly, with more gunpowder and shot than Toranaga has in all the 8 provinces. And 20 cannon, 5,000 cannonballs with an abundance of ammunition. Fire arrows by the crate, all of the best European quality. Mura, you will provide porters. Igarashi-san, I want all this armament, including the cannon, in my castle at Mishima forthwith, in secret. You will be responsible. Yes, Lord.
They had been in the main hold of the ship, and everyone had gaped at him. Igarashi, a tall, lithe, one-eyed man, his chief retainer. Tsukimoto, his quartermaster, together with 10 sweat-stained villagers who had opened the crates under Mura's supervision. And his personal bodyguard of 4 samurai. He knew they did not understand his exhilaration or the need to be clandestine.
Good,
he thought. When the Portuguese had first discovered Japan in 1542, they had introduced muskets and gunpowder. Within 18 months, the Japanese were manufacturing them. The quality was not nearly as good as the European equivalent, but that did not matter, because guns were considered merely a novelty, and for a long time used only for hunting. And even for that, bows were far more accurate. Also, more important, Japanese warfare was almost ritual. Hand-to-hand individual combat, the sword being the most honourable weapon. The use of guns was considered cowardly and dishonourable, and completely against the samurai code, Bushido, the way of the warrior, which bound samurai to fight with honour, to live with honour, and to die with honour. To have undying, unquestioned loyalty to one's feudal lord, to be fearless of death, even to seek it in his service, and to be proud of one's own name and keep it unsullied. For years, Yabu had had a secret theory.
At long last,
he thought exultantly,
you can expand it and put it into effect. 500 chosen samurai, armed with muskets, but trained as a unit, spearheading your 12,000 conventional troops, supported by 20 cannon used in a special way by special men, also trained as a unit. A new strategy for a new era. In the coming war, guns could be decisive.
What about Bushido? The ghosts of his ancestors had always asked him.
What about Bushido?
He had always asked them back. They had never answered. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought he'd ever be able to afford 500 guns. But now he had them for nothing, and he alone knew how to use them. But whose side to use them for? Toranaga's or Ishido's? Or should he wait, and perhaps be the eventual victor?
Igarashi-san, you'll travel by night and maintain strict security. Yes, Lord. This is to remain secret, Mura, or the village will be obliterated.
Nothing will be said, Lord. I can speak for my village. I cannot speak for the journey or for other villages. Who knows where there are spies? But nothing will be said by us.
Next, Yabu had gone to the strong room. It contained what he presumed to be pirate plunder. Silver and gold plate, cups, candelabra and ornaments, some religious paintings in ornate frames. A chest contained women's clothes, elaborately embroidered with gold thread and coloured stones.
I'll have the silver and gold melted into ingots and put in the treasury,
Tsukimoto had said. He was a neat, pedantic man in his 40s who was not a samurai. Years ago, he had been a Buddhist warrior priest, but the Taiko, the Lord Protector, had stamped out his monastery in a campaign to purge the land of certain Buddhist militant warrior monasteries and sects that would not acknowledge his absolute suzerainty. Tsukimoto had bribed his way out of that early death and become a peddler, at length a minor merchant in rice. 10 years ago, he had joined Yabu's commissariat, and now he was indispensable.
As to the clothes, perhaps the gold thread and gems have value. With your permission, I'll have them packed and sent to Nagasaki with anything else I can salvage.
The port of Nagasaki, on the southernmost coast of the South Island of Kyushu, was the legal entrepot and trading market of the Portuguese.
The barbarians might pay well for these odds and ends. Good. What about the bales in the other hold? They all contain a heavy cloth, quite useless to us, sire, with no market value at all. But this should please you.
Tsukimoto had opened the strong box. The box contained 20,000 minted silver pieces, Spanish doubloons,
the best quality. Yabu stirred in his bath. He wiped the sweat from his face and neck with the small white towel and sank deeper into the hot, scented water. If 3 days ago, he told himself, a soothsayer had forecast that all this would happen, you would have fed him his tongue for telling impossible lies. 3 days ago, he had been in Edo, Toranaga's capital. Omi's message had arrived at dusk. Obviously, the ship had to be investigated at once, but Toranaga was still away in Osaka for the final confrontation with General Lord Ishido, and in his absence had invited Yabu and all friendly neighbouring daimyos to wait until his return. Such an invitation could not be refused without dire results. Yabu knew that he and the other independent daimyos and their families were merely added protection for Toranaga's safety. And though of course the word would never be used, they were hostages against Toranaga's safe return from the impregnable enemy fortress at Osaka, where the meeting was being held. Toranaga was president of the Council of Regents, which the Taiko had appointed on his deathbed to rule the empire during the minority of his son Yeimon, now 7 years old. There were 5 regents, all eminent daimyos, but only Toranaga and Ishido had real power. Yabu had carefully considered all the reasons for going to Anjiro, the risks involved and the reasons for staying. Then he had sent for his wife and his favourite consort. A consort was a formal, legal mistress. A man could have as many consorts as he wished, but only one wife at one time. My nephew Omi has just sent secret word that a barbarian ship came ashore at Anjiro.
One of the black ships?
His wife had asked excitedly. These were the huge, incredibly rich trading ships that plied annually with the monsoon winds between Nagasaki and the Portuguese colony of Macau, that lay almost 1,000 miles south on the China mainland. No, but it might be rich. I'm leaving immediately. You're to say that I've been taken sick and cannot be disturbed for any reason. I'll be back in 5 days.
That's incredibly dangerous, his wife warned. Lord Toranaga gave specific orders for us to stay. I'm sure he'll make another compromise with Ishido, and he's too powerful to offend. Sire, we could never guarantee that someone won't suspect the truth. There are spies everywhere. If Toranaga returned and found you'd gone, your absence would be misinterpreted. Your enemies would poison his mind against you. Yes, his consort added. Please excuse me, but you must listen to the lady, your wife. She's right. Lord Toranaga would never believe that you disobeyed just to look at a barbarian ship. Please send someone else.
But this isn't an ordinary barbarian ship. It's not Portuguese. Listen to me. Omi says it's from a different country. These men talk a different-sounding language among themselves, and they have blue eyes and golden hair.
Omi-san's gone mad, or he's drunk too much sake, his wife said.
This is much too important to joke about, for him and for you. His wife had bowed and apologized, and said that he was quite right to correct her, but that the remark was not meant in jest. She was a small, thin woman, 10 years older than he, who had given him a child a year for 8 years until her womb had dried up, and of these, 5 had been sons. 3 had become warriors and died bravely in the war against China. Another had become a Buddhist priest, and the last, now 19, he despised. His wife, the Lady Yuriko, was the only woman he had ever been afraid of, the only woman he had ever valued, except his mother, now dead, and she ruled his house with a silken lash.
Again, please excuse me, she said. Does Omi-san detail the cargo?
No, he didn't examine it, Yuriko-san. He says he sealed the ship at once because it was so unusual. There's never been a non-Portuguese ship before, ne? He says also
It's a fighting ship, with 20 cannon on its decks.
Ah, then someone must go immediately.
I'm going myself.
Please reconsider. Send Mizuno. Your brother's clever and wise. I implore you not to go.
Mizuno's weak, and not to be trusted.
Then order him to commit seppuku, and have done with him, she said harshly.
Seppuku, sometimes called harakiri, the ritual suicide by disembowelment, was the only way a samurai could expiate a shame, a sin, or a fault with honor, and was the sole prerogative of the samurai caste. All samurai, women as well as men, were prepared from infancy, either for the act itself or to take part in the ceremony as a second. Women committed seppuku only with a knife in the throat.
Later, not now,
Yabu told his wife.
Then send Tsukimoto. He's certainly to be trusted.
If Toranaga hadn't ordered all wives and consorts to stay here too, I'd send you. But that would be too risky. I have to go. I have no option. Yoriko-san, you tell me my treasury's empty. You say I've no more credit with the filthy moneylenders. Tsukimoto says we're getting the maximum tax out of my peasants. I have to have more horses, armaments, weapons, and more samurai. Perhaps the ship will supply the means.
Lord Toranaga's orders were quite clear, sire. If he comes back and finds...
Yes, if he comes back, lady. I still think he's put himself into a trap. The Lord Ishido has 80,000 samurai in and around Osaka Castle alone. For Toranaga to go there with a few hundred men was the act of a madman.
He's much too shrewd to risk himself unnecessarily, she said confidently.
If I were Ishido and I had him in my grasp, I would kill him at once.
Yes,
Yoriko said.
But the mother of the heir is still hostage in Edo until Toranaga returns. General Lord Ishido dare not touch Toranaga until she's safely back at Osaka.
I'd kill him. If the Lady Ochuba lives or dies, it doesn't matter. The heir's safe in Osaka. With Toranaga dead, the succession is certain. Toranaga's the only real threat to the heir, the only one with a chance at using the Council of Regents, usurping the Taiko's power, and killing the boy.
Please excuse me, sire, but perhaps General Lord Ishido can carry the other 3 regents with him and impeach Toranaga. And that's the end of Toranaga, ne?
His consort said.
Yes, lady. If Ishido could, he would. But I don't think he can. Yet. No can Toranaga. The Taiko picked the 5 regents too cleverly. They despise each other so much, it's almost impossible for them to agree on anything.
Before taking power, the 5 great daimyos had publicly sworn eternal allegiance to the dying Taiko, and to his son and his line forever. And they had taken public, sacred oaths, agreeing to unanimous rule in the council, and vowed to pass over the realm intact to Yaemon when he came of age on his 15th birthday.
Unanimous rule means nothing really can be changed until Yaemon inherits.
But someday, sire, 4 regents will join against 1, through jealousy, fear, or ambition, ne? The 4 will bend the Taiko's orders just enough for war, ne?
Yes, but it will be a small war, lady, and the one will always be smashed, and his lands divided up by the victors, who will then have to appoint a 5th regent, and, in time, it will be 4 against 1, and again the one will be smashed and his lands forfeit. All as the Taiko planned. My only problem is to decide who will be the one this time, Ishido or Toranaga.
Toranaga will be the one isolated.
Why?
The others fear him too much, because they all know he secretly wants to be shogun. However much he protests, he doesn't.
Shogun was the ultimate rank a mortal could achieve in Japan. Shogun meant supreme military dictator. Only one daimyo at a time could possess the title. And only His Imperial Highness, the reigning emperor, the divine son of heaven, who lived in seclusion with the imperial families at Kyoto, could grant the title. With the appointment of shogun went absolute power, the emperor's seal and mandate. The shogun ruled in the emperor's name. All power was derived from the emperor because he was directly descended from the gods. Therefore, any daimyo who opposed the shogun was automatically in rebellion against the throne, and at once outcast and all his lands forfeit. The reigning emperor was worshipped as a divinity because he was descended in an unbroken line from the sun goddess, Amaterasu Omikami, one of the children of the gods Izanagi and Izanami, who had formed the islands of Japan from the firmament. By divine right, the ruling emperor owned all the land and ruled and was obeyed without question. But in practice, for more than 6 centuries, real power had rested behind the throne. 6 centuries ago, there had been a schism when 2 of the 3 great rival semi-regal samurai families, the Minowara, the Fujimoto, and Takashima, backed rival claimants to the throne and plunged the realm into civil war. After 60 years, the Minowara prevailed over the Takashima, and the Fujimoto, the family that had stayed neutral, bided its time. From then on, jealously guarding their rule, the Minowara shoguns dominated the realm, decreed their shogunate hereditary, and began to intermarry some of their daughters with the imperial line. The emperor and the entire imperial court were kept completely isolated in walled palaces and gardens in the small enclave at Kyoto, most times in penury, and their activities perpetually confined to observing the rituals of Shinto, the ancient animistic religion of Japan, and to intellectual pursuits such as calligraphy, painting, philosophy, and poetry. The court of the Son of Heaven was easy to dominate because though it possessed all the land, it had no revenue. Only daimyos, samurai, possessed revenue and the right to tax. And so it was that although all members of the imperial court were above all samurai in rank, they still existed on a stipend granted the court at the whim of the shogun, the kanpak, the civil chief advisor, or the ruling military junta of the day. Few were generous. Some emperors had even had to barter their signatures for food. Many times there was not enough money for a coronation. At length, the Minowara shoguns lost their power to others, to Takashima or Fujimoto descendants. And as the civil wars continued unabated over the centuries, the emperor became more and more the creature of the daimyo, who was strong enough to obtain physical possession of Kyoto. The moment the new conqueror of Kyoto had slaughtered the ruling shogun and his line, he would, providing he was Minowara, Takashima, or Fujimoto, with humility swear allegiance to the throne and humbly invite the powerless emperor to grant him the now vacant rank of shogun. Then, like his predecessors, he would try to extend his rule outward from Kyoto, until he, in his turn, was swallowed by another. Emperors married, abdicated, or ascended the throne at the whim of the shogunate. But always the reigning emperor's bloodline was inviolate and unbroken. So the shogun was all-powerful, until he was overthrown. Many were unseated over the centuries as the realm splintered into ever smaller factions. For the last 100 years, no single daimyo had ever had enough power to become shogun. 12 years ago, the peasant, General Nakamura, had had the power, and he had obtained the mandate from the present emperor, Go-Nijo. But Nakamura could not be granted shogun rank, however much he desired it, because he was born a peasant. He had to be content with the much lesser civilian title of kanpak, chief advisor, and later, when he resigned that title to his infant son, Yeimon, though keeping all power, as was quite customary, he had to be content with taiko. By historic custom, only the descendants of the sprawling, ancient, semi-divine families of the Minowara, Takashima, and Fujimoto were entitled to the rank of shogun. Toranaga was descended from the Minowara. Yabu could trace his lineage to a vague and minor branch of the Takashima, enough of a connection if ever he could become supreme.
Lady, Yabu said. Of course Toranaga wants to be shogun, but he'll never achieve it. The other regions despise and fear him. They'll neutralize him, as the Daiko planned.
He leaned forward and studied his wife intently.
You say Toranaga's going to lose to Ishido?
He will be isolated, yes. But in the end, I don't think he'll lose, sire. I beg you not to disobey Lord Toranaga, and not to leave Edo just to examine the barbarian ship, no matter how unusual Omi-san says it is. Please send Tsukimoto to Anjiro.
What if the ship contains bullion, silver, or gold? Would you trust Tsukimoto or any of our officers with it?
No, his wife had said. So that night he had slipped out of Edo secretly, with only 50 men, and now he had wealth and power beyond his dreams and unique captives, one of whom was going to die tonight. He had arranged for a courtesan and a boy to be ready later. At dawn tomorrow, he would return to Edo. By sunset tomorrow, the guns and the bullion would begin their secret journey.
The guns, he thought exultantly. The guns and the plan together will give me the power to make Ishido win, or Toranaga, whomever I chose. Then I'll become a regent in the loser's place, ne? Then the most powerful regent. Why not even shogun? Yes, it's all possible now.
He let himself drift pleasantly.
How to use the 20,000 pieces of silver? I can rebuild the castle keep, and buy special horses for the cannon, and expand our espionage web. What about Ikawa Jikyu? Would 1,000 pieces be enough to bribe Ikawa Jikyu's cooks to poison him? More than enough. 500, even 100 in the right hands would be plenty. Whose?
The afternoon sun was slanting through the small window set into the stone walls. The bath water was very hot and heated by a wood fire built into the outside wall. This was Omi's house, and it stood on a small hill overlooking the village and the harbour. The garden within its walls was neat and serene and worthy. The bathroom door opened. The blind man bowed.
Kashiki Omi-san sent me, sire. I am Suo, his masseur.
He was tall and very thin and old, his face wrinkled.
Good.
Yabu had always had a terror of being blinded. As long as he could remember, he had had dreams of waking in blackness, knowing it was sunlight, feeling the warmth but not seeing, opening his mouth to scream, knowing that it was dishonourable to scream, but screaming even so. Then the real awakening and the sweat streaming. But this horror of blindness seemed to increase his pleasure at being massaged by the sightless. He could see the jagged scar on the man's right temple and the deep cleft in the skull below it.
That's a sword cut, he told himself. Did that cause his blindness? Was he a samurai once? For whom? Is he a spy?
Yabu knew that the man would have been searched very carefully by his guards before being allowed to enter, so he had no fear of a concealed weapon. His own prized longsword was within reach, an ancient blade made by the master swordsmith Murasama. He watched the old man take off his cotton kimono and hang it up without seeking the peg. There were more sword scars on his chest. His loincloth was very clean. He knelt, waiting patiently. Yabu got out of the bath when he was ready and lay on the stone bench. The old man dried Yabu carefully, put fragrant oil on his hands, and began to knead the muscles in the daimyo's neck and back. Tension began to vanish as the very strong fingers moved over Yabu, probing deeply with surprising skill.
That's good. Very good,
he said after a while.
Thank you, Yabu-sama,
Suo said. Sama, meaning lord, was an obligatory politeness when addressing a superior.
Have you served Omi-san long?
3 years, sire. He is very kind to an old man.
And before that?
I wandered from village to village. A few days here, half a year there, like a butterfly on the summer's breath.
Suo's voice was as soothing as his hands. He had decided that the daimyo wanted him to talk, and he waited patiently for the next question, and then he would begin. Part of his art was to know what was required and when. Sometimes his ears told him this, but mostly it was his fingers that seemed to unlock the secret of the man or woman's mind. His fingers were telling him to beware of this man, that he was dangerous and volatile, his age about 40, a good horseman and excellent sword fighter. Also that his liver was bad and that he would die within 2 years. Sake and probably aphrodisiacs would kill him.
You are strong for your age, Yabu-sama.
So are you. How old are you, Suo?
The old man laughed, but his fingers never ceased.
I'm the oldest man in the world. My world. Everyone I've ever known is dead, long since. It must be more than 80 years. I'm not sure. I served Lord Yoshi Chikitada, Lord Toranaga's grandfather, when the clan's fief was no bigger than this village. I was even at the camp the day he was assassinated.
Yabu deliberately kept his body relaxed with an effort of will, but his mind sharpened and he began to listen intently.
That was a grim day, Yabu-sama. I don't know how old I was, but my voice hadn't broken yet. The assassin was Obata Hiro, a son of his most powerful ally. Perhaps you know the story, how the youth struck Lord Chikitada's head off with a single blow of his sword. It was a Murasama blade, and that's what started the superstition that all Murasama blades are filled with unluck for the Yoshi clan.
Is he telling me that because of my own Murasama sword?
Yabu asked himself.
Many people know I possess one. Or is he just an old man who remembers a special day in a long life? What was Toranaga's grandfather like?
He asked, feigning lack of interest, testing Suo.
Tall, Yabu-sama. Taller than you and much thinner when I knew him. He was 25 the day he died.
Suo's voice warmed.
Yabu-sama. He was a warrior at 12, and our liege lord at 15, when his own father was killed in a skirmish. At that time, Lord Chikitada was married, and had already sired a son. It was a pity that he had to die. Obata Hiro was his friend as well as vassal, 17 then. But someone had poisoned young Obata's mind, saying that Chikitada had planned to kill his father treacherously. Of course, it was all lies, but that didn't bring Chikitada back to lead us. Young Obata knelt in front of the body and bowed 3 times. He said that he had done the deed out of filial respect for his father, and now wished to atone for his insult to us and our clan by committing seppuku. He was given permission. First he washed Chikitada's head with his own hands and set it in a place of reverence. Then he cut himself open and died manfully, with great ceremony, one of our men acting as his second and removing his head with a single stroke. Later his father came to collect his son's head and the Murasama sword. Things became bad for us. Lord Chikitada's only son was taken hostage somewhere, and our part of the clan fell on evil times. That was...
You're lying, old man. You were never there.
Yabu had turned around and he was staring up at the man, who had frozen instantly.
The sword was broken and destroyed after Obata's death.
No, Yabu-sama. That is the legend.
I saw the father come and collect the head and the sword. Who would want to destroy such a piece of art? That would have been sacrilege. His father collected it. What did he do with it? No one knows. Some said he threw it into the sea because he liked and honored our Lord Chikitada as a brother. Others said that he buried it and that it lurks in wait for the grandson, Yoshi Toranaga. What do you think he did with it? Threw it into the sea. Did you see him? No.
Yabu lay back again, and the fingers began their work. The thought that someone else knew that the sword had not been broken thrilled him strangely.
You should kill Suo, he told himself. Why? How could a blind man recognize the blade? It is like any Murasama blade, and the handle and scabbard have been changed many times over the years. No one can know that your sword is the sword that has gone from hand to hand with increasing secrecy as the power of Toranaga increased. Why kill Suo? The fact that he's alive has added a zest. You're stimulated. Leave him alive. You can kill him at any time. With the sword.
That thought pleased Yabu as he let himself drift once more, greatly at ease.
One day soon, he promised himself, I will be powerful enough to wear my Murasama blade in Toranaga's presence. One day, perhaps, I will tell him the story of my sword. What happened next? He asked, wishing to be lulled by the old man's voice. We just fell on evil times. That was the year of the Great Famine, and now that my master was dead, I became Ronin.
Ronin were landless or masterless peasant soldiers or samurai, who, through dishonor or the loss of their masters, were forced to wander the land until some other lord would accept their services. It was difficult for Ronin to find new employment. Food was scarce, almost every man was a soldier, and strangers were rarely trusted. Most of the robber bands and corsairs who infested the land and the coast were Ronin. That year was very bad, and the next. I fought for anyone. A battle here, a skirmish there. Food was my pay. Then I heard that there was food in plenty in Kyushu, so I started to make my way west. That winter, I found a sanctuary. I managed to become hired by a Buddhist monastery as a guard. I fought for them for half a year, protecting the monastery and their rice fields from bandits. The monastery was near Osaka, and at that time, long before the Taiko obliterated most of them, the bandits were as plentiful as swamp mosquitoes. One day we were ambushed, and I was left for dead. Some monks found me and healed my wound, but they could not give me back my sight. His fingers probed deeper and ever deeper. They put me with a blind monk who taught me how to massage and to see again with my fingers. Now my fingers tell me more than my eyes used to, I think. The last thing I can remember seeing with my eyes was the bandit's widespread mouth and rotting teeth, the sword a glittering arc, and beyond, after the blow, the scent of flowers. I saw perfume in all its colors, Yabu-sama. That was all long ago, long before the barbarians came to our land, 50, 60 years ago. But I saw the perfume's colors. I saw Nirvana, I think, and for the merest moment, the face of Buddha. Blindness is a small price to pay for such a gift, ne? There was no answer. Suo had expected none. Yabu was sleeping,
as was planned. "Did you like my story, Yabu-sama?" Suo asked silently, amused as an old man would be. "It was all true, but for one thing. The monastery was not near Osaka, but across your western border. The name of the monk? Su, uncle of your enemy, Ikawa Jikyu. I could snap your neck so easily," he thought. "It would be a favor to Omi-san. It would be a blessing to the village, and it would repay, in tiny measure, my patron's gift. Should I do it now, or later?" Spielbacher held up the bundled stalks of rice straw, his face stretched. "Who wants to pick first?" No one answered. Blackthorn seemed to be dozing, leaning against the corner from which he had not moved. It was near sunset. "Someone's got to pick first," Spielbacher rasped. "Come on! There's not much time!" They had been given food and a barrel of water and another barrel as a latrine, but nothing with which to wash away the stinking offal or to clean themselves. And the flies had come. The air was fetid, the earth mud mucus. Most of the men were stripped to the waist, sweating from the heat, and from fear. Spielbacher looked from face to face. He came back to Blackthorn. Why are you eliminated? Eh? Why?" The eyes opened, and they were icy. "For the last time, I don't know." "It's not fair! Not fair!" Blackthorn returned to his reverie. "There must be a way to break out of here. There must be a way to get the ship. That bastard will kill us all eventually, as certain as there's a North Star. There's not much time, and I was eliminated because they've some particular rotten plan for me." When the trapdoor had closed, they had all looked at him, and someone had said, "What are we going to do?" "I don't know." "Lord Jesus, help us," someone whimpered. "Get the mess cleared up," he ordered. "Pile the filth over there." "We've no mops or—" "Use your hands." They did as he ordered, and he helped them and cleaned off the Captain General as best he could. "You'll be all right now." How are we to choose someone?" Spielbacher asked. "We don't. We fight them." "With what?" "You'll go like a sheep to the butcher. You will." "Don't be ridiculous. They don't want me. It wouldn't be right for me to be the one." "Why?" Vink asked. "I'm the Captain General." "With respect, sir," Vink said ironically, "maybe you should volunteer. It's your place to volunteer." "A very good suggestion," Peter Schoen said. "I'll second the motion, by God." There was general assent, and everyone thought, "Lord Jesus, anyone but me." Spielbacher had begun to bluster and order, but he saw the pitiless eyes. So he stopped and stared at the ground, filled with nausea. Then he said, "No, it wouldn't be right for someone to volunteer. We'll draw lots. Straws, one shorter than the rest. We'll put ourselves into the hands of God. Pilot, you'll hold the straws." "I won't. I'll have nothing to do with it. I say we fight." "They'll kill us all. You heard what the samurai said. Our lives are spared, except one." Spielbacher wiped the sweat off his face, and a cloud of flies rose and then settled again. "Give me some water. It's better for one to die than all of us." Van Neck dunked the gourd in the barrel and gave it to Spielbacher. "We're 10, including you, Paulus," he said. "The odds are good." "Very good, unless you're the one." Vink glanced at Blackthorn. "Can we fight those swords?" "Can you go meekly to the torturer, if you're the one picked?" "I don't know." Van Neck said,
We'll draw lots, or let God decide.
Poor God, Blackthorn said. The stupidities he gets blamed for.
How else do we choose? Someone shouted.
We don't.
We'll do as Paulus says. He's Captain General, said Van Neck. We'll draw straws. It's best for the majority. Let's vote. Are we all in favour?
They had all said yes, except Vink.
I'm with the pilot. To hell with sewer-sitting, piss-making, witch-festering straws.
Eventually Vink had been persuaded. Jan Roper, the Calvinist, had led the prayers. Spilberger broke the 10 pieces of straw with exactitude. Then he halved one of them. Van Neck, Peterschön, Sonk, Matseiker, Hinsel, Jan Roper, Salomon, Maximilian Krog, and Vink. Again he said,
Who wants to pick first?
How do we know that the one who picks the short straw will go? How do we know that?
Matseiker's voice was raw with terror.
We don't. Not for certain. We should know for certain, croaked the boy said.
That's easy, Jan Roper said.
Let's swear we'll do it in the name of God, in his name, to die for the others, in his name. Then there's no worry. The anointed Lamb of God will go straight to everlasting glory.
They all agreed.
Go on, Vink. Do as Roper says.
All right. Vink's lips were parched.
If it's me, I swear by the Lord God that I'll go with them. If I pick the wrong straw, in God's name.
They all followed. Matseiker was so frightened he had to be prompted before he sank back into the quagmire of his living nightmare. Sonk chose first. Peterschön was next. Then Jan Roper, and after him Salomon and Krog. Spilberger felt himself dying fast, because they had agreed he would not choose, but his would be the last straw, and now the odds were becoming terrible. Hinsel was safe. 4 left. Matseiker was weeping openly, but he pushed Vink aside and took a straw, and could not believe that it was not the one. Spilberger's fist was shaking, and Krug helped him steady his arm. Feces ran unnoticed down his legs.
Which one do I take?
Van Neck was asking himself desperately.
Oh, God, help me!
He could barely see the straws through the fog of his myopia.
If only I could see. Perhaps I'd have a clue which to pick. Which one?
He picked and brought the straw close to his eyes to see his sentence clearly. But the straw was not short. Vink watched his fingers select the next to last straw, and it fell to the ground, but everyone saw that it was the shortest thus far. Spilberger unclenched his knotted hand, and everyone saw that the last straw was long. Spilberger fainted. They were all staring at Vink. Helplessly he looked at them, not seeing them. He half shrugged and half smiled and waved absently at the flies. Then he slumped down. They made room for him, kept away from him as though he were a leper. Blackthorn knelt in the ooze beside Spilberger.
Is he dead?
Van Neck asked, his voice almost inaudible. Vink shrieked with laughter, which unnerved them all, and ceased as violently as he had begun.
I'm the one that's dead, he said. I'm dead! Don't be afraid. You're the anointed of God. You're in God's hands,
Jan Roper said, his voice confident.
Yes,
Van Neck said.
Don't be afraid.
That's easy now,
isn't it?
Vink's eyes went from face to face, but none could hold his gaze. Only Blackthorn did not look away.
Get me some water, Vink, he said quietly. Go over to the barrel and get some water. Go on.
Vink stared at him. Then he got the gourd and filled it with water and gave it to him.
Lord Jesus God, pilot, he muttered. What am I going to do?
First, help me with Paulus. Vink, do what I say. Is he going to be all right?
Vink pushed his agony away, helped by Blackthorn's calm. Spilberger's pulse was weak. Vink listened to his heart, pulled the eyelids away, and watched for a moment.
I don't know, Pilot. Lord Jesus, I can't think properly. His heart's all right, I think. He needs bleeding, but I've no way. I can't concentrate. Give me...
He stopped exhaustedly, sat back against the wall. Shudders began to rack him. The trapdoor opened. Omi stood etched against the sky, his kimono bloodied by the dying sun. Chapter 4. Vink tried to make his legs move, but he could not. He had faced death many times in his life, but never like this, meekly. It had been decreed by the straws.
Why me?
His brain screamed.
I'm no worse than the others. I'm better than most. Dear God in heaven, why me?
The ladder had been lowered. Omi motioned for the one man to come up, and quickly.
Isoge!
Hurry up. Van Neck and Jan Roper were praying silently, their eyes closed. Peter Shōgun could not watch. Blackthorn was staring up at Omi and his men.
Isoge!
Omi barked out again. Once more Vink tried to stand.
Help me, someone. Help me to get up.
Peter Shōgun, who was nearest, bent down and put his hand under Vink's arm and helped him to his feet. Then Blackthorn was at the foot of the ladder, both feet planted firmly in the slime.
Kinjiro!
He shouted, using the word from the ship. A gasp rushed through the cellar. Omi's hand tightened on his sword, and he moved to the ladder. Immediately Blackthorn twisted it, daring Omi to put a foot there.
Kinjiro!
He said again. Omi stopped.
What's going on?
Spilberger asked, frightened, as were all of them.
I told him it's forbidden. None of my crew is walking to death without a fight.
But we agreed.
I didn't.
Have you gone mad?
It's all right, Pilot, Vink whispered. We did agree, and it was fair. It's God's will. I'm going. He groped to the foot of the ladder, but Blackthorn stood implacably in the way, facing Omi.
You're not going without a fight. No one is.
Get away from the ladder, Pilot. You're ordered away.
Spilberger shakily kept to his corner, as far from the opening as possible. His voice shrilled,
Pilot!
But Blackthorn was not listening.
Get ready.
Omi stepped back a pace and snarled orders to his men. At once a samurai, closely followed by two others, started down the steps, swords unsheathed. Blackthorn twisted the ladder and grappled with the lead man, swerving from his violent sword blow, trying to choke the man to death.
Help me! Come on! For your lives!
Blackthorn changed his grip to pull the man off the rungs, braced sickeningly as the second man stabbed downward. Vink came out of his cataleptic state and threw himself at the samurai, berserk. He intercepted the blow that would have sliced Blackthorn's wrist off, held the shuddering sword arm at bay, and smashed his other fist into the man's groin. The samurai gasped and kicked viciously. Vink hardly seemed to notice the blow. He climbed the rungs and tore at the man for possession of the sword, his nails ripping at the man's eyes. The other two samurai were hampered by the confined space and Blackthorn, but a kick from one of them caught Vink in the face, and he reeled away. The samurai on the ladder hacked at Blackthorn, missed, then the entire crew hurled themselves at the ladder. Croak hammered his fist onto the samurai's instep and felt a small bone give. The man managed to throw his sword out of the pit, not wishing the enemy armed, and tumbled heavily to the mud. Vink and Peter Shōgun fell on him. He fought back ferociously as others rushed for the encroaching samurai. Blackthorn picked up the corner Japanese's dagger and started up the ladder. Croak, Jan Roper and Salomon following. Both samurai retreated and stood at the entrance, their killing swords viciously ready. Blackthorn knew his dagger was useless against the swords. Even so, he charged, the others in close support. The moment his head was above ground, one of the swords swung at him, missing him by a fraction of an inch. A violent kick from an unseen samurai drove him underground again. He turned and jumped back, avoiding the writhing mass of fighting men who tried to subdue the samurai in the stinking ooze. Vink kicked the man in the back of the head, and he went limp. Vink pounded him again and again, until Blackthorn pulled him off. "Don't kill him! We can use him as a hostage!" he shouted, and wrenched desperately at the ladder, trying to pull it down into the cellar. But it was too long. Above, Omi's other samurai waited impassively at the trapdoor's entrance. "For God's sake, pilot, stop it!" Spielbacher wheezed. "They'll kill us all! You'll kill us all! Stop him, someone!" Omi was shouting more orders, and strong hands aloft prevented Blackthorn from jamming the entrance with the ladder. "Look out!" he shouted. 3 more samurai, carrying knives and wearing only loincloths, leapt nimbly into the cellar. The first 2 crashed deliberately onto Blackthorn, carrying him helpless to the floor, oblivious of their own danger, then attacked ferociously. Blackthorn was crushed beneath the strength of the men. He could not use the knife and felt his will to fight subsiding, and he wished he had Mura the headman's skill at unarmed combat. He knew helplessly that he could not survive much longer, but he made a final effort and jerked one arm free. A cruel blow from a rock-hard hand rattled his head, and another exploded colours in his brain. But still he fought back. Vink was gouging at one of the samurai when the third dropped on him from the sky door, and Matsuika screamed as a dagger slashed his arm. Van Neck was blindly striking out, and Peter Schoen was saying, "For Christ's sake, hit them, not me!" But the merchant did not hear, for he was consumed with terror. Blackthorn caught one of the samurai by the throat, his grip slipping from the sweat and slime, and he was almost on his feet like a mad bull, trying to shake them off, when there was a last blow, and he fell into blankness. The 3 samurai hacked their way up, and the crew, now leaderless, retreating from the circling slash of their 3 daggers, the samurai dominating the cellar now with their whirling daggers, not trying to kill or to maim, but only to force the panting, frightened men to the walls, away from the ladder where Blackthorn and the first samurai lay inert. Omi came down arrogantly into the pit and grabbed the nearest man, who was Peter Schoen. He jerked him toward the ladder. Peter Schoen screamed and tried to struggle out of Omi's grasp, but a knife sliced his wrist and another opened his arm. Relentlessly, the shrieking seaman was backed against the ladder. "Christ help me! It's not me that's to go! It's not me! It's not me!" Peter Schoen had both feet on the rung, and he was retreating up and away from the agony of the knives, and then, "Help me! For God's sake!" he screamed a last time, turned, and fled raving into the air. Omi followed without hurrying. A samurai retreated, then another. The third picked up the knife that Blackthorn had used. He turned his back contemptuously, stepped over the prostrate body of his unconscious comrade, and climbed away. The ladder was jerked aloft. Air and sky and light vanished. Bolts crashed into place. Now there was only gloom, and in it, heaving chests and rending heartbeats and running sweat, and the stench. The flies returned. For a moment no one moved. Jan Roper had a small cut on his cheek. Matsuika was bleeding badly. The others were mostly in shock. Except Salomon. He groped his way over to Blackthorn, pulled him off the unconscious samurai. He mouthed gutturally and pointed at the water. Croak fetched some in a gourd, helped him to prop Blackthorn, still lifeless, against the wall. Together they began to clean the muck off his face. "When those bastards, when they dropped on him, I thought I heard his neck or shoulder go," the boy said, his chest heaving. "He looks like a corpse, Lord Jesus." Song forced himself to his feet and picked his way over to them. Carefully he moved Blackthorn's head from side to side, felt his shoulders. Seems all right. Have to wait till he comes round to tell.
Oh, Jesus God,
Vink began whimpering.
Poor Peter Shōgun. I'm damned. I'm damned.
You were going? The pilot stopped you. You were going like you promised. I saw you, by God. Song shook Vink, but he paid no attention. I saw you, Vink. He turned to Spillbacher, waving the flies away. Wasn't that right?
Yes, he was going. Vink, stop moaning. It was the pilot's fault. Give me some water.
Jan Roper dipped some water with a gourd and drank and daubed the cut on his cheek.
Vink should have gone. He was the Lamb of God. He was ordained. And now his soul's forfeit. O Lord God, have mercy on him. He'll burn for all eternity. Give me some water,
the Captain-General whimpered. Van Neck took the gourd from Jan Roper and passed it to Spillbacher.
It wasn't Vink's fault,
Van Neck said tiredly.
He couldn't get up. Don't you remember? He asked someone to help him up. I was so frightened I couldn't move either, and I didn't have to go. It wasn't Vink's fault,
Spillbacher said.
No, it was him.
They all looked at Blackthorn.
He's mad. All the English are mad,
Sonk said.
Have you ever known one that wasn't? Scratch one of them and you find a maniac. And a pirate. Bastards, all of them,
Hinsel said.
No, not all of them, Van Neck said. The pilot was only doing what he felt was right. He's protected us and brought us 10,000 leagues. Protected us, piss! We were 500 when we started, and 5 ships. Now there's 9 of us. Wasn't his fault the fleet split up. Wasn't his fault that the storms blew us all. Weren't for him, we'd have stayed in the New World, by God. It was him who said we should get to the Japans. And for Jesus Christ's sweet sake, look where we are now. We agreed to try for the Japans. We all agreed,
Van Neck said wearily.
We all voted.
Yes, but it was him that persuaded us.
Look out!
Hinsel pointed at the samurai, who was stirring and moaning. Sonk quickly slid over to him, crashed his fist into his jaw. The man went out again.
Christ death! What did the bastards leave him here for? They could have carried him out with them easy. Nothing we could have done. You think they thought he was dead? Don't know. They must have seen him. By the Lord Jesus, I could use a cold beer,
Sonk said.
Don't hit him again, Sonk. Don't kill him. He's a hostage.
Croak looked at Vink, who sat huddled against a wall, locked into his whimpering self-hatred.
God help us all. What'll they do to Peter Shōgun? What'll they do to us? It's the pilot's fault,
Jan Roper said.
Only him.
Van Neck peered compassionately at Blackthorn.
It doesn't matter now, does it? Whose fault it is or was?
Matsuika reeled to his feet, the blood still flowing down his forearm.
I'm hurt. Help me, someone.
Salomon made a tourniquet from a piece of shirt and staunched the blood. The slice in Matsuika's biceps was deep, but no vein or artery had been cut. The flies began to worry the wound.
God curse flies, and God curse the pilot to hell,
Matsuika said.
It was agreed. But, oh no, he had to save Vink. Now Peter Shōgun's blood's on his hands, and we'll all suffer because of him. Shut your face. He said none of his crew.
There were footsteps above. The trapdoor opened. Villagers began pouring barrels of fish offal and seawater into the cellar. When the floor was 6 inches awash, they stopped. The screams began when the moon was high. Yabu was kneeling in the inner garden of Omi's house, motionless. He watched the moonlight in the blossom tree, the branches jet against the lighter sky, the clustered blooms now barely tinted. A petal spiraled, and he thought,
Beauty is not less for falling in the breeze.
Another petal settled. The wind sighed and took another. The tree was scarcely as tall as a man, kneaded between moss rocks that seemed to have grown from the earth, so cleverly had they been placed. It took all of Yabu's will to concentrate on the tree and blossoms and sky and night, to feel the gentle touch of the wind, to smell its sea sweetness, to think of poems, and yet to keep his ears reaching for the agony. His spine felt limp. Only his will made him graven as the rocks. This awareness gave him a level of sensuality beyond articulation. And tonight it was stronger and more violent than it had ever been.
Omi-san, how long will our master stay there?
Omi's mother asked in a frightened whisper from inside the house.
I don't know.
The screams are terrible. When will they stop?
I don't know,
Omi said. They were sitting behind a screen in the second best room. The best room, his mother's, had been given to Yabu, and both these rooms faced onto the garden that he had constructed with so much effort. They could see Yabu through the lattice, the tree casting stark patterns on his face, moonlight sparking on the handles of his swords. He wore a dark haori, or outer jacket, over his somber kimono.
I want to go to sleep,
the woman said, trembling.
But I can't sleep with all this noise. When will it stop?
I don't know. Be patient, mother,
Omi said softly.
The noise will stop soon. Tomorrow, Lord Yabu will go back to Edo. Please be patient.
But Omi knew that the torture would continue to the dawn. It had been planned that way. He tried to concentrate. Because his feudal lord meditated within the screams, he tried again to follow his example. But the next shriek brought him back, and he thought, I can't, not yet. I don't have his control or power. Or is it power? He asked himself. He could see Yabu's face clearly. He tried to read the strange expression on his daimyo's face. The slight twisting of the slack, full lips, a fleck of saliva at the corners, eyes set into dark slits that moved only with the petals.
It's almost as though he's just climaxed,
was almost climaxing,
without touching himself. Is that possible?
This was the first time that Omi had been in close contact with his uncle, for he was a very minor link in the clan chain, and his fief of Anjiro and the surrounding area poor and unimportant. Omi was the youngest of 3 sons, and his father, Mizuno, had 6 brothers. Yabu was the eldest brother and leader of the Kashigi clan, his father second eldest. Omi was 21 and had an infant son of his own.
Where's your miserable wife?
The old woman whimpered querulously.
I want her to rub my back and shoulders.
She had to go visit her father. Don't you remember? He's very sick, mother. Let me do it for you.
No, you can send for a maid in a moment. Your wife's most inconsiderate. She could have waited a few days. I come all the way from Edo to visit you. It took 2 weeks of terrible journeying, and what happens? I've only been here a week, and she leaves. She should have waited. Good for nothing, that's her. Your father made a very bad mistake arranging your marriage to her. You should tell her to stay away permanently. Divorce the good-for-nothing once and for all. She can't even massage my back properly. At the very least, you should give her a good beating. Those dreadful screams. Why won't they stop?
They will. Very soon.
You should give her a good beating.
Yes.
Omi thought about his wife Midori, and his heart leapt. She was so beautiful and fine and gentle and clever, her voice so clear, and her music as good as that of any courtesan in Izu.
Midori-san, you must go at once,
he had said to her privately.
Omi-san, my father is not so sick, and my place is here, serving your mother, ne? She had responded. If our Lord Daimyo arrives, this house has to be prepared. Oh, Omi-san, this is so important, the most important time of your whole service, ne? If the Lord Yabu is impressed, perhaps he'll give you a better fief. You deserve so much better. If anything happened while I was away, I'd never forgive myself. And this is the first time you've had an opportunity to excel, and it must succeed. He must come. Please, there's so much to do.
Yes, but I would like you to go at once, Midori-san. Stay just 2 days, then hurry home again. She had pleaded, but he had insisted, and she had gone. He'd wanted her away from Anjiro before Yabu arrived, and while the man was a guest in his house. Not that the daimyo would dare to touch her without permission. That was unthinkable, because he, Omi, would then have the right, the honor, and the duty by law to obliterate the daimyo. But he had noticed Yabu watching her just after they had been married in Edo, and he had wanted to remove a possible source of irritation, anything that could upset or embarrass his lord while he was here. It was so important that he impress Yabu-sama with his filial loyalty, his foresight, and with his counsel. And so far, everything had succeeded beyond possibility. The ship had been a treasure trove, the crew another. Everything was perfect.
I've asked our house kami to watch over you,
Midori had said just before she left, referring to the particular Shinto spirit that had their house in his care.
And I've sent an offering to the Buddhist temple for prayers. I've told Suo to be his most perfect, and sent a message to Kiku-san. Oh, Omi-san, please let me stay.
He had smiled and sent her on her way, the tears spoiling her makeup. Omi was sad to be without her, but glad that she had gone. The screams would have pained her very much. His mother winced under the torment on the wind, moved slightly to ease the ache in her shoulders. Her joints bad tonight.
It's the West Sea breeze, she thought. Still, it's better here than in Edo. Too marshy there, and too many mosquitoes.
She could just see the soft outline of Yabu in the garden. Secretly, she hated him and wanted him dead. Once Yabu was dead, Mizuno, her husband, would be daimyo of Izu and would lead the clan.
That would be very nice, she thought.
Then all the rest of the brothers and their wives and children would be subservient to her, and of course Mizuno-san would make Omi heir when Yabu was dead and gone. Another pain in her neck made her move slightly. "I'll call Kiku-san," Omi said, referring to the courtesan who waited patiently for Yabu in the next room, with the boy. "She's very, very deft."
"I'm all right. Just tired, ne?" "Oh, very well. She can massage me."
Omi went into the next room. The bed was ready. It consisted of over and under coverlets called futons that were placed on the floor matting. Kiku bowed and tried to smile, and murmured she would be honored to try to use her modest skill on the most honorable mother of the household. She was even paler than usual, and Omi could see the screams were taking their toll on her, too. The boy was trying not to show his fear. When the screams had begun, Omi had had to use all his skill to persuade her to stay.
"Oh, Omi-san, I cannot bear it. It's terrible. So sorry. Please let me go. I want to close my ears, but the sound comes through my hands. Poor man. It's terrible," she had said.
"Please, Kiku-san. Please be patient. Yabu-sama has ordered this, ne? There is nothing to be done. It will stop soon."
"It's too much, Omi-san. I can't bear it."
By inviolate custom, money of itself could not buy a girl if she or her employer wished to refuse the client, whoever he was. Kiku was a courtesan of the first class, the most famous in Izu, and though Omi was convinced she would not compare even to a courtesan of the second class of Edo, Osaka, or Kyoto, Here she was at the pinnacle, and correctly prideful and exclusive. And even though he had agreed with her employer, the Mama-san Gyoko, to pay 5 times the usual price, he was still not sure that Kiku would stay. Now he was watching her nimble fingers on his mother's neck. She was beautiful, tiny, her skin almost translucent, and so soft. Usually she would bubble with zest for life. But how could such a plaything be happy under the weight of the screams? He asked himself. He enjoyed watching her, enjoyed the knowledge of her body and her warmth. Abruptly, the screams stopped. Omi listened, his mouth half open, straining to catch the slightest noise, waiting. He noticed Kiku's fingers had stopped, his mother uncomplaining, listening as intently. He looked through the lattice at Yabu. The daimyo remained statue-like. "Omi-san!" Yabu called at last. Omi got up and went onto the polished veranda and bowed. "Yes, Lord."
"Go and see what has happened."
Omi bowed again and went through the garden, out onto the tidily pebbled roadway that led down the hill to the village and onto the shore. Far below, he could see the fire near one of the wharfs and the men beside it. And in the square that fronted the sea, the trapdoor to the pit and the 4 guards. As he walked toward the village, he saw that the barbarian ship was safe at anchor, oil lamps on the decks and on the nestling boats. Villagers, men and women and children, were still unloading the cargo, and fishing boats and dinghies were going back and forth like so many fireflies. Neat mounds of bales and crates were piling up on the beach. 7 cannon were already there, and another was being hauled by ropes from a boat onto a ramp, thence onto the sand. He shuddered, though there was no chill on the wind. Normally the villagers would be singing at their labours, as much from happiness as to help them pull in unison. But tonight the village was unusually quiet, though every house was awake and every hand employed, even the sickest. People hurried back and forth, bowed and hurried on again. Silent. Even the dogs were hushed. "It's never been like this before," he thought, his hand unnecessarily tight on his sword. "It's almost as though our village kami have deserted us." Mura came up from the shore to intercept him, forewarned the moment Omi had opened the garden door. He bowed.
"Good evening, Omi-sama. The ship will be unloaded by midday."
"Is the barbarian dead?"
"I don't know, Omi-sama. I'll go and find out at once."
"You can come with me." Obediently, Mura followed, half a pace behind. Omi was curiously glad of his company. "By midday, you said?" Omi asked, not liking the quiet.
"Yes, everything is going well."
"What about the camouflage?" Mura pointed to groups of old women and children near one of the net houses, who were plaiting rough mats, Suo with them.
"We can dismantle the cannon from their carriages and wrap them up. We'll need at least 10 men to carry one. Igarashi-san has sent for more porters from the next village."
"Good."
"I'm concerned that secrecy should be maintained, sir."
"Igarashi-san will impress on them the need, ne?"
"Omi-sama, we'll have to expend all our rice sacks, all our twine, all our nets, all our matting straw."
"So?"
"How then can we catch fish or bale our harvest?"
"You will find a way." Omi's voice sharpened. "Your tax is increased by half again this season. Abu-san has tonight ordered it."
"We have already paid this year's tax and next."
"That's a peasant's privilege, Mura, to fish and to till and to harvest and to pay tax, isn't it?" Mura said calmly.
"Yes, Omi-sama."
"A headman who cannot control his village is a useless object, ne?"
"Yes, Omi-sama."
"That villager, he was a fool, as well as insulting. Are there others like him?"
"None, Omi-sama."
"I hope so. Bad manners are unforgivable. His family is fined the value of 1 koku of rice, in fish, rice, grain, or whatever. To be paid within 3 moons. Yes, Omi-sama. Both Mura and Omi the samurai knew that this sum was totally beyond the family's means. There was only the fishing boat and the single half-hectare rice paddy which the 3 Tamazaki brothers, now 2, shared with their wives, 4 sons and 3 daughters, and Tamazaki's widow and 3 children. A koku of rice was a measure that approximated the amount of rice it took to keep one family alive for 1 year. About 5 bushels. Perhaps 350 pounds of rice. All income in the realm was measured by koku, and all taxes. Where would this land of the gods be if we forgot manners? Omi asked. Both to those beneath us and to those above us. Yes, Omi-sama. Mura was estimating where to gain that 1 koku of value, because the village would have to pay if the family could not, and where to obtain more rice sacks, twine, and nets. Some could be salvaged from the journey. Money would have to be borrowed. The headman of the next village owed him a favour. Ah, isn't Tamazaki's eldest daughter a beauty at 6? And isn't 6 the perfect age for a girl to be sold? And isn't the best child broker in all Izu my mother's sister's 3rd cousin? The money-hungry, hair-rending, detestable old hag? Mura sighed, knowing that he now had a series of furious bargaining sessions ahead. Never mind, he thought. Perhaps the child will bring even 2 koku. She's certainly worth much more. I apologize for Tamazaki's misconduct and ask your pardon, he said. It was his misconduct, not yours, Omi replied as politely. But both knew that it was Mura's responsibility, and there had better be no more Tamazakis. Yet both were satisfied. An apology had been offered, and it had been accepted but refused. Thus the honour of both men was satisfied. They turned the corner of the wharf and stopped. Omi hesitated, then motioned Mura away. The headman bowed, left thankfully. Is he dead, Tsukimoto? No, Omi-san. He's just fainted again. Omi went to the great iron cauldron that the village used for rendering blubber from the whales they sometimes caught far out to sea in the winter months, or for the rendering of glue from fish, a village industry. The barbarian was immersed to his shoulders in the steaming water. His face was purple, his lips torn back from his mildewed teeth. At sunset, Omi watched Tsukimoto, puffed with vanity, supervising while the barbarian was trussed like a chicken, his arms around his knees, his hands loosely to his feet, and put into cold water. All the time, the little red-headed barbarian that Yabu had wanted to begin with had babbled and laughed and wept, the Christian priest there at first droning his cursed prayers. Then the stoking of the fire had begun. Yabu had not been at the shore, but his orders had been specific and had been followed diligently. The barbarian had begun shouting and raving, then tried to beat his head to pulp on the iron lip until he was restrained. Then came more praying, weeping, fainting, waking, shrieking in panic, before the pain truly began. Omi had tried to watch as you would watch the immolation of a fly, trying not to see the man. But he could not, and had gone away as soon as possible. He had discovered that he did not relish torture. There was no dignity in it, he had decided, glad for the opportunity to know the truth, never having seen it before. There was no dignity for either the sufferer or the torturer. It removed the dignity from death, and without that dignity, what was the ultimate point of life? He asked himself. Tsukimoto calmly poked the parboiled flesh of the man's legs with a stick, as one would a simmered fish, to see if it was ready. He'll come to life again soon. Extraordinary how long he's lasted. I don't think they're made like us. Very interesting, eh? Tsukimoto said. No, Omi said, detesting him. Tsukimoto was instantly on his guard, and his unctuousness returned. I mean nothing, Omi-san, he said with a deep bow. Nothing at all. Of course,
Lord Yabu is pleased that you have done so well. It must require great skill not to give too much fire, yet to give enough. You're too kind, Omi-san. You've done this before? Not like this. But Lord Yabu honors me with his favors. I just try to please him. He wants to know how long the man will live. Until dawn. With care. Omi studied the cauldron thoughtfully. Then he walked up the beach into the square. All the samurai got up and bowed. Everything's quiet down there, Omi-san, one of them said with a laugh, jerking a thumb at the trap door. At first there was some talk. It sounded angry, and some blows. Later, 2 of them, perhaps more, were whimpering like frightened children. But there's been quiet for a long time. Omi listened. He could hear water sloshing and distant muttering, an occasional moan. And Mashijiro? He asked, naming the samurai who, on his orders, had been left below. We don't know, Omi-san. Certainly he hasn't called out. He's probably dead. How dare Mashijiro be so useless? Omi thought. To be overpowered by defenseless men, most of whom are sick. Disgusting! Better he is dead. No food or water tomorrow. At midday, remove any bodies, eh? And I want the leader brought up then. Alone. Yes, Omi-san. Omi went back to the fire and waited until the barbarian opened his eyes. Then he returned to the garden and reported what Tsukimoto had said, the torment once more keening on the wind. You looked into the barbarian's eyes? Yes, Yabu-sama. Omi was kneeling now behind the daimyo, 10 paces away. Yabu had remained immobile. Moonlight shadowed his kimono and made a phallus of his sword handle. What did you see? Madness. The essence of madness. I've never seen eyes like that. And limitless terror. 3 petals fell gently. Make up a poem about him. Omi tried to force his brain to work. Then, wishing he were more adequate, he said, His eyes were just the end of hell. All pain, articulate. Shrieks came wafting up, fainter now, the distance seeming to make their cut more cruel. Yabu said after a moment, If you allow their chill to reach into the great, great deep, you become one with them, inarticulate. Omi thought about that a long time in the beauty of the night. Chapter 5. Just before first light, the cries had ceased. Now Omi's mother slept, and Yabu. The village was still restless in the dawn. 4 cannon had yet to be brought ashore, 50 more kegs of powder, 1,000 more cannon shot. Kiku was lying under the coverlet, watching the shadows on the shoji wall. She had not slept, even though she was more exhausted than she had ever been. Wheezing snores from the old woman in the next room drowned the soft, deep breathing of the daimyo beside her. The boy slept soundlessly on the other coverlets, one arm thrown over his eyes to shut out the light. A slight tremor went through Yabu, and Kiku held her breath. But he remained in sleep, and this pleased her, for she knew that very soon she would be able to leave without disturbing him. As she waited patiently, she forced herself to think of pleasant things.
Always remember, child, her first teacher had impressed on her, that to think bad thoughts is really the easiest thing in the world. If you leave your mind to itself, it will spiral you down into ever-increasing unhappiness. To think good thoughts, however, requires effort. This is one of the things that discipline, training, is about. So train your mind to dwell on sweet perfumes, the touch of this silk, tender raindrops against the shoji, the curve of this flower arrangement, the tranquility of dawn. Then, at length, you won't have to make such a great effort, and you will be of value to yourself, a value to our profession and bring honor to our world, the Willow World.
She thought about the sensuous glory of the bath she soon would have that would banish this night, and afterwards the soothing caress of Suo's hands. She thought of the laughter she would have with the other girls and with Gyoko-san, the Mama-san, as they swapped gossip and rumors and stories, and of the clean, oh so clean kimono that she would wear tonight, the golden one with yellow and green flowers, and the hair ribbons that matched. After the bath, she would have her hair dressed, and from the money of last night, there would be very much to pay off her debt to her employer, Gyoko-san, some to send to her father, who was a peasant farmer, through the money exchanger, and still some for herself. Soon she would see her lover, and it would be a perfect evening.
Life is very good, she thought. Yes, but it's very difficult to put away the screams. Impossible. The other girls will be just as unhappy, and poor Gyoko-san. But never mind. Tomorrow we will all leave Anjiro and go home to our lovely tea house in Mishima, the biggest city in Izu, which surrounds the daimyo's greatest castle in Izu, where life begins and is. I'm sorry the Lady Midori sent for me. Be serious, Kiku, she told herself sharply. You shouldn't be sorry. You are not sorry, ne? It was an honor to serve our Lord. Now that you have been honored, your value to Gyoko-san is greater than ever, ne? It was an experience, and now you will be known as the Lady of the Night of the Screams, and if you are lucky, someone will write a ballad about you, and perhaps the ballad will even be sung in Edo itself. Oh, that would be very good. Then certainly your lover will buy your contract, and you will be safe and content and bear sons.
She smiled to herself.
Ah, what stories the troubadours will make up about tonight that will be told in every tea-house throughout Izu. About the Lord Daimyo, who sat motionless in the screams, his sweat streaming. What did he do in the bed? They will all want to know. And why the boy? How was the pillowing? What did the Lady Kiku do and say? And what did Lord Yabu do and say? Was his peerless pestle insignificant or full? Was it once, or twice, or never? Did nothing happen? 1,000 questions, but none ever directly asked or ever answered. That's wise, Kiku thought. The first and last rule of the Willow World was absolute secrecy, never to tell about a client or his habits or what was paid, and thus to be completely trustworthy. If someone else told, well, that was his affair. But with walls of paper and houses so small, and people being what they are, stories always sped from the bed to the ballad. Never the truth, always exaggerated. Because people are people, ne? But nothing from the lady. An arched eyebrow, perhaps, or hesitant shrug, a delicate smoothing of a perfect coiffure or fold of the kimono was all that was allowed. And always enough, if the girl had wit.
When the screams stopped, Yabu had remained statue-like in the moonlight for what had seemed a further eternity, and then he had got up. At once she had hurried back into the other room, her silk kimono sighing like a midnight sea. The boy was frightened, trying not to show it, and wiped away the tears that the torment had brought. She had smiled at him reassuringly, forcing a calm that she did not feel. Then Yabu was at the door. He was bathed in sweat, his face taut and his eyes half closed. Kiku helped him take off his swords, then his soaking kimono and loincloth. She dried him, helped him into a sun-fresh kimono, and tied its silken belt. Once she had begun to greet him, but he had put a gentle finger on her lips. Then he had gone over to the window and looked up at the waning moon, trance-like, swaying slightly on his feet. She remained quiescent without fear, for what was there now to fear? He was a man, and she a woman, trained to be a woman, to give pleasure in whatever way, but not to give or to receive pain. There were other courtesans who specialized in that form of sensuality. A bruise here or there, perhaps a bite. Well, that was part of the pleasure-pain of giving and receiving, but always within reason, for honor was involved, and she was a lady of the willow world of the first-class rank, never to be treated lightly, always to be honored. But part of her training was to know how to keep a man tamed, within limits. Sometimes a man became untamed, and then it became terrible, for the lady was alone, with no rights. Her coiffure was impeccable, but for the tiny locks of hair so carefully loosed over her ears to suggest erotic disarray, yet at the same time to enhance the purity of the whole. The red and black checkered outer kimono, bordered with the purest green that increased the whiteness of her skin, was drawn tight to her tiny waist by a wide, stiff sash, an obi, of iridescent green. She could hear the surf on the shore now, and a light wind rustled the garden. Finally Yabu had turned and looked at her, then at the boy. The boy was 15, the son of a local fisherman, apprenticed at the nearby monastery to a Buddhist monk who was an artist, a painter, and illustrator of books. The boy was one of those who was pleased to earn money from those who enjoyed sex with boys and not with women. Yabu motioned to him. Obediently the boy, now also over his fear, loosed the sash of his kimono with a studied elegance. He wore no loincloth, but a woman's wrapped underskirt that reached the ground. His body was smooth and curved and almost hairless. Kiku remembered how still the room had been, the three of them locked together by the stillness and the vanished screams, she and the boy waiting for Yabu to indicate that which was required, Yabu standing there between them, swaying slightly, glancing from one to another. At length he had signed to her. Gracefully she unknotted the ribbon of her obi, unwound it gently, and let it rest. The folds of her 3 gossamer kimonos sighed open and revealed the misted underskirt that enhanced her loins. He lay on the bedding, and at his bidding they lay on either side of him. He put their hands on him and held them equally. He warmed quickly, showing them how to use their nails in his flanks, hurrying, his face a mask, faster, faster, and then his shuddering violent cry of utter pain. For a moment he lay there panting, eyes tightly closed, chest heaving, then turned over, and almost instantly was asleep. In the quiet they caught their breaths, trying to hide their surprise. It had been over so quickly. The boy had arched an eyebrow in wonder.
Were we inept, Kiku-san? I mean, everything was so fast,
he whispered.
We did everything he wanted, she said. He certainly reached the clouds in the rain,
the boy said.
I thought the house was going to fall down.
She smiled.
Yes, I'm glad. At first, I was very frightened. It's very good to please.
Together they dried Yabu gently and covered him with the quilt. Then the boy lay back languorously, half propped on one elbow, and stifled a yawn.
Why don't you sleep too?
She said. The boy pulled his kimono closer and shifted his position to kneel opposite her. She was sitting beside Yabu, her right hand gently stroking the daimyo's arm, gentling his tremored sleep.
I've never been together with a man and a lady at the same time before, Kiku-san,
the boy whispered.
Neither have I.
The boy frowned.
I've never been with a girl either. I mean, I've never pillowed with one. Would you like me?
She had asked politely.
If you wait a little, I'm sure our Lord won't wake up.
The boy frowned. Then he said,
Yes, please.
And afterwards he said,
That was very strange, Lady Kiku.
She smiled within.
Which do you prefer?
The boy thought a long time as they lay at peace, in each other's arms.
This way is rather hard work.
She buried her head in his shoulder and kissed the nape of his neck to hide her smile.
You are a marvelous lover, she whispered. Now you must sleep after so much hard work.
She caressed him to sleep, then left him and went to the other quilts. The other bed had been cool. She did not want to move into Yabu's warmth, lest she disturb him. Soon her side was warm. The shadows from the shoji were sharpening.
Men are such babies, she thought, so full of foolish pride. All the anguish of this night for something so transitory, for a passion that is in itself but an illusion, eh?
The boy stirred in his sleep.
Why did you make the offer to him? She asked herself. For his pleasure? For him and not for me, though it amused me and passed the time and gave him the peace he needed. Why don't you sleep a little? Later. I'll sleep later, she told herself.
When it was time, she slipped from the soft warmth and stood up. Her kimonos whispered apart, and the air chilled her skin. Quickly she folded her robes perfectly and retied her obi. A deft but careful touch to her coiffure, and to her makeup. She made no sound as she left. The samurai sentry at the veranda entrance bowed, and she bowed back, and she was in the dawning sunshine. Her maid was waiting for her.
Good morning, Kiku-san. Good morning.
The sun felt very good and washed away the night.
It's very fine to be alive,
she thought. She slipped her feet into her sandals, opened her crimson parasol, and started through the garden, out onto the path that led down to the village, through the square, to the tea house that was her temporary home. Her maid followed.
Good morning, Kiku-san,
Mura called out, bowing. He was resting momentarily on the veranda of his house, drinking cha, the pale green tea of Japan. His mother was serving him.
Good morning, Kiku-san,
she echoed.
Good morning, Mura-san. Good morning, Sayuka-san. How well you are looking,
Kiku replied.
How are you?
The mother asked, her old eyes boring into the girl.
What a terrible night. Please join us for cha. You look pale, child. Thank you, but please excuse me. I must go home now. You do me too much honor. Perhaps later. Of course, Kiku-san. You honor our village by being here.
Kiku smiled and pretended not to notice their searching stares. To add spice to their day and to hers, she pretended a slight pain in her nether regions.
That will sail around the village,
she thought happily as she bowed, winced again, and went off as though stoically covering an intensity of pain, the folds of her kimono swaying to perfection, and her sunshade tilted to give her just that most marvelous light. She was very glad that she had worn this outer kimono and this parasol. On a dull day, the effect would never have been so dramatic.
Ah, poor child. She's so beautiful, nay? What a shame. Terrible,
Mura's mother said with a heart-rending sigh.
What's terrible, Saiko-san?
Mura's wife asked, coming onto the veranda.
Didn't you see the poor girl's agony? Didn't you see how bravely she was trying to hide it? Poor child. Only 17, and to have to go through all that.
She's 18, Mura said dryly.
All of what, mistress?
One of the maids said breathlessly, joining them. The old woman looked around to ensure that everyone was listening, and whispered loudly.
I heard.
She dropped her voice.
I heard that she'll be useless for 3 months. Oh, no. Poor Kiku-san. Oh, but why? He used his teeth. I have it on the best authority. Oh. But why does he have the boy as well, mistress? Surely he doesn't... run along. Back to your work, good-for-nothings. This isn't for your ears. Go on. Off with the lot of you. The master and I have to talk.
She shooed them all off the veranda, even Mura's wife, and sipped her cha, benign and very content. Moira broke the silence.
Teeth? Teeth? Rumour has it that the screams make him large because he was frightened by a dragon when he was small, she said in a rush. He always has a boy there to remind him of himself when he was a boy and petrified. But actually, the boy's there only to pillow with, to exhaust himself. Otherwise, he'd bite everything off, poor girl.
Moira sighed. He went into the small outhouse beside the front gate and farted involuntarily as he began to relieve himself into the bucket.
I wonder what really happened,
he asked himself, titillated.
Why was Kiku-san in pain? Perhaps the daimyo really does use his teeth. How extraordinary.
He walked out, shaking himself to ensure that he did not stain his loincloth, and headed across the square deep in thought.
How I would like to have one night with the Lady Kiku. What man wouldn't? How much did Omi-san have to pay her Mama-san, which we will have to pay eventually? 2 koku? They say her Mama-san, Gyoko-san, demanded and got 10 times the regular fee. Does she get 5 koku for one night? Kiku-san would certainly be worth it, ne? Rumour has it she's as practiced at 18 as a woman twice her age. She's supposed to be able to prolong. The joy of her! If it was me, how would I begin?
Absently, he adjusted himself into his loincloth as his feet took him out of the square, up the well-worn path to the funeral ground. The pyre had been prepared. The deputation of 5 men from the village was already there. This was the most delightful place in the village, where the sea breezes were coolest in summer and the view the best. Nearby was the village Shinto shrine, a tiny thatched roof on a pedestal for the kami, the spirit that lived there, or might wish to live there if it pleased him. A gnarled yew that had seeded before the village was born leaned against the wind. Later, Omi walked up the path. With him were Tsukimoto and 4 guards. He stood apart. When he bowed formally to the pyre and to the shroud-covered, almost disjointed body that lay upon it, they all bowed with him, to honour the barbarian who had died, that his comrades might live. At his signal, Tsukimoto went forward and lit the pyre. Tsukimoto had asked Omi for the privilege, and the honour had been granted to him. He bowed a last time, and then, when the fire was well alight, they went away. Blackthorn dipped into the dregs of the barrel and carefully measured a half-cup of water and gave it to Sonk. Sonk tried to sip it to make it last, his hand trembling, but he could not. He gulped the tepid liquid, regretting that he had done so the moment it had passed his parched throat, groped exhaustedly to his place by the wall, stepping over those whose turn it was to lie down. The floor was now deep ooze, the stench and the flies hideous. Faint sunlight came into the pit through the slats of the trapdoor. Vink was next for water, and he took his cup and stared at it, sitting near the barrel, Spielberger on the other side. "Thanks," he muttered dully. "Hurry up," Jan Roper said, the cut on his cheek already festering. He was the last for water, and being so near, his throat was torturing him. "Hurry up, Vink, for Christ's sweet sake!" "Sorry. Here, you take it," Vink muttered, handing him the cup, oblivious of the flies that speckled him. "Drink it, you fool! It's the last you'll get till sunset. Drink it!" Jan Roper shoved the cup back into the man's hands. Vink did not look up at him, but obeyed miserably and slipped back once more into his private hell. Jan Roper took his cup of water from Blackthorn. He closed his eyes and said a silent grace. He was one of those standing, his leg muscles aching. The cup gave barely 2 swallows. And now that they'd all been given their ration, Blackthorn dipped and sipped gratefully. His mouth and tongue were raw and burning and dusty. Flies and sweat and filth covered him. His chest and back were badly bruised. He watched the samurai who had been left in the cellar. The man was huddled against the wall, between Sonk and Krog, taking up as little place as possible, and he had not moved for hours. He was staring bleakly into space, naked but for his loincloth, violent bruises all over him, a thick wheal around his neck. When Blackthorn had first come to his senses, the cellar was in complete darkness. The screams were filling the pit, and he thought that he was dead and in the choking depths of hell. He felt himself being sucked down into muck that was clammy and flesh-crawling beyond measure, and he had cried out and flailed in panic, unable to breathe, until after an eternity he had heard, "It's all right, pilot. You're not dead. It's all right. Wake up. Wake up, for the love of Christ. It's not hell, but it might just as well be. Oh, blessed Lord Jesus, help us all." When he was fully conscious, they had told him about Peter Shōgun and the barrels of seawater. "Oh, Lord Jesus, get us out of here," someone whimpered. "What are they doing to poor old Peter Shōgun? What are they doing to him? Oh, God, help us. I can't stand the screams. Oh, Lord, let the poor man die. Let him die. Christ God, stop the screams. Please stop the screams." The pit and Peter Shōgun's screams had measured them all, had forced them to look within themselves, and no man had liked what he had seen. The darkness makes it worse, Blackthorn had thought. It had been an endless night in the pit. With the gloaming, the cries had vanished. When dawn trickled down to them, they had seen the forgotten samurai. "What are we going to do about him?" Van Neck had asked. "I don't know. He looks as frightened as we are," Blackthorn said, his heart pumping. "He'd better not start anything, by God." "Oh, Lord Jesus, get me out of here!" Croak's voice started to crescendo. "Help!" Van Neck, who was near him, shook him and gentled him. "It's all right, lad. We're in God's hands. He's watching over us. Look at my arm," Matt Syker moaned. The wound had festered already. Blackthorn stood shakily. "We'll all be raving lunatics in a day or two if we don't get out of here," he said to no one in particular. "There's almost no water," Van Neck said. "We'll ration what there is. Some now, some at noon. With luck, there'll be enough for 3 turns. God curse all flies!" So he had found the cup and had given them a ration, and now he was sipping his, trying to make it last. "What about him? The Japaner?" Spielberger said. The Captain General had fared better than most during the night, because he had shut his ears to the screams with a little mud, and being next to the water barrel, had cautiously slaked his thirst. "What are we going to do about him?" "He should have some water," Van Neck said. "The pox on that," Song said. "I say he gets none." They all voted on it, and it was agreed he got none. "I don't agree," Blackthorn said. "You don't agree to anything we say," Jan Roper said. "He's the enemy. He's a heathen devil, and he almost killed you." "You've almost killed me. 6 times. If your musket had fired at Santa Magdalena, you'd have blown my head off." "I wasn't aiming at you. I was aiming at stinking Satanists." "They were unarmed priests, and there was plenty of time." "I wasn't aiming at you." "You've almost killed me 12 times with your God-cursed anger, your God-cursed bigotry, and your God-cursed stupidity." "Blasphemy's a mortal sin. Taking his name in vain is a sin. We're in his hands, not yours. You're not a king, and this isn't a ship. You're not our keep... But you will do what I say." Jan Roper looked round the cellar, seeking support in vain. "Do what you want," he said sullenly. "I will." The samurai was as parched as they, but he shook his head to the offered cup. Blackthorn hesitated, put the cup to the samurai's swollen lips, but the man smashed the cup away, spilling the water, and said something harshly. Blackthorn readied to parry the following blow, but it never came. The man made no further move, just looked away into space. "He's mad. They're all mad," Spielberger said. "There's more water for us." "Good," Jan Roper said. "Let him go to the hell he deserves." "What's your name?" "Namu," Blackthorne asked. He said it again in different ways, but the samurai appeared not to hear. They left him alone, but they watched him as if he were a scorpion. He did not watch them back. Blackthorne was certain the man was trying to decide on something, but he had no idea what it could be. What's on his mind? Blackthorne asked himself. Why should he refuse water? Why was he left here? Was that a mistake by Omi? Unlikely. By plan? Unlikely. Could we use him to get out? Unlikely. The whole world's unlikely, except it's likely we're going to stay here until they let us out. If they let us out. And if they let us out, what next? What happened to Petershōgun? The flies swarmed with the heat of the day. Oh, God, I wish I could lie down. Wish I could get into that bath. They wouldn't have to carry me there now. I never realized how important a bath is. That old blind man with the steel fingers. I could use him for an hour or two. What a waste. All our ships and men and effort for this. A total failure. Well, almost. Some of us are still alive. Pilot? Van Neck was shaking him. You were asleep. It's him. He's been bowing to you for a minute or more. He motioned to the samurai who knelt, head bowed in front of him. Blackthorne rubbed the exhaustion out of his eyes. He made an effort and bowed back. Hi? He asked curtly, remembering the Japanese word for yes. The samurai took hold of the sash of his shredded kimono and wrapped it around his neck. Still kneeling, he gave one end to Blackthorne and the other to Sonk, bowed his head and motioned them to pull it tight. He's afraid we'll strangle him, Sonk said. Christ Jesus, I think that's what he wants us to do. Blackthorne let the sash fall and shook his head. Kinjiru, he said, thinking how useful that word was. How do you say to a man who doesn't speak your language that it's against your code to commit murder, to kill an unarmed man, that you're not executioners, that suicide is damned before God? The samurai asked again, clearly begging him, but again Blackthorne shook his head. Kinjiru! The man looked around wildly. Suddenly he was on his feet, and he had shoved his head deep into the latrine bucket to try to drown himself. Jan Roper and Sonk immediately pulled him out, choking and struggling. Let him go, Blackthorne ordered. They obeyed. He pointed at the latrine. Samurai, if that's what you want, go ahead. The man was retching, but he understood. He looked at the foul bucket and knew that he did not have the strength to hold his head there long enough. In abject misery, the samurai went back to his place by the wall. Jesus, someone muttered. Blackthorne dipped half a cup of water from the barrel, got to his feet, his joints stiff, went over to the Japanese and offered it. The samurai looked past the cup. I wonder how long he can hold out, Blackthorne said. Forever, Jan Roper said. They're animals. They're not human. For Christ's sake, how much longer will they keep us here? Hinsel asked. As long as they want. We'll have to do anything they want, Van Neck said. We'll have to if we want to stay alive and get out of this hellhole. Won't we, pilot? Yes. Blackthorne thankfully measured the sun's shadows. It's high noon. The watch changes. Spielberger, Matsuika and Sonk began to complain, but he cursed them to their feet, and when all were rearranged, he lay down gratefully. The mud was foul and the flies worse than ever, but the joy of being able to stretch out full length was enormous. What did they do to Petershōgun? He asked himself, as he felt his fatigue engulfing him. Oh, God help us to get out of here.
I'm so frightened."
There were footsteps above. The trapdoor opened. The priest stood there, flanked by samurai.
"Pilot, you are to come up. You are to come up alone," he said.
Chapter 6. All eyes in the pit went to Blackthorn.
"What do they want with me?"
"I don't know," Father Sebastião said gravely.
"But you must come up at once."
Blackthorn knew that he had no option, but he did not leave the protective wall, trying to summon more strength.
"What happened to Petershon?"
The priest told him. Blackthorn translated for those who did not speak Portuguese.
"The Lord have mercy on him,"
Van Neck whispered over the horrified silence.
"Poor man, poor man."
"I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do,"
the priest said with a great sadness.
"I don't think he knew me or anyone the moment they put him into the water. His mind was gone. I gave him absolution and prayed for him. Perhaps through God's mercy. In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen."
He made the sign of the cross over the cellar.
"I beg you all to renounce your heresies and be accepted back into God's faith. Pilate, you must come up."
"Don't leave us, Pilate. For the love of God,"
Croak cried out.
Vink stumbled to the ladder and started to climb.
"They can take me, not the pilot. Me, not him. Tell him—"
He stopped, helplessly, both feet on the rungs. A long spear was an inch away from his heart. He tried to grab the haft, but the samurai was ready, and if Vink had not jumped back, he would have been impaled. This samurai pointed at Blackthorn and beckoned him up, harshly. Still Blackthorn did not move. Another samurai shoved a long barbed staff into the cellar and tried to hook Blackthorn out. No one moved to help Blackthorn except the samurai in the cellar. He caught the barb fast and said something sharply to the man above, who hesitated. Then he looked across at Blackthorn, shrugged, and spoke.
"What did he say?"
The priest replied,
"It's a Japanese saying. A man's fate is a man's fate, and life is but an illusion."
Blackthorn nodded to the samurai and went to the ladder without looking back and scaled it. When he came into full sunlight, he squinted against the painful brilliance. His knees gave way, and he toppled to the sandy earth. Omi was to one side. The priest and Mura stood near the four samurai. Some distant villagers watched for a moment and then turned away. No one helped him.
"Oh, God, give me strength,"
Blackthorn prayed.
"I've got to get on my feet and pretend to be strong. That's the only thing they respect. Being strong, showing no fear. Please help me."
He gritted his teeth and pushed against the earth and stood up, swaying slightly.
"What the hell do you want with me, you poxy little bastard?"
he said directly at Omi, then added to the priest,
"Tell the bastard I'm a daimyo in my own country, and what sort of treatment is this? Tell him we've no quarrel with him. Tell him to let us out, or it'll be worse for him. Tell him I'm a daimyo, by God. I'm heir to Sir William of Micklehaven. May the bastard be dead long since. Tell him."
The night had been terrible for Father Sebastião, but during his vigil he had come to feel God's presence and gained a serenity he had never experienced before. Now he knew that he could be an instrument of God against the heathen, that he was shielded against the heathen and the pirates' cunning. He knew, somehow, that this night had been a preparation, a crossroads for him.
"Tell him,"
the priest said in Japanese.
"The pirate says he's a lord in his own country."
He listened to Omi's reply.
"Omi-san says he does not care if you are a king in your own country. Here you live at Lord Yabu's whim, you and all your men."
"Tell him he's a turd."
"You should beware of insulting him."
Omi began talking again.
Omi-san says that you will be given a bath, and food and drink. If you behave, you will not be put back into the pit."
"What about my men?"
the priest asked Omi. "They will stay below."
"Then tell him to go to hell."
Blackthorn walked toward the ladder to go below again. 2 of the samurai prevented him, and though he struggled against them, they held him easily. Omi spoke to the priest, then to his men. They released him, and Blackthorn almost fell. "Omi-san says that unless you behave, another of your men will be taken up. There is plenty of firewood and plenty of water."
"If I agree now," thought Blackthorn, "they've found the means to control me, and I'm in their power forever. But what does it matter? I'm in their power now, and in the end, I will have to do what they want. Van Neck was right. I'll have to do anything." "What does he want me to do? What does it mean, to behave?"
Omi-san says it means to obey, to do what you are told, to eat dung if need be.
"Tell him to go to hell. Tell him I piss on him and his whole country, and his daimyo."
"I recommend you agree to what—"
"Tell him what I said, exactly, by God."
"Very well. But I did warn you, pilot." Omi listened to the priest. The knuckles on his sword hand whitened. All of his men shifted uneasily, their eyes knifing into Blackthorn. Then Omi gave a quiet order. Instantly, 2 samurai went down into the pit and brought out Croak, the boy. They dragged him over to the cauldron, trussed him while others brought firewood and water. They put the petrified boy into the brimming cauldron and ignited the wood. Blackthorn watched the soundless mouthings of Croak and the terror that was all of him.
"Life has no value to these people at all," he thought. "God curse them to hell. They'll boil Croak as certain as I'm standing on this God-forsaken earth."
Smoke billowed across the sand. Seagulls were mewing around the fishing boats. A piece of wood fell out of the fire and was kicked back again by a samurai.
"Tell him to stop," Blackthorn said. "Ask him to stop."
Omi-san says, you agreed to behave?
"Yes."
He says, you will obey all orders?
"As far as I can, yes."
Omi spoke again. Father Sebastião asked a question, and Omi nodded. He wants you to answer directly to him. The Japanese for yes is hai. He says, you will obey all orders?
"As far as I can, hai."
The fire was beginning to warm the water, and a nauseating groan broke from the boy's mouth. Flames from the wooden fire that was set into the bricks below the iron licked the metal. More wood was piled on.
Omi-san says, "Lie down, immediately."
Blackthorn did as he was ordered. Omi-san says that he had not insulted you personally, neither was there any cause for you to insult him. Because you are a barbarian and know no better yet, you will not be killed. But you will be taught manners. Do you understand?
"Yes."
He wants you to answer direct to him. There was a wailing cry from the boy. It went on, and then the boy fainted. One of the samurai held his head out of the water. Blackthorn looked up at Omi.
"Remember," he ordered himself. "Remember that the boy is in your hands alone. The lives of all your crew are in your hands."
Yes, the devil half of him began.
"But there's no guarantee that the bastard'll honor a bargain."
Do you understand?
"Hai."
He saw Omi hitch up his kimono and ease his penis out of his loincloth. He had expected the man to piss in his face. But Omi did not. He pissed on his back.
"By the Lord God," Blackthorn swore to himself, "I will remember this day, and somehow, somewhere, Omi will pay."
Omi-san says, it is bad manners to say that you will piss on anyone. Very bad. It is bad manners and very stupid to say you will piss on anyone when you are unarmed. It is very bad manners and even more stupid to say you will piss on anyone when you are unarmed, powerless, and not prepared to allow your friends or family or whomever to perish first. Blackthorn said nothing. He did not take his eyes off Omi.
Wakarimaska?
Omi said. He says, do you understand?
Hai. Okiru.
He says you will get up. Blackthorn got up, pain hammering in his head. His eyes were on Omi, and Omi stared back at him. You will go with Mura and obey his orders. Blackthorn made no reply.
Wakarimaska?
Omi said sharply.
Hai.
Blackthorn was measuring the distance between himself and Omi. He could feel his fingers on the man's neck and face already, and he prayed he could be quick and strong enough to take Omi's eyes out before they tore him off the man.
What about the boy?
He said. The priest spoke to Omi haltingly. Omi glanced at the cauldron. The water was hardly tepid yet. The boy had fainted, but was unharmed.
Take him out of there,
he ordered.
Get a doctor if he needs one.
His men obeyed. He saw Blackthorn go over to the boy and listen to his heart. Omi motioned to the priest.
Tell the leader that the youth can also stay out of the pit today. If the leader behaves and the youth behaves, another of the barbarians may come out of the pit tomorrow. Then another, perhaps, or more than one, perhaps. It depends on how the ones above behave. But you, he looked directly at Blackthorn, you are responsible for the smallest infraction of any rule or order. Do you understand?
After the priest had translated this, Omi heard the barbarian say yes, and saw part of the blood-chilling anger go out of his eyes. But the hatred remained.
How foolish, Omi thought, and how naive to be so open. I wonder what he would have done if I had played with him further, pretended to go back on what I had promised, or implied that I had promised. Priest, what's his name again? Say it slowly.
He heard the priest say the name several times, but it still sounded like gibberish.
Can you say it?
He asked one of his men.
No, Omi-san. Priest, tell him from now on his name is Anjin. Pilot, ne? When he merits it, he will be called Anjin-san. Explain to him that there are no sounds in our tongue for us to say his real name as it is.
Omi added dryly,
Impress upon him that this is not meant to be insulting. Goodbye, Anjin, for the moment.
They all bowed to him. He returned the salutation politely and walked away. When he was well clear of the square and certain that no one was watching, he allowed himself to smile broadly.
To have tamed the chief of the barbarians so quickly, to have discerned at once how to dominate him, and them. How extraordinary those barbarians are, he thought. The sooner the Anjin speaks our language, the better. Then we'll know how to smash the Christian barbarians once and for all. Why didn't you piss in his face? Yabu asked. At first I'd intended to, Lord, but the pilot's still an untamed animal, totally dangerous. To do it in his face, well, with us, to touch a man's face is the worst of insults, ne? So I reasoned that I might have insulted him so deeply he would lose control. So I pissed on his back, which I think will be sufficient.
They were seated on the veranda of his house, on silk cushions. Omi's mother was serving them cha, tea, with all the ceremony she could command, and she had been well trained in her youth. She offered the cup with a bow to Yabu. He bowed and politely offered it to Omi, who of course refused with a deeper bow. Then he accepted it and sipped with enjoyment, feeling complete. I am very impressed with you, Omi-san, he said. Your reasoning is exceptional. Your planning and handling of this whole business has been splendid. You are too kind, sire. My efforts could have been much better. Much better. Where did you learn so much about the barbarian mind? When I was 14, for a year I had a teacher who was the monk called Jiro. Once he had been a Christian priest. At least he was an apprentice priest. But fortunately, he learned the errors of his stupidity. I've always remembered one thing he told me. He said that the Christian religion was vulnerable because they taught that their chief deity, Jesus, said that all people should love one another. He taught nothing about honor or duty, only love, and also that life was sacred. Thou shalt not kill, eh? And other stupidities. These new barbarians claim to be Christian also, even though the priest denies it. So I reasoned that perhaps they're just a different sect, and that's the cause of their enmity, just as some of the Buddhist sects hate each other. I thought, if they love one another, perhaps we could control the leader by taking the life, or even threatening to take the life, of one of his men. Omi knew that this conversation was dangerous because of the torture death, the befouled death. He felt his mother's unspoken warning crossing the space between them.
Will you have more cha, Yabu-sama?
His mother asked. Thank you, Yabu said. It's very, very good.
Thank you, sire. But, Omi-san, is the barbarian broken for good?
His mother asked, twisting the conversation.
Perhaps you should tell our lord if you think it's temporary or permanent.
Omi hesitated. Temporary, but I think he should learn our language as fast as possible. That's very important to you, sire. You will probably have to destroy one or two of them to keep him and the rest in control. But by that time, he will have learned how to behave. Once you can talk directly to him, Yabu-sama, you can use his knowledge. If what the priest said is true, that he piloted the ship 10,000 li, he must be more than just a little clever. You're more than just a little clever. Yabu laughed. You're put in charge of the animals. Omi-san, trainer of men. Omi laughed with him. I'll try, Lord. Your fief is increased from 500 koku to 3,000. You will have control within 20 li. A li was a measure of distance that approximated 1 mile. As a further token of my affection, when I return to Edo, I will send you 2 horses, 20 silk kimonos, 1 suit of armor, 2 swords, and enough arms to equip a further 100 samurai, which you will recruit. When war comes, you will immediately join my personal staff as a hatamoto. Yabu was feeling expansive. A hatamoto was a special personal retainer of a daimyo who had the right of access to his lord and could wear swords in the presence of his lord. He was delighted with Omi and felt rested, even reborn. He had slept exquisitely. When he had awoken, he was alone, which was to be expected, because he had not asked either the girl or the boy to stay. He had drunk a little tea and eaten sparingly of rice gruel, then a bath and Suo's massage. That was a marvelous experience, he thought. Never have I felt so close to nature, to the trees and mountains and earth, to the inestimable sadness of life and its transience. The screams had perfected everything. Omi-san, there's a rock in my garden at Mishima that I'd like you to accept, also to commemorate this happening, and that marvelous night, and our good fortune. I'll send it with the other things, he said. The stone comes from Kyushu. I called it the waiting stone, because we were waiting for the Lord Taiko to order an attack when I found it. That was, 15 years ago.
I was part of his army which smashed the rebels and subdued the island. You do me much honor. Why not put it here, in your garden, and rename it? Why not call it the Stone of Barbarian Peace, to commemorate the knight and his endless waiting for peace? Perhaps I may be allowed to call it the Happiness Stone, to remind me and my descendants of the honors you do to me, uncle. No, better just simply name it the Waiting Barbarian. Yes, I like that. That joins us further together, him and me. He was waiting as I was waiting. I lived, he died. Yabu looked at the garden, musing. Good. The Waiting Barbarian. I like that. There are curious flecks on one side of the rock that remind me of tears, and veins of blue mixed with a reddish quartz that remind me of flesh, the impermanence of it. Yabu sighed, enjoying his melancholy. Then he added, It's good for a man to plant a stone and name a stone. The barbarian took a long time to die, ne? Perhaps he will be reborn Japanese to compensate for his suffering. Wouldn't that be marvelous? Then one day, perhaps, his descendants would see his stone and be content. Omi poured out his heartfelt thanks and protested that he did not deserve such bounty. Yabu knew that the bounty was not more than deserved. He could easily have given more, but he had remembered the old adage that you can always increase a fief, but to reduce one causes enmity and treachery. Oku-san, he said to the woman, giving her the title of Honourable Mother. My brother should have told me sooner about the great qualities of his youngest son. Then Omi-san would have been much further advanced today. My brother's too retiring, too thoughtless.
My husband's too thoughtful for you, my lord, to worry you, she replied, aware of the underlying criticism. I'm glad that my son has had an opportunity of serving you, and that he's pleased you. My son has only done his duty, ne? It's our duty, Mizuno-san and all of us, to serve.
Horses clattered up the rise. Igarashi, Yabu's chief retainer, strode through the garden. Everything's ready, sire. If you want to get back to Edo, quickly. We should leave now. Good. Omi-san, you and your men will go with the convoy and assist Igarashi-san to see it safely into the castle. Yabu saw a shadow cross Omi's face. What? I was just thinking about the barbarians. Leave a few guards for them. Compared to the convoy, they're unimportant. Do what you want with them. Put them back into the pit. Do what you like. When and if you obtain anything useful from them, send me word. Yes, Lord, Omi replied. I'll leave 10 samurai and specific instructions with Mura. They'll come to no harm in 5 or 6 days. What do you want done with the ship itself? Keep it safe here. You're responsible for it, of course. Tsukimoto has sent letters to a dealer at Nagasaki to offer it for sale to the Portuguese. The Portuguese can come and collect it. Omi hesitated. Perhaps you should keep the ship, sire, and get the barbarians to train some of our sailors to handle it. What do I need with barbarian ships? Yabu laughed derisively. Should I become a filthy merchant? Of course not, sire, Omi said quickly. I just thought Tsukimoto might have found a use for such a vessel. What do I need with a trading ship? The priest said this was a warship, sire. He seemed afraid of it. When war starts, a warship could... Our war will be fought on land. The sea's for merchants, all of whom are filthy usurers, pirates, or fishermen.
Yabu got up and began to walk down the steps toward the garden gate, where a samurai was holding the bridle of his horse. He stopped and stared out to sea. His knees went weak. Omi followed his glance. A ship was rounding the headland. She was a large galley with a multitude of oars, the swiftest of the Japanese coastal vessels, because she depended neither upon the wind nor upon the tide. The flag at the masthead carried the Toranaga crest. Chapter 7. Toda Hiramatsu, overlord of the provinces of Sagami and Kozuke, Toranaga's most trusted general and adviser, commander-in-chief of all his armies, strode down the gangplank onto the wharf, alone. He was tall for a Japanese, just under 6 feet, a bull-like man with heavy jowls, who carried his 67 years with strength. His military kimono was brown silk, stark but for the 5 small Toranaga crests, 3 interlocked bamboo sprays. He wore a burnished breastplate and steel arm protectors. Only the short sword was in his belt. The other, the killing sword, he carried loose in his hand. He was ready to unsheath it instantly, and to kill instantly, to protect his liege lord. This had been his custom ever since he was 15. No one, not even the Taiko, had been able to change him. A year ago, when the Taiko died, Hiromatsu had become Toranaga's vassal. Toranaga had given him Sagami and Kozuke, 2 of his 8 provinces, to overlord, 500,000 koku yearly, and had also left him to his custom. Hiromatsu was very good at killing. Now the shore was lined with all the villagers, men, women, children, on their knees, their heads low. The samurai were in neat formal rows in front of them. Yabu was at their head with his lieutenants. If Yabu had been a woman or a weaker man, he knew that he would be beating his breast and wailing and tearing his hair out. This was too much of a coincidence. For the famous Toda Hiramatsu to be here on this day meant that Yabu had been betrayed, either in Edo by one of his household, or here in Anjiro by Omi, one of Omi's men, or one of the villagers. He had been trapped in disobedience. An enemy had taken advantage of his interest in the ship. He knelt and bowed, and all his samurai followed him, and he cursed the ship and all who sailed in it.
"Ah, Yabu-sama,"
he heard Hiromatsu say, and saw him kneel on the matting that had been set out for him and return his bow. But the depth of the bow was less than correct, and Hiromatsu did not wait for him to bow again, so he knew, without being told, that he was in vast jeopardy. He saw the general sit back on his heels. Iron Fist, he was called behind his back.
"Only Toranaga, or one of 3 councils, would have the privilege of flying the Toranaga flag. Why send so important a general to catch me away from Edo? You honor me by coming to one of my poor villages, Hiromatsu-sama," he said. "My master ordered me here."
Hiromatsu was known for his bluntness. He had neither guile nor cunning, only an absolute trustworthiness to his liege lord.
"I'm honored and very glad," Yabu said. "I rushed here from Edo because of that barbarian ship. Lord Toranaga invited all friendly daimyos to wait in Edo until he returned from Osaka. How is our lord? I hope everything goes well with him. The sooner Lord Toranaga is safe in his own castle at Edo, the better. The sooner the clash with Ishido is open, and we marshal our armies and cut a path back to Osaka Castle and burn it to the bricks, the better."
The old man's jowls reddened as his anxiety for Toranaga increased. He hated being away from him. The Taiko had built Osaka Castle to be invulnerable. It was the greatest in the empire, with interlocking keeps and moats, lesser castles, towers and bridges, and space for 80,000 soldiers within its walls. And around the walls and the huge city were other armies, equally disciplined and equally well armed, all fanatic supporters of Yeimon, the heir.
"I've told him 12 times that he was mad to put himself into Ishido's power. Lunatic! Lord Toranaga had to go, eh? He had no choice.
The Taiko had ordered that the Council of Regents, who ruled in Yaemon's name, were to meet for 10 days at least twice a year, and always within Osaka's castle keep, bringing with them a maximum of 500 retainers within the walls. And all other daimyos were equally obliged to visit the castle with their families to pay their respects to the heir, also twice a year. So all were controlled, all defenceless for part of the year, every year. The meeting was fixed, eh? If he didn't go, it would be treason, eh? Treason? Against whom? Hiromatsu reddened even more. Ishido's trying to isolate our master. Listen, if I had Ishido in my power, like he has Lord Toranaga, I wouldn't hesitate for a moment, whatever the risks. Ishido's head would have been off his shoulders long since, and his spirit awaiting rebirth. The general was involuntarily twisting the well-used sheath of the sword that he carried in his left hand. His right hand, gnarled and calloused, lay ready in his lap. He studied Erasmus. Where are the cannon? I had them brought ashore, for safety. Will Toranaga-sama make another compromise with Ishido? When I left Osaka, all was quiet. The council was to meet in 3 days. Will the clash become open? I'd like it open. But my lord, if he wants to compromise, he will compromise. Hiromatsu looked back at Yabu. He ordered all allied daimyos to wait for him at Edo until he returned. This is not Edo. Yes, I felt that the ship was important enough to our cause to investigate it immediately. There was no need, Yabu-san. You should have more confidence. Nothing happens without our master's knowledge. He would have sent someone to investigate it. It happens he sent me. How long have you been here? A day and a night. Then you were 2 days coming from Edo? Yes. You came very quickly. You are to be complimented. To gain time, Yabu began telling Hiromatsu about his forced march. But his mind was on more vital matters. Who was the spy? How had Toranaga got the information about the ship as quickly as he himself? And who had told Toranaga about his departure? How could he maneuver now and deal with Hiromatsu? Hiromatsu heard him out, then said pointedly, Lord Toranaga has confiscated the ship and all its contents. A shocked silence swamped the shore. This was Izu, Yabu's fief, and Toranaga had no rights here. Neither had Hiromatsu any rights to order anything. Yabu's hand tightened on his sword. Hiromatsu waited with practiced calmness. He had done exactly as Toranaga had ordered, and now he was committed. It was implacably kill or be killed. Yabu knew also that now he must commit himself. There was no more waiting. If he refused to give up the ship, he would have to kill Hiromatsu Iron Fist, because Hiromatsu Iron Fist would never leave without it. There were perhaps 200 elite samurai on the galley that was moored to the dock. They would also have to die. He could invite them ashore and beguile them, and within a few hours he could easily have enough samurai in Anjiro to overwhelm them all, for he was a master at ambush. But that would force Toranaga to send armies against Izu. You will be swallowed up, he told himself, unless Ishido comes to your rescue. And why should Ishido rescue you, when your enemy Ikawa Jikyo is Ishido's kinsman, and wants Izu for himself? Killing Hiromatsu will open hostilities, because Toranaga will be honor-bound to move against you, which would force Ishido's hand, and Izu would be the first battlefield. What about my guns? My beautiful guns and my beautiful plan? I'll lose my immortal chance forever
if I have to turn them over to Toranaga."
His hand was on the Murasama sword, and he could feel the blood in his sword arm and the blinding urge to begin. He had discarded at once the possibility of not mentioning the muskets. If the news of the cargo ship had been betrayed, certainly the identity of its cargo was equally betrayed.
But how did Toranaga get the news so quickly? By carrier pigeon. That's the only answer. From Edo or from here? Who possesses carrier pigeons here? Why haven't I such a service? That's Tsukimoto's fault. He should have thought of it, ne? Make up your mind. War or no war.
Yabu called down the ill will of Buddha, of all kami, of all gods that had ever been or were yet to be invented, upon the man or men who had betrayed him, upon their parents, and upon their descendants for 10,000 generations. And he conceded.
Lord Toranaga cannot confiscate the ship because it's already a gift to him. I've dictated a letter to that effect. Isn't that so, Tsukimoto?
Yes, sire.
Of course, if Lord Toranaga wishes to consider it confiscated, he may. But it was to be a gift.
Yabu was pleased to hear that his voice sounded matter-of-fact.
He will be happy with the booty. Thank you, on behalf of my master.
Hiromatsu again marvelled at Toranaga's foresight. Toranaga had predicted that this would happen, and that there would be no fighting.
I don't believe it, Hiromatsu had said. No daimyo would stand for such usurping of his rights. Yabu won't. I certainly wouldn't. Not even to you, sire. But you would have obeyed orders, and you would have told me about the ship. Yabu must be manipulated, eh? I need his violence and cunning. He neutralizes Ikawa Jikyu and guards my flank.
Here on the beach under a good sun, Hiromatsu forced himself into a polite bow, hating his own duplicity.
Lord Toranaga will be delighted with your generosity.
Yabu was watching him closely.
It's not a Portuguese ship.
Yes,
so we heard. And it's pirate.
He saw the general's eyes narrow.
Eh?
As he told him what the priest had said, Yabu thought,
if that's news to you, as it was to me, doesn't that mean that Toranaga had the same original information as I? But if you know the contents of the ship, then the spy is Omi, one of his samurai, or a villager. There's an abundance of cloth, some treasure, muskets, powder, and shot.
Hiromatsu hesitated. Then he said,
The cloth is Chinese silks? No, Hiromatsu-san,
he said, using the san. They were daimyos equally. But now that he was magnanimously giving the ship, he felt safe enough to use the less deferential term. He was pleased to see that the word had not gone unnoticed by the older man.
I'm daimyo of Izu, by the sun, the moon, and the stars. It's very unusual. A thick, heavy cloth. Totally useless to us, he said. I've had everything worth salvaging brought ashore. Good. Please put all of it aboard my ship. What?
Yabu's bowels almost burst.
All of it. At once. Now? Yes. So sorry, but you'll naturally understand that I want to return to Osaka as soon as possible. Yes, but will there be space for everything? Put the cannon back on the barbarian ship and seal it up. Boats will be arriving within 3 days to tow it to Edo. As to the muskets, powder, and shot, there's...
Hiromatsu stopped, avoiding the trap that he suddenly realized had been set for him.
There's just enough space for the 500 muskets, Toranaga had told him, and all the powder and the 20,000 silver doubloons aboard the galley. Leave the cannon on the deck of the ship and the cloth in the holds. Let Yabu do the talking and give him orders. Don't let him have time to think. But don't get irritated or impatient with him. I need him, but I want those guns and that ship. Beware of his trying to trap you into revealing that you know the exactness of the cargo, because he must not uncover our spy."
Hiromatsu cursed his inability to play these necessary games.
"As to the space needed," he said shortly, "perhaps you should tell me. And just exactly what is the cargo? How many muskets and shot and so forth? And is the bullion in bar or coins? Is it silver or gold?" "Sugimoto!"
"Yes, Yabu-sama?"
"Get the list of the contents. I'll deal with you later," Yabu thought.
Sugimoto hurried away.
"You must be tired, Hiromatsu-san. Perhaps some cha. Accommodations have been prepared for you, such as they are. The baths are totally inadequate, but perhaps one would refresh you a little." "Thank you. You're very thoughtful. Some cha and a bath would be excellent. Later. First, tell me everything that has happened since the ship arrived here."
Yabu told him the facts, omitting the part about the courtesan and the boy, which was unimportant. On Yabu's orders, Omi told his story, except for his private conversations with Yabu. And Mura told his, excluding the part about the Anjin's erection, which, Mura reasoned, though interesting, might have offended Hiromatsu, whose own, at his age, might be few and far between. Hiromatsu looked at the plume of smoke that still rose from the pyre.
"How many of the pirates are left?"
10, sire, including the leader," Omi said.
"Where's the leader now?"
"In Mura's house."
"What did he do? What was the first thing he did there after getting out of the pit?"
"He went straight to the bathhouse, sire," Mura said quickly. "Now he's asleep, sire, like a dead man."
"You didn't have to carry him this time?"
"No, sire."
"He seems to learn quickly."
Hiromatsu glanced back at Omi.
"You think they can be taught to behave?"
"No, not for certain, Hiromatsu-sama."
"Could you clean away an enemy's urine from your back?"
"No, lord."
"Nor could I. Never. Barbarians are very strange."
Hiromatsu turned his mind back to the ship.
"Who will be supervising the loading?" "My nephew, Omi-san." "Good. Omi-san, I want to leave before dusk. My captain will help you be very quick. Within 3 sticks."
The unit of time was the time it took for a standard stick of incense to smoulder away, approximately 1 hour for 1 stick.
"Yes, lord." "Why not come with me to Osaka, Yabu-san?"
Hiromatsu said, as though it was a sudden thought.
"Lord Toranaga would be delighted to receive all these things from your hands. Personally. Please, there's room enough."
When Yabu began to protest, he allowed him to continue for a time, as Toranaga had ordered, and then he said, as Toranaga had ordered,
"I insist. In Lord Toranaga's name, I insist. Your generosity needs to be rewarded." "With my head and my lands?"
Yabu asked himself bitterly, knowing that there was nothing he could do now but accept gratefully.
"Thank you. I would be honored." "Good. Well then, that's all done,"
Ironfist said, with obvious relief.
"Now some cha and a bath."
Yabu politely led the way up the hill to Omi's house. The old man was washed and scoured, and then he lay gratefully in the steaming heat. Later, Suwo's hands made him new again. A little rice and raw fish and pickled vegetables, taken sparingly in private. Cha sipped from good porcelain. A short, dreamless nap. After 3 sticks, the shoji slid open. The personal bodyguard knew better than to go into the room uninvited. Hiromatsu was already awake, and the sword half unsheathed and ready.
Yabu-sama is waiting outside, sir. He says the ship is loaded.
Excellent. Hiromatsu went onto the veranda and relieved himself into the bucket. Your men are very efficient, Yabu-san. Your men helped, Hiromatsu-san. They are more than efficient. Yes, and by the sun, they had better be, Hiromatsu thought, then said genially, Nothing like a good piss from a full bladder, so long as there's plenty of power behind the stream. Eh? Makes you feel young again. At my age, you need to feel young. He eased his loincloth comfortably, expecting Yabu to make some polite remark in agreement, but none was forthcoming. His irritation began to rise, but he curbed it. Have the pirate leader taken to my ship. What? You were generous enough to make a gift of the ship and the contents. The crew are contents. So I'm taking the pirate leader to Osaka. Lord Toranaga wants to see him. Naturally, you do what you like with the rest of them. But during your absence, please make certain that your retainers realize the barbarians are my master's property, and that there had better be 9 in good health, alive, and here when he wants them. Yabu hurried away to the jetty, where Omi would be. When, earlier, he had left Hiromatsu to his bath, he had walked up the track that meandered past the funeral ground. There he had bowed briefly to the pyre and continued on, skirting the terrace fields of wheat and fruit, to come out at length on a small plateau high above the village. A tidy kami shrine guarded this tender place. An ancient tree bequeathed shade and tranquility. He had gone there to quell his rage and to think. He had not dared to go near the ship or Omi or his men, for he knew that he would have ordered most, if not all of them, to commit seppuku, which would have been a waste, and he would have slaughtered the village, which would have been foolish. Peasants alone caught the fish and grew the rice that provided the wealth of the samurai. While he had sat and fumed alone and tried to sharpen his brain, the sun bent down and drove the sea mists away. The clouds that shrouded the distant mountains to the west had parted for an instant, and he had seen the beauty of the snow-capped peaks soaring. The sight had settled him, and he had begun to relax and think and plan. Set your spies to find the spy, he told himself. Nothing that Hiromatsu said indicated whether the betrayal was from here or from Edo. In Osaka, you've powerful friends, the Lord Ishido himself among them. Perhaps one of them can smell out the fiend. But send a private message at once to your wife, in case the informer is there. What about Omi? Make him responsible for finding the informer here? Is he the informer? That's not likely, but not impossible. It's more than probable the betrayal began in Edo. A matter of timing. If Toranaga in Osaka got the information about the ship when it arrived, then Hiromatsu would have been here first. You've informers in Edo. Let them prove their worth. What about the barbarians? Now they are only profit from the ship. How can you use them? Wait, didn't Omi give you the answer? You could use their knowledge of the sea and ships to barter with Toranaga for guns, eh? Another possibility. Become Toranaga's vassal completely. Give him your plan. Ask him to allow you to lead the regiment of the guns, for his glory. But a vassal should never expect his lord to reward his services or even acknowledge them. To serve is duty. Duty is samurai. Samurai is immortality. That would be the best way. The very best, Yabu thought. Can I truly be his vassal? Or Ishido's? No, that's unthinkable. Ally, yes. Vassal, no. Good.
So the barbarians are an asset, after all. Omi's right. Again.
He had felt more composed, and then when the time had come and a messenger had brought the information that the ship was loaded, he had gone to Hiromatsu and discovered that now he had lost even the barbarians. He was boiling when he reached the jetty.
Omi-san!
Yes, Yabu-sama?
Bring the barbarian leader here. I'm taking him to Osaka. As to the others, see that they're well cared for while I'm away. I want them fit and well behaved. Use the pit if you have to.
Ever since the galley had arrived, Omi's mind had been in a turmoil, and he had been filled with anxiety for Yabu's safety.
Let me come with you, Lord. Perhaps I can help. No. Now I want you to look after the barbarians.
Please, perhaps in some small way I can repay your kindness to me.
There's no need,
Yabu said, more kindly than he wanted to. He remembered that he had increased Omi's salary to 3,000 koku and extended his fief because of the bullion and the guns, which now had vanished. But he had seen the concern that filled the youth and had felt an involuntary warmth.
With vassals like this, I will carve an empire, he promised himself. Omi will lead one of the units when I get back my guns. When war comes, well, I'll have a very important job for you, Omi-san. Now go and get the barbarian.
Omi took 4 guards with him, and Mura to interpret. Blackthorn was dragged out of sleep. It took him a minute to clear his head. When the fog lifted, Omi was staring down at him. One of the samurai had pulled the quilt off him, another had shaken him awake, the other 2 carried thin, vicious-looking bamboo canes. Mura had a short coil of rope. Mura knelt and bowed.
Konnichiwa.
Good day.
Konnichiwa.
Blackthorn pulled himself onto his knees, and though he was naked, he bowed with equal politeness.
It's only a politeness,
Blackthorn told himself.
It's their custom, and they bow for good manners, so there's no shame to it. And nakedness is ignored, and is also their custom, and there's no shame to nakedness either.
Anjin, please to dress,
Mura said.
Anjin? Ah, I remember now. The priest said they can't pronounce my name, so they've given me the name Anjin, which means pilot, and this is not meant as an insult. And I will be called Anjin-san, Mr. Pilot, when I merit it. Don't look at Omi, he cautioned himself. Not yet. Don't remember the village square and Omi and Croak and Petershon. One thing at a time. That's what you're going to do. That's what you have sworn before God to do. One thing at a time. Vengeance will be mine, by the Lord God.
Blackthorn saw that his clothes had been cleaned again, and he blessed whoever had done it. He had crawled out of his clothes in the bathhouse as though they had been plague-infested. 3 times he had made them scour his back, with the roughest sponge and with pumice. But he could still feel the piss burn. He took his eyes off Mura and looked at Omi. He derived a twisted pleasure from the knowledge that his enemy was alive and nearby. He bowed as he had seen equals bow, and he held the bow.
Konnichiwa, Omi-san,
he said. There's no shame in speaking their language, no shame in saying good day, or in bowing first, as is their custom. Omi bowed back. Blackthorn noted that it was not quite equal, but it was enough for the moment.
Konnichiwa, Anjin,
Omi said. The voice was polite, but not enough.
Anjin-san.
Blackthorn looked directly at him. Their wills locked, and Omi was called as a man is called at cards or at dice.
Do you have manners? Konnichiwa, Anjin-san,
Omi said at length, with a brief smile. Blackthorn dressed quickly. He wore loose trousers and a codpiece, socks and shirt and coat, his long hair tied into a neat queue, and his beard trimmed with scissors the barber had loaned to him. "Hi, Omi-san," Blackthorne asked when he was dressed, feeling better but very guarded, wishing he had more words to use.
"Please, hand,"
Mura said. Blackthorne did not understand and said so with signs. Mura held out his own hands and parodied tying them together.
"Hand, please."
"No." Blackthorne said it directly to Omi and shook his head. "That's not necessary," he said in English. "Not necessary at all. I've given my word." He kept his voice gentle and reasonable, then added harshly, copying Omi, "Wakarimasu ka, Omi-san?" "Do you understand?" Omi laughed. Then he said, "Hai, Anjin-san. Wakarimasu." He turned and left. Mura and the others stared after him, astounded. Blackthorne followed Omi into the sun. His boots had been cleaned. Before he could slip them on, the maid Onna was there on her knees and she helped him. "Thank you, Haku-san," he said, remembering her real name. What's the word for thank you? He wondered. He walked through the gate, Omi ahead. I'm after you, you God-cursed bust. Wait a minute. Remember what you promised yourself. And why swear at him, even to yourself? He hasn't sworn at you. Swearing's for the weak, or for fools, isn't it? One thing at a time. It is enough that you are after him. You know it clearly, and he knows it clearly. Make no mistake, he knows it very clearly. The 4 samurai flanked Blackthorne as he walked down the hill, the harbour still hidden from him, Mura discreetly 10 paces back, Omi ahead. Are they going to put me underground again? He wondered. Why did they want to bind my hands? Didn't Omi say yesterday? Christ Jesus, was that only yesterday? If you behave, you can stay out of the pit. If you behave, tomorrow another man will be taken out of the pit. Perhaps, and more perhaps. Isn't that what he said? Have I behaved? I wonder how Croak is. The lad was alive when they carried him off to the house where the crew first stayed. Blackthorne felt better today. The bath and the sleep and the fresh food had begun to repair him. He knew that if he was careful and could rest and sleep and eat, within a month he would be able to run a mile and swim a mile and command a fighting ship and take her around the earth. Don't think about that yet. Just guard your strength this day. A month's not too much to hope for, eh? The walk down the hill and through the village was tiring him. You're weaker than you thought. No, you are stronger than you thought, he ordered himself. The Mast of Erasmus jutted over the tiled roofs and his heart quickened. Ahead, the street curved with the contour of the hillside, slid down to the square and ended. A curtained palanquin stood in the sun. 4 bearers in brief loincloths squatted beside it, absently picking their teeth. The moment they saw Omi, they were on their knees, bowing mightily. Omi barely nodded at them as he strode past, but then a girl came out of the neat gateway to go to the palanquin, and he stopped. Blackthorne caught his breath and stopped also. A young maid ran out to hold a green parasol to shade the girl. Omi bowed, and the girl bowed, and they talked happily to each other, the strutting arrogance vanishing from Omi. The girl wore a peach-coloured kimono and a wide sash of gold and gold-thonged slippers. Blackthorne saw her glance at him. Clearly she and Omi were discussing him. He did not know how to react or what to do, so he did nothing but wait patiently, glorying in the sight of her, the cleanliness and the warmth of her presence. He wondered if she and Omi were lovers, or if she was Omi's wife, and he thought, is she truly real? Omi asked her something, and she answered and fluttered her green fan that shimmered and danced in the sunlight, her laugh musical, the delicacy of her exquisite. Omi was smiling too. Then he turned on his heel and strode off, samurai once more. Blackthorn followed. Her eyes were on him as he passed, and he said, "Konnichiwa."
"Konnichiwa, Anjin-san,"
she replied, her voice touching him. She was barely 5 feet tall and perfect. As she bowed slightly, the breeze shook the outer silk and showed the beginnings of the scarlet underkimono, which he found surprisingly erotic. The girl's perfume still surrounded him as he turned the corner. He saw the trapdoor and Erasmus, and the galley. The girl vanished from his mind. "Why are our gun ports empty? Where are our cannon? And what in the name of Christ is the slave galley doing here? And what's happened in the pit?" One thing at a time. First, Erasmus. The stub of the foremast that the storm had carried away jutted nastily. "That doesn't matter," he thought. "We could get her out to sea easily. We could slip the moorings. The night airflow and the tide would take us out silently, and we could careen tomorrow on the far side of that speck of island. Half a day to step the spare mast, and then all sails ho and away into the far deep. Maybe it'd be better not to anchor, but to flee to safer waters. But who'd crew? You can't take her out by yourself. Where did that slaver come from? And why is it here?" He could see knots of samurai and sailors down at the wharf. The 60-oared vessel, 30 oars aside, was neat and trim, the oars stacked with care, ready for instant departure, and he shivered involuntarily. The last time he'd seen a galley was off the Gold Coast 2 years ago, when his fleet was outward bound, all 5 ships together. She had been a rich coastal trader, a Portuguese, and she was fleeing from her against the wind. Erasmus could not catch her, to capture her or sink her. Blackthorn knew the North African coast well. He had been a pilot and ship's master for 10 years for the London Company of Barbary Merchants, the joint stock company that fitted out fighting merchantmen to run the Spanish blockade and trade along the Barbary coast. He had piloted to West and North Africa, south as far as Lagos, north and eastward through the treacherous Straits of Gibraltar, ever Spanish patrolled, as far as Salerno in the Kingdom of Naples. The Mediterranean was dangerous to English and Dutch shipping. Spanish and Portuguese enemy were there in strength, and worse, the Ottomans, the infidel Turks, swarmed the seas with slave galleys and with fighting ships. These voyages had been very profitable for him, and he had bought his own ship, a 150-ton brig, to trade on his own behalf. But he had had her sunk under him and lost everything. Then they had been caught a lee, windless off Sardinia, when the Turk galley had come out of the sun. The fight was cruel, and then, towards sunset, the enemy ram caught their stern, and they were boarded fast. He had never forgotten the screaming cry, "Allah!" as the corsairs came over his gunwales. They were armed with swords and with muskets. He had rallied his men, and the first attack had been beaten off, but the second overwhelmed them, and he ordered the magazine fired. His ship was in flames, and he decided that it was better to die than to be put to the oars. He'd always had a mortal terror of being taken alive and made a galley slave, not an unusual fate for a captured seaman. When the magazine blew, the explosion tore the bottom out of his ship and destroyed part of the corsair galley, and in the confusion, he managed to swim to the longboat and escape with 4 of the crew. Those who could not swim to him, he had had to leave, and he still remembered their cries for help in God's name. But God had turned his face from those men that day, so they had perished or gone to the oars. And God had kept his face on Blackthorn and the 4 men that time, and they had managed to reach Cagliari in Sardinia. And from there they had made it home, penniless. That was 8 years ago, the same year that plague had erupted again in London. Plague and famine and riots of the starving unemployed. His younger brother and family had been wiped out. His own firstborn son had perished. But in the winter the plague vanished, and he had easily got a new ship and gone to sea to repair his fortune. First for the London Company of Barbary Merchants, then a voyage to the West Indies hunting Spaniards. After that, a little richer, he navigated for Kees Veerman, the Dutchman, on his second voyage to search for the legendary Northeast Passage to Cathay and the Spice Islands of Asia that was supposed to exist in the ice seas north of Tsarist Russia. They searched for 2 years, then Kees Veerman died in the Arctic wastes with 80% of the crew, and Blackthorne turned back and led the rest of the men home. Then, 3 years ago, he'd been approached by the newly formed Dutch East India Company and asked to pilot their first expedition to the New World. They whispered secretly that they had acquired, at huge cost, a contraband Portuguese rotter that supposedly gave away the secrets of Magellan's Strait, and they wanted to prove it. Of course, the Dutch merchants would have preferred to use one of their own pilots, but there was none to compare in quality with Englishmen trained by the monopolistic Trinity House, and the awesome value of this rotter forced them to gamble on Blackthorne. But he was the perfect choice. He was the best Protestant pilot alive. His mother had been Dutch, and he spoke Dutch perfectly. Blackthorne had agreed enthusiastically and accepted the 15% of all profit as his fee, and, as was custom, had solemnly, before God, sworn allegiance to the company and vowed to take their fleet out and to bring it home again. "By God, I am going to bring Erasmus home," Blackthorne thought, "and with as many of the men as he leaves alive." They were crossing the square now, and he took his eyes off the slaver and saw the 3 samurai guarding the trapdoor. They were eating deftly from bowls with the wooden sticks that Blackthorne had seen them use many times, but could not manage himself. "Umi-san!" With signs, he explained that he wanted to go to the trapdoor, just to shout down to his friends. Only for a moment. But Omi shook his head and said something he did not understand, and continued across the square, down the foreshore, past the cauldron, and onto the jetty. Blackthorne followed obediently. "One thing at a time," he told himself. "Be patient." Once on the jetty, Omi turned and called back to the guards on the trapdoor. Blackthorne saw them open the trapdoor and peer down. One of them beckoned to villagers who fetched the ladder and a full freshwater barrel and carried it below. The empty one they brought back aloft, and the latrine barrel. "There. If you're patient and play their game with their rules, you can help your crew," he thought with satisfaction. Groups of samurai were collected near the galley. A tall old man was standing apart. From the deference that the daimyo Yabu showed him, and the way the others jumped at his slightest remark, Blackthorne immediately realized his importance. "Is he their king?" he wondered. Omi knelt with humility. The old man half bowed, turned his eyes on him. Mustering as much grace as he could, Blackthorne knelt and put his hands flat on the sand floor of the jetty, as Omi had done, and bowed as low as Omi. "Konnichiwa, sama," he said politely. He saw the old man half bow again. Now there was a discussion between Yabu and the old man and Omi. Yabu spoke to Mura. Mura pointed at the galley.
"Hanjin-san, please, there."
"Why?"
"Go, now, go."
Blackthorne felt his panic rising.
"Why?"
"Isogi," Omi commanded, waving him toward the galley.
"No, I'm not going to—"
There was an immediate order from Omi, and 4 samurai fell on Blackthorne and pinioned his arms. Mura produced the rope and began to bind his hands behind him.
"You sons of bitches!"
Blackthorne shouted.
"I'm not going to go aboard that God-cursed slave ship." "Madonna, leave him alone." "Hey, you pissy-thing monkeys, let that bastard alone." "Kinjiro, ne? Is he the pilot? The engine? Ka?"
Blackthorne could scarcely believe his ears. The boisterous abuse in Portuguese had come from the deck of the galley. Then he saw the man start down the gangway. As tall as he and about his age, but black-haired and dark-eyed and carelessly dressed in seaman's clothes, rapier by his side, pistols in his belt. A jewelled crucifix hung from his neck. He wore a jaunty cap and a smile split his face.
Are you the pilot? The pilot of the Dutchman?
Yes, Blackthorne heard himself reply.
Good, good. I'm Vasco Rodriguez, pilot of this galley.
He turned to the old man and spoke a mixture of Japanese and Portuguese, and called him Monkey-sama and sometimes Toda-sama, but the way it sounded, it came out Toady-sama. Twice he pulled out his pistol and pointed it emphatically at Blackthorne and stuck it back in his belt. His Japanese heavily laced with sweet vulgarities in gutter Portuguese that only seafarers would understand. Hiromatsu spoke briefly, and the samurai released Blackthorne and Mura untied him.
That's better. Listen, pilot, this man's like a king. I told him I'd be responsible for you, that I'd blow your head off as soon as drink with you.
Rodriguez bowed to Hiromatsu, then beamed at Blackthorne.
Bow to the bastard, Sama.
Dreamlike, Blackthorne did as he was told.
You do that like a Japper,
Rodriguez said with a grin.
You're really the pilot?
Yes.
What's the latitude of the Lizard?
49 degrees, 56 minutes north. And watch out for the reefs that bear sow by southwest.
You're the pilot, by God!
Rodriguez shook Blackthorne's hand warmly.
Come aboard. There's food and brandy and wine and grog, and all pilots should love all pilots, who are the sperm of the earth. Amen. Right?
Yes, Blackthorne said weakly.
When I heard we were carrying a pilot back with us, good, says I. It's years since I had the pleasure of talking to a real pilot. Come aboard. How did you sneak past Malacca? How did you avoid our Indian Ocean patrols, eh? Whose rata did you steal?
Where are you taking me?
Osaka, the great Lord High Executioner himself, wants to see you.
Blackthorne felt his panic returning.
Who? Toranaga, Lord of the 8 provinces, wherever the hell they are. The chief daimyo of Japan. A daimyo's like a king or feudal lord, but better. They're all despots.
What's he want with me?
I don't know, but that's why we're here. And if Toranaga wants to see you, pilot, he'll see you. They say he's got 1 million of these slant-eyed fanatics who'll die for the honor of wiping his ass, if that's his pleasure. Toranaga wants you to bring back the pilot, Vasco, his interpreter said. Bring back the pilot and the ship's cargo. Take old Toda Hiramatsu there to examine the ship and... Oh, yes, pilot, it's all confiscated, so I hear. Your ship and everything in it.
Confiscated?
It may be a rumor. Jappers sometimes confiscate things with one hand, give 'em back with the other, or pretend they've never given the order. It's hard to understand the boxy little bastards.
Blackthorne felt the cold eyes of the Japanese boring into him, and he tried to hide his fear. Rodriguez followed his glance.
Yes, they're getting restless. Time enough to talk. Come aboard.
He turned, but Blackthorne stopped him. What about my friends, my crew?
Eh?
Blackthorne told him briefly about the pit. Rodriguez questioned Omi in pidgin Japanese.
He says they'll be all right. Listen, there's nothing you or me can do now. You'll have to wait. You can never tell with a Jappo. They're 6-faced and 3-hearted.
Rodriguez bowed like a European courtier to Hiromatsu.
This is the way we do it in Japan. Like we're at the court of fornicating Philip II. God, take that Spaniard to an early grave.
He led the way on deck. To Blackthorne's astonishment, there were no chains and no slaves.
What's the matter? You sick?
Rodriguez asked.
No, I thought this was a slaver. They don't have 'em in Japan, not even in their minds. Lunatic, but there you are. You've never seen such lunatics, and I've travelled the world 3 times. We've samurai rowers. They're soldiers, the old bugger's personal soldiers, and you've never seen slaves row better. Oh, men fight better.
Rodriguez laughed.
They put their asses into the oars, and I push 'em just to watch the buggers bleed. They never quit. We came all the way from Osaka, 300-odd sea miles, in 40 hours. Come below. We'll cast off shortly. You sure you're all right?
Yes, I think so.
Blackthorne was looking at Erasmus. She was moored 100 yards away.
Pilot, there's no chance of going aboard, is there? They haven't let me back aboard. I've no clothes, and they sealed her up the moment we arrived. Please?
Rodriguez scrutinized the ship.
When did you lose the foremast?
Just before we made landfall here.
There a spare still aboard?
Yes.
Where's her home port?
Rotterdam.
She was built there?
Yes.
I've been there. Bad shoals, but a piss-cutter of a harbour. She's got good lines, your ship. New. Haven't seen one of her class before. Madonna, she'd be fast. Very fast. Very rough to deal with.
Rodriguez looked at him.
Can you get your gear quickly?
He turned over the half-hour glass sand timer that was beside the hourglass, both attached to the binnacle.
Yes.
Blackthorne tried to keep his growing hope off his face.
There'd be a condition, pilot. No weapons, up your sleeve or anywhere. Your word as a pilot. I've told the monkeys I'd be responsible for you.
I agree.
Blackthorne watched the sand falling silently through the neck of the timer.
I'll blow your head off, pilot or no, if there's the merest whiff of trickery, or cut your throat. If I agree. I give you my word, pilot to pilot, by God, and the pox on the Spanish.
Rodriguez smiled and banged him warmly on the back.
I'm beginning to like you, Ingles.
How did you know I'm English?
Blackthorne asked, knowing his Portuguese was perfect, and that nothing he had said could have differentiated him from a Dutchman.
I'm a soothsayer. Aren't all pilots?
Rodriguez laughed.
You talked to the priest? Father Sebastião told you?
I don't talk to priests if I can help it. Once a week's more than enough for any man.
Rodriguez spat deftly into the scuppers and went to the port gangway that overlooked the jetty.
Todi-sama! Ikimasho ka?
Ikimasho, Rodrigo-san. Ima.
Ima it is.
Rodriguez looked at Blackthorne thoughtfully.
Ima means now, at once. We're to leave at once, Ingles.
The sand had already made a small, neat mound in the bottom of the glass.
Will you ask him, please, if I can go aboard my ship?
No, Ingles. I won't ask him a poxy thing.
Blackthorne suddenly felt empty, and very old. He watched Rodriguez go to the railing of the quarterdeck and bellow to a small, distinguished seaman who stood on the raised forepoop deck at the bow.
Hey, Captain-san! Ikimasho! Get samurai aboard you! Ima! Ima! Wakarimasu ka?
Hi, engine-san.
Immediately, Rodriguez rang the ship's bell loudly 6 times, and the Captain-san began shouting orders to the seamen and samurai ashore and aboard. Seamen hurried up on deck from below to prepare for departure, and in the disciplined, controlled confusion, Rodriguez quietly took Blackthorne's arm and shoved him toward the starboard gangway, away from the shore.
There's a dinghy below, Ingles. Don't move fast. Don't look around. And don't pay attention to anyone but me. If I tell you to come back, do it quickly.
Blackthorne walked across the deck, down the gangway, toward the small Japanese skiff. He heard angry voices behind him, and he felt the hairs on his neck rising,
for there were many samurai all over the ship, some armed with bows and arrows, a few with muskets.
You don't have to worry about him, Captain-san. I'm responsible. Me, Rodrigo-san, Ichiban Anjin-san, by the Virgin. Wakarimasu ka?
Was dominating the other voices, but they were getting angrier every moment. Blackthorn was almost in the dinghy now, and he saw that there were no rowlocks.
I can't scull like they do, he told himself. I can't use the boat. It's too far to swim. Or is it?
He hesitated, checking the distance. If he had had his full strength, he would not have waited a moment. But now? Feet clattered down the gangway behind him, and he fought the impulse to turn.
Sit in the stern,
he heard Rodriguez say urgently.
Hurry up!
He did as he was told, and Rodriguez jumped in nimbly, grabbed the oars, and still standing, shoved off with great skill. A samurai was at the head of the gangway, very perturbed, and 2 other samurai were beside him, bows ready. The captain samurai called out, unmistakably beckoning them to come back. A few yards from the vessel, Rodriguez turned.
Just go there,
he shouted up at him, pointing at Erasmus.
Get samurai aboard!
He set his back firmly to his ship and continued sculling, pushing against the oars in Japanese fashion, standing amidships.
Tell me if they put arrows in their bows, Ingles. Watch 'em carefully.
What are they doing now?
The captain's very angry. You won't get into trouble, will you? If we don't sail at the turn, old Toady might have cause for complaint.
What are those bowmen doing?
Nothing. They're listening to him. He seems undecided.
No?
Now one of them's drawing out an arrow.
Rodriguez prepared to stop.
Madonna, they're too God-cursed accurate to risk anything.
Is it in the bow yet?
Yes. But wait a moment. The captain's... Someone's come up to him, a seaman, I think. Looks like he's asking him something about the ship. The captain's looking at us. He said something to the man with the arrow. Now the man's putting it away. The seaman's pointing at something on deck.
Rodriguez sneaked a quick look to make sure and breathed easier.
That's one of the mates. It'll take him all of the half hour to get his oarsmen settled.
Blackthorn waited. The distance increased.
The captain's looking at us again. No, we're all right. He's gone away. But one of the samurai's watching us. Let him.
Rodriguez relaxed, but he did not slacken the pace of his sculling or look back.
Don't like my back to samurai, not when they've weapons in their hands. Not that I've ever seen one of the bastards unarmed. They're all bastards.
Why?
They love to kill, Ingles. It's their custom, even to sleep with their swords. This is a great country, but samurai are dangerous as vipers, and a sight more mean.
Why?
I don't know why, Ingles, but they are,
Rodriguez replied, glad to talk to one of his own kind.
Of course, all Japos are different from us. They don't feel pain or cold like us. But samurai are even worse. They fear nothing, least of all death. Why? Only God knows. But it's the truth. If their superiors say kill, they kill. Die, and they'll fall on their swords or slit their own bellies open. They kill and die as easily as we piss. Women are samurai too, Ingles. They'll kill to protect their masters. That's what they call their husbands here. Or they'll kill themselves if they're ordered to. They do it by slitting their throats. Here, a samurai can order his wife to kill herself, and that's what she's got to do by law. Jesu Madonna, the women are something else, though. A different species, Ingles. Nothing on earth like them. But the men... Samurai are reptiles, and the safest thing to do is treat them like poisonous snakes. You all right now?
Yes, thank you.
A bit weak, but all right. How was your voyage? Rough. About them, the samurai. How do they get to be one? Do they just pick up the two swords and get that haircut? You've got to be born one. Of course, there are all ranks of samurai, from daimyos at the top of the muck heap to what we'd call a foot soldier at the bottom. It's hereditary, mostly, like with us. In the olden days, so I was told, it was the same as in Europe today. Peasants could be soldiers, and soldiers peasants, with hereditary knights and nobles up to kings. Some peasant soldiers rose to the highest rank. The Taiko was one. Who's he? The great despot, the ruler of all Japan, the great murderer of all times. I'll tell you about him one day. He died a year ago, and now he's burning in hell.
Rodriguez spat overboard.
Nowadays, you've got to be born samurai to be one. It's all hereditary, Ingles. Madonna, you've no idea how much store they put on heritage, on family, rank, and the like. You saw how Omi bows to that devil Yabu, and they both grovel to old Todi-sama. Samurai comes from a Japo word meaning to serve. But while they'll all bow and scrape to the man above, they're all samurai equally, with the samurai's special privileges. What's happening aboard? The captain's jabbering away at another samurai and pointing at us. What's special about them? Here, samurai rule everything, own everything. They've their own code of honor and sets of rules. Arrogant? Ha! Madonna, you've no idea. The lowest of them can legally kill any non-samurai, any man, woman, or child, for any reason or for no reason. They can kill legally, just to test the edge of their piss-cutting swords. I've seen them do it, and they have the best swords in the world. Better than Damascus steel. What's that fornicator doing now? Just watching us. His bow's on his back now.
Blackthorn shuddered.
I hate those bastards more than Spaniards.
Again Rodriguez laughed as he sculled.
Ha! If the truth's known, they curdled my piss too. But if you want to get rich quick, you've got to work with them, because they own everything. You sure you're all right?
Yes, thanks.
You were saying, samurai own everything? Yes, whole countries split up into castes, like in India. Samurai at the top, peasants next important.
Rodriguez spat overboard.
Only peasants can own land. Understand? But samurai own all the produce. They own all the rice, and that's the only important crop, and they give back part to the peasants. Only samurai are allowed to carry arms. For anyone except a samurai to attack a samurai is rebellion, punishable by instant death. And anyone who sees such an attack and doesn't report it at once is equally liable, and so are their wives and even their kids. The whole family's put to death if one doesn't report it. By the Madonna, they're Satan's whelps, samurai. I've seen kids chopped into mincemeat.
Rodriguez hawked and spat.
Even so, if you know a thing or two, this place is heaven on earth.
He glanced back at the galley to reassure himself. Then he grinned.
Well, Ingles, nothing like a boat ride around the harbour, eh?
Blackthorn laughed. The years dropped off him as he revelled in the familiar dip of the waves, the smell of the sea salt, gulls calling and playing overhead, the sense of freedom, the sense of arriving after so very long.
I thought you weren't going to help me get to Erasmus. That's the trouble with all Ingles. No patience. Listen, here you don't ask Japmen anything, samurai or others. They're all the same. If you do, they'll hesitate, then ask the man above for the decision. Here you have to act. Of course. His hearty laugh ran across the waves. Sometimes you get killed if you act wrong. You scull very well. I was wondering how to use the oars when you came. You don't think I'd let you go alone, do you? What's your name? Blackthorne. John Blackthorne. Have you ever been north, Ingles? Into the far north? I was with Case Veerman in Delisle 8 years ago. It was his second voyage to find the Northeast Passage. Why? I'd like to hear about that, and all the places you've been. Do you think they'll ever find the way? The northern way to Asia, east or west? Yes. You and the Spanish block both southern routes, so we'll have to. Yes, we will. Or the Dutch. Why? And you've piloted the Barbary coast, eh? Yes. Why? And you know Tripoli? Most pilots have been there. Why? I thought I'd seen you once. Yes, it was Tripoli. You were pointed out to me, the famous Inglese pilot, who went with the Dutch explorer, Case Veerman, into the ice seas, and was once a captain with Drake, eh? At the Armada. How old were you then? 24. What were you doing in Tripoli? I was piloting an Inglese privateer. My ship had got taken in the Indies by this pirate, Morrow. Henry Morrow was his name. He burned my ship to the waterline after he'd sacked her and offered me the pilot's job. His man was useless, so he said. You know how it is. He wanted to go from there. We were watering off Hispaniola when he caught us, south along the Main, then back across the Atlantic to try to intercept the annual Spanish gold ship near the Canaries, then on through the Straits to Tripoli, if we missed her, to try for other prizes, then north again to England. He made the usual offer to free my comrades, give them food and boats in return if I joined them. I said, sure, why not? Providing we don't take any Portuguese shipping and you put me ashore near Lisbon and don't steal my rutters. We argued back and forth as usual. You know how it is. Then I swore by the Madonna, and we both swore on the cross, and that was that. We had a good voyage, and some fat Spanish merchantmen fell into our wake. When we were off Lisbon, he asked me to stay aboard, gave me the usual message from good Queen Bess, how she'd pay a princely bounty to any Portuguese pilot who'd join her, and teach others the skill at Trinity House, and give 5,000 guineas for the rudder of Magellan's Pass, or the Cape of Good Hope. His smile was broad, his teeth white and strong, and his dark moustache and beard well-groomed. I didn't have them. At least, that's what I told him. Morrow kept his word, like all pirates should. He put me ashore with my rutters. Of course, he'd had them copied, though he himself couldn't read or write. And he even gave me my share of the prize money. You ever sail with him, Ingles? No. The Queen knighted him a few years ago. I've never served on one of his ships. I'm glad he was fair with you. They were nearing Erasmus. Samurai were peering down at them quizzically. That was the second time I'd piloted for heretics. The first time I wasn't so lucky. Oh? Rodriguez shipped his oars, and the boat swerved neatly to the side, and he hung on to the boarding ropes. Go aloft, but leave the talking to me. Blackthorne began to climb, while the other pilot tied the boat safely. Rodriguez was the first on deck. He bowed like a courtier. Konnichiwa to all sod-eating samas. There were 4 samurai on deck. Blackthorne recognized one of them as a guard of the trap-door. Nonplussed, they bowed stiffly to the Portuguese. Blackthorne aped him, feeling awkward, and would have preferred to bow correctly. Rodriguez walked straight for the companionway. The seals were neatly in place. One of the samurai intercepted him. Kinjiro, gomen nasai. It's forbidden, so sorry. Kenjiro, eh? The Portuguese said, openly unimpressed. I'm Rodrigo-san, Anjin for Toda Hiromatsu-sama. This seal, he said, pointing to the red stamp with the odd writing on it. Toda Hiromatsu-sama, ka? Iye, the samurai said, shaking his head. Kashigi Yabu-sama. Iye, Rodriguez said. Kashigi Yabu-sama? I'm from Toda Hiromatsu-sama, who's a bigger king than your bugger, and Todi-sama's from Toranaga-sama, who's the biggest bugger-sama in this whole world, ne? He ripped the seal off the door, dropped a hand to one of his pistols. The swords were half out of their scabbards, and he said quietly to Blackthorn, Get ready to abandon ship. And to the samurai he said gruffly, Toranaga-sama! He pointed with his left hand at the flag which fluttered at his own masthead. Wakarimasu ka? The samurai hesitated, their swords ready. Blackthorn prepared to dive over the side. Toranaga-sama! Rodriguez crashed his foot against the door. The latch snapped, and the door burst open. Wakarimasu ka? Wakarimasu, Anjin-san. The samurai quickly put their swords away and bowed and apologized, and bowed again, and Rodriguez said hoarsely, That's better! And led the way below. Christ Jesus, Rodriguez, Blackthorn said when they were on the lower deck. Do you do this all the time and get away with it? I do it very seldom, the Portuguese said, wiping the sweat from his brow. And even then, I wish I'd never started it. Blackthorn leaned against the bulkhead. I feel as if someone's kicked me in the stomach. It's the only way. You've got to act like a king. Even so, you can never tell with a samurai. They're as dangerous as a pissed priest with a candle in his ass sitting on a half-full powder keg. What did you say to them? Toda Hiromatsu is Toranaga's chief advisor. He's a bigger daimyo than this local one. That's why they gave in. What's he like, Toranaga? Long story, Ingles. Rodriguez sat on the step, pulled his boot off, and rubbed his ankle. I nearly broke my foot on your lice-eaten door. It wasn't locked. You could have just opened it. I know, but that wouldn't have been as effective. By the Blessed Virgin, you've got a lot to learn. Will you teach me? Rodriguez pulled his boot back on. That depends, he said. On what? We'll have to see, won't we? I've done all the talking so far, which is fair. I'm fit, you're not. Soon it'll be your turn. Which is your cabin? Blackthorn studied him for a moment. The smell below decks was stiff and weathered. Thanks for helping me come aboard. He led the way aft. His door was unlocked. The cabin had been ransacked, and everything removable had been taken. There were no books or clothes or instruments or quills. His sea chest, too, was unlocked, and empty. White with rage, he walked into the great cabin, Rodriguez watching intently. Even the secret compartment had been found and looted. They've taken everything! The sons of plague-infested lice! What did you expect? I don't know. I thought, with the seals. Blackthorn went to the strong room. It was bare. So was the magazine. The holds contained only the bales of woolen cloth. God curse all Jappers! He went back to his cabin and slammed his sea chest closed. Where are they? Rodriguez asked. What? Your rutters. Where are your rutters? Blackthorn looked at him sharply. No pilot would worry about clothes. You came for the rutters, didn't you? Yes. Why are you so surprised, Ingles? Why do you think I came aboard? To help you get more rags? They're threadbare as it is, and you'll need others. I've plenty for you. But where are the rutters? They've gone. They were in my sea chest.
I'm not going to steal them, Inglés. I just want to read them. And copy them, if need be. I'll cherish them like my own, so you've no need to worry. His voice hardened. Please get them, Inglés. We've little time left.
I can't. They've gone. They were in my sea chest.
You wouldn't have left them there, not coming into a foreign port. You wouldn't forget a pilot's first rule, to hide them carefully and leave only false ones unprotected. Hurry up!
They're stolen.
I don't believe you, but I'll admit you've hidden them very well. I searched for 2 hours and didn't get a fornicating whiff.
What?
Why are you so surprised, Inglés? Is your head up your arse? Naturally, I came here from Osaka to investigate your rutters.
You've already been aboard?
Madonna! Rodriguez said impatiently. Yes, of course, 2 or 3 hours ago with Hiromatsu, who wanted to look around. He broke the seals, and then, when we left, this local daimyo sealed her up again. Hurry up, by God, he added. The sand's running out.
They're stolen!
Blackthorne told him how they had arrived and how he had awakened ashore. Then he kicked his sea chest across the room, infuriated at the men who had looted his ship.
They're stolen. All my charts, all my rutters. I've copies of some in England, but my rutter of this voyage is gone, and the...
He stopped. And the Portuguese rutter. Come on, Inglés. It had to be Portuguese.
Yes, and the Portuguese one. It's gone too. Get hold of yourself, he thought. They're gone, and that's the end. Who has them? The Japanese? Or did they give them to the priest? Without the rutters and the charts, you can't pilot your way home. You'll never get home. That's not true. You can pilot your way home with care and enormous luck. Don't be ridiculous. You're halfway around the earth, in enemy land, in enemy hands, and you've neither rudder nor charts. Oh, Lord Jesus, give me strength. Rodriguez was watching him intently. At length he said, I'm sorry for you, Inglés. I know how you feel. It happened to me once. He was an Inglés, too, the thief. May his ship drown, and he burn in hell forever. Come on, let's go back aboard. Omi and the others waited on the jetty until the galley rounded the headland and vanished. To the west, layers of night already etched the crimson sky. To the east, night joined the sky and the sea together, horizonless. Mura, how long will it take to get all the cannon back on the ship? If we work through the night, by midday tomorrow, Omi-san. If we begin at dawn, we'll be finished well before sunset. It would be safer to work during the day. Work through the night. Bring the priest to the pit at once. Omi glanced at Igarashi, Yabu's chief lieutenant, who was still looking out toward the headland, his face stretched, the livid scar tissue over his empty eye socket, eerily shadowed. You'd be welcome to stay, Igarashi-san. My house is poor, but perhaps we could make you comfortable. Thank you, the older man said, turning back to him. But our master said to return to Edo at once, so I will return at once. More of his concern showed. I wish I was on that galley. Yes. I hate the thought of Yabu-sama being aboard with only 2 men. I hate it. Yes. He pointed at Erasmus. A devil ship. That's what it is. So much wealth. Then nothing. Surely everything. Won't Lord Toranaga be pleased? Enormously pleased with Lord Yabu's gift. That money-infected province grabber is so filled with his own importance,
He won't even notice the amount of silver he'll have stolen from our master. Where are your brains?
I presume only your anxiety over the possible danger to our lord prompted you to make such a remark.
You're right, Omi-san. No insult was intended. You've been very clever and helpful to our master. Perhaps you're right about Toranaga, too, Igarashi said, but he was thinking, enjoy your newfound wealth, you poor fool. I know my master better than you, and your increased fief will do you no good at all. Your advancement would have been a fair return for the ship, the bullion, and the arms. But now they've vanished. And because of you, my master's in jeopardy. You sent the message, and you said, see the barbarians first, tempting him. We should have left yesterday. Yes, then my master would have been safely away by now, with the money and arms. Are you a traitor? Are you acting for yourself, or your stupid father, or for an enemy? For Toranaga, perhaps. It doesn't matter. You can believe me, Omi, you dung-eating young fool. You and your branch of the Kashigi clan are not long for this earth. I'd tell you to your face, but then I'd have to kill you, and I would have spurned my master's trust. He's the one to say when, not me. Thank you for your hospitality, Omi-san, he said. I'll look forward to seeing you soon, but I'll be on my way now.
Would you do something for me, please? Give my respects to my father? I'd appreciate it very much.
I'd be happy to. He's a fine man. And I haven't congratulated you yet on your new fief.
You're too kind.
Thank you again, Omi-san.
He raised his hand in friendly salutation, motioned to his men, and led the phalanx of horsemen out of the village. Omi went to the pit. The priest was there. Omi could see the man was angry, and he hoped that he would do something overt, publicly, so he could have him thrashed.
Priest, tell the barbarians they are to come up, one by one. Tell them Lord Yabu has said they may live again in the world of men.
Omi kept his language deliberately simple.
But the smallest breaking of a rule, and 2 will be put back into the pit. They are to behave and obey all orders. Is that clear?
Yes. Omi made the priest repeat it to him as before. When he was sure the man had it all correctly, he made him speak it down into the pit. The men came up, one by one. All were afraid. Some had to be helped. One man was in great pain and screamed every time someone touched his arm.
There should be 9.
One is dead. His body is down there, in the pit, the priest said. Omi thought for a moment.
Mura, burn the corpse and keep the ashes with those of the other barbarian. Put these men in the same house as before. Give them plenty of vegetables and fish, and barley soup and fruit. Have them washed. They stink. Priest, tell them that if they behave and obey, the food will continue.
Omi watched and listened carefully. He saw them all react gratefully, and he thought with contempt,
How stupid! I deprived them for only 2 days, then give them back a pittance, and now they'll eat dung. They really will. Mura, make them bow properly, and take them away.
Then he turned to the priest.
Well, I go now. Go my home. Leave Anjiro. Better you leave and stay away forever. You and every priest like you. Perhaps the next time one of you comes into my fief, it is because some of my Christian peasants or vassals are considering treason, he said, using the veiled threat and classic ploy that anti-Christian samurai used to control the indiscriminate spread of the foreign dogma in their fiefs. For though foreign priests were protected,
Their Japanese converts were not.
Christians, good Japanese. Always. Only good vassals. Never had bad thoughts. No.
I'm glad to hear it. Don't forget my fief stretches 20 li in every direction. Do you understand?
I understand. Yes, I understand very well.
He watched the man bow stiffly. Even barbarian priests had to have manners, and walk away.
Omi-san?
One of his samurai said. He was young and very handsome. Yes?
Please excuse me. I know you haven't forgotten, but Mashijiro-san is still in the pit.
Omi went to the trap door and stared down at the samurai. Instantly the man was on his knees, bowing deferentially. The 2 days had aged him. Omi weighed his past service and his future worth. Then he took the young samurai's dagger from his sash and dropped it into the pit. At the bottom of the ladder, Mashijiro stared at the knife in disbelief. Tears began coursing his cheeks.
I don't deserve this honor, Omi-san,
he said abjectly. Yes.
Thank you.
The young samurai beside Omi said,
May I please ask that he be allowed to commit seppuku here, on the beach?
He failed in the pit. He stays in the pit. Order the villagers to fill it in. Obliterate all traces of it. The barbarians have defiled it. Kiku laughed and shook her head.
No, Omi-san, so sorry. Please, no more sake for me, or my hair will fall down. I'll fall down, and then where would we be?
I'd fall down with you and we'd pillow and be in nirvana, outside ourselves, Omi said happily, his head swimming from the wine.
Ah, but I'd be snoring, and you can't pillow a snoring, horrid, drunken girl and get much pleasure. Certainly not. So sorry. Oh, no. Omi-sama of the huge new fief, you deserve better than that.
She poured another thimble of the warm wine into the tiny porcelain cup and offered it with both hands, her left forefinger and thumb delicately holding the cup, the forefinger of her right hand touching the underside.
Here, because you are wonderful.
He accepted it and sipped, enjoying its warmth and mellow tang. I'm so glad I was able to persuade you to stay an extra day, ne? You are so beautiful, Kiku-san.
You are beautiful, and it is my pleasure.
Her eyes were dancing in the light of a candle encased in a paper and bamboo flower that hung from the cedar rafter. This was the best suite of rooms in the tea house near the square. She leaned over to help him to some more rice from the simple wooden bowl that was on the low black lacquered table in front of him. But he shook his head. No, thank you.
You should eat more, a strong man like you.
I'm full, really. He did not offer her any because she had barely touched her small salad, thinly sliced cucumbers and tiny sculptured radishes pickled in sweet vinegar, which was all she would accept of the whole meal. There had been slivers of raw fish on balls of tacky rice, soup, the salad, and some fresh vegetables served with a piquant sauce of soya and ginger. And rice. She clapped her hands softly and the shoji was opened instantly by her personal maid.
Yes, mistress. Shuisen, take all these things away and bring more sake and a fresh pot of cha. And fruit. The sake should be warmer than last time. Hurry up, good for nothing.
She tried to sound imperious. Shuisen was 14, sweet, anxious to please, and an apprentice courtesan. She had been with Kiku for 2 years, and Kiku was responsible for her training. With an effort, Kiku took her eyes off the pure white rice that she would have loved to have eaten and dismissed her own hunger.
You ate before you arrived, and you will eat later, she reminded herself. Yes, but even then, it was so little. Ah, but ladies have tiny appetites, very tiny appetites, her teacher used to say. Guests eat and drink. The more the better. Ladies don't, and certainly never with guests. How can ladies talk or entertain or play the samisen or dance if they're stuffing their mouths? You will eat later. Be patient. Concentrate on your guest. While she watched Suisun critically, gauging her skill, she told Omi stories to make him laugh and forget the world outside. The young girl knelt beside Omi, tidied the small bowls and chopsticks on the lacquer tray into a pleasing pattern, as she had been taught. Then she picked up the empty sake flask, poured to make sure it was empty. It would have been very bad manners to have shaken the flask. Then got up with the tray, noiselessly carried it to the shoji door, knelt, put the tray down, opened the shoji, got up, stepped through the door, knelt again, lifted the tray out, put it down again as noiselessly, and closed the door completely. I'll really have to get another maid, Kiku said, not displeased. That colour suits her, she was thinking. I must send to Edo for some more of that silk. What a shame it's so expensive. Never mind, with all the money Gyoko-san was given for last night and tonight, there will be more than enough from my share to buy little Suisun 20 kimonos. She's such a sweet child, and really very graceful. She makes so much noise, it disturbs the whole room. So sorry. I didn't notice her. Only you, Omi said, finishing his wine. Kiku fluttered her fan, her smile lighting her face. You make me feel very good, Omi-san. Yes, and beloved. Suisun brought the sake quickly, and the cha. Her mistress poured Omi some wine and gave it to him. The young girl unobtrusively filled the cups. She did not spill a drop, and she thought the sound that the liquid made going into the cup had the right quiet kind of ring to it. So she sighed inwardly with vast relief, sat back on her heels, and waited. Kiku was telling an amusing story that she had heard from one of her friends in Mishima, and Omi was laughing. As she did so, she took one of the small oranges, and using her long fingernails, opened it as though it were a flower, the sections of the fruit the petals, the divisions of the skin its leaves. She removed a fleck of pith and offered it with both hands, as if this were the usual way a lady would serve the fruit to her guest. Would you like an orange, Omi-san? Omi's first reaction was to say, I can't destroy such beauty, but that would be inept, he thought, dazzled by her artistry. How can I compliment her, and her unnamed teacher? How can I return the happiness that she has given me, letting me watch her fingers create something so precious, yet so ephemeral? He held the flower in his hands for a moment, then nimbly removed 4 sections, equidistant from each other, and ate them with enjoyment. This left a new flower. He removed 4 more sections, creating a third floral design. Next, he took 1 section and moved a second so that the remaining 3 made still another blossom. Then he took 2 sections and replaced the last in the orange cradle, in the centre on its side, as though a crescent moon within a sun. He ate one very slowly. When he had finished, he put the other in the centre of his hand and offered it. This you must have, because it is the second to last. This is my gift to you. Suisun could hardly breathe. What was the last one for? Kiku took the fruit and ate it. It was the best she had ever tasted. This, the last one, Omi said, putting the whole flower gravely into the palm of his right hand. This is my gift to the gods, whoever they are, wherever they are. I will never eat this fruit again, unless it is from your hands. That is too much, Omi-sama, Kiku said. I release you from your vow. That was said under the influence of the kami, who lives in all sake bottles. I refuse to be released. They were very happy together. Suisun, she said, now leave us. And please, child, please try to do it with grace. Yes, mistress.
The young girl went into the next room and checked that the futons were meticulous, the love instruments and pleasure beads near at hand, and the flowers perfect. An imperceptible crease was smoothed from the already smooth cover. Then, satisfied, Suisun sat down, sighed with relief, fanned the heat out of her face with her lilac fan, and contentedly waited. In the next room, which was the finest of all the rooms in the tea-house, the only one with a garden of its own, Kiku picked up the long-handled samisen. It was 3-stringed, guitar-like, and Kiku's first soaring chord filled the room. Then she began to sing, at first soft, then trilling, soft again, then louder, softer and sighing sweetly, ever sweetly. She sang of love and unrequited love, and happiness and sadness.
Mistress!
The whisper would not have awakened the lightest sleeper, but Suisun knew that her mistress preferred not to sleep after the clouds and the rain, however strong. She preferred to rest, half awake in tranquility.
Yes, sweet Chan?
Kiku whispered as quietly, using Chan as one would to a favourite child.
Omi-san's wife has returned. Her palanquin has just gone up the path to his house.
Kiku glanced at Omi. His neck rested comfortably on the padded wooden pillow, arms interlocked. His body was strong and unmarked, his skin firm and golden, a sheen there. She caressed him gently, enough to make the touch enter his dream, but not enough to awaken him. Then she slid from under the quilt, gathering her kimonos around herself. It took Kiku very little time to renew her makeup as Suisun combed and brushed her hair and retied it into the Shimoda style. Then mistress and maid walked noiselessly along the corridor, out onto the veranda, through the garden to the square. Boats, like fireflies, plied from the barbarian ship to the jetty, where 7 of the cannons still remained to be loaded. It was still deep night, long before dawn. The 2 women slipped along the narrow path between a cluster of houses and began to climb the path. Sweat-stained and exhausted bearers were collecting their strength around the palanquin on the hilltop outside Omi's house. Kiku did not knock on the garden door. Candles were lit in the house, and servants were hurrying to and fro. She motioned to Suisun, who immediately went to the veranda near the front door, knocked, and waited. In a moment, the door opened. The maid nodded and vanished. Another moment, and the maid returned and beckoned Kiku and bowed low as she swept past. Another maid scurried ahead and opened the shoji of the best room. Omi's mother's bed was unslept in. She was sitting, rigidly erect, near the small alcove that held the flower arrangement. A small window shoji was open to the garden. Midori, Omi's wife, was opposite her. Kiku knelt.
Is it only a night ago that I was here and terrified on the night of the screams?
She bowed, first to Omi's mother, then to his wife, feeling the tension between the 2 women, and she asked herself,
why is it there is always such violence between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Doesn't daughter-in-law, in time, become mother-in-law? Why does she then always treat her own daughter-in-law to a lashing tongue and make her life a misery? And why does that girl do the same in her turn? Doesn't anyone learn? I'm sorry to disturb you, Mistress-san.
You're very welcome, Kiku-san, the old woman replied. There's no trouble, I hope.
Oh, no, but I didn't know whether or not you'd want me to awaken your son,
she said to her, already knowing the answer.
I thought I'd better ask you, as you, Midori-san.
She turned and smiled and bowed slightly to Midori, liking her greatly.
As you had returned.
The old woman said,
You're very kind, Kiku-san, and very thoughtful. No, leave him in peace.
Very well. Please excuse me, disturbing you like this, but I thought it best to ask. Midori-san, I hope your journey was not too bad. So sorry. It was awful, Midori said. I'm glad to be back and hated being away. Is my husband well? Yes, very well. He laughed a lot this evening and seemed to be happy. He ate and drank sparingly, and he's sleeping soundly. The mystery-san was beginning to tell me some of the terrible things that happened while I was away, and— You shouldn't have gone. You were needed here, the old woman interrupted, venom in her voice. Or perhaps not. Perhaps you should have stayed away permanently. Perhaps you brought a bad kami into our house along with your bed linen. I'd never do that, Mistress-san, Midori said patiently. Please believe I would rather kill myself than bring the slightest stain to your good name. Please forgive my being away and my faults. I'm sorry. Since that devil ship came here, we've had nothing but trouble. That's bad, Kami. Very bad. And where were you when you were needed? Gossiping in Mishima, stuffing yourself and drinking sake. My father died, Mistress-san, the day before I arrived. Huh. You haven't even got the courtesy or the foresight to be at your own father's deathbed. The sooner you permanently leave our house, the better for all of us. I want some cha. We have a guest here, and you haven't even remembered your manners enough to offer her refreshment. It was ordered instantly the moment she— It hasn't arrived instantly.
The shoji opened. A maid nervously brought cha and some sweetcakes. First Midori served the old woman, who cursed the maid roundly and chomped toothlessly on her cake, slurping her drink.
You must excuse the maid, Kiku-san, the old woman said. The cha's tasteless. Tasteless! And scalding. I suppose that's only to be expected in this house. Here, please have mine.
Midori blew gently on the tea to cool it. The old woman took it grudgingly.
Why can't it be correct the first time?
She lapsed into sullen silence.
What do you think about all this? Midori asked Kiku. The ship, and Yabu-sama, and Toda Hiromatsu-sama. I don't know what to think. As to the barbarians, who knows? They're certainly an extraordinary collection of men. And the great daimyo, Iron Fist? It's very curious that he arrived almost the same time as Lord Yabu, eh? Well, you must excuse me. No, please. I can see myself out. Oh, no, Kiku-san. I wouldn't hear of it. There, you see, Midori-san, the old woman interrupted impatiently. Our guest's uncomfortable, and the cha awful. Oh, the cha was sufficient for me, Mistress-san, really. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am a little tired. Perhaps before I go tomorrow, I may be allowed to come to see you. It's always such a pleasure to talk with you.
The old woman allowed herself to be cajoled, and Kiku followed Midori onto the veranda and into the garden.
Kiku-san, you're so thoughtful,
Midori said, holding her arm, warmed by her beauty.
It was very kind of you. Thank you.
Kiku glanced back at the house momentarily and shivered.
Is she always like that? Tonight, she was polite, compared to sometimes. If it wasn't for Omi and my son, I swear I'd shake her dust off my feet, shave my head, and become a nun. But I have Omi and my son, and that makes up for everything. I only thank all kami for that. Fortunately, Mistress-san prefers Edo, and can't stay away from there for very long.
Midori smiled sadly.
You train yourself not to listen. You know how it is.
She sighed, so beautiful in the moonlight.
But that's unimportant. Tell me what's happened since I left.
This was why Kiku had come to the house so urgently, for obviously neither the mother nor the wife would wish Omi's sleep disturbed. She came to tell the lovely Lady Midori everything, so she could help to guard Kashigi Omi as she herself would try to guard him. She told her all that she knew, except what had happened in the room with Yabu. She added the rumors she had heard and the stories the other girls had passed on to her or invented. And everything that Omi had told her, his hopes and fears and plans, everything about him, except what had happened in the room tonight. She knew that this was not important to his wife.
I'm afraid, Kiku-san. Afraid for my husband. Everything he advised was wise, lady. I think everything he did was correct. Lord Yabu doesn't reward anyone lightly, and 3,000 koku is a worthy increase. But the ship's Lord Toranaga's now, and all that money. Yes, but for Yabu-sama to offer the ship as a gift was an idea of genius. Omi-san gave the idea to Yabu. Surely this itself is payment enough, nay? Omi-san must be recognized as a preeminent vassal.
Kiku twisted the truth just a trifle, knowing that Omi was in great danger, and all his house.
What is to be, will be, she reminded herself. But it does no harm to ease the brow of a nice woman. Yes, I can see that, Midori said. Let it be the truth, she prayed. Please let it be the truth.
She embraced the girl, her eyes filling with tears.
Thank you. You're so kind, Kiku-san. So kind.
She was 17. Chapter 8.
What do you think, Inglés?
I think there'll be a storm.
When?
Before sunset. It was near noon, and they were standing on the quarterdeck of the galley under a grey overcast. This was the second day out to sea.
If this was your ship, what would you do?
How far is it to our landfall? Blackthorn asked.
After sunset?
How far to the nearest land?
4 or 5 hours, Inglés. But to run for cover will cost us half a day, and I can't afford that. What would you do?
Blackthorn thought a moment. During the first night, the galley had sped southward down the east coast of the Izu Peninsula, helped by the large sail on the midship's mast. When they had come abreast of the southmost cape, Cape Ito, Rodriguez had set the course west-southwest and had left the safety of the coast for the open sea, heading for a landfall at Cape Shinto, 200 miles away.
Normally, in one of these galleys, we'd hug the coast, for safety,
Rodriguez had said.
But that'd take too much time, and time is important. Toranaga asked me to pilot Todi to Anjiro and back. Quickly. There's a bonus for me, if we're very quick. One of their pilots would be just as good on a short haul like this. But the poor son of a whore would be frightened to death, carrying so important a daimyo as Todi, particularly out of sight of land. They're not oceaners, Jap men. Great pirates and fighters and coastal sailors, but the deep frightens them. The old Taiko even made a law that the few ocean ships Jap men possess were always to have Portuguese pilots aboard. It's still the law of their land today.
Why did he do that? Rodriguez shrugged.
Perhaps someone suggested it to him. Who? Your stolen rata, Inglés, the Portuguese one. Whose was it?
I don't know. There was no name on it, no signature.
Where'd you get it?
From the chief merchant of the Dutch East India Company.
Where'd he get it from?
Blackthorn shrugged. Rodriguez's laugh had no humour in it.
Well, I never expected you to tell me, but whoever stole it and sold it, I hope he burns in hellfire forever.
You're employed by this Toranaga, Rodriguez?
No, I was just visiting Osaka, my captain and I. This was just a favour to Toranaga. My captain volunteered me. I'm pilot of the...
Rodriguez had stopped.
I keep forgetting you're the enemy, Inglés.
Portugal and England have been allies for centuries.
But we're not now. Go below, Inglés. You're tired, and so am I, and tired men make mistakes. Come on deck when you're rested.
So Blackthorn had gone below to the pilot's cabin and had lain on the bunk. Rodriguez's rudder of the voyage was on the sea desk, which was pinned to the bulkhead like the pilot's chair on the quarterdeck. The book was leather-covered and used, but Blackthorne did not open it.
"Why leave it there?"
he had asked previously.
"If I didn't, you'd search for it. But you won't touch it there, or even look at it, uninvited. You're a pilot, not a pig-bellied, whoring, thieving merchant or soldier."
"I'll read it. You would?"
"Not uninvited, Ingles. No pilot would do that. Even I wouldn't."
Blackthorne had watched the book for a moment, and then he closed his eyes. He slept deeply, all of that day and part of the night. It was just before dawn when he awoke as always. It took time to adjust to the untoward motion of the galley and the throb of the drum that kept the oars moving as one. He lay comfortably on his back in the dark, his arms under his head. He thought about his own ship and put away his worry of what would happen when they reached shore and Osaka.
One thing at a time.
Think about Felicity and Tudor and home. No, not now. Think that if other Portuguese are like Rodriguez, you've a good chance now. You'll get a ship home. Pilots are not enemies, and the pox on other things. But you can't say that, lad. You're English, the hated heretic and antichrist. Catholics own this world. They owned it. Now we and the Dutch are going to smash them. What nonsense it all is. Catholic and Protestant and Calvinist and Lutherist and every other shitist. You should have been born Catholic. It was only fate that took your father to Holland, where he met a woman, Anneke van Droste, who became his wife, and he saw Spanish Catholics and Spanish priests and the Inquisition for the first time. I'm glad he had his eyes opened, Blackthorne thought. I'm glad mine are open. Then he had gone on deck. Rodriguez was in his chair, his eyes red-rimmed with sleeplessness, 2 Japanese sailors on the helm as before. Can I take this watch for you? How do you feel, Ingles? Rested. Can I take the watch for you? Blackthorne saw Rodriguez measuring him. I'll wake you if the wind changes. Anything. Thank you, Ingles. Yes, I'll sleep a little. Maintain this course. At the turn, go 4 degrees more westerly, and at the next, 6 more westerly. You'll have to point the new course on the compass for the helmsman. Wakarimasu ka? Hi! Blackthorne laughed. 4 points westerly it is. Go below, pilot. Your bunk's comfortable. But Vasco Rodriguez did not go below. He merely pulled his sea cloak closer and settled deeper into the sea chair. Just before the turn of the hourglass, he awoke momentarily and checked the course change without moving, and immediately went back to sleep again. Once when the wind veered, he awoke, and then, when he had seen there was no danger, again he slept. Hiromatsu and Yabu came on deck during the morning. Blackthorne noticed their surprise that he was conning the ship and Rodriguez sleeping. They did not talk to him, but returned to their conversation, and later they went below again. Near midday, Rodriguez had risen from the sea chair to stare northeast, sniffing the wind, all his senses concentrated. Both men studied the sea and the sky and the encroaching clouds. What would you do, Ingles, if this was your ship? Rodriguez said again. I'd run for the coast if I knew where it was, the nearest point. This craft won't take much water, and there's a storm there all right. About 4 hours away. Can't be typhoon, Rodriguez muttered. What? Typhoon? They're huge winds, the worst storms you've ever seen, but we're not in typhoon season. When's that? It's not now, enemy. Rodriguez laughed. No, not now. But it could be rotten enough, so I'll take your piss-cutting advice. Steer north by west. As Blackthorne pointed the new course and the helmsman turned the ship neatly, Rodriguez went to the rail and shouted at the captain, Isogi, Captain-san! Wakarimasu ka? Isogi! Hi! What's that? Hurry up. The corners of Rodriguez's eyes crinkled with amusement. "No harm in you knowing a little Japman talk, eh? Sure, Inglés. Esogi means to hurry. All you need here is about 10 words, and then you can make the bugger shit if you want to. If they're the right words, of course, and if they're in the mood. I'll go below now and get some food. You cook, too? In Japland, every civilized man has to cook, or personally has to train one of the monkeys to cook, or you starve to death. All they eat's raw fish, raw vegetables, and sweet pickled vinegar. But life here can be a piss cutter if you know how." "Is piss cutter good or bad?" "It's mostly very good, but sometimes terribly bad. It all depends how you feel. And you ask too many questions." Rodriguez went below. He barred his cabin door and carefully checked the lock on his sea chest. The hair that he had placed so delicately was still there, and a similar hair, equally invisible to anyone but him, that he had put on the cover of his rotter, was also untouched. "You can't be too careful in this world," Rodriguez thought. "Is there any harm in his knowing that you're the pilot of the Nao del Trato, this year's great black ship from Macau? Perhaps, because then you'd have to explain that she's a Leviathan, one of the richest, biggest ships in the world, more than 1,600 tons. You might be tempted to tell him about her cargo, about trade, and about Macau, and all sorts of illuminating things that are very, very private and very, very secret. But we are at war, us against the English and Dutch." He opened the well-oiled lock and took out his private rutter to check some bearings for the nearest haven, and his eyes saw the sealed packet the priest, Father Sebastião, had given him just before they had left Anjiro. "Does it contain the Englishman's rutters?" he asked himself again. He weighed the package and looked at the Jesuit seals, sorely tempted to break them and see for himself. Blackthorn had told him that the Dutch squadron had come by way of Magellan's Pass and little else. "The Inglés asks lots of questions and volunteers nothing," Rodriguez thought. "He's shrewd, clever, and dangerous. Are they his rutters, or aren't they? If they are, what good are they to the Holy Fathers?" He shuddered, thinking of Jesuits and Franciscans and Dominicans, and all monks and all priests, and the Inquisition. There are good priests and bad priests, and they're mostly bad, but they're still priests. The Church has to have priests, and without them to intercede for us, we're lost sheep in a satanic world. Oh, Madonna, protect me from all evil and bad priests." Rodriguez had been in his cabin with Blackthorn in Anjiro Harbour when the door had opened and Father Sebastião had come in uninvited. They had been eating and drinking, and the remains of their food was in the wooden bowls. "You break bread with heretics?" the priest had asked. "It's dangerous to eat with them. They're infectious. Did he tell you he's a pirate?" "It's only Christian to be chivalrous to your enemies, Father. When I was in their hands, they were fair to me. I only returned their charity." He had knelt and kissed the priest's cross. Then he had got up, and offering wine, he said, "How can I help you?" "I want to go to Osaka, with the ship." "I'll ask them at once." He had gone and had asked the captain, and the request had gradually gone up to Toda Hiromatsu, who replied that Toranaga had said nothing about bringing a foreign priest from Anjiro, so he regretted he could not bring the foreign priest from Anjiro. Father Sebastião had wanted to talk privately, so he had sent the Englishman on deck, and then, in the privacy of the cabin, the priest had brought out the sealed package. "I would like you to deliver this to the Father Visitor." "I don't know if His Eminence will still be at Osaka when I get there." Rodriguez did not like being a carrier of Jesuit secrets. "I might have to go back to Nagasaki. My Captain General may have left orders for me."
Then give it to Father Alvito. Make absolutely sure you put it only in his hands."
"Very well," he had said.
"When were you last at confession, my son?"
"On Sunday, Father."
"Would you like me to confess you now?"
"Yes, thank you." He was grateful that the priest had asked, for you never knew if your life depended on the sea, and afterwards he had felt much better as always. Now in the cabin, Rodriguez put back the package, greatly tempted.
"Why Father Alvito?"
Father Martin Alvito was chief trade negotiator and had been personal interpreter for the Taiko for many years, and therefore an intimate of most of the influential daimyos. Father Alvito plied between Nagasaki and Osaka, and was one of the very few men, and the only European, who had access to the Taiko at any time. An enormously clever man who spoke perfect Japanese and knew more about them and their way of life than any man in Asia. Now he was the Portuguese's most influential mediator to the Council of Regents, and to Ishido and Toranaga in particular.
"Trust the Jesuits to get one of their men into such a vital position,"
Rodriguez thought with awe.
"Certainly, if it hadn't been for the Society of Jesus, the flood of heresy would never have been stopped. Portugal and Spain might have gone Protestant, and we'd have lost our immortal souls forever. Madonna! Why do you think about priests all the time?"
Rodriguez asked himself aloud.
"You know it makes you nervous."
"Yes, even so. Why Father Alvito?
If the package contains the rutters, is the package meant for one of the Christian daimyos? Or Ishido or Toranaga? Or just for His Eminence, the Father Visitor himself? Or for my Captain General? Or will the rutters be sent to Rome for the Spaniards? Why Father Alvito? Father Sebastião could have easily said to give it to one of the other Jesuits. And why does Toranaga want the Inglés?
In my heart, I know I should kill Blackthorn. He's the enemy. He's a heretic.
But there's something else. I've a feeling this Inglés is a danger to all of us. Why should I think that? He's a pilot, a great one, strong, intelligent, a good man. Nothing there to worry about. So why am I afraid? Is he evil? I like him very much, but I feel I should kill him quickly, and the sooner the better. Not in anger, just to protect ourselves. Why?
I am afraid of him.
What to do? Leave it to the hand of God? The storm's coming, and it'll be a bad one. God curse me and my lack of wits. Why don't I know what to do easily?
The storm came before sunset and caught them out to sea. Land was 10 miles away. The bay they raced for was haven enough and dead ahead when they had crested the horizon. There were no shoals or reefs to navigate between them and safety, but 10 miles was 10 miles, and the sea was rising fast, driven by the rain-soaked wind. The gale blew from the northeast on the starboard quarter, and veered badly as gusts swirled easterly or northerly without pattern, the sea grim. Their course was northwest, so they were mostly broadside to the swell, rolling badly, now in the trough, now sickeningly on the crest. The galley was shallow draught and built for speed and kind waters, and though the rowers were game and very disciplined, it was hard to keep their oars in the sea and their pull clean.
"You have to ship the oars and run before the wind,"
Blackthorn shouted.
"Maybe, but not yet. Where are your cojones, Inglés?" "Where they should be, by God, and where I want them to stay."
Both men knew that if they turned into the wind, they could never make way against the storm, so the tide and the wind would take them away from sanctuary and out to sea. And if they ran before the wind, the tide and the wind would take them away from sanctuary and out to sea as before, only faster. Southward was the great deep, There was no land southward for 1,000 miles, or, if you were unlucky, for 1,000 leagues. They wore lifelines that were lashed to the binnacle, and they were glad of them as the deck pitched and rolled. They hung on to the gunwales as well, riding her. As yet, no water had come aboard. She was heavily laden and rode lower in the water than either would have liked. Rodriguez had prepared properly in the hours of waiting. Everything had been battened down, the men forewarned. Hiromatsu and Yabu had said that they would stay below for a time and then come on deck. Rodriguez had shrugged and told them clearly that it would be very dangerous. He was sure they did not understand.
"What'll they do?"
Blackthorn had asked.
"Who knows, Inglés? But they won't be weeping with fear, you can be sure."
In the well of the main deck, the oarsmen were working hard. Normally there would be 2 men on each oar, but Rodriguez had ordered 3 for strength and safety and speed. Others were waiting below decks to spell these rowers when he gave the order. On the foredeck, the captain oarmaster was experienced, and his beat was slow, timed to the waves. The galley was still making way, though every moment the roll seemed more pronounced and the recovery slower. Then the squalls became erratic and threw the captain oarmaster off stroke.
"Watch out for it!"
Blackthorn and Rodriguez shouted almost in the same breath. The galley rolled sickeningly. 20 oars pulled at air instead of sea, and there was chaos aboard. The first coma had struck, and the port gunwale was awash. They were floundering.
"Go for it!"
Rodriguez ordered.
"Get them to ship half the oars each side! Madonna, hurry, hurry!"
Blackthorn knew that without his lifeline, he could easily be carried overboard, but the oars had to be shipped, or they were lost. He slipped the knot and fought along the heaving, greasy deck, down the short gangway to the main deck. Abruptly, the galley swerved, and he was carried to the down side, his legs taken away by some of the rowers who had also slipped their safety lines to try to fight order into their oars. The gunwale was under water, and 1 man went overboard. Blackthorn felt himself going, too. His hand caught the gunwale, his tendons stretched, but his grip held. Then his other hand reached the rail, and choking, he pulled himself back. His feet found the deck, and he shook himself, thanking God, and thought,
"There's your 7th life gone. Alban Caradoc had always said a good pilot had to be like a cat, except that the pilot had to have at least 10 lives, whereas a cat is satisfied with 9.
A man was at his feet, and he dragged him from the grip of the sea, held him until he was safe, then helped him to his place. He looked back at the quarterdeck to curse Rodriguez for letting the helm get away from him. Rodriguez waved and pointed and shouted, the shout swallowed by a squall. Blackthorn saw their course had changed. Now they were almost into the wind, and he knew the swerve had been planned.
"Wise," he thought.
"That'll give us a respite to get organized, but the bastard could have warned me. I don't like losing lives unnecessarily." He waved back and hurled himself into the work of resorting the rowers. All rowing had stopped except for the 2 oars most forward, which kept them tidily into the wind. With signs and yelling, Blackthorn got the oars shipped, doubled up the men on the working ones, and went aft again. The men were stoic, and though some were very sick, they stayed and waited for the next order. The bay was closer, but it still seemed 1,000,000 leagues away. To the northeast, the sky was dark. Rain whipped them, and the gusts strengthened. In Erasmus, Blackthorn would not have been worried. They could have made harbour easily, or could have turned back carelessly onto their real course, heading for their proper landfall. His ship was built and rigged for weather. This galley was not.
"What do you think, Inglés?" "You'll do what you want, whatever I think,"
he shouted against the wind.
"But she won't take much water, and will go down like a stone. And the next time I go for it, tell me you're putting her into wind. Better still, put her to windward while I've my line on, and then we'll both reach port." "That was the hand of God, Inglés. A wave slammed her rump around. That nearly put me overboard. I saw."
Blackthorn was measuring their drift.
"If we stay on this course, we'll never make the bay. We'll be swept past the headland by a mile or more. I'm going to stay into the wind. Then, when the time's ripe, we'll stab for the shore. Can you swim? Yes. Good. I never learned. Too dangerous. Better to drown quickly than slow, eh?
Rodriguez shuddered involuntarily.
Blessed Madonna, protect me from a water grave. This sow-bellied whore of a ship's going to get to harbour tonight. Has to. My nose says if we turn and run, we'll founder. We're too heavily laden. Lighten her. Throw the cargo overboard. King told you you'd never agree. He has to arrive with it, or he might as well not arrive. Ask him. Madonna, are you deaf? I've told you, I know he won't agree.
Rodriguez went closer to the helmsman and made sure they understood they were to keep heading into the wind without fail.
Watch them, Inglés! You have the con!
He untied his lifeline and went down the gangway, sure-footed. The rowers watched him intently as he walked to the captain's stand on the fore-poop deck to explain with signs and with words the plan he had in mind. Hiromatsu and Yabu came on deck. The captain's san explained the plan to them. Both men were pale, but they remained impassive, and neither vomited. They looked shoreward through the rain, shrugged, and went below again. Blackthorn stared at the bay to port. He knew the plan was dangerous. They would have to wait until they were just past the near headland. Then they would have to fall off from the wind, turn northwest again, and pull for their lives. The sail wouldn't help them. It would have to be their strength alone. The southern side of the bay was rock-fanged and reefed. If they misjudged the timing, they would be driven ashore there and wrecked.
Inglés! Lay forward!
The Portuguese was beckoning him. He went forward.
What about the sail?
Rodriguez shouted.
No, that'll hurt more than help. You stay here then! If the captain fails with the beat, or we lose him, you take it up. All right? I've never sailed one of these before. I've never mastered oars. But I'll try.
Rodriguez looked landward. The headland appeared and disappeared in the driving rain. Soon he would have to make the stab. The seas were growing and already whitecaps fled from the crests. The race between the headlands looked evil.
This one's going to be filthy, he thought.
Then he spat and decided.
Go aft, Inglés. Take the helm. When I signal, go west-northwest for that point. You see it? Yes. Don't hesitate and hold that course. Watch me closely. This sign means hard a port, this hard a starboard, this steady as she goes. Very well. By the Virgin, you'll wait for my orders and you'll obey my orders? You want me to take the helm or not?
Rodriguez knew he was trapped.
I have to trust you, Inglés, and I hate trusting you. Go aft, he said.
He saw Blackthorn read what was behind his eyes and walk away. Then he changed his mind and called after him.
Hey, you arrogant pirate! Go with God!
Blackthorn turned back gratefully.
And you, Spaniard! Peace on all Spaniards, and long live Portugal! Steady as she goes.
They made harbour, but without Rodriguez. He was washed overboard when his lifeline snapped. The ship had been on the brink of safety when the great wave came out of the north, and though they had taken much water previously and had already lost the Japanese captain, now they were awash and driven backward towards the rock-infested shore. Blackthorn saw Rodriguez go, and he watched him, gasping and struggling in the churning sea. The storm and the tide had taken them far to the south side of the bay, and they were almost on the rocks, all aboard knowing that the ship was lost. As Rodriguez was swept alongside, Blackthorn threw him a wooden life ring. The Portuguese flailed for the life ring, but the sea swept it out of his reach. An oar crashed into him, and he grabbed for it. The rain slashed down, and the last Blackthorn saw of Rodriguez was an arm and the broken oar, and just ahead, the surf raging against the tormented shore. He could have dived overboard and swum to him and survived, perhaps. There was time, perhaps. But his first duty was to his ship, and his last duty was to his ship, and his ship was in danger. So he turned his back on Rodriguez. The wave had taken some rowers with it, and others were struggling to fill the empty places. A mate had bravely slipped his safety line. He jumped onto the foredeck, secured himself, and restarted the beat. The chant leader also began again. The rowers tried to get order out of chaos. "Isugi!" Blackthorn shouted, remembering the word. He bent his weight on the helm to help get the bow more into wind, then went to the rail and beat time, called out, 1, 2, 1, 2, trying to encourage the crew. "Come on, you bastards! Pull!" The galley was on the rocks. At least the rocks were just astern and to port and to starboard. The oars dipped and pulled, but still the ship made no way, the wind and the tide winning, dragging her backward perceptibly. "Come on! Pull, you bastards!" Blackthorn shouted again, his hand beating time. The rowers took strength from him. First they held their own with the sea, then they conquered her. The ship moved away from the rocks. Blackthorn held the course for the lee shore. Soon they were in calmer waters. There was still gale, but it was overhead. There was still tempest, but it was out to sea. "Let go the starboard anchor!" No one understood the words, but all seamen knew what was wanted. They rushed to do his bidding. The anchor splashed over the side. He let the ship fall off slightly to test the firmness of the seabed, the mate and rowers understanding his maneuver. "Let go the port anchor!" When his ship was safe, he looked aft. The cruel shoreline could hardly be seen through the rain. He gauged the sea and considered possibilities. "The Portuguese's rudder is below," he thought, drained. "I can con the ship to Osaka. I could con it back to Anjiro. But were you right to disobey him?" "I didn't disobey Rodriguez. I was on the quarterdeck, alone." "Steer south!" Rodriguez had screamed when the wind and the tide carried them perilously near the rocks. "Turn and run before the wind!" "No!" he had shouted back, believing their only chance was to try for the harbour, and that in the open sea they'd flounder. "We can make it!" "God curse you! You'll kill us all!" "But I didn't kill anyone," Blackthorn thought. "Rodriguez, you knew and I knew that it was my responsibility to decide, if there was a time of decision. I was right. The ship's safe. Nothing else matters." He beckoned to the mate, who hurried from the foredeck. Both helmsmen had collapsed, their arms and legs almost torn from their sockets. The rowers were like corpses, fallen helplessly over their oars. Others weakly came from below to help. Hiromatsu and Yabu, both badly shaken, were assisted onto the deck. But once on deck, both daimyos stood erect. "Hey, Anjin-san?" the mate asked. He was a middle-aged man with strong white teeth and a broad, weather-beaten face. A livid bruise marked his cheek, where the sea had battered him against the gunwale. "You did very well," Blackthorn said, not caring that his words would not be understood. He knew his tone would be clear, and his smile. "Yes, very well. You're Captain-san now. Wakarimasu? You, Captain-san." The man stared at him open-mouthed. Then he bowed to hide both his astonishment and his pleasure. "Wakarimasu, Anjin-san. Hai, arigato gozaimashita." "Listen, Captain-san," Blackthorn said. "Get the men food and drink. Hot food. We'll stay here tonight." With signs, Blackthorn made him comprehend. Immediately the new captain turned and shouted with new authority. Instantly seamen ran to obey him. Filled with pride, the new captain looked back at the quarterdeck. "I wish I could speak your barbarian language," he thought happily. "Then I could thank you, Anjin-san, for saving the ship, and with the ship the life of our Lord Hiromatsu.
Your magic gave us all new strength. Without your magic, we would have floundered. You may be a pirate, but you are a great seaman. And while you are pilot, I will obey you with my life. I'm not worthy to be captain, but I will try to deserve your trust." "What do you want me to do next?" he asked. Blackthorn was looking over the side. The seabed was obscured. He took mental bearings, and when he was sure that the anchors had not slipped and the sea was safe, he said, "Launch the skiff, and get a good sculler." Again, with signs and with words, Blackthorn made himself understood. The skiff was launched and manned instantly. Blackthorn went to the gunwale and would have scaled down the side, but a harsh voice stopped him. He looked around. Hiromatsu was there, Yabu beside him. The old man was badly bruised about the neck and shoulders, but he still carried the long sword. Yabu was bleeding from his nose, his face bruised, his kimono blotched, and he tried to staunch the flow with a small piece of material. Both men were impassive, seemingly unaware of their hurts or the chill of the wind. Blackthorn bowed politely. "Hi, Toda-sama?" Again the harsh words, and the old man pointed with his sword at the skiff and shook his head. "Rodrigo-san, there!" Blackthorn pointed to the south shore in answer. "I go look!" "Ie." Hiromatsu shook his head again and spoke at length, clearly refusing him permission because of the danger. "I'm Anjin-san of this Horbit's ship, and if I want to go ashore, I'm going ashore." Blackthorn kept his voice very polite but strong, and it was equally obvious what he meant. "I know that skiff won't live in that sea. Hey? But I'm going ashore there. By that point, you see that point, Toda Hiromatsu-sama? By that small rock. I'm going to work my way around the headland. There. I'm in no hurry to die, and I've nowhere to run. I want to get Rodrigo-san's body." He cocked a leg over the side. The scabbarded sword moved a fraction. So he froze. But his gaze was level, his face set. Hiromatsu was in a dilemma. He could understand the pirate wanting to find Rodrigo-san's body, but it was dangerous to go there, even by foot, and Lord Toranaga had said to bring the barbarian back safely, so he was going to be brought safely. It was equally clear that the man intended to go. He had seen him during the storm, standing on the pitchin deck like an evil sea kami, unafraid, in his element and part of the storm. And he had thought grimly at the time, "Better to get this man and all barbarians like him on the land where we can deal with them. At sea, we're in their power." He could see the pirate was impatient. "How insulting they are," he told himself. "Even so, I should thank you. Everyone says you alone are responsible for bringing the ship to harbour, that the Rodrigo engine lost his nerve and waved us away from land. But you held your course. Yes, if we'd gone out to sea, we'd have sunk certainly, and then I would have failed my master. Oh, Buddha, protect me from that." All his joints were aching, and his piles inflamed. He was exhausted by the effort it took to remain stoic in front of his men. Yabu, the crew, even this barbarian. "Oh, Buddha, I'm so tired. I wish I could lie in a bath and soak, and have one day of rest from pain. Just one day." "Stop your stupid womanish thoughts. You've been in pain for almost 60 years. What is pain to a man? A privilege. Masking pain is the measure of a man. Thank Buddha you are still alive to protect your master when you should have been dead 1,000 times. I do thank Buddha. But I hate the sea. I hate the cold. And I hate pain. Stay where you are, Anjin-san," he said, pointing with his scabbard for clarity, bleakly amused by the ice-blue fire in the man's eyes. When he was sure the man understood, he glanced at the mate. "Where are we? Whose fief is this?
I don't know, sire. I think we're somewhere in Ise province. We could send someone ashore to the nearest village.
Can you pilot us to Osaka?
Providing we stay very close to shore, sire, and go slowly, with great caution. I don't know these waters, and I could never guarantee your safety. I don't have enough knowledge, and there's no one aboard, sire, who has, except this pilot. If it was left to me, I would advise you to go by land. We could get you horses or palanquins.
Hiromatsu shook his head irascibly. To go overland was out of the question. It would take far too long. The way was mountainous, and there were few roads. And they would have to go through many territories controlled by allies of Ishido, the enemy. Added to this danger were also the multitudinous bandit groups that infested the passes. This would mean he would have to take all his men. Certainly he could fight his way through the bandits, but he could never force a passage if Ishido or his allies decided to inhibit him. All this would delay him further, and his orders were to deliver the cargo, the barbarian and Yabu, quickly and safely.
If we followed the coast, how long would it take us?
I don't know, sire. 4 or 5 days, perhaps more. I would feel very unsure of myself. I'm not a captain. So sorry.
Which means, Hiromatsu thought, that I have to have the cooperation of this barbarian. To prevent him going ashore, I'll have to tie him up. And who knows if he'll be cooperative tied up? How long will we have to stay here?
The pilot said overnight.
Will the storm be gone by then?
It should, sire, but one never knows.
Hiromatsu studied the mountain coast, then the pilot, hesitating.
May I offer a suggestion, Hiromatsu-san? Yabu said. Yes, of course, he said testily. As we seem to need the pirates' cooperation to get us to Osaka, why not let him go ashore, but send men with him to protect him, and order them back before dark? As to going overland, I agree it would be too dangerous for you. I would never forgive myself if anything happened to you. Once the storm has blown itself out, you'll be safer with the ship, and you'll get to Osaka much quicker, eh? Surely by sunset tomorrow.
Reluctantly, Hiromatsu nodded.
Very well.
He beckoned a samurai.
Takadashi-san, you will take 6 men and go with the pilot. Bring the Portuguese's body back if you can find it. But if even one of this barbarian's eyelashes is damaged, you and your men will commit seppuku instantly. Yes, Lord. And send 2 men to the nearest village and find out exactly where we are and in whose fief we are.
Yes, Lord.
With your permission, Hiromatsu-san, I will lead the party ashore.
Yabu said,
If we arrived in Osaka without the pirate, I'd be so ashamed that I'd feel obliged to kill myself anyway. I'd like the honor of carrying out your orders.
Hiromatsu nodded, inwardly surprised that Yabu would put himself in such jeopardy. He went below. When Blackthorn realized that Yabu was going ashore with him, his pulse quickened.
I haven't forgotten Peter Soon, or my crew, or the pit, or the screams, or Omi, or any part of it. Look to your life, bastard.
Chapter 9. They were quickly on land. Blackthorn intended to lead, but Yabu usurped that position and set a strong pace, which he was hard put to keep up with. The other 6 samurai were watching him carefully.
I've nowhere to run, you fools, he thought,
misunderstanding their concern, as his eyes automatically quartered the bay, looking for shoals or hidden reefs, measuring bearings, his mind docketing the important things for future transcription. Their way led first along the pebbled shore, then a short climb over sea-smoothed rocks up onto a path that skirted the cliff,
and crept precariously around the headland southward. The rain had stopped, but the gale had not. The closer they came to the exposed tongue of land, the higher the surf, hurled against the rocks below, sprayed into the air. Soon they were soaked. Although Blackthorn felt chilled, Yabu and the others, who had their light kimonos carelessly tucked into their belts, did not seem to be affected by the wet or the cold. It must be as Rodriguez had said, he thought, his fear returning. Japmen just aren't built like us. They don't feel cold or hunger or privations or wounds as we do. They're more like animals, their nerves dulled compared to us. Above them, the cliffs soared 200 feet. The shore was 50 feet below. Beyond and all around were mountains, and not a house or hut in the whole bay area. This was not surprising, for there was no room for fields, the shore pebbles quickly becoming foreshore rocks, and then granite mountain with trees on the upper slopes. The path dipped and rose along the cliff face, very unsafe, the surface loose. Blackthorn plodded along, leaning against the wind, and noticed that Yabu's legs were strong and muscular. Slip, you whore bastard, he thought. Slip. Splatter yourself on the rocks below. Would that make you scream? What would make you scream? With an effort, he took his eyes off Yabu and went back to searching the foreshore. Each crevice and cleft and gully. The spume wind was gusting and tore the tears from him. Sea spilled back and forth, swirled and eddied. He knew there was a minimal hope of finding Rodriguez. There would be too many caves and hidden places that could never be investigated. But he had to come ashore to try. He owed Rodriguez the try. All pilots prayed helplessly for death ashore and burial ashore. All had seen too many sea-bloated corpses, and half-eaten corpses, and crab-mutilated corpses. They rounded the headland and stopped gratefully in the lee. There was no need to go further. If the body wasn't to windward, then it was hidden or swallowed up or already carried out to sea, into the deep. Half a mile away, a small fishing village nestled on the white froth shore. Yabu motioned to two of the samurai. Immediately they bowed and loped off toward it. A last look, then Yabu wiped the rain out of his face, glanced up at Blackthorn, motioning their return. Blackthorn nodded, and they set off again, Yabu leading, the other samurai still watching him so carefully. And again he thought how stupid they were. Then, when they were halfway back, they saw Rodriguez. The body was caught in a cleft between two great rocks, above the surf but washed by part of it. One arm was sprawled in front. The other was still locked to the broken oar, which moved slightly with the ebb and flow. It was this movement that had attracted Blackthorn's attention as he bent into the wind, trudging in Yabu's wake. The only way down was over the short cliff. The climb would only be 50 or 60 feet, but it was a sheer drop, and there were almost no footholds. What about the tide? Blackthorn asked himself. It's flowing, not ebbing. That'll take him out to sea again. Jesus, it looks foul down there. What's it to be? He went closer to the edge, and immediately Yabu moved in his way, shaking his head, and the other samurai surrounded him. I'm only trying to get a better look, for the love of Christ, he said. I'm not trying to escape. Where the hell can I run to? He backed off a little and peered down. They followed his look and chatted among themselves, Yabu doing most of the talking. There's no chance, he decided. It's too dangerous. We'll come back at dawn with ropes. If he's here, and I'll bury him ashore. Reluctantly he turned, and as he did, the edge of the cliff crumbled, and he began to slip. Immediately Yabu and the others grabbed him and pulled him back, and all at once he realized that they were concerned only for his safety. They're only trying to protect me. Why should they want me safe? Because of Tora... What was his name? Toranaga? Because of him? Yes,
but also perhaps because there's no one else aboard to pilot us. Is that why they let me come ashore, gave me my way? Yes, it must be. So now I have power over the ship, over the old daimyo, and over this bastard. How can I use it? He relaxed and thanked them, and let his eyes roam below. We've got to get him, Yabu-san. Hey! The only way's that way, over the cliff. I'll bring him up. Me, Anjin-san. Again he moved forward as though he was going to climb down, and again they restrained him, and he said with feigned anxiety, We've got to get Rodrigo-san. Look, there's not much time. Light's going. Iie, Anjin-san, Yabu said. He stood towering over Yabu. If you won't let me go, Yabu-san, then send one of your men. Or go yourself. You. The wind tore around them, whining off the cliff face. He saw Yabu look down, weighing the climb and the falling light, and he knew Yabu was hooked. You're trapped, bastard. Your vanity's trapped you. If you start down there, you'll get hurt. But don't kill yourself, please. Just shatter your legs or ankles. Then drown. A samurai began to climb down, but Yabu ordered him back. Return to the ship. Fetch some ropes immediately, Yabu said. The man ran off. Yabu kicked off his thong slippers. He took his swords out of his belt and put them safely under cover. Watch them, and watch the barbarian. If anything happens to either, I'll sit you on your own swords. Please, let me go down there, Yabu-sama, Takatashi said. If you're hurt or lost, I'll... You think that you can succeed where I will fail? No, sire, of course not. Good. Please wait for the ropes then. I'll never forgive myself if anything happens to you. Takatashi was short and stocky with a heavy beard. Why not wait for the ropes? Yabu asked himself. It would be sensible, yes, but not clever. He glanced up at the barbarian and nodded briefly. He knew that he had been challenged. He had expected it, and hoped for it. That's why I volunteered for this mission, Anjin-san, he said to himself, silently amused. You're really very simple. Omi was right. Yabu took off his soaking kimono, and clad only in his loincloth, went to the cliff edge and tested it through the soles of his cotton tabi, his sock shoes. Better to keep them on, he thought, his will and his body, forged by a lifetime of training all samurai had to undergo, dominating the cold that cut into him. The tabi will give you a firmer grip, for a time. You'll need all your strength and skill to get down there alive. Is it worth it? During the storm and the stab for the bay, he had come on deck, and unnoticed by Blackthorn, had taken a place at the oars. Gladly he had used his strength with the rowers, detesting the miasma below and the sickness he had felt. He had decided that it was better to die in the air than suffocate below. As he worked with the others in the driving cold, he began watching the pilots. He saw very clearly that at sea, the ship and all aboard were in the power of these two men. The pilots were in their element, riding the pitching decks as carelessly as he himself rode a galloping horse. No Japanese aboard could match them, for skill or courage or knowledge. And gradually this awareness had spawned a majestic concept. Modern barbarian ships filled with samurai, piloted by samurai, captained by samurai, filled by samurai. His samurai. If I had 3 barbarian ships initially, I could easily control the sea lanes between Edo and Osaka. Based in Izu, I could strangle all shipping, or let it pass. So nearly all the rice and all the silk. Wouldn't I then be arbiter between Toranaga and Ishido? At the very least, a balance between them.
No daimyo has ever yet taken to the sea. No daimyo has ships or pilots, except me. I have a ship, had a ship, and now I might have my ship back, if I'm clever. I have a pilot, and therefore a trainer of pilots, if I can get him away from Toranaga, if I can dominate him. Once he is my vassal of his own accord, he will train my men and build ships. But how to make him a true vassal? The pit did not break his spirit. First, get him alone, and keep him alone. Isn't that what Omi said? Then this pilot could be persuaded to manners, and taught to speak Japanese. Yes, Omi's very clever. Too clever, perhaps. I'll think about Omi later. Concentrate on the pilot. How to dominate a barbarian. A Christian filth-eater? What was it Omi said? They value life. Their chief deity, Jesus the Christ, teaches them to love one another and to value life. Could I give him back his life? Save it, yes. That would be very good. How to bend him? Yabu had been so swept by his excitement, he'd hardly noticed the motion of the ship or the seas. A wave cascaded over him. He saw it envelop the pilot, but there was no fear in the man at all. Yabu was astounded. How could someone who had meekly allowed an enemy to piss on his back to save the life of an insignificant vassal, how could this man have the strength to forget such eternal dishonor and stand there on the quarterdeck, calling the gods of the sea to battle like any legendary hero, to save the same enemies? And then, when the great wave had taken the Portuguese away and they were floundering, the Anjin-san had miraculously laughed at death and given them the strength to pull away from the rocks. I'll never understand them, he thought. On the cliff edge, Yabu looked back a last time. Ah, Anjin-san, I know you think I go to my death, that you've trapped me. I know you wouldn't go down there yourself. I was watching you closely. But I grew up in the mountains, and here in Japan we climb for pride and for pleasure. So I pit myself now on my terms, not on yours. I will try, and if I die, it is nothing. But if I succeed, then you, as a man, you'll know I'm better than you, on your terms. You'll be in my debt, too, if I bring the body back. You will be my vassal, Anjin-san. He went down the side of the cliff with great skill. When he was halfway down, he slipped. His left hand held on to an outcrop. This stopped his fall, and he swung between life and death. His fingers dug deeply as he felt his grip failing, and he ground his toes into a crevice, fighting for another hold. As his left hand ripped away, his toes found a cleft and they held, and he hugged the cliff desperately, still off balance, pressing against it, seeking holds. Then his toehold gave way. Though he managed to catch another outcrop with both hands 10 feet below and hang on momentarily, this outcrop gave way too. He fell the last 20 feet. He had prepared as best he could and landed on his feet like a cat, tumbled the sloping rock face to break the shock, and came to rest in a wheezing ball. He clutched his lacerated arms around his head, protecting himself against the stone avalanche that could follow. But none did. He shook his head to clear it and got up. One ankle was twisted. A searing pain shot up his leg into his bowels, and the sweat started. His toes and fingernails were bleeding, but that was to be expected. There's no pain. You will not feel pain. Stand upright. The barbarian is watching.
A column of spray doused him, and the cold helped to ease the hurt. With care, he slid over the seaweeded boulders and eased himself across the crevices, and then he was at the body. Abruptly, Yabu realized that the man was still alive. He made sure, then sat back for a moment.
Do I want him alive or dead? Which is better?
A crab scuttled from under a rock and plopped into the sea. Waves rushed in. He felt the salt rip his wounds.
Which is better? Alive or dead?
He got up precariously and shouted,
Takadashi-san! This pilot's still alive! Go to the ship. Bring a stretcher and a doctor, if there's one on the ship.
Takatashi's words came back faintly against the wind.
Yes, Lord.
And to his men as he ran off,
Watch the barbarian! Don't let anything happen to him!
Yabu peered at the galley, riding her anchors gently. The other samurai he had sent back for ropes was already beside the skiffs. He watched while the man jumped into one and it was launched. He smiled to himself, glanced back. Blackthorn had come to the edge of the cliff and was shouting urgently at him.
What is he trying to say?
Yabu asked himself. He saw the pilot pointing to the sea, but that didn't mean anything to him. The sea was rough and strong, but it was no different from before. Eventually, Yabu gave up trying to understand and turned his attention to Rodriguez. With difficulty, he eased the man up onto the rocks, out of the surf. The Portuguese's breathing was halting, but his heart seemed strong. There were many bruises. A splintered bone jutted through the skin of the left calf. His right shoulder seemed dislocated. Yabu looked for blood seepage from any openings, but there was none.
If he's not hurt inside, then perhaps he will live, he thought.
The daimyo had been wounded too many times and had seen too many dying and wounded not to have gained some measure of diagnostic skill.
If Rodrigo can be kept warm, he decided, given sake and strong herbs, plenty of warm baths, he'll live. He may not walk again, but he'll live. Yes, I want this man to live. If he can't walk, no matter, perhaps that would be better. I'll have a spare pilot. This man certainly owes me his life. If the pirate won't cooperate, perhaps I can use this man. Would it be worthwhile to pretend to become a Christian? Would that bring them both around to me? What would Omi do? That one's clever, Omi. Yes. Too clever? Omi sees too much too fast. If he can see that far, he must perceive that his father would lead the clan if I vanish. My son's too inexperienced yet to survive by himself. And after the father, Omi himself. Ne? What to do about Omi? Say I gave Omi to the barbarian, as a toy. What about that? There were anxious shouts from above. Then he realized what the barbarian had been pointing at. The tide. The tide was coming in fast. Already it was encroaching on his rock. He scrambled up and winced at a shaft of pain from his ankle. All other escape along the shore was blocked by the sea. He saw that the tide mark on the cliff was over a man's full height above the base. He looked at the skiff. It was near the ship now. On the foreshore, Takatashi was still running well. The ropes won't arrive in time, he told himself. His eyes searched the area diligently. There was no way up the cliff. No rocks offered sanctuary. No caves. Out to sea there were outcrops, but he could never reach them. He could not swim, and there was nothing to use as a raft. The men above were watching him. The barbarian pointed to the outcrops seaward and made motions of swimming, but he shook his head. He searched carefully again. Nothing. There's no escape, he thought. Now you are committed to death. Prepare yourself. Come, he told himself,
and turned away from them, settling himself more comfortably, enjoying the vast clarity that had come to him. Last day, last sea, last light, last joy, last everything. How beautiful the sea and the sky, and the cold and salt. He began to think of the final poem song that he should now, by custom, compose. He felt fortunate. He had time to think clearly. Blackthorn was shouting, "Listen, you whore bastard! Find a ledge! There's got to be a ledge somewhere!" The samurai were standing in his way, gazing at him as though he were a madman. It was clear to them there was no escape, and that Yabu was simply preparing for a sweet death, as they would be doing if they had been he. And they resented these ravings, as they knew Yabu would. "Look down there, all of you! Maybe there's a ledge!" One of them went to the edge and peered down, shrugged, and talked to his comrades, and they shrugged too. Each time Blackthorn tried to go closer to the edge to search for an escape, they stopped him. He could have easily shoved one of them to his death, and he was tempted to. But he understood them and their problems. "Think of a way to help that bastard. You've got to save him to save Rodriguez." "Hey, you rotten, no-good, piss-scatting, shit-tailed Japman! Hey, Kashigi Yabu! Where are your cojones? Don't give up. Only cowards give up. Are you a man or a sheep?" But Yabu paid no attention. He was as still as the rock upon which he sat. Blackthorn picked up a stone and hurled it at him. It fell unnoticed into the water, and the samurai shouted at Blackthorn angrily. He knew that at any moment they were going to fall on him and bind him up. But how could they? They've no rope. "Rope! Get some rope! Can you make some?" His eyes fell on Yabu's kimono. He started tearing it into strips, testing them for strength. The silk was very strong. "Come on," he ordered the samurai, taking off his own shirt. "Make a rope, aye?" They understood. Rapidly they untied their sashes, took off their kimonos and copied him. He began knotting the ends, sashes as well. While they completed the rope, Blackthorn carefully lay down and inched for the edge, making two of them hold on to his ankles for safety. He didn't need their help, but he wanted to reassure them. He stuck his head out as far as he dared, conscious of their anxiety. Then he began to search as he would search at sea, quarter by quarter, using every part of his vision, but mostly the sides. A complete sweep. Once more. Nothing. Again. What's that? Just above the tide line. Is it a crack in the cliff? Or a shadow? Blackthorn shifted position, keenly aware that the sea had almost covered the rock that Yabu sat on, and almost all of the rocks between him and the base of the cliff. Now he could see better, and he pointed. "There! What's that?" One of the samurai was on his hands and knees, and he followed Blackthorn's outstretched finger, but saw nothing. "There! Isn't that a ledge?" With his hands he formed the ledge, and with two fingers made a man and stood the man on the ledge, and with another finger made a long bundle over the shoulder of the man, so now a man stood on the ledge, that ledge, with another over his shoulder. "Quick! Isogi! Make him understand! Kashigi Yabu-sama! Wakarimasu ka?" The man scrambled up and talked rapidly to the others, and they looked too. Now they all saw the ledge, and they began to shout. Still no movement from Yabu. He seemed like a stone. They went on, and Blackthorn added his shouts, but it was as if they made no sound at all. One of them spoke to the others briefly, and they all nodded and bowed. He bowed back. Then, with the sudden screaming shout of, "Banzai!" he cast himself off the cliff and fell to his death. Yabu came violently out of his trance, whirled around, and scrambled up. The other samurai shouted and pointed, but Blackthorn heard nothing and saw nothing but the broken corpse that lay below, already being taken by the sea. What kind of men are these? He thought helplessly.
Was that courage? Or just insanity? That man deliberately committed suicide on the off chance he'd attract the attention of another man who had given up. It doesn't make sense. They don't make sense.
He saw Yabu stagger up. He expected him to scramble for safety, leaving Rodriguez.
That's what I would have done, is it? I don't know.
But Yabu half-crawled, half-slid, dragging the unconscious man with him through the surf-disturbed shallows to the bottom of the cliff. He found the ledge. It was barely a foot wide. Painfully he shoved Rodriguez onto it, almost losing him once, then hauled himself up. The rope was 20 feet short. Quickly the samurai added their loincloths. Now, if Yabu stood, he could just reach the end. They shouted encouragement and began to wait. In spite of Blackthorn's hatred, he had to admire Yabu's courage. Half a dozen times, waves almost engulfed him. Twice Rodriguez was lost, but each time Yabu dragged him back and held his head out of the grasping sea, long after Blackthorn knew that he himself would have given up.
Where'd you get the courage, Yabu? Are you just devil-born? All of you?
To climb down in the first place had taken courage. At first, Blackthorn had thought that Yabu had acted out of bravado. But soon he had seen that the man was pitting his skill against the cliff and almost winning. Then he had broken his fall as deftly as any tumbler, and he had given up with dignity.
Christ Jesus, I admire that bastard, and detest him.
For almost an hour, Yabu set himself against the sea and against his failing body, and then, in the dusk, Takatashi came back with the ropes. They made a cradle and shinned down the cliff with a skill that Blackthorn had never seen ashore. Quickly, Rodriguez was brought aloft. Blackthorn would have tried to succour him, but a Japanese with close-cropped hair was already on his knees beside him. He watched as this man, obviously a doctor, examined the broken leg. Then a samurai held Rodriguez's shoulders as the doctor leaned his weight on the foot, and the bone slid back under the flesh. His fingers probed and shoved and reset it, and tied it to the splint. He began to wrap noxious-looking herbs around the angry wound, and then Yabu was brought up. The daimyo shook off any help, waved the doctor back to Rodriguez, sat down, and began to wait. Blackthorn looked at him. Yabu felt his eyes. The two men stared at each other.
"Thank you," Blackthorn said finally, pointing at Rodriguez. "Thank you for saving his life. Thank you, Yabu-san."
Deliberately he bowed.
"That's for your courage, you black-eyed son of a shit-festered whore."
Yabu bowed back as stiffly, but inside he smiled. Part 2. Chapter 10. Their journey from the bay to Osaka was uneventful. Rodriguez's rutters were explicit and very accurate. During the first night, Rodriguez regained consciousness. In the beginning, he thought he was dead, but the pain soon reminded him differently.
"They've set your leg and dressed it," Blackthorn said, "and your shoulders strapped up. It was dislocated. They wouldn't bleed you, much as I tried to make them." "When I get to Osaka, the Jesuits can do that."
Rodriguez's tormented eyes bored into him.
"How did I get here, Ingles? I remember going overboard, but nothing else."
Blackthorn told him.
"So now I owe you a life. God curse you."
"From the quarterdeck, it looked as though we could make the bay. From the bow, your angle of sight would be a few degrees different. The wave was bad luck."
"That doesn't worry me, Ingles. You had the quarterdeck. You had the helm. We both knew it." "No, I curse you to hell because I owe you a life now. Madonna, my leg!"
Tears welled because of the pain, and Blackthorn gave him a mug of grog and watched him during the night, the storm abating. The Japanese doctor came several times and forced Rodriguez to drink hot medicine and put hot towels on his forehead and opened the portholes. And every time the doctor went away, Blackthorn closed the portholes, for everyone knew that disease was airborne, that the tighter closed the cabin, the safer and more healthy, when a man was as bad as Rodriguez. At length the doctor shouted at him and posted a samurai on the portholes, so they remained open. At dawn, Blackthorn went on deck. Hiromatsu and Yabu were both there. He bowed like a courtier. "Konnichiwa. Osaka?" They bowed in return. "Osaka? Hi, Anjin-san," Hiromatsu said. "Hi, Isogi, Hiromatsu-sama. Captain-san, weigh anchor." "Hi, Anjin-san." He smiled involuntarily at Yabu. Yabu smiled back, then limped away, and Blackthorn thought, "That's one hell of a man, although he's a devil and a murderer." "Aren't you a murderer too?" "Yes, but not that way," he told himself. Blackthorn conned the ship to Osaka with ease. The journey took that day and the night, and just after dawn the next day, they were near the Osaka roads. A Japanese pilot came aboard to take the ship to her wharf, so relieved of his responsibility, he gladly went below to sleep. Later, the captain shook him awake, bowed, and pantomimed that Blackthorn should be ready to go with Hiromatsu as soon as they docked. "Wakarimasu ka, Anjin-san?" "Aye." The seaman went away. Blackthorn stretched his back, aching, then saw Rodriguez watching him. "How do you feel?" "Good, Ingles. Considering my leg's on fire, my head's bursting, I want to piss, and my tongue tastes like a barrel of pig shit looks." Blackthorn gave him the chamber pot, then emptied it out the porthole. He refilled the tankard with grog. "You make a foul nurse, Ingles. It's your black heart." Rodriguez laughed, and it was good to hear him laugh again. His eyes went to the rudder that was open on the desk, and to his sea chest. He saw that it had been unlocked. "Did I give you the key?" "No, I searched you. I had to have the true rudder. I told you when you woke the first night." "That's fair. I don't remember, but that's fair. Listen, Ingles, ask any Jesuit where Vasco Rodriguez is in Osaka, and they'll guide you to me. Come to see me. Then you can make a copy of my rudder, if you wish." "Thanks. I've already taken one. At least, I copied what I could, and I've read the rest very carefully." "Thy mother," Rodriguez said in Spanish. "And thine." Rodriguez turned to Portuguese again. "Speaking Spanish makes me want to retch, even though you can swear better in it than any language." "There's a package in my sea chest. Give it to me, please." "The one with the Jesuit seals?" "Yes." He gave it to him. Rodriguez studied it, fingering the unbroken seals, then seemed to change his mind and put the package on the rough blanket under which he lay, leaning his head back again. "Ah, Ingles, life is so strange." "Why?" "If I live, it is because of God's grace, helped by a heretic and a Japman. Send the sodi to below, so I can thank him, eh?" "Now?" "Later." "All right." "This fleet of yours, the one you claim's attacking Manila, the one you told the father about. What's the truth, Ingles?" "A fleet of warships will wreck your empire in Asia, won't it?" "Is there a fleet?" "Of course." "How many ships were in your fleet?" 5. The rest are out to sea, a week or so. I came ahead to probe Japan and got caught in the storm." "More lies, Ingles. But I don't mind. I've told my captors as many. There are no more ships or fleets. Wait and see." "I will." Rodriguez drank heavily. Blackthorn stretched and went to the porthole, wanting to stop this conversation, and looked out at the shore and the city. "I thought London was the biggest city on earth, but compared to Osaka, it's a small town." "They've dozens of cities like this one," Rodriguez said, also glad to stop the cat-and-mouse game that would never bear fruit without the rack.
Miyako, the capital, or Kyoto, as it's sometimes called, is the biggest city in the empire, more than twice the size of Osaka, so they say. Next comes Edo, Toranaga's capital. I've never been there, nor any priest or Portuguese. Toranaga keeps his capital locked away, a forbidden city. Still,
Rodriguez added, lying back in his bunk and closing his eyes, his face stretched with pain.
Still, that's no different to everywhere. All Japan's officially forbidden to us, except the ports of Nagasaki and Hirado. Our priests rightly don't pay much attention to the orders and go where they please. But we seamen can't, or traders, unless it's on a special pass from the regents, or a great daimyo, like Toranaga. Any daimyo can seize one of our ships, like Toranaga's got yours, outside of Nagasaki or Hirado. That's their law.
Do you want to rest now?
No, Ingles. Talking's better. Talking helps to take the pain away. Madonna, my head hurts. I can't think clearly. Let's talk until you go ashore. Come back and see me. There's lots I want to ask you. Give me some more grog. Thank you. Thank you, Ingles.
Why are you forbidden to go where you please?
What? Oh, here in Japan? It was the Taiko. He started all the trouble. Ever since we first came here in 1542, to begin God's work and to bring them civilization, we and our priests could move freely. But when the Taiko got all power, he started the prohibitions. Many believe... Could you shift my leg? Take the blanket off my foot. It's burning. Yes. Oh, Madonna, be careful. There. Thank you, Ingles. Yes. Where was I? Oh, yes. Many believe that Taiko was Satan's penis. 10 years ago, he issued edicts against the Holy Fathers, Ingles, and all who wanted to spread the word of God. And he banished everyone, except traders, 10, 12 odd years ago. It was before I came to these waters. I've been here 7 years, off and on. The Holy Fathers say it was because of the heathen priests, the Buddhists, the stinking, jealous, idol worshippers. These heathens, they turned the Taiko against our Holy Fathers, filled him with lies, when they'd almost converted him. Yes, the great murderer himself almost had his soul saved. But he missed his chance for salvation. Yes. Anyway, he ordered all of our priests to leave Japan. Did I tell you this was 10 odd years ago?
Blackthorn nodded, glad to let him ramble and glad to listen, desperate to learn.
The Taiko had all the fathers collected at Nagasaki, ready to ship them out to Macau with written orders never to return on pain of death. Then, as suddenly, he left them all alone and did no more. I told you Jap men are upside-downers. Yes, he left them alone, and soon it was as before, except that most of the fathers stayed in Kyushu, where we're welcome. Did I tell you Japan's made up of 3 big islands, Kyushu, Shikoku, and Honshu? And thousands of little ones. There's another island far to the north. Some say it's the mainland, called Hokkaido, but only hairy natives live there. Japan's an upside-down world, Ingles. Father Alvito told me it became again as though nothing had ever happened. The Taiko was as friendly as before, though he never converted. He hardly shut down a church, and only banished 2 or 3 of the Christian daimyos. But that was just to get their lands, and never enforced his expulsion edicts. Then, 3 years ago, he went mad again, and martyred 26 fathers. He crucified them at Nagasaki, for no reason. He was a maniac, Ingles. But after murdering the 26, he did nothing more. He died soon after. It was the hand of God, Ingles. The curse of God was on him, and is on his seed. I'm sure of it. Do you have many converts here?
But Rodriguez did not seem to hear, lost in his own half-consciousness.
They're animals, the Japanese. Did I tell you about Father Alvito? He's the interpreter. Tsuku-san, they call him. Mr. Interpreter. He was the Taiko's interpreter, Ingles. Now he's the official interpreter for the Council of Regents, and he speaks Japanese better than most Japanese, and knows more about them than any man alive. He told me there's a mound of earth 50 feet high in Miyako. That's the capital, Ingles. The Taiko had the noses and ears of all the Koreans killed in the war collected and buried there. Korea's part of the mainland, west of Kyushu. It's the truth. By the Blessed Virgin, there was never a killer like him, and they're all as bad.
Rodriguez's eyes were closed, and his forehead flushed.
Do you have many converts?
Blackthorne carefully asked again, wanting desperately to know how many enemies were here. To his shock, Rodriguez said,
Hundreds of thousands, and more every year. Since the Taiko's death, we have more than ever before, and those who were secretly Christian now go to the church openly. Most of the island of Kyushu is Catholic now. Most of the Kyushu daimyos are converts. Nagasaki's a Catholic city. Jesuits own it and run it and control all trade. All trade goes through Nagasaki. We have a cathedral, a dozen churches, and dozens more spread through Kyushu, but only a few yet here in the main island, Honshu, and...
Pain stopped him again. After a moment he continued.
There are 3 or 4 million people in Kyushu alone. They'll all be Catholic soon. There's another 20-odd million Japmen in the islands, and soon, that's not possible.
Blackthorne immediately cursed himself for interrupting the flow of information.
Why should I lie? There was a census 10 years ago. Father Alvito said the Taiko ordered it, and he should know. He was there. Why should he lie?
Rodriguez's eyes were feverish, and now his mouth was running away with him.
That's more than the population of all Portugal, all Spain, all France, the Spanish Netherlands and England added together, and you could almost throw in the whole Holy Roman Empire as well to equal it.
Lord Jesus, Blackthorne thought. The whole of England hasn't got more than 3 million people, and that includes Wales as well. If there are that many Japanese, how can we deal with them? If there's 20 million, that'd mean they could easily press an army of more men than we've got in our entire population if they wanted. And if they're all as ferocious as the ones I've seen, and why shouldn't they be? By God's wounds, they'd be unbeatable. And if they're already partially Catholic, and if the Jesuits are here in strength, their numbers will increase. And there's no fanatic like a converted fanatic. So what chance have we and the Dutch got in Asia? None at all.
If you think that's a lot, Rodriguez was saying, wait till you go to China. They're all yellow men there, all with black hair and eyes. Oh, Ingles, I tell you, you've so much new to learn. I was in Canton last year at the silk sales. Canton's a walled city in South China, on the Pearl River, north of our city of the name of God at Macau. There's 1 million of the heathen dog-eaters within those walls alone. China's got more people than all the rest of the world put together. Must have. Think of that.
A spasm of pain went through Rodriguez, and his good hand held onto his stomach.
Was there any blood seeping out of me? Anywhere?
No. I made sure. It's just your leg and shoulder. You're not hurt inside, Rodriguez. At least, I don't think so.
How bad is the leg?
It was washed by the sea and cleaned by the sea. The break was clean and the skin's clean, at the moment.
Did you pour brandy over it and fire it?
No. They wouldn't let me. They ordered me off.
but the doctor seems to know what he's doing. Will your own people come aboard quickly? Yes, soon as we dock. That's more than likely. Good. You were saying about China and Canton. I was saying too much, perhaps. Time enough to talk about them. Blackthorne watched the Portuguese's good hand toy with the sealed package, and he wondered again what significance it had. Your leg will be all right. You'll know within the week. Yes, Ingles. I don't think it'll rot. There's no pus. You're thinking clearly, so your brain's all right. You'll be fine, Rodriguez. I still owe you a life. A shiver ran through the Portuguese. When I was drowning, all I could think of was the crabs climbing in through my eyes. I could feel them churning inside me, Ingles. That's the third time I've been overboard, and each time it's worse. I've been sunk at sea 4 times, 3 times by Spaniards. The cabin door opened and the captain bowed and beckoned Blackthorne aloft. Hi. Blackthorne got up. You owe me nothing, Rodriguez, he said kindly. You gave me life and succor when I was desperate, and I thank you for that. We're even. Perhaps, but listen, Ingles, here's some truth for you, in part payment. Never forget Japmen are 6-faced and have 3 hearts. It's a saying they have, that a man has a false heart in his mouth for all the world to see, another in his breast to show his very special friends and his family, and the real one, the true one, the secret one, which is never known to anyone except himself alone, hidden only God knows where. They're treacherous beyond belief, vice-ridden beyond redemption. Why does Toranaga want to see me? I don't know. By the Blessed Virgin, I don't know. Come back to see me, if you can. Yes. Good luck, Spaniard. Thy sperm! Even so. Go with God. Blackthorne smiled back, unguarded, and then he was on deck, and his mind whirled from the impact of Osaka, its immensity, the teeming anthills of people, and the enormous castle that dominated the city. From within the castle's vastness came the soaring beauty of the donjon, the central keep, 7 or 8 stories high, pointed gables with curved roofs at each level, the tiles all gilded and the walls blue. That's where Toranaga will be, he thought, an ice barb suddenly in his bowels. A closed palanquin took him to a large house. There he was bathed and he ate, inevitably, fish soup, raw and steamed fish, a few pickled vegetables, and the hot herbed water. Instead of wheat gruel, this house provided him with a bowl of rice. He had seen rice once in Naples. It was white and wholesome, but to him tasteless. His stomach cried for meat and bread, new-baked crusty bread heavy with butter, and a haunch of beef and pies and chickens and beer and eggs. The next day a maid came for him. The clothes that Rodriguez had given him were laundered. She watched while he dressed and helped him into new tabi sock shoes. Outside was a new pair of thongs. His boots were missing. She shook her head and pointed to the thongs and then at the curtained palanquin. A phalanx of samurai surrounded it. The leader motioned him to hurry up and get in. They moved off immediately. The curtains were tight closed. After an age, the palanquin stopped. You will not be afraid, he said aloud, and got out. The gigantic stone gate of the castle was in front of him. It was set into a 30-foot wall with interlocking battlements, bastions, and outworks. The door was huge and iron-plated and open, the forged iron portcullis up. Beyond was a wooden bridge, 20 paces wide and 200 long, that spanned the moat and ended at an enormous drawbridge, and another gate that was set into the second wall, equally vast. Hundreds of samurai were everywhere. All wore the same somber grey uniform, belted kimonos, each with 5 small circular insignias, 1 on each arm, on each breast, and 1 in the centre of the back.
The insignia was blue, seemingly a flower or flowers. "Anjin-san!" Hiromatsu was seated stiffly on an open palanquin carried by 4 liveried bearers. His kimono was brown and stark, his belt black, the same as the 50 samurai that surrounded him. Their kimonos too had 5 insignias, but these were scarlet, the same that had fluttered at the masthead, Toranaga's cipher. These samurai carried long gleaming spears with tiny flags at their heads. Blackthorn bowed without thinking, taken by Hiromatsu's majesty. The old man bowed back formally, his long sword loose in his lap, and signed for him to follow. The officer at the gate came forward. There was a ceremonial reading of the paper that Hiromatsu offered, and many bows and looks toward Blackthorn, and then they were passed on to the bridge, an escort of the Greys falling in beside them. The surface of the deep moat was 50 feet below and stretched about 300 paces on either side, then followed the walls as they turned north, and Blackthorn thought, "Lord God, I'd hate to have to try to mount an attack here. The defenders could let the outer wall garrison perish and burn the bridge. Then they're safe inside. Jesus God! The outer wall must be nearly a mile square. And look, it must be 20, 30 feet thick. The inner one, too. And it's made out of huge blocks of stone. Each one must be 10 feet by 10 feet, at least. And cut perfectly and set into place without mortar. They must weigh 50 tons, at least. Better than any we could make. Siege guns? Certainly they could batter the outer walls, but the guns defending would give as good as they got. It'd be hard to get them up here, and there's no higher point from which to lob fireballs into the castle. If the outer wall was taken, the defenders could still blast the attackers off the battlements. But even if siege guns could be mounted there, and they were turned on the next wall and battered it, they wouldn't hurt it. They could damage the far gate, but what would that accomplish? How could the moat be crossed? It's too vast for the normal methods. The castle must be impregnable, with enough soldiers. How many soldiers are there? How many townspeople would have sanctuary inside? It makes the Tower of London seem like a pigsty, and the whole of Hampton Court would fit into one corner. At the next gate, there was another ceremonial checking of papers, and the road turned left immediately, down a vast avenue lined with heavily fortified houses, behind easily defended greater walls and lesser walls, then doubled on itself into a labyrinth of steps and roads. Then there was another gate and more checking, another portcullis and another vast moat and new twistings and turnings, until Blackthorn, who was an acute observer with an extraordinary memory and sense of direction, was lost in the deliberate maze. And all the time, numberless Greys stared down at them from escarpments and ramparts and battlements and parapets and bastions. And there were more on foot, guarding, marching, training or tending horses in open stables. Soldiers everywhere, by the thousand, all well armed and meticulously clothed. He cursed himself for not being clever enough to get more out of Rodriguez. Apart from the information about the Taiko and the converts, which was staggering enough, Rodriguez had been as close-mouthed as a man should be. As you were, avoiding his questions. Concentrate. Look for clues. What's special about this castle? It's the biggest. No. Something's different. What? Are the Greys hostile to the Browns? I can't tell. They're all so serious. Blackthorn watched them carefully and focused on details. To the left was a carefully tended, multicolored garden with little bridges and a tiny stream. The walls were now spaced closer together, the roads narrower. They were nearing the donjon. There were no townspeople inside, but hundreds of servants and... There are no cannon! That's what's different! You haven't seen any cannon. Not one. Lord God in heaven! No cannon, therefore no siege guns.
If you had modern weapons and the defenders none, could you blow the walls down, the doors down, rain fireballs on the castle, set it afire and take it? You couldn't get across the first moat. With siege guns, you could make it difficult for the defenders, but they could hold out forever, if the garrison was determined, if there were enough of them, with enough food, water, and ammunition. How to cross the moats? By boat? Rafts with towers? His mind was trying to devise a plan when the palanquin stopped. Hiromatsu got down. They were in a narrow cul-de-sac. A huge iron-fortified timber gate was let into the 20-foot wall, which melted into the outworks of the fortified strongpoint above, still distant from the donjon, which, from here, was mostly obscured. Unlike all other gateways, this was guarded by Browns, the only ones Blackthorn had seen within the castle. It was clear that they were more than a little pleased to see Hiromatsu. The Greys turned and left. Blackthorn noted the hostile looks they had received from the Browns. So they're enemies. The gate swung open, and he followed the old man inside. Alone. The other samurai stayed outside. The inner courtyard was guarded by more Browns, and so was the garden beyond. They crossed the garden and entered the fort. Hiromatsu kicked off his thongs, and Blackthorn did likewise. The corridor inside was richly carpeted with tatamis, the same rush mats, clean and kind to the feet, that were set into the floors of all but the poorest houses. Blackthorn had noticed before that they were all the same size, about 6 feet by 3 feet. Come to think of it, he told himself, I've never seen any mat shaped or cut to size, and there's never been an odd-shaped room. Haven't all the rooms been exactly square or rectangular? Of course. That means that all houses or rooms must be constructed to fit an exact number of mats, so they're all standard. How very odd. They climbed winding, defendable stairs and went along additional corridors and more stairs. There were many guards, always Browns. Shafts of sunlight from the wall embrasures cast intricate patterns. Blackthorn could see that now they were high over the 3 encircling main walls. The city and the harbour were a patterned quilt below. The corridor turned a sharp corner and ended 50 paces away. Blackthorn tasted bile in his mouth. Don't worry, he told himself. You've decided what to do. You're committed. Masked samurai, their young officer in front of them, protected the last door, each with right hand on the sword hilt, left on the scabbard, motionless and ready, staring toward the 2 men who approached. Hiromatsu was reassured by their readiness. He had personally selected these guards. He hated the castle and thought again how dangerous it had been for Toranaga to put himself into the enemy's power. Directly he had landed yesterday, he had rushed to Toranaga to tell him what had happened and to find out if anything untoward had occurred in his absence. But all was still quiet, though their spies whispered about dangerous enemy build-ups to the north and east, and that their main allies, the regents Onoshi and Kiyama, the greatest of the Christian daimyos, were going to defect to Ishido. He had changed the guard and the passwords, and had again begged Toranaga to leave, to no avail. 10 paces from the officer, he stopped. Chapter 11. Yoshinaga, officer of the watch, was a mean-tempered, dangerous youth of 17. Good morning, sire. Welcome back. Thank you. Lord Toranaga is expecting me. Yes. Even if Hiromatsu had not been expected, Naga would still have admitted him. Toda Hiromatsu was one of only 3 persons in the world who were to be allowed into Toranaga's presence by day or by night, without appointment. Search the barbarian, Naga said. He was Toranaga's 5th son by one of his consorts, and he worshipped his father. Blackthorn submitted quietly, realizing what they were doing. The 2 samurai were very expert. Nothing would have escaped them. Naga motioned to the rest of his men. They moved aside. He opened the thick door himself.
Hiromatsu entered the immense audience room. Just beyond the doorway he knelt, put his swords on the floor in front of him, placed his hands flat on the floor beside them, and bowed his head low, waiting in that abject position. Naga, ever watchful, indicated to Blackthorn to do the same. Blackthorn walked in. The room was 40 paces square and 10 high, the tatami mats the best quality, 4 fingers thick and impeccable. There were 2 doors in the far wall. Near the dais, in a niche, was a small earthenware vase with a single spray of cherry blossom, and this filled the room with colour and fragrance. Both doors were guarded. 10 paces from the dais, circling it, were 20 more samurai, seated cross-legged and facing outward. Toranaga sat on a single cushion on the dais. He was repairing a broken wing feather of a hooded falcon as delicately as any ivory carver. Neither he nor anyone in the room had acknowledged Hiromatsu or paid any attention to Blackthorn as he walked in and stopped beside the old man. But unlike Hiromatsu, Blackthorn bowed as Rodriguez had shown him. Then, taking a deep breath, he sat cross-legged and stared at Toranaga. All eyes flashed to Blackthorn. In the doorway, Naga's hand was on his sword. Hiromatsu had already grasped his, though his head was still bent. Blackthorn felt naked, but he had committed himself, and now he could only wait. Rodriguez had said, "With Japmen, you've got to act like a king." And though this wasn't acting like a king, it was more than enough. Toranaga looked up slowly. A bead of sweat started at Blackthorn's temple, as everything Rodriguez had told him about samurai seemed to crystallize in this one man. He felt the sweat trickle down his cheek to his chin. He willed his blue eyes firm and unblinking, his face calm. Toranaga's gaze was equally steady. Blackthorn felt the almost overwhelming power of the man reach out to him. He forced himself to count slowly to 6, and then he inclined his head and bowed slightly again, and formed a small, calm smile. Toranaga watched him briefly, his face impassive, then looked down and concentrated on his work again. Tension subsided in the room. The falcon was a peregrine, and she was in her prime. The handler, a gnarled old samurai, knelt in front of Toranaga and held her as though she were spun glass. Toranaga cut the broken quill, dipped the tiny bamboo imping needle into the glue, and inserted it into the haft of the feather, then delicately slipped the new cut feather over the other end. He adjusted the angle until it was perfect and bound it with a silken thread. The tiny bells on her feet jingled, and he gentled the fear out of her. Yoshi Toranaga, Lord of the Kanto, the 8 provinces, head of the clan Yoshi, Chief General of the armies of the East, President of the Council of Regents, was a short man with a big belly and large nose. His eyebrows were thick and dark, and his moustache and beard grey-flecked and sparse. Eyes dominated his face. He was 58 and strong for his age. His kimono was simple, an ordinary brown uniform, his sash belt cotton. But his swords were the best in the world. "There, my beauty," he said with a lover's tenderness. "Now you are whole again." He caressed the bird with a feather as she sat hooded on the handler's gauntleted fist. She shivered and preened herself contentedly. "We'll fly her within the week." The handler bowed and left. Toranaga turned his eyes on the 2 men at the door. "Welcome, Iron Fist. I'm pleased to see you," he said. "So this is your famous barbarian?" "Yes, Lord." Hiromatsu came closer, leaving his swords at the doorway as was custom, but Toranaga insisted he bring them with him. "I would feel uncomfortable if you didn't have them in your hands," he said. Hiromatsu thanked him. Even so, he sat 5 paces away. By custom, no one armed could safely come closer to Toranaga. In the front rank of the guards was Usagi, Hiromatsu's favorite grandson-in-law, and he nodded to him briefly. The youth bowed deeply, honored and pleased to be noticed. "Perhaps I should adopt him formally," Hiromatsu told himself happily, warm by the thought of his favourite granddaughter and his first great-grandson that they had presented him with last year. "How is your back?" Toranaga asked solicitously. "All right, thank you, Lord. But I must tell you I'm glad to be off that ship and on land again. I hear you've a new toy here to idle away the hours with, eh?" The old man guffawed. "Ha! I can only tell you, Lord, the hours weren't idle. I haven't been so hard in years." Toranaga laughed with him. "Then we should reward her. Your health is important to me. May I send her a token of my thanks?" "Ah, Toranaga-sama, you're so kind." Hiromatsu became serious. "You could reward all of us, sire, by leaving this hornet's nest at once and going back to your castle at Edo, where your vassals can protect you. Here, we're naked. Any moment Ishido could—" "I will, as soon as the Council of Regents meeting is concluded." Toranaga turned and beckoned the lean-faced Portuguese, who was sitting patiently in his shadow. "Will you interpret for me now, my friend?" "Certainly, sire." The tonsured priest came forward, with practised grace kneeled in Japanese style close to the dais, his body as spare as his face, his eyes dark and liquid, an air of serene concentration about him. He wore tabi socks and a flowing kimono that seemed on him to belong. A rosary and a carved golden cross hung at his belt. He greeted Hiromatsu as an equal, then glanced pleasantly at Blackthorn. "My name is Martin Alvito, of the Society of Jesus, Captain Pilot. Lord Toranaga has asked me to interpret for him." "First tell him that we're enemies and that—" "All in good time," Father Alvito interrupted smoothly. Then he added, "We can speak Portuguese, Spanish, or, of course, Latin, whichever you prefer." Blackthorn had not seen the priest until the man came forward. The dais had hidden him and the other samurai. But he had been expecting him, forewarned by Rodriguez, and loathed what he saw. The easy elegance, the aura of strength and natural power of the Jesuits. He had assumed the priest would be much older, considering his influential position, and the way Rodriguez had talked about him. But they were practically of an age, he and the Jesuit. Perhaps the priest was a few years older. "Portuguese," he said, grimly hoping that this might give him a slight advantage. "You're Portuguese?" "I have that privilege." "You're younger than I expected." "Senor Rodriguez is very kind. He gives me more credit than I deserve. He described you perfectly. Also, your bravery." Blackthorn saw him turn and talk fluently and affably to Toranaga for a while, and this further perturbed him. Hiromatsu alone, of all the men in the room, listened and watched attentively. The rest stared stonily into space. "Now, Captain Pilot, we will begin. You will please listen to everything that Lord Toranaga says without interruption." Father Alvito began. "Then you will answer. From now on, I will be translating what you say almost simultaneously, so please answer with great care." "What's the point? I don't trust you." Immediately, Father Alvito was translating what he had said to Toranaga, who darkened perceptibly. "Be careful," thought Blackthorn. "He's playing you like a fish. 3 golden guineas to a chewed farthing, he can land you whenever he wants. Whether or not he translates accurately, you've got to create the correct impression on Toranaga. This may be the only chance you'll ever have." "You can trust me to translate exactly what you say as best I can." The priest's voice was gentle, in complete command. "This is the court of Lord Toranaga. I am the official interpreter to the Council of Regents, to General Lord Toranaga, and to General Lord Ishido. Lord Toranaga has favored me with his confidence for many years. I suggest you answer truthfully, because I can assure you he is a most discerning man."
Also, I should point out that I am not Father Sebastio, who is, perhaps, overzealous and does not, unfortunately, speak Japanese very well, or, unfortunately, have much experience in Japan. Your sudden presence took away God's grace from him, and, regrettably, he allowed his personal past to overwhelm him. His parents and brothers and sisters were massacred in the most horrible way in the Netherlands by forces of the Prince of Orange. I ask your indulgence for him and your compassion. He smiled benignly. The Japanese word for enemy is teki. You may use it if you wish. If you point at me and use the word, Lord Toranaga will understand clearly what you mean. Yes, I am your enemy, Captain Pilot John Blackthorne. Completely. But not your assassin. That you will do yourself. Blackthorne saw him explain to Toranaga what he had said and heard the word teki used several times, and he wondered if it truly meant enemy. Of course it does, he told himself. This man's not like the other one. Please, for a moment, forget that I exist, Father Alvito said. I am merely an instrument for making your answers known to Lord Toranaga, exactly as I will put his questions to you. Father Alvito settled himself, turned to Toranaga, bowed politely. Toranaga spoke curtly. The priest began translating simultaneously, a few words or so later, his voice an uncanny mirror of inflection and inner meaning. Why are you an enemy of Tsuku-san, my friend and interpreter, who is an enemy of no one? Father Alvito added by way of explanation, Tsuku-san's my nickname, as Japanese cannot pronounce my name either. They have no L or th sounds in their language. Tsuku's a pun on the Japanese word tsuyaku, to interpret. Please answer the question. We're enemies because our countries are at war. Oh? What is your country? England. Where's that? It's an island kingdom, 1,000 miles north of Portugal. Portugal's part of a peninsula in Europe. How long have you been at war with Portugal? Ever since Portugal became a vassal state of Spain. That was in 1580, 20 years ago. Spain conquered Portugal. We're really at war with Spain. We've been at war with Spain for almost 30 years. Blackthorne noticed Toranaga's surprise and his searching glance at Father Alvito, who stared serenely into the distance. You say Portugal's part of Spain? Yes, Lord Toranaga. A vassal state. Spain conquered Portugal, and now they're in effect the same country with the same king. But the Portuguese are subservient to Spain in most parts of the world, and their leaders treated as unimportant in the Spanish Empire. There was a long silence. Then Toranaga spoke directly to the Jesuit, who smiled and answered at length. What did he say? Blackthorne asked sharply. Father Alvito did not answer, but translated as before, almost simultaneously, aping his inflection, continuing a virtuoso performance of interpreting. Toranaga answered Blackthorne directly, his voice flinty and cruel. What I said is no concern of yours. When I wish you to know something, I will tell you. I'm sorry, Lord Toranaga. I did not mean to be rude. May I tell you that we come in peace? You may not tell me anything at the moment. You will hold your tongue until I require an answer. Do you understand? Yes. Mistake number 1. Watch yourself. You can't make mistakes, he told himself. Why are you at war with Spain and Portugal? Partially because Spain is bent on conquering the world, and we English and our allies the Netherlands refuse to be conquered, and partly because of our religions. Ah, a religious war! What is your religion? I'm a Christian. Our church, The Portuguese and Spanish are Christians. You said your religion was different. What is your religion? It's Christian. It's difficult to explain simply and quickly, Lord Toranaga. They're both... There's no need to be quick, Mr. Pilot. Just accurate. I have plenty of time. I'm very patient. You're a cultured man, obviously no peasant. So you can be simple or complicated as you wish, just so long as you're clear. If you stray from the point, I will bring you back. You were saying, my religion is Christian. There are two main Christian religions, Protestant and Catholic. Most English are Protestant. You worship the same God, the Madonna and Child? No, sire, not the way the Catholics do. What does he want to know? Blackthorne was asking himself. Is he a Catholic? Should you answer what you think he wants to know, or what you think is the truth? Is he anti-Christian? Didn't he call the Jesuit my friend? Is Toranaga a Catholic sympathizer, or is he going to become a Catholic? Do you believe that Jesus is God? I believe in God, he said carefully. Do not evade a direct question. Do you believe that Jesus is God? Yes or no? Blackthorne knew that in any Catholic court in the world, he would have been damned long since for heresy, and in most, if not all, Protestant courts. Even to hesitate before answering such a question was an admission of doubt. Doubt was heresy. You can't answer questions about God with a simple yes or no. There have to be shades of yes or no. You don't know for certain about God until you're dead. Yes, I believe Jesus was God, but no, I don't know for certain until I'm dead. Why did you smash the priest's cross when you first arrived in Japan? Blackthorne had not been expecting this question. Does Toranaga know everything that's happened since I arrived? I wanted to show the daimyo Yabu that the Jesuit Father Sebastio, the only interpreter there, that he was my enemy, that he wasn't to be trusted, at least in my opinion. Because I was sure he wouldn't necessarily translate accurately, not as Father Alvito is doing now. He accused us of being pirates, for instance. We're not pirates. We come in peace. Ah, yes, pirates. I'll come back to piracy in a moment. You say both your sects are Christian, both venerate Jesus the Christ. Isn't the essence of his teaching to love one another? Yes. Then how can you be enemies? Their faith, their version of Christianity, is a false interpretation of the scriptures. Ah, at last we're getting somewhere. So you're at war through a difference of opinion about what is God or not God? Yes. That's a very stupid reason to go to war. Blackthorne said, I agree. He looked at the priest. I agree with all my heart. How many ships are in your fleet? 5. And you were the senior pilot? Yes. Where are the others? Out to sea, Blackthorne said carefully, continuing his lie, presuming that Toranaga had been primed to ask certain questions by Alvito. We were split up in a storm and scattered. Where exactly, I don't know, sire. Your ships were English? No, sire. Dutch. From Holland. Why is an Englishman in charge of Dutch ships? That's not unusual, sire. We're allies. Portuguese pilots sometimes lead Spanish ships and fleets. I understand Portuguese pilots con some of your ocean-going ships by law. There are no Dutch pilots? Many, sire, but for such a long voyage, English are more experienced. But why you? Why did they want you to lead their ships? Probably because my mother was Dutch, and I speak the language fluently, and I'm experienced. I was glad of the opportunity. Why? This was my first opportunity to sail into these waters. No English ships were planning to come so far. This was a chance to circumnavigate. You yourself, pilot, you joined the fleet because of your religion and to war against your enemies, Spain and Portugal? I'm a pilot, sire, first and foremost. No English or Dutch has been in these seas before. We're primarily a trading fleet, though we've letters of marque to attack the enemy in the New World. We came to Japan to trade. What are letters of marque? Legal licenses issued by the Crown, or government, giving authority to war on the enemy. Ah, and your enemies are here. Do you plan to war on them here? We did not know what to expect when we got here, sire. We came here only to trade. Your country's almost unknown. It's legend. The Portuguese and Spanish are very close-mouthed about this area. Answer the question. Your enemies are here. Do you plan to war on them here? If they war on me, yes. Toranaga shifted irritably. What you do at sea or in your own countries is your own affair. But here there is one law for all, and foreigners are in our land by permission only. Any public mischief or quarrel is dealt with immediately, by death. Our laws are clear and will be obeyed. Do you understand? Yes, sire, but we come in peace. We came here to trade. Could we discuss trade, sire? I need to careen my ship and make repairs. We can pay for everything. Then there's the question. When I wish to discuss trade, or anything else, I will tell you. Meanwhile, please confine yourself to answering the questions. So, you joined the expedition to trade, for profit, not because of duty or loyalty. For money. Yes, it's our custom, sire, to be paid and to have a share of all trade and all enemy goods captured. So, you're a mercenary? I was hired as senior pilot to lead the expedition. Yes. Blackthorne could feel Toranaga's hostility, but he did not understand why. What did I say that was wrong? Didn't the priest say I'd assassinate myself? It's a normal custom with us, Toranaga-sama, he said again. Toranaga started conversing with Hiromatsu, and they exchanged views in obvious agreement. Blackthorne thought he could see disgust in their faces. Why? Obviously, it has something to do with mercenary, he thought. What's wrong with that? Isn't everyone paid? How else do you make enough money to live on? Even if you've inherited land, you still... You said earlier you came here to trade peacefully, Toranaga was saying. Why then do you carry so many guns? And so much powder, muskets, and shot? Our Spanish and Portuguese enemies are very powerful and strong, Lord Toranaga. We have to protect ourselves and... You're saying your arms are merely defensive? No, we use them not only to protect ourselves, but to attack our enemies. And we produce them in abundance for trade, the best quality arms in the world. Perhaps we could trade with you in these, or in the other goods we carried. What is a pirate? An outlaw, a man who rapes, kills, or plunders for personal profit. Isn't that the same as mercenary? Isn't that what you are? A pirate? And the leader of pirates? No. The truth is, my ships have letters of marque from the legal rulers of Holland, authorizing us to carry the war into all seas and places dominated up to now by our enemies, and to find markets for our goods. To the Spanish and most Portuguese, yes, we're pirates and religious heretics, but I repeat, the truth is we're not. Father Alvito finished translating, then began to talk quietly but firmly,
direct to Toranaga. I wish to God I could talk us directly, Blackthorn thought, cursing. Toranaga glanced at Hiromatsu, and the old man put some questions to the Jesuit, who answered lengthily. Then Toranaga returned to Blackthorn, and his voice became even more severe.
Tsuko-san says that these Dutch lands, the Netherlands, were vassals of the Spanish king up to a few years ago. Is that true?
Yes.
Therefore the Netherlands, your allies, are in a state of rebellion against their lawful king.
They're fighting against the Spaniard, yes, but isn't that rebellion? Yes or no? Yes, but there are mitigating circumstances.
There are no mitigating circumstances when it comes to rebellion against a sovereign lord.
Unless you win. Toranaga looked intently at him, then laughed uproariously. He said something to Hiromatsu through his laughter, and Hiromatsu nodded.
Yes, Mr. Foreigner, with the impossible name. Yes, you named the one mitigating factor.
Another chuckle, then the humour vanished as suddenly as it had begun.
Will you win?
Hi. Toranaga spoke again, but the priest didn't translate at once. He was smiling peculiarly, his eyes fixed on Blackthorn. He sighed and said,
You're very sure?
Is that what he said, or what you're saying?
Lord Toranaga said that. He said that.
Yes. Tell him yes, I'm very sure. May I please explain why?
Father Alvito talked to Toranaga for much longer than it took to translate that simple question.
Are you as calm as you make out?
Blackthorn wanted to ask him.
What's the key that'll unlock you? How do I destroy you?
Toranaga spoke and took a fan out of his sleeve. Father Alvito began translating again with the same eerie unfriendliness, heavy with irony.
Yes, Pilot, you may tell me why you think you will win this war.
Blackthorn tried to remain confident, aware that the priest was dominating him.
We presently rule the seas in Europe, most of the seas in Europe,
he said, correcting himself.
Don't get carried away. Tell the truth. Twist it a little, just as the Jesuits sure to be doing, but tell the truth. We English smashed 2 huge Spanish and Portuguese war armadas, invasions, and they're unlikely to be able to mount any others. Our small island's a fortress, and we're safe now. Our navy dominates the sea. Our ships are faster, more modern, and better armed. The Spanish haven't beaten the Dutch after more than 50 years of terror, inquisition, and bloodshed. Our allies are safe and strong, and something more. They're bleeding the Spanish Empire to death. We'll win because we own the seas, and because the Spanish king, in his vain arrogance, won't let an alien people free. You own the seas? Our seas too? The ones around our coasts?
No, of course not, Toranaga-sama. I didn't mean to sound arrogant. I meant, of course, European seas, though...
Good. I'm glad that's clear. You were saying, though
on all the high seas, we will soon be sweeping the enemy away, Blackthorn said clearly.
You said the enemy. Perhaps we're your enemies too. What then? Will you try to sink our ships and lay waste our shores?
I cannot conceive of being enemy to you.
I can, very easily. What then?
If you came against my land, I would attack you and try to beat you, Blackthorn said.
And if your ruler orders you to attack us here?
I would advise against it, strongly. Our queen would listen.
You're ruled by a queen, and not a king?
Yes, Lord Toranaga. Our queen is wise. She couldn't make such an unwise order.
And if she did,
Or if your legal ruler did, then I would commend my soul to God, for I would surely die, one way or another. Yes, you would. You and all your legions. Toranaga paused for a moment. Then, how long did it take you to come here? Almost 2 years. Accurately, 1 year, 11 months and 2 days. An approximate sea distance of 4,000 leagues, each of 3 miles. Father Alvito translated, then added a brief elaboration. Toranaga and Hiramatsu questioned the priest, and he nodded and replied. Toranaga used his fan thoughtfully. I converted the time and the distance, Captain Pilot Blackthorn, into their measures. The priest said politely. Thank you. Toranaga spoke directly again. How did you get here? By what route? By the Pass of Magellan. If I had my maps and rutters, I could show you clearly, but they were stolen. They were removed from my ship with my letters of marque and all my papers. If you... Blackthorn stopped as Toranaga spoke brusquely with Hiramatsu, who was equally perturbed. You claim all your papers were removed? Stolen? Yes. That's terrible, if true. We abhor theft in Nippon, Japan. The punishment for theft is death. The matter will be investigated instantly. It seems incredible that any Japanese would do such a thing, though there are foul bandits and pirates here and there. Perhaps they were misplaced, Blackthorn said, and put in safekeeping somewhere. But they are valuable, Lord Toranaga. Without my sea charts, I would be like a blind man in a maze. Would you like me to explain my route? Yes, but later. First, tell me why you came all that distance. We came to trade, peacefully, Blackthorn repeated, holding on to his impatience. To trade and go home again. To make you richer and us richer. And to try... You richer and us richer. Which of those is most important? Both partners must profit, of course, and trade must be fair. We're seeking long-term trade. We'll offer better terms than you get from the Portuguese and Spanish, and give better service. Our merchants... Blackthorn stopped at the sound of loud voices outside the room. Hiromatsu and half the guards were instantly at the doorway, and the others moved into a tight knot, screening the dais. The samurai on the inner doors readied as well. Toranaga had not moved. He spoke to Father Alvito. You are to come over here, Captain Blackthorn, away from the door, Father Alvito said, with carefully contained urgency. If you value your life, don't move suddenly or say anything. He moved slowly to the left inner door and sat down near it. Blackthorn bowed uneasily to Toranaga, who ignored him, and walked toward the priest cautiously, deeply conscious that from his point of view, the interview was a disaster. What's going on? He whispered as he sat. The nearby guards stiffened menacingly, and the priest said something quickly to reassure them. You'll be a dead man the next time you speak, he said to Blackthorn, and thought, the sooner the better. With measured slowness, he took a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the sweat off his hands. It had taken all his training and fortitude to remain calm and genial during the heretic's interview, which had been worse than even he and the father visitor had expected. You'll have to be present, the father visitor had asked last night. Toranaga has asked me specifically. I think it's very dangerous for you, and for all of us. Perhaps you could plead sickness. If you're there, you'll have to translate what the pirate says. And from what Father Sebastião writes, he's a devil on earth, as cunning as a Jew. It's much better I should be there, Eminence. At least I'll be able to intercept Blackthorn's less obvious lies. Why has he come here? Why now?
when everything was becoming perfect again. Do they really have other ships in the Pacific? Is it possible they've sent a fleet against Spanish Manila? Not that I care one whit for that pestilential city or any of the Spanish colonies in the Philippines. But an enemy fleet in the Pacific? That would have terrible implications for us here in Asia. And if he could get Toranaga's ear, or Ishido's, or any of the more powerful daimyos, well, it would be enormously difficult, to say the least.
Blackthorn's a fact. Fortunately, we are in a position to deal with him.
As God is my judge, if I didn't know better, I'd almost believe the Spaniards, or more probably their misguided lackeys, the Franciscans and Benedictines, deliberately guided him here, just to plague us.
Perhaps they did, Eminence. There's nothing the monks won't do to destroy us. But that's only jealousy, because we're succeeding where they're failing. Surely God will show them the error of their ways. Perhaps the Englishman will remove himself before he does any harm. His rutters prove him to be what he is, a pirate and leader of pirates.
Read them to Toranaga, Martin. The parts where he describes the sacking of the defenseless settlements from Africa to Chile, and the lists of plunder, and all the killings.
Perhaps we should wait, Eminence. We can always produce the rutters. Let's hope he'll damn himself without them.
Father Alvito wiped the palms of his hands again. He could feel Blackthorn's eyes on him.
God have mercy on you, he thought. For what you've said today to Toranaga, your life's not worth a counterfeit might. And worse, your soul's beyond redemption. You're crucified, even without the evidence in your rutters. Should we send them back to Father Sebastião, so he can return them to Murat? What would Toranaga do if the papers were never discovered? No, that would be too dangerous for Murat.
The door at the far end shivered open.
Lord Ishido wishes to see you.
Sire, Naga announced.
He's here in the corridor, and he wishes to see you. At once, he says. All of you, go back to your places,
Toranaga said to his men. He was instantly obeyed. But all samurai sat facing the door, Hiromatsu at their head, swords eased in their scabbards.
Naga-san, tell Lord Ishido he is always welcome. Ask him to come in.
The tall man strode into the room. 10 of his samurai, greys, followed, but they remained at the doorway, and at his signal sat cross-legged. Toranaga bowed with precise formality, and the bow was returned with equal exactitude. Father Alvito blessed his luck that he was present. The impending clash between the two rival leaders would completely affect the course of the empire and the future of Mother Church in Japan. So any clue or direct information that might help the Jesuits to decide where to throw their influence would be of immeasurable importance. Ishido was Zen Buddhist and fanatically anti-Christian. Toranaga was Zen Buddhist and openly sympathetic. But most Christian daimyos supported Ishido, fearing, with justification, Father Alvito believed, the ascendance of Toranaga. The Christian daimyos felt that if Toranaga eliminated Ishido's influence from the Council of Regents, Toranaga would usurp all power for himself. And once he had power, they believed he would implement the Taiko's expulsion edicts and stamp out the true faith. If, however, Toranaga was eliminated, the succession, a weak succession, would be assured, and the Mother Church would prosper. As the allegiance of the Christian daimyos wavered, so it was with all the other daimyos in the land, and the balance of power between the two leaders fluctuated constantly, so no one knew for certain which side was, in reality, the most powerful. Even he, Father Alvito, the most informed European in the empire,
could not say for certain which side even the Christian daimyos would actually support when the clash became open, or which faction would prevail. He watched Toranaga walk off the dais, through the encircling safety of his men.
"Welcome, Lord Ishido. Please sit there."
Toranaga gestured at the single cushion on the dais.
"I'd like you to be comfortable."
"Thank you, no, Lord Toranaga."
Ishido Kazunari was lean and swarthy and very tough, a year younger than Toranaga. They were ancient enemies. 80,000 samurai in and around Osaka Castle did his bidding, for he was commander of the garrison, and therefore commander of the heir's bodyguard, chief general of the armies of the West, conqueror of Korea, member of the Council of Regents, and formerly Inspector General of all the late Taiko's armies, which were legally all the armies of all daimyos throughout the realm.
"Thank you, no," he repeated. "I'd be embarrassed to be comfortable, while you were not, eh? One day I will take your cushion, but not today."
A current of anger went through the Browns at Ishido's implied threat, but Toranaga replied amiably.
"You came at a most opportune moment. I was just finishing interviewing the new barbarian. Tsuku-san, please tell him to stand up."
The priest did as he was bidden. He felt Ishido's hostility from across the room. Apart from being anti-Christian, Ishido had always been vigorous in his condemnation of all Europeans and wanted the empire totally closed to them. Ishido looked at Blackthorn with pronounced distaste.
"I heard he was ugly, but I didn't realize how ugly. Rumor has it that he's a pirate. Is he?"
"Can you doubt it? And he's also a liar."
"Then before you crucify him, please let me have him for half a day. The heir might be amused to see him, with his head on first."
Ishido laughed roughly.
"Or perhaps he should be taught to dance like a bear. Then you could exhibit him throughout the empire. The freak from the east."
Though it was true that Blackthorn had, uniquely, come out of the eastern seas, unlike the Portuguese, who always came from the south and hence were called southern barbarians, Ishido was blatantly implying that Toranaga, who dominated the eastern provinces, was the true freak. But Toranaga merely smiled as though he did not understand.
"You're a man of vast humor, Lord Ishido," he said. "But I agree, the sooner the barbarian's removed, the better. He's long-winded, arrogant, loud-mouthed, an oddity, yes, but one of little value and with no manners whatsoever. Naga-san, send some men and put him with the common criminals. Tsuku-san, tell him to follow them."
"Captain Pilot, you are to follow those men."
"Where am I going?"
Father Alvito hesitated. He was glad that he had won, but his opponent was brave and had an immortal soul which could yet be saved. "You are to be detained," he said.
"For how long?"
"I don't know, my son, until Lord Toranaga decides." Chapter 12. As Toranaga watched the barbarian leave the room, he took his mind regretfully off the startling interview and came to grips with the more immediate problem of Ishido. Toranaga had decided not to dismiss the priest, knowing it would further infuriate Ishido, even though he was equally certain the continued presence of the priest might be dangerous.
The less foreigners know, the better. The less anyone knows, the better, he thought. Will Tsuku-san's influence on the Christian daimyos be for me or against me? Until today, I would have trusted him implicitly. But there were some strange moments with the barbarian that I don't yet understand.
Ishido deliberately did not follow the usual courtesies, but came instantly to the point.
"Again, I must ask, what is your answer to the Council of Regents?"
"Again, I repeat, As president of the Council of Regents, I do not believe any answer is necessary. I've made a few minor family relationships that are unimportant. No answer is required.
You betrothed your son, Naga-san, to the daughter of Lord Masamune. Marry one of your granddaughters to Lord Zatake's son and heir. Another granddaughter to Lord Kiyama's son. All the marriages are to feudal lords or their close relations, and therefore not minor, and absolutely contrary to our master's orders.
Our late master, the Taiko, has been dead a year. Unfortunately. Yes. I regret my brother-in-law's death, and would have preferred him alive, and still guiding the destiny of the empire.
Toranaga added pleasantly, turning a knife in a constant wound.
If my brother-in-law were alive, there's no doubt he would approve these family connections. His instructions applied to marriages that threatened the succession of his house. I don't threaten his house or my nephew Yaemon, the heir. I'm content as Lord of the Kanto. I seek no more territory. I am at peace with my neighbors, and wish his peace to continue. By the Lord Buddha, I'll not be the first to break the peace.
For 6 centuries, the realm had been seared by constant civil war. 35 years ago, a minor daimyo called Goroda had taken possession of Kyoto, abetted mainly by Toranaga. Over the next 2 decades, this warrior had miraculously subdued half of Japan, made a mountain of skulls, and declared himself dictator. Still not yet powerful enough to petition the reigning emperor to grant him the title Shōgun, though he was vaguely descended from a branch of the Fujimotos. Then, 16 years ago, Goroda was assassinated by one of his generals, and his power fell into the hands of his chief vassal and most brilliant general, the peasant Nakamura. In 4 short years, General Nakamura, helped by Toranaga, Ishido, and others, obliterated Goroda's descendants and brought the whole of Japan under his absolute sole control, the first time in history that one man had subjugated all the realm. In triumph, he went to Kyoto to bow before Go-Nijo, the son of heaven. There, because he was born peasant, Nakamura had had to accept the lesser title of Kanpak, chief advisor, which later he renounced in favor of his son, taking for himself the title Taiko. But every daimyo bowed before him, even Toranaga. Incredibly, there had been complete peace for 12 years. Last year, the Taiko had died.
By the Lord Buddha, Toranaga said again, I'll not be the first to break the peace.
But you will go to war.
A wise man prepares for treachery, ne? There are evil men in every province. Some are in high places. We both know the limitless extent of treachery in the hearts of men.
Toranaga stiffened.
Where the Taiko left a legacy of unity, now we are split into my east and your west. The Council of Regents is divided. The daimyos are at odds. A council cannot rule a maggot-infested hamlet, let alone an empire. The sooner the Taiko's son is of age, the better. The sooner there's another Kanpak, the better.
Or perhaps Shōgun?
Ishido said insinuatingly.
Kanpak or Shōgun or Taiko, the power is the same, Toranaga said. Of what real value is a title? The power is the only important thing. Goroda never became Shōgun. Nakamura was more than content as Kanpak and later Taiko. He ruled, and that is the important thing. What does it matter that my brother-in-law was once a peasant? What does it matter that my family is ancient? What does it matter that you're low-born? You're a general, a liege lord, even one of the Council of Regents.
It matters very much, Ishido thought. You know it. I know it. Every daimyo knows it. Even the Taiko knew it.
Yaemon is 7. In 7 years, he becomes Kampak. Until that time, in 8 years, General Ishido. That's our historic law. When my nephew is 15, he becomes adult and inherits. Until that time, we 5 regents rule in his name. That's what our late master willed. Yes, and he also ordered that no hostages were to be taken by regents against one another. Lady Ochiba, the mother of the heir, is hostage in your castle at Edo, against your safety here, and that also violates his will. You formally agreed to obey his covenants, as did all the regents. You even signed the document in your own blood.
Toranaga sighed.
The Lady Ochiba is visiting Edo where her only sister is in labor. Her sister is married to my son and heir. My son's place is in Edo, while I am here. What's more natural than for a sister to visit a sister at such a time? Isn't she honored? Perhaps I'll have a first grandson, eh? The mother of the heir is the most important lady in the empire. She should not be in...
Ishido was going to say enemy hands, but he thought better of it.
In an unusual city.
He paused, then added clearly,
The council would like you to order her home today.
Toranaga avoided the trap.
I repeat, the Lady Ochiba's no hostage, and therefore is not under my orders, and never was. Then let me put it differently. The council requests her presence in Osaka instantly.
Who requests this?
I do. Lord Sugiyama, Lord Onoshi, and Lord Kiyama. Further, we're all agreed we wait here until she's back in Osaka. Here are their signatures.
Toranaga was livid. Thus far he had manipulated the council so that voting was always split 2-3. He had never been able to win a 4-1 against Ishido, but neither had Ishido against him. 4-1 meant isolation and disaster.
Why had Onoshi defected? And Kiyama? Both implacable enemies, even before they had converted to the foreign religion. And what hold had Ishido now over them?
Ishido knew that he had shattered his enemy, but one move remained to make victory complete. So he implemented the plan that he and Onoshi had agreed upon.
We regents are all agreed that the time has come to finish with those who are planning to usurp my master's power and kill the heir. Traitors will be condemned. They will be exhibited in the streets as common criminals with all their generations, and then they will be executed like common criminals with all their generations. Fujimoto, Takashima, low-born, high-born, no matter who. Even Minowara.
A gasp of rage broke from every Toranaga samurai, for such sacrilege against the semi-regal families was unthinkable. Then the young samurai, Usagi, Hiromatsu's grandson-in-law, was on his feet, flushed with anger. He ripped out his killing sword and leapt at Ishido, the naked blade readied for the two-handed slash. Ishido was prepared for the death blow and made no move to defend himself. This was what he had planned for, hoped for, and his men had been ordered not to interfere until he was dead. If he, Ishido, were killed here, now, by a Toranaga samurai, the whole Osaka garrison could fall on Toranaga legitimately and slay him, irrespective of the hostage. Then the Lady Ochiba would be eliminated in retaliation by Toranaga's sons, and the remaining regents would be forced to move jointly against the Yoshi clan, who, now isolated, would be stamped out. Only then would the heir's succession be granted, and he, Ishido, would have done his duty to the Taiko. But the blow did not come. At the last moment, Usagi came to his senses and tremulously sheathed the sword.
"Your pardon, Lord Toranaga,"
he said, kneeling abjectly.
"I could not bear the shame of having you hear such insults. I ask permission. I apologize, and I ask permission to commit seppuku immediately, for I cannot live with this shame."
Though Toranaga had remained still, he had been ready to intercept the blow, and he knew Hiromatsu was ready, and that others would have been ready also, and that probably Ishido would only have been wounded. He understood, too, why Ishido had been so insulting and inflammatory.
"I will repay you with an enormity of interest, Ishido,"
he promised silently. Toranaga gave his attention to the kneeling youth.
"How dare you imply that anything Lord Ishido said was meant in any way as an insult to me? Of course he would never be so impolite. How dare you listen to conversations that do not concern you? No, you will not be allowed to commit seppuku. That's an honor. You have no honor and no self-discipline. You will be crucified like a common criminal today. Your swords will be broken and buried in the Eta village. Your son will be buried in the Eta village. Your head will be put on a spike for all the population to jeer at, with a sign on it, 'This man was born samurai by mistake. His name has ceased to be.'"
With a supreme effort, Usagi controlled his breathing, but the sweat dripped and the shame of it tortured him. He bowed to Toranaga, accepting his fate with outward calm. Hiromatsu walked forward and tore both swords from his grandson-in-law's belt.
"Lord Toranaga," he said gravely, "with your permission, I will personally see that your orders are carried out."
Toranaga nodded. The youth bowed a last time, then began to get up, but Hiromatsu pushed him back on the floor.
"Samurai walk," he said. "So do men. But you're neither. You will crawl to your death."
Silently, Usagi obeyed, and all in the room were warmed by the strength of the youth's self-discipline now, and the measure of his courage.
"He will be reborn samurai,"
they told themselves contentedly. Chapter 13. That night, Toranaga could not sleep. This was rare for him, because normally he could defer the most pressing problem until the next day, knowing that if he was alive the next day, he would solve it to the best of his ability. He had long since discovered that peaceful sleep could provide the answer to most puzzles, and if not, what did it really matter? Wasn't life just a dewdrop within a dewdrop? But tonight, there were too many perplexing questions to ponder.
What will I do about Ishido? Why has Onoshi defected to the enemy? How will I deal with the council? Have the Christian priests meddled again? Where will the next assassination attempt come from? When should Yabu be dealt with? And what must I do about the barbarian? Was he telling the truth? Curious how the barbarian came out of the eastern seas just at this time. Is that an omen? Is it his karma to be the spark that will light the powder keg?
Karma was an Indian word adopted by Japanese, part of Buddhist philosophy that referred to a person's fate in this life. His fate immutably fixed because of deeds done in a previous life, good deeds giving a better position in this life's strata, bad deeds the reverse. Just as the deeds of this life would completely affect the next rebirth. A person was ever being reborn into this world of tears until, after enduring and suffering and learning through many lifetimes, he became perfect at long last, going to nirvana, the place of perfect peace, never having to suffer rebirth again. Strange that Buddha or some other god, or perhaps just karma, brought the Anjin-san to Yabu's fief. Strange that he landed at the exact village where Mura, the secret head of the Izu spy system, had been settled so many years ago, under the very nose of the Taiko and Yabu's pox-diseased father. Strange that Tsuku-san was here in Osaka to interpret, and not in Nagasaki, where he'd normally be. That also the chief priest of the Christians is here in Osaka,
and also the Captain General of the Portuguese. Strange that the pilot, Rodriguez, was also available to take Hiromatsu to Anjiro in time to capture the barbarian alive and take possession of the guns. Then there's Kashigi Omi, son of the man who will give me Yabu's head, if I but crook my little finger. How beautiful life is, and how sad. How fleeting, with no past and no future, only a limitless now.
Toranaga sighed.
One thing is certain. The barbarian will never leave, neither alive nor dead. He is part of the realm forever.
His ears heard almost imperceptible approaching footsteps, and his sword was ready. Each night he changed his sleeping room, his guards, and the password haphazardly, against the assassins that were always waiting. The footsteps stopped outside the shoji. Then he heard Hiromatsu's voice and the beginning of the password.
If the truth is already clear, what is the use of meditation? And if the truth is hidden,
Toranaga said.
It's already clear,
Hiromatsu answered correctly. The quotation was from the ancient tantric Buddhist teacher, Saraha.
Come in.
Only when Toranaga saw that it was, in truth, his counselor, did his sword relax.
Sit down. I heard you weren't sleeping. I thought you might need something.
No. Thank you. Toranaga observed the deepened lines around the old man's eyes.
I'm glad you're here, old friend,
he said.
You're sure you're all right?
Oh, yes.
Then I'll leave you. Sorry to disturb you, Lord. No, please, come in. I'm glad you're here. Sit down.
The old man sat down beside the door, his back straight.
I've doubled the guards.
Good. After a while, Hiromatsu said,
About that madman. Everything was done as you ordered. Everything.
Thank you.
His wife, as soon as she heard the sentence, my granddaughter asked my permission to kill herself, to accompany her husband and her son into the great void. I refused and ordered her to wait, pending your approval.
Hiromatsu was bleeding inside.
How terrible life is. You did correctly. I formally asked permission to end my life. What he did put you in mortal danger, but it was my fault. I should have detected his flaw. I failed you. You may not commit seppuku. Please, I formally ask permission. No, you're needed alive. I will obey you. But please accept my apologies. Your apologies are accepted.
After a time, Toranaga said,
What about the barbarian? Many things, sire. One, if you hadn't been waiting for the barbarian today, you would have been hawking since first light, and Ishido would never have enmeshed you in such a disgusting meeting. You have no choice now but to declare war on him, if you can get out of this castle and back to Edo. Second, and third, and 43rd, and 143rd. I'm nowhere near as clever as you, Lord Toranaga, but even I could see that everything we've been led to believe by the southern barbarians is not true.
Hiromatsu was glad to talk. It helped ease the hurt.
But if there are two Christian religions which hate each other, and if the Portuguese are part of the bigger Spanish nation, and if this new barbarian's country, whatever it was called, wars on both and beats them, and if this same country's an island nation like ours, and the greatest if of all, if he's telling the truth, and if the priest's saying accurately what the barbarian was saying, well, you can put all these ifs together and make sense out of them, and a plan. I can't, so sorry. I only know what I saw at Anjiro and aboard the ship. That the Anjin-san is very strong in his head, weak in his body presently, though that would be because of the long voyage, and dominating at sea. I don't understand anything about him. How could he be all of these things, yet allow a man to piss on his back? Why did he save Yabu's life after what the man did to him? And also the life of his self-admitted enemy, the Portuguese Rodrigo? My head spins from so many questions, as though I'm sodden with sake.
Hiromatsu paused. He was very weary.
But I think we should keep him on land, and all like him, if others follow, and kill them all very quickly. What about Yabu? Order him to commit seppuku tonight. Why? He's got no manners. You foretold what he'd do when I arrived at Anjiro. He was going to steal your property. And he's a liar. Don't bother to see him tomorrow, as you've arranged. Instead, let me take him your order now. You'll have to kill him sooner or later. Better now, when he's accessible, with none of his own vassals surrounding him. I advise no delay.
There was a soft knock on the inner door.
Tora-chan?
Toranaga smiled, as he always did, at that very special voice, with that special diminutive.
Yes, Kiri-san?
I've taken the liberty, Lord, of bringing cha for you and your guest. May I please come in?
Yes.
Both men returned her bow. Kiri closed the door and busied herself with the pouring. She was 53 and substantial, matron of Toranaga's ladies-in-waiting, Kiritsubo no Toshiko, nicknamed Kiri, the oldest of the ladies of his court. Her hair was grey-flecked, her waist thick, but her face sparkled with an eternal joy.
You shouldn't be awake. No, not at this time of night, Tora-chan. It will be dawn soon, and I suppose then you'll be out in the hills with your hawks, ne? You need sleep.
Yes, Kiri-chan.
Toranaga patted her vast rump affectionately.
Please don't Kiri-chan me.
Kiri laughed.
I'm an old woman, and I need lots of respect. Your other ladies give me enough trouble as it is. Kiritsubo Toshiko-san, if you please, my lord Yoshi Toranaga no Chikitada.
There, you see, Hiromatsu? After 20 years, she still tries to dominate me.
So sorry. It's more than 30 years, Tora-sama, she said proudly. And you were as manageable then as you are now.
When Toranaga was in his 20s, he'd been a hostage too, then of the despotic Ikawa Tadazuki, lord of Suruga and Totomi, father of the present Ikawa Jikyu, who was Yabu's enemy. The samurai responsible for Toranaga's good conduct had just taken Kiritsubo as his second wife. She was 17 then. Together, this samurai and Kiri, his wife, had treated Toranaga honorably, given him wise counsel, and then, when Toranaga had rebelled against Tadazuki and joined Goroda, had followed him with many warriors and had fought bravely at his side. Later, in the fighting for the capital, Kiri's husband had been killed. Toranaga had asked her if she would become one of his consorts, and she had accepted gladly. In those days, she was not fat, but she was equally protective and equally wise. That was her 19th year, his 24th, and she had been a focus of his household ever since. Kiri was very shrewd and very capable. For years now, she had run his household and kept it free of trouble.
As free of trouble as any household with women could ever be, Toranaga thought. You're getting fat, he said, not minding that she was fat.
Lord Toranaga, in front of Lord Toda. Oh, so sorry. I shall have to commit seppuku, or at least I'll have to shave my head and become a nun, and I thought I was so young and slender.
She burst out laughing.
Actually, I agree. I have a fat rump, but what can I do? I just like to eat, and that's Buddha's problem, and my karma, ne?
She offered the cha.
There. Now I'll be off. Would you like me to send the Lady Sazuko?
No, my thoughtful Kiri-san. No, thank you. We'll talk for a little. Then I'll sleep. Good night, Tora-sama. Sweet dreamlessness.
She bowed to him and to Hiromatsu, and then she was gone. They sipped their tea appreciatively. Toranaga said, I'm always sorry we never had a son, Kiri-san and I. Once she conceived, but she miscarried. That was when we were at the Battle of Nagakude. Ah, that one. Yes. This was just after the dictator Goroda had been assassinated when General Nakamura, the Taiko to be, was trying to consolidate all power into his own hands. At that time, the issue was in doubt, as Toranaga supported one of Goroda's sons, the legal heir. Nakamura came against Toranaga near the little village of Nagakude, and his force was mauled and routed, and he lost that battle. Toranaga retreated cleverly, pursued by a new army, now commanded for Nakamura by Hiromatsu. But Toranaga avoided the trap and escaped to his home provinces, his whole army intact, ready to battle again. 50,000 men died at Nagakude, very few of them Toranaga's. In his wisdom, the Taiko to be called off the civil war against Toranaga, though he would have won. Nagakude was the only battle the Taiko had ever lost, and Toranaga the only general who had ever beaten him. I'm glad we never joined battle, sire, Hiromatsu said. Yes. You would have won? No. The Taiko was the greatest general, and the wisest, cleverest man that has ever been. Hiromatsu smiled. Yes, except you. No, you're wrong. That's why I became his vassal. I'm sorry he's dead. Yes. And Goroda. He was a fine man, eh? So many good men dead. Hiromatsu unconsciously turned and twisted the battered scabbard. You'll have to move against Ishido. That will force every daimyo to choose sides, once and for all. We'll win the war eventually. Then you can disband the council and become shogun. I don't seek that honor, Toranaga said sharply. How many times do I have to say it? Your pardon, sire. I know, but I feel it would be best for Japan. That's treason. Against whom, Lord? Against the Taiko? He's dead. Against his last will and testament? That's a piece of paper. Against the boy Yaemon? Yaemon's the son of a peasant who usurped the power and heritage of a general whose heirs he stamped out. We were Goroda's allies, then the Taiko's vassals. Yes, but they're both very dead. Would you advise that if you were one of the regents? No, but then I'm not one of the regents, and I'm very glad. I'm your vassal only. I chose sides a year ago. I did this freely. Why? Toranaga had never asked him before. Because you're a man, because you're Minowara, and because you'll do the wise thing. What you said to Ishido was right. We're not a people to be ruled by committee. We need a leader. Whom should I have chosen to serve of the 5 regents? Lord Onoshi? Yes, he's a very wise man, and a good general. But he's Christian and a cripple, and his flesh is so rotten with leprosy that he stinks from 50 paces. Lord Sugiyama? He's the richest daimyo in the land. His family's as ancient as yours. But he's a gutless turncoat, and we both know him from eternity. Lord Kiyama? Wise, brave, a great general, and an old comrade. But he's Christian too, and I think we have enough gods of our own in this land of the gods not to be so arrogant as to worship only one. Ishido? I've detested that treacherous peasant's offal as long as I've known him, and the only reason I never killed him was because he was the Taiko's dog. His leathery face cracked into a smile. So, you see, Yoshi Toranaga no Minowara, you gave me no choice. And if I go against your advice, if I manipulate the Council of Regents, even Ishido, and put Yaemon into power, whatever you do is wise, but all the regents would like you dead. That's the truth.
I advocate immediate war, immediate, before they isolate you, or more probably murder you.
Toranaga thought about his enemies. They were powerful and abundant. It would take him all of 3 weeks to get back to Edo, traveling the Tokaido Road, the main trunk road that followed the coast between Edo and Osaka. To go by ship was more dangerous and perhaps more time-consuming, except by galley, which could travel against wind and tide. Toranaga's mind ranged again over the plan he had decided upon. He could find no flaw in it.
I heard secretly yesterday that Ishido's mother is visiting her grandson in Nagoya,
he said, and Hiromatsu was at once attentive. Nagoya was a huge city-state that was as yet not committed to either side.
The lady should be invited by the abbot to visit the Joji temple, to see the cherry blossoms. Immediately, Hiromatsu said. By carrier pigeon.
The Joji temple was famous for 3 things: its avenue of cherry trees, the militancy of its Zen Buddhist monks, and its open, undying fidelity to Toranaga, who had, years ago, paid for the building of the temple and maintained its upkeep ever since.
The blossoms will be past their prime, but she will be there tomorrow. I don't doubt the venerable lady will want to stay a few days. It's so calming. Her grandson should go too, eh? No, just her. That would make the abbot's invitation too obvious. Next, send a secret cipher to my son, Sudara. I leave Osaka the moment the council concludes this session, in 4 days. Send it by runner and confirm it by carrier pigeon tomorrow.
Hiromatsu's disapproval was apparent.
Then can I order up 10,000 men at once? To Osaka? No, the men here are sufficient. Thank you, old friend. I think I'll sleep now.
Hiromatsu got up and stretched his shoulders. Then at the doorway,
I may give Fujiko, my granddaughter, permission to kill herself? No. But Fujiko's samurai, lord, and you know how mothers are about their sons. The child was her first. Fujiko can have many children. How old is she? 18? Barely 19. I will find her another husband.
Hiromatsu shook his head.
She will not accept one. I know her too well. It's her innermost wish to end her life. Please? Tell your granddaughter I do not approve of useless death. Permission is refused.
At length Hiromatsu bowed and began to leave.
How long would the barbarian live in that prison?
Toranaga asked. Hiromatsu did not turn back.
It depends how cruel a fighter he is. Thank you. Good night, Hiromatsu.
When he was sure that he was alone, he said quietly,
Kiri-san?
The inner door opened. She entered and knelt.
Send an immediate message to Sudara. All is well. Send it by racing pigeons. Release 3 of them at the same time at dawn. At noon, do the same again.
Yes, Lord.
She went away. One will get through, he thought. At least 4 will fall to arrows, spies, or hawks. But unless Ishido's broken our code, the message will still mean nothing to him.
The code was very private. 4 people knew it. His eldest son, Noboru, his second son and heir, Sudara, Kiri, and himself. The message deciphered meant, disregard all other messages. Activate Plan 5. By prearrangement, Plan 5 contained orders to gather all Yoshi clan leaders and their most trusted inner counselors immediately, at his capital, Edo, and to mobilize for war. The code word that signaled war was Crimson Sky. His own assassination or capture made Crimson Sky inexorable and launched the war. An immediate fanatic assault upon Kyoto, led by Sudara, his heir, with all the legions, to gain possession of that city and the puppet emperor. This would be coupled with secret, meticulously planned insurrections in 50 provinces, which had been prepared over the years
against such eventuality. All targets, passes, cities, castles, bridges, had long since been selected. There were enough arms and men and resolve to carry it through.
It's a good plan, Toranaga thought, but it will fail if I don't lead it. Sudara will fail. Not through want of trying, or courage, or intelligence, or because of treachery. Merely because Sudara hasn't yet enough knowledge or experience, and cannot carry enough of the uncommitted daimyos with him. And also because Osaka Castle and the heir, Yaemon, stand inviolate in the path, the rallying point for all the enmity and jealousy that I've earned in 52 years of war.
Toranaga's war had begun when he was 6, and had been ordered as hostage into the enemy camp, then reprieved, then captured by other enemies and pawned again, to be repawned until he was 12. At 12, he had led his first patrol and won his first battle.
So many battles. None lost, but so many enemies. And now they're gathering together. Sudara will fail. You're the only one who could win with Crimson Sky, perhaps. The Taiko could do it, absolutely. But it would be better not to have to implement Crimson Sky.
Chapter 14. For Blackthorn, it was a hellish dawn. He was locked in a death battle with a fellow convict. The prize was a cup of gruel. Both men were naked. Whenever a convict was put into this vast, single-storied wooden cell block, his clothes were taken away. A clothed man occupied more space, and clothes could hide weapons. The murky and suffocating room was 50 paces long and 10 wide, and packed with naked, sweating Japanese. Scarcely any light filtered through the boards and beams that made up the walls and low ceiling. Blackthorn could barely stand erect. His skin was blotched and scratched from the man's broken nails and the wood burns from the walls. Finally, he butted his head into the man's face, grabbed his throat, and hammered the man's head against the beams until he was senseless. Then he threw the body aside and charged through the sweating mass to the place he had claimed in the corner, and he readied himself for another attack. At dawn it had been feeding time, and the guards began passing the cups of gruel and water through the small opening. This was the first food and water that had been given them since he was put inside at dusk the previous day. The lining up for food and water had been unusually calm. Without discipline, no one would eat. Then this ape-like man, unshaven, filthy, lice-ridden, had chopped him over the kidneys and taken his ration, while the others waited to see what would happen. But Blackthorn had been in too many seafaring brawls to be beaten with one treacherous blow, so he feigned helplessness, then kicked out viciously, and the fight had been joined. Now, in the corner, Blackthorn saw to his amazement that one of the men was offering the cup of gruel and the water that he had presumed lost. He took it and thanked the man. The corners were the choicest areas. A beam ran lengthwise along the earthen floor, partitioning the room into 2 sections. In each section were 3 rows of men, 2 rows facing each other, their backs to the wall or beam, the other row between them. Only the weak and the sick took the center row. When the stronger men in the outer rows wanted to stretch their legs, they had to do so over those in the middle. Blackthorn saw 2 corpses, swollen and fly-blown, in one of the middle rows, but the feeble and dying men nearby seemed to ignore them. He could not see far in the heating gloom. Sun was baking the wood already. There were latrine buckets, but the stench was terrible because the sick had befouled themselves and the places in which they hunched. From time to time, guards opened the iron door and names were called out. The men bowed to their comrades and left, but others were soon brought in and the space occupied again. All the prisoners seemed to have accepted their lot and tried, as best they could, to live unselfishly in peace with their immediate neighbours. One man against the wall began to vomit. He was quickly shoved into the middle row and collapsed, half suffocated, under the weight of legs.
Blackthorne had to close his eyes and fight to control his terror and claustrophobia.
Bastard Toranaga! I pray I get the opportunity of putting you inside here one day. Bastard guards!
Last night, when they had ordered him to strip, he had fought them with a bitter hopelessness, knowing he was beaten, fighting only because he refused to surrender passively. And then he had been forced through the door. There were 4 such cell blocks. They were on the edge of the city, in a paved compound within high stone walls. Outside the walls was a roped-off area of beaten earth beside the river. 5 crosses were erected there. Naked men and 1 woman had been bound straddled to the crosspieces by their wrists and ankles. And while Blackthorne had walked on the perimeter following his samurai guards, he saw executioners with long lances thrust the lances crisscross into the victims' chests, while the crowd jeered. Then the 5 were cut down, and 5 more put up, and samurai came forward and hacked the corpses into pieces with their long swords, laughing all the while.
Bloody gutter-festering bastards!
Unnoticed, the man Blackthorne had fought was coming to his senses. He lay in the middle row. Blood had congealed on one side of his face, and his nose was smashed. Suddenly he leapt at Blackthorne, oblivious of the men in his way. Blackthorne saw him coming at the last moment, frantically parried the onslaught, and knocked him in a heap. The prisoners that the man fell on cursed him, and one of them, heavy-set and built like a bulldog, chopped him viciously on the neck with the side of his hand. There was a dry snap, and the man's head sagged. The bulldog man lifted the half-shaven head by its scraggy, lice-infected topknot and let it fall. He looked up at Blackthorne, said something gutturally, smiled with bare, toothless gums, and shrugged.
"Thanks,"
Blackthorne said, struggling for breath, thankful that his assailant had not had Murat's skill at unarmed combat.
"My namu Anjin-san,"
he said, pointing at himself.
"You?" "So des, Anjin-san."
Bulldog pointed at himself and sucked in his breath.
"Minikui." "Minikui-san." "Hi."
And he added a spate of Japanese. Blackthorne shrugged tiredly.
"Wakarimasen."
I don't understand.
So des.
Bulldog chatted briefly with his neighbours. Then he shrugged again, and Blackthorne shrugged, and together they lifted the dead man and put him with the other corpses. When they came back to the corner, no one had taken their places. Most of the inmates were asleep, or fitfully trying to sleep. Blackthorne felt filthy and horrible and near death.
"Don't worry," he told himself. "You've a long way to go before you die." "No, I can't live long in this hellhole. There are too many men. Oh, God, let me out. Why is the room swimming up and down? And is that Rodriguez floating up from the depths with moving pincers for eyes? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I've got to get out of here. Please, please don't put more wood in the fire. And what are you doing here, Croak lad? I thought they let you go. I thought you were back in the village. But now we're here in the village. And how did I get here? It's so cool. And there's that girl. So pretty. Down by the docks. But why are they dragging her away to the shore? The naked samurai. Oh me, they're laughing. Why, down across the sand. Blood marks in the sand. All naked. Me naked. Hags and villagers and children. And there's the cauldron. And we're in the cauldron. And no more wood, no more wood. I'm drowning in liquid filth. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm dying. Dying. In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti. That's the last sacrament. And you're Catholic. We're all Catholic. And you'll burn or drown in piss and burn with fire. The fire. The fire.
He dragged himself out of the nightmare, his ears exploding with the peaceful, earth-shattering finality of the last sacrament. For a moment, he did not know if he was awake or asleep, because his disbelieving ears heard the Latin benediction again, and his incredulous eyes were seeing a wrinkled old scarecrow of a European stooped over the middle row, 15 paces away. The toothless old man had long, filthy hair and a matted beard and broken nails, and wore a foul, threadbare smock. He raised a hand like a vulture's claw and held up the wooden cross over the half-hidden body. A shaft of sun caught it momentarily. Then he closed the dead man's eyes and mumbled a prayer and glanced up. He saw Blackthorne staring at him.
"Mother of God, art thou real?"
The man croaked in coarse peasant Spanish, crossing himself.
"Yes," Blackthorne said in Spanish. "Who are you?"
The old man groped his way over, mumbling to himself. The other inmates let him pass or step on them or over them without saying a word. He stared down at Blackthorne through rheumy eyes, his face warted.
"Oh, blessed Virgin, the Signor is real. Who art thou?" I'm Friar Domingo of the sacred order of St. Francis, the order."
And then for a while his words became a jumble of Japanese and Latin and Spanish. His head twitched, and he wiped away the ever-present spittle that dribbled to his chin.
"The Signor is real?"
"Yes, I'm real."
Blackthorne eased himself up. The priest muttered another Hail Mary, the tears coursing his cheeks. He kissed the cross repeatedly, and would have got down on his knees if there had been space. Bulldog shook his neighbour awake. Both squatted and made just enough room for the priest to sit.
"By the blessed St. Francis, my prayers have been answered. Thou. I thought that I was seeing another apparition, Signor, a ghost. Yes, an evil spirit. I've seen so many. How long is the Signor here? It's hard for a body to see in the gloom, and my eyes, they're not good. How long?"
"Yesterday. And you?"
"I don't know, Signor. A long time. I'm put here in September. It was in the year of our Lord, 1598.
"It's May now. 1600.
1600.
A moaning cry distracted the monk. He got up and picked his way over the bodies like a spider, encouraging a man here, touching another there, his Japanese fluent. He could not find the dying man, so he droned the last rites to that part of the cell, and blessed everyone, and no one minded.
"Come with me, my son."
Without waiting, the monk hobbled down the cage, through the mass of men, into the gloom. Blackthorne hesitated, not wanting to leave his place. Then he got up and followed. After 10 paces he looked back. His place had vanished. It seemed impossible that he had ever been there at all. He continued down the length of the hut. In the far corner was, incredibly, an open space, just enough room for a small man to lie down in. It contained a few pots and bowls and an ancient straw mat. Father Domingo stepped through the men into the space and beckoned him. The surrounding Japanese watched silently, letting Blackthorne pass.
"They are my flock, Signor. They are all my sons in the blessed Lord Jesus. I've converted so many here. This one's John, and here's Mark and Methuselah."
The priest stopped for breath.
"I'm so tired. I must.
His words trailed off, and he slept. At dusk, more food arrived. When Blackthorne began to get up, one of the nearby Japanese motioned him to stay,
and brought him a well-filled bowl. Another man gently patted the priest awake, offering the food.
"Here,"
the old man said, shaking his head, a smile on his face, and pushed the bowl back into the man's hands.
"Here, Father Summer."
The priest allowed himself to be persuaded and ate a little, then got up, his joints creaking, and handed his bowl to one of those in the middle row. This man touched the priest's hand to his forehead, and he was blessed.
"I'm so pleased to see another of my own kind,"
the priest said, sitting beside Blackthorn again, his peasant voice thick and sibilant. He pointed weakly to the other end of the cell block.
"One of my flock said the Signor used the word pilot. Engine. The Signor is a pilot?"
"Yes."
"There are others of the Signor's crew here?"
"No, I'm alone. Why are you here?"
"If the Signor is alone, the Signor came from Manila?"
"No, I've never been to Asia before," Blackthorn said carefully, his Spanish excellent. "This was my first voyage as pilot. I was outward bound. Why are you here?"
"Jesuits put me here, my son. Jesuits and their filthy lies. The Signor was outward bound. Thou art not Spanish, no, nor Portuguese."
The monk peered at him suspiciously, and Blackthorn was surrounded by his reeking breath.
"Was the ship Portuguese? Tell the truth before God."
"No, Father, it was not Portuguese. Before God."
"Oh, blessed Virgin, thank you. Please forgive me, Signor. I was afraid. I'm old and stupid and diseased. Thy ship was Spanish, out of where?" "I'm so glad. Where is the Signor from originally? Spanish Flanders? Or the Duchy of Brandenburg, perhaps? Some part of our dominions in Germania? Oh, it's so good to talk my blessed mother tongue again. Was the Signor shipwrecked like us, then foully thrown into this jail, falsely accused by those devil Jesuits? May God curse them and show them the error of their treachery."
His eyes glittered fiercely.
"The Signor said he has never been to Asia before."
"No."
"If the Signor has never been to Asia before, then he will be like a child in the wilderness. Yes, there's so much to tell. Does the Signor know that Jesuits are merely traitors, gun runners and usurers? That they control all the silk trade here, all trade with China? That the annual black ship is worth $1 million in gold? That they forced His Holiness the Pope to grant them total power over Asia, them and their dogs, the Portuguese? That all other religions are forbidden here? That Jesuits deal in gold, buying and selling for profit, for themselves and the heathen, against the direct orders of His Holiness Pope Clement, of King Philip, and against the laws of this land? That they secretly smuggled guns into Japan for Christian kings here, inciting them to rebellion? That they meddle in politics and pimp for the kings, lie and cheat and bear false witness against us? That their Father Superior himself sent a secret message to our Spanish Viceroy in Luzon, asking him for conquistadores to conquer the land? They begged for a Spanish invasion to cover more Portuguese mistakes. All our troubles can be put at their threshold, Signor. It's the Jesuits who have lied and cheated and spread poison against Spain and our beloved King Philip. Their lies put me here and caused 26 Holy Fathers to be martyred. They think that just because I was a peasant once, I don't understand. But I can read and write, Signor. I can read and write. I was one of His Excellency's secretaries, the Viceroy.
They think we Franciscans don't understand."
At this point, he broke into another ranting jumble of Spanish and Latin. Blackthorn's spirit had been revived, his curiosity agog with what the priest had said. What guns? What gold? What trade? What black ship? 1,000,000? What invasion? What Christian kings? Aren't you cheating the poor sick man? He asked himself. He thinks you're friend, not enemy. I haven't lied to him. But haven't you implied you're friend? I answered him directly. But you volunteered nothing? No. Is that fair? That's the first rule of survival in enemy waters. Volunteer nothing. The monk's tantrum grew apace. The nearby Japanese shifted uneasily. One of them got up and shook the priest gently and spoke to him. Father Domingo gradually came out of his fit. His eyes cleared. He looked at Blackthorn with recognition, replied to the Japanese, and calmed the rest.
"So sorry, senor," he said breathlessly. They thought I was angry against the senor. God forgive my foolish rage. It was just... Jesuits come from hell, along with heretics and heathens. I can tell you much about them."
The monk wiped the spittle off his chin and tried to calm himself. He pressed his chest to ease the pain there.
"The senor was saying, thy ship, it was cast ashore?"
Yes, in a way. We came aground, Blackthorn replied. He eased his legs carefully. The men who were watching and listening gave him more room. One got up and motioned him to stretch out. Thanks, he said at once. Oh, how do you say thank you, Father?
Domo. Sometimes you say arigato. A woman has to be very polite, senor. She says, arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you. What's his name? Blackthorn indicated the man who had got up.
That's Gonzales.
But what's his Japanese name?
Oh, yes. He's Akabo. But that just means porter, senor. They don't have names. Only samurai have names.
What?
Only samurai have names. First names and surnames. It's their law, senor. Everyone else has to make do with what they are. Porter, fisherman, cook, executioner, farmer, and so on. Sons and daughters are mostly just first daughter, second daughter, first son, and so on. Sometimes they'd call a man fisherman who lives near the elm tree, or fisherman with bad eyes.
The monk shrugged and stifled a yawn.
Ordinary Japanese aren't allowed names. Whores give themselves names like carp, or moon, or petal, or eel, or star. It's strange, senor, but it's their law. We give them Christian names, real names, when we baptize them, bringing them salvation and the word of God.
His words trailed off, and he slept. Domo, Akabo-san, Blackthorn said to the porter. The man smiled shyly and bowed and sucked in his breath. Later the monk awakened and said a brief prayer and scratched.
Only yesterday, the senor said. He came here only yesterday. What occurred with the senor?
When we landed, there was a Jesuit there, Blackthorn said. But you, Father, you were saying they accused you. What happened to you and your ship?
Our ship? Did the senor ask about our ship? Was the senor coming from Manila, like us? Oh, how foolish of me. I remember now. The senor was outward bound from home, and never in Asia before. By the blessed body of Christ, it's so good to talk to a civilized man again, in my blessed mother's tongue. Kiva, it's been so long. My head
aches, senor. Our ship? We were going home at long last. Home from Manila to Acapulco, in the land of Cortez, in Mexico. Thence overland to Veracruz. And thence another ship, and across the Atlantic, and at long, long last, to home. My village is outside Madrid, senor, in the mountains. It is called Santa Veronica. 40 years I've been away, senor, in the New World, in Mexico, and in the Philippines. Always with our glorious conquistadores. May the Virgin watch over them. I was in Luzon when we destroyed the heathen native king Lumalon and conquered Luzon, and so brought the word of God to the Philippines. Many of our Japan converts fought with us even then, senor. Such fighters. That was in 1575. Mother Church is well planted there, my son, and never a filthy Jesuit or Portuguese to be seen. I came to the Japans for almost 2 years, then had to leave for Manila again when the Jesuits betrayed us.
The monk stopped and closed his eyes, drifting off. Later he came back again, and as old people will sometimes do, he continued as though he had never slept.
My ship was the great galleon San Felipe. We carried a cargo of spices, gold and silver, and specie to the value of 1.5 million silver pesos. One of the great storms took us and cast us onto the shores of Shikoku. Our ship broke her back on the sandbar on the 3rd day. By that time we had landed our bullion and most of our cargo. Then word came that everything was confiscated by the Taiko himself, that we were pirates and...
He stopped at the sudden silence. The iron door of the cell cage had swung open. Guards began to call names from the list. Bulldog, the man who had befriended Blackthorn, was one of those called. He walked out and did not look back. One of the men in the circle also was chosen. Akabo. Akabo knelt to the monk, who blessed him and made the sign of the cross over him, and quickly gave him the last sacrament. The man kissed the cross and walked away. The door closed again. "They're going to execute him?" Blackthorn asked.
Yes, his Calvary is outside the door. May the Holy Madonna take his soul swiftly and give him his everlasting reward.
What did that man do?
He broke the law. Their law, senor. The Japanese are a simple people, and very severe. They truly have only one punishment, death, by the cross, by strangulation, or by decapitation. For the crime of arson, it is death by burning. They have almost no other punishment. Banishment sometimes, cutting the hair from women sometimes. But, the old man sighed, but most always it is death.
You forgot imprisonment. The monk's nails picked absently at the scabs on his arm.
It's not one of their punishments, my son. To them, prison is just a temporary place to keep the man until they decide his sentence. Only the guilty come here for just a little while.
That's nonsense. What about you? You've been here a year, almost 2 years.
One day they will come for me, like all the others. This is but a resting place between the hell of earth and the glory of everlasting life.
I don't believe you.
Have no fear, my son. It is the will of God. I am here and can hear the signor's confession and give him absolution and make him perfect. The glory of everlasting life is barely 100 steps and moments away from that door. Would the signor like me to hear his confession now?
No, thank you. Not now. Blackthorn looked at the iron door. Has anyone ever tried to break out of here?
Why should they do that? There is nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The authorities are very strict. Anyone helping an escaped convict, or even a man who commits a crime.
He pointed vaguely at the door of the hut.
Gonzales, Acabo, the man who has left us. He's a Kaga man. He told me.
What's a Kaga man?
Oh, those are the porters, senor. The men that carry the palanquins. Or the smaller two-man Kaga that's like a hammock swung on a pole. He told us his partner stole a silken scarf from a customer, poor fellow. And because he himself did not report the theft, his life is forfeit also. The senor may believe me. To try to escape, or even to help someone to escape, the man would lose his life and all his family. They are very severe, senor.
So everyone goes to execution like sheep, then?
There is no other choice. It is the will of God.
Don't get angry or panic, Blackthorne warned himself. Be patient. You can think of a way. Not everything the priest says is true. He's deranged. Who wouldn't be after so much time?
These prisons are new to them, senor,
the monk was saying.
The Taiko instituted prisons here a few years ago, so they say. Before him, there were none. In previous days, when a man was caught, he confessed his crime and he was executed.
And if he didn't confess?
Everyone confesses. Sooner is better, senor. It is the same in our world, if you are caught.
The monk slept a little, scratching in his sleep and muttering. When he woke up, Blackthorne said, Please tell me, Father, how the cursed Jesuits put a man of God in this pest hole.
There is not much to tell, and everything. After the Taiko's men came and took all our bullion and goods, our Captain General insisted on going to the capital to protest. There was no cause for the confiscation. Were we not servants of His Most Imperial Catholic Majesty, King Philip of Spain, ruler of the greatest and richest empire in the world, the most powerful monarch in the world? Were we not friends? Was not the Taiko asking Spanish Manila to trade direct with Japan, to break the filthy monopoly of the Portuguese? It was all a mistake, the confiscation. It had to be. I went with our Captain General because I could speak a little Japanese. Not much in those days. Senor, the San Felipe had floundered and come ashore in October of 1597. The Jesuits, one was of the name Father Martin Alvito, they dared to offer to mediate for us there in Kyoto, the capital. The impertinence! Our Franciscan Father Superior, Friar Braganza, he was in the capital, and he was an ambassador, a real ambassador from Spain to the court of the Taiko. The blessed Friar Braganza, he had been there in the capital in Kyoto for 5 years, senor. The Taiko himself, personally, had asked our viceroy in Manila to send Franciscan monks and an ambassador to Japan. So the blessed Friar Braganza had come, and we, senor, we of the San Felipe, we knew that he was to be trusted, not like the Jesuits. After many, many days of waiting, we had one interview with the Taiko. He was a tiny, ugly little man, senor, and we asked for our goods back and another ship, or passage on another ship, which our Captain General offered to pay for handsomely. The interview went well, we thought, and the Taiko dismissed us. We went to our monastery in Kyoto and waited, and then, over the next months, while we waited for his decision, we continued to bring the word of God to the heathen. We held our services openly, not like thieves in the night as the Jesuits do.
Friar Domingo's voice was edged with contempt.
We wore our habits and vestments. We didn't go disguised like native priests, as they do. We brought the word to the people, the halt and sick and poor, not like the Jesuits who consort with princes only. Our congregations increased. We had a hospital for lepers, our own church, and our flock prospered, Signor, greatly. We were about to convert many of their kings, and then one day we were betrayed. One day in January, we Franciscans, we were all brought before the magistrate and accused under the Tycho's personal seal, Signor, accused as violators of their law, as disturbers of their peace, and sentenced to death by crucifixion. There were 43 of us. Our churches throughout the land were to be destroyed, all our congregations to be torn apart. Franciscan, not Jesuit, Signor. Just us, Signor. We had been falsely accused. The Jesuits had poured poison in the Tycho's ear, that we were conquistadores, that we wanted to invade these shores, when it was Jesuits who begged His Excellency, our Viceroy, to send an army from Manila. I saw the letter myself, from their Father Superior. They're devils who pretend to serve the Church and Christ, but they serve only themselves. They lust for power, power at any cost. They hide behind a net of poverty and piousness, but underneath they feed like kings and amass fortunes. Que va, Signor? The truth is that they were jealous of our congregations, jealous of our church, jealous of our truth and way of life. The daimyo of Hizen, Don Francisco, his Japanese name is Harima Tadao, but he has been baptized, Don Francisco. He interceded for us. He is just like a king. All daimyos are like kings, and he's a Franciscan, and he interceded for us, but to no avail. In the end, 26 were martyred, 6 Spaniards, 17 of our Japanese neophytes, and 3 others. The Blessed Braganza was one, and there were 3 boys among the neophytes. Oh, Signor, the faithful were there in their thousands that day. 50, 100,000 people watched the blessed martyrdom at Nagasaki, so I was told. It was a bitter cold February day, and a bitter year. That was the year of the earthquakes and typhoons and flood and storm and fire, when the hand of God lay heavy on the great murderer, and even smashed down his great castle, Fushimi, when he shuddered the earth. It was terrifying, but marvellous to behold, the finger of God punishing the heathen and the sinners. So they were martyred, Signor. 6 good Spaniards. Our flock and our church were laid waste, and the hospital closed up.
The old man's face drained.
I was one of those chosen for martyrdom, but it was not to be my honour. They set us marching from Kyoto, and when we came to Osaka, they put some of us in one of our missions here, and the rest had one of their ears cut off. Then they were paraded like common criminals in the streets. Then the blessed brethren were set walking westward. For a month. Their blessed journey ended at the hill called Nishizaki, overlooking the great harbour of Nagasaki. I begged the samurai to let me go with them, but, Signor, he ordered me back to the mission here in Osaka, for no reason. And then, months later, we were put in this cell. There were 3 of us. I think it was 3, but I was the only Spaniard. The others were neophytes, our lay brothers, Japaners. A few days later, the guards called out their names, but they never called out mine. Perhaps it is the will of God, Signor, Or perhaps those filthy Jesuits leave me alive just to torture me. They who took away my chance at martyrdom among my own. It's hard, Signor, to be patient. So very hard."
The old monk closed his eyes, prayed, and cried himself to sleep. Much as he wished it, Blackthorn could not sleep, though night had come. His flesh crawled from the lice bites. His head swarmed with terror. He knew with terrible clarity there was no way to break out. He was overwhelmed with futility and sensed he was on the brink of death. In the darkest part of the night, terror swamped him, and for the first time in his life, he gave up and wept.
"Yes, my son,"
The monk murmured.
"what is it?"
"Nothing, nothing," Blackthorn said, his heart thundering. "Go back to sleep."
"There's no need to fear. We are all in God's hands,"
the monk said, and slept again. The great terror left Blackthorn. In its place was a terror that could be lived with.
"I'll get out of here somehow,"
he told himself, trying to believe the lie. At dawn came food and water. Blackthorn was stronger now.
"Stupid to let go like that,"
he cautioned himself.
"Stupid and weak and dangerous. Don't do that again, or you'll break and go mad and surely die. They'll put you in the 3rd row, and you'll die. Be careful and be patient and guard yourself." "How are you today, Signor?"
"Fine, thank you, Father. And you?"
"Quite well, thank you."
How do I say that in Japanese?
"Domo genki desu."
Domo genki desu. You were saying yesterday, Father, about the Portuguese black ships. What are they like? Have you seen one?
"Oh, yes, Signor. They're the greatest ships in the world. Almost 2,000 tons. As many as 200 men and boys are necessary to sail one, Signor. And with crew and passengers, a complement would be almost 1,000 souls. I'm told these carracks sail well before the wind, but lumber when the wind's abeam."
How many guns do they carry?
"Sometimes 20 or 30 on 3 decks.
Father Domingo was glad to answer questions and talk and teach, and Blackthorn was equally glad to listen and learn. The monk's rambling knowledge was priceless and far-reaching.
"No, Signor,"
he was saying now.
"Domo is thank you, and dozo is please. Water is mizu. Always remember that Japan has put a great price on manners and courtesy. Once, when I was in Nagasaki, oh, if I only had ink and a quill and paper. Oh, I know. Here, trace the words in the dirt. That will help you to remember them."
Domo, Blackthorn said. Then, after memorizing a few more words, he asked, How long have Portuguese been here?
"Oh, the land was discovered in 1542, Signor, the year I was born. There were 3 men, Da Mota, Peixoto, and I can't remember the other name. They were all Portuguese traders, trading the China coasts in a China junk from a port in Siam. Has the Signor been to Siam?"
No.
"Ah, there is much to see in Asia. These 3 men were trading, but they were caught in a great storm, a typhoon, and blown off their course to land safely at Tanegashima at Kyushu. That was the first time a European set foot on Japan's soil, and at once trade began. A few years later, Francis Xavier, one of the founding members of the Jesuits, arrived here. That was in 1549. A bad year for Japan, Signor. One of our brethren should have been first, then we would have inherited this realm, not the Portuguese. Francis Xavier died 3 years later in China, alone and forsaken. Did I tell the Signor there's a Jesuit already at the court of the Emperor of China, in a place called Peking? Oh, you should see Manila, Signor, and the Philippines. We have 4 cathedrals and almost 3,000 conquistadores and nearly 6,000 Japanese soldiers spread through the islands, and 300 brethren.
Blackthorn's mind filled with facts and Japanese words and phrases. He asked about life in Japan and daimyos and samurai and trade and Nagasaki and war and peace and Jesuits and Franciscans and Portuguese in Asia and about Spanish Manila, and always more about the black ship that plied annually from Macau. For 3 days and 3 nights, Blackthorn sat with Father Domingo and questioned and listened and learned and slept in nightmare, to awaken and ask more questions and gain more knowledge. Then, on the 4th day, they called out his name. Anjin-san! Chapter 15. In the utter silence, Blackthorn got to his feet.
Thy confession, my son. Say it quickly.
I don't think I... Blackthorn realized through his dulled mind that he was speaking English, so he pressed his lips together and began to walk away. The monk scrambled up, presuming his words to be Dutch or German, and grabbed his wrist and hobbled with him.
Quickly, Signor, I will give the absolution. Be quick, for thine immortal soul. Say it quickly, just that the Signor confesses before God all things past and present.
They were nearing the iron gate now, the monk holding on to Blackthorn with surprising strength.
Say it now! The Blessed Virgin will watch over you!
Blackthorn tore his arm away and said hoarsely in Spanish, Go with God, Father. The door slammed behind him. The day was incredibly cool and sweet, the clouds meandering before a fine southeasterly wind. He inhaled deep draughts of the clean, glorious air, and blood surged through his veins. The joy of life possessed him. Several naked prisoners were in the courtyard, along with an official, jailers with spears, eta, and a group of samurai. The official was dressed in a somber kimono and an overmantle with starched wing-like shoulders, and he wore a small dark hat. This man stood in front of the first prisoner and read from a delicate scroll, and as he finished, each man began to plod after his party of jailers toward the great doors of the courtyard. Blackthorn was last. Unlike the others, he was given a loincloth, cotton kimono, and thonged clogs for his feet. And his guards were samurai. He had decided to run for it the moment he had passed the gate, but as he approached the threshold, the samurai surrounded him more closely and locked him in. They reached the gateway together. A large crowd looked on, clean and spruce, with crimson and yellow and golden sunshades. One man was already roped to his cross, and the cross was lifted into the sky. And beside each cross, 2 eta waited, their long lances sparkling in the sun. Blackthorn's pace slowed. The samurai jostled closer, hurrying him. He thought numbly that it would be the better to die now, quickly, so he steadied his hand to lunge for the nearest sword. But he never took the opportunity, because the samurai turned away from the arena and walked toward the perimeter, heading for the streets that led to the city and toward the castle. Blackthorn waited, scarcely breathing, wanting to be sure. They walked through the crowd, who backed away and bowed, and then they were in a street, and now there was no mistake. Blackthorn felt reborn. When he could speak, he said, "Where are we going?" not caring that the words would not be understood or that they were in English. Blackthorn was quite light-headed. His step hardly touched the ground, the thongs of his clogs were not uncomfortable, the untoward touch of the kimono was not unpleasing. "Actually, it feels quite good," he thought. "A little draughty, perhaps, but on a fine day like this,
just the sort of thing to wear on the quarterdeck." "By God, it's wonderful to speak English again," he said to the samurai. "Christ Jesus, I thought I was a dead man. That's my 8th life gone. Do you know that, old friends? Now I've only one to go. Well, never mind. Pilots have 10 lives at least. That's what Alban Caradoc used to say."
The samurai seemed to be growing irritated by his incomprehensible talk.
"Get hold of yourself," he told himself. "Don't make them touchier than they are."
He noticed now that the samurai were all greys, Ishido's men. He had asked Father Alvito the name of the man who opposed Toranaga. Alvito had said, "Ishido." That was just before he had been ordered to stand up and had been taken away.
"Are all greys Ishido's men? As all browns are Toranaga's? Where are we going? There?"
He pointed at the castle, which brooded above the town.
"There? Aye?" "Aye."
The leader nodded a cannonball head, his beard grizzled.
"What does Ishido want with me?"
Blackthorne asked himself. The leader turned into another street, always going away from the harbour. Then he saw her, a small Portuguese brig, her blue and white flag waving in the breeze. 10 cannon on the main deck, with bow and stern 20-pounders.
"Erasmus could take her easily," Blackthorne told himself. "What about my crew? What are they doing back there at the village? By the blood of Christ, I'd like to see them. I was so glad to leave them that day and go back to my own house, where Haku, was. The house of... what was his name? Ah, yes, Mura-san. And what about that girl, the one in my floor bed, and the other one, the angel beauty he talked that day to Omi-san? The one in the dream, who was in the cauldron too. But why remember that nonsense? It weakens the mind. You've got to be very strong in the head to live with the sea, Alban Caradoc had said. Poor Alban. Alban Caradoc had always appeared so huge and godlike, all-seeing, all-knowing, for so many years. But he had died in terror. It had been on the 7th day of the Armada. Blackthorne was commanding a 100-ton gaff-rigged ketch out of Portsmouth, running arms and powder and shot and food to Drake's war galleons off Dover, as they harried and tore into the enemy fleet, which was beating up the channel toward Dunkirk, where the Spanish legions lay, waiting to tranship to conquer England. The great Spanish fleet had been ripped by storms and by the more vicious, more sleek, more manoeuvrable warships that Drake and Howard had built. Blackthorne had been in a swirling attack near Admiral Howard's flagship, Renown, when the wind had changed, freshened to gale force, the squalls monstrous, and he had had to decide whether to try to beat to windward to escape the broadside that would burst from the great galleon Santa Cruz just ahead, or to run before the wind alone, through the enemy squadron, the rest of Howard's ships having already turned about, hacking more northerly. "Go north to windward!" Alban Caradoc had shouted. He had shipped as second in command. Blackthorne was captain pilot and responsible, and this his first command. Alban Caradoc had insisted on coming to the fight, even though he had no right to be aboard, except that he was an Englishman, and all Englishmen had the right to be aboard in this darkest time in history. "Belay there!" Blackthorne had ordered, and had swung the tiller southward, heading into the maw of the enemy fleet, knowing the other way would leave them doomed by the guns of the galleon that now towered above them. So they had gone southerly, racing before the wind, through the galleons. The 3-deck cannonade of the Santa Cruz passed safely overhead, and he got off 2 broadsides into her, flea bites to so huge a vessel, and then they were scudding through the centre of the enemy. The galleons on either side did not wish to fire at this lone ship, for their broadsides might have damaged each other, so the guns stayed silent. Then his ship was through and escaping when a 3-deck cannonade from the Madre de Dios straddled them. Both their masts careened away like arrows, men enmeshed in the rigging. Half the starboard main deck had vanished, the dead and the dying everywhere.
He had seen Alban Caradoc lying against a shattered gun carriage, so incredibly tiny without legs. He cradled the old seaman, whose eyes were almost starting out of his head, his screams hideous.
"Oh, Christ! I don't want to die! Don't want to die! Help me! Help me! Oh, Jesus Christ! It's the pain! Help!"
Blackthorne knew there was only one thing he could do for Alban Caradoc. He picked up a belaying pin and smashed down with all his force. Then, weeks later, he had to tell Felicity that her father was dead. He told her no more than that Alban Caradoc had been killed instantly. He did not tell her he had blood on his hands that would never come off. Blackthorne and the samurai were walking through a wide, winding street now. There were no shops, only houses side by side, each within its own land and high fences, the houses and fences and the road itself, all staggeringly clean. This cleanliness was incredible to Blackthorne, because in London and the cities and towns of England and Europe, offal and night soil and urine were cast into the streets, to be scavenged or allowed to pile up until pedestrians and carts and horses could not pass. Only then would most townships perhaps cleanse themselves. The scavengers of London were great herds of swine that were driven through the main thoroughfares nightly. Mostly the rats and the packs of wild dogs and cats and fires did the cleansing of London. And the flies. But Osaka was so different. How do they do it? He asked himself. No potholes, no piles of horse dung, no wheel ruts, no filth or refuse of any sort. Just hard-packed earth, swept and clean. Walls of wood and houses of wood, sparkling and neat. And where are the packs of beggars and cripples that fester every township in Christendom? And the gangs of footpads and wild youths that would inevitably be skulking in the shadows? The people they passed bowed politely. Some knelt. Kaga men hurried along with palanquins or the one-passenger kagas. Parties of samurai, greys, never browns, walked the streets carelessly. They were walking a shop-lined street when his legs gave out. He toppled heavily and landed on his hands and knees. The samurai helped him up, but for the moment his strength had gone, and he could walk no further. "Gomen nasai, dozo ga matsu." "I'm sorry, please wait," he said. His legs cramped. He rubbed his knotted calf muscles and blessed Friar Domingo for the priceless things that the man had taught him. The samurai leader looked down at him and spoke at length. "Gomen nasai, Nihon go ga hanasa masen." "I'm sorry, I don't speak Japanese," Blackthorne replied, slowly but clearly. "Dozo ga matsu." "Ah, so desu, Anjin-san. Wakarimasu," the man said, understanding him. He gave a short, sharp command, and one of the samurai hurried away. After a while, Blackthorne got up, tried to hobble along, but the leader of the samurai said, "Iye," and motioned him to wait. Soon the samurai came back with 4 semi-naked kaga men and their kaga. Samurai showed Blackthorne how to recline in it, and to hold on to the strap that hung from the central pole. The party set off again. Soon Blackthorne recovered his strength and preferred walking again, but he knew he was still weak. "I've got to get some rest," he thought. "I've no reserve. I must get a bath and some food. Real food." Now they were climbing wide steps that joined one street to another and entered a new residential section that skirted a substantial wood with tall trees and paths through it. Blackthorne found it vastly enjoyable to be out of the streets, the well-tended sward soft underfoot, the track wandering through the trees. When they were deep in the wood, another party of 30-odd greys approached from around a curve ahead. As they came alongside, they stopped, and after the usual ceremonial of their captains greeting each other, all their eyes turned on Blackthorne. There was a volley of questions and answers, and then, as these men began to reassemble to leave, their leader calmly pulled out his sword and impaled the leader of Blackthorne's samurai. Simultaneously, the new group fell on the rest of Blackthorn's samurai. The ambush was so sudden and so well planned that all 10 Greys were dead almost at the same instant. Not one had even had time to draw his sword. The Kaga men were on their knees, horrified, their foreheads pressed into the grass. Blackthorn stood beside them. The captain's samurai, a heavy-set man with a large paunch, sent sentries to either end of the track. Others were collecting the swords of the dead men. During all of this, the men paid Blackthorn no attention at all, until he began to back away. Immediately there was a hissing command from the captain, which clearly meant to stay where he was. At another command, all these new Greys stripped off their uniform kimonos. Underneath, they wore a motley collection of rags and ancient kimonos. All pulled on masks that were already tied around their necks. One man collected the grey uniforms and vanished with them into the woods.
They must be bandits, Blackthorn thought. Why else the masks? What do they want with me?
The bandits chattered quietly among themselves, watching him as they cleaned their swords on the clothes of the dead samurai.
Anjin-san, eh?
The captain's eyes above the cloth mask were round and jet and piercing.
Hi,
Blackthorn replied, his skin crawling. The man pointed at the ground, clearly telling him not to move.
Wakarimasu ka?
Hi. They looked him up and down. Then one of their outpost sentries, no longer grey uniformed but masked, like all of them, came out of the bushes for an instant, 100 paces away. He waved and vanished again. Immediately the men surrounded Blackthorn, preparing to leave. The bandit captain put his eyes on the Kaga men, who shivered like dogs of a cruel master and put their heads deeper into the grass. Then the bandit leader barked an order. The 4 slowly raised their heads with disbelief. Again the same command, and they bowed and grovelled and backed away. Then, as one, they took to their heels and vanished into the undergrowth. The bandit smiled contemptuously and motioned Blackthorn to begin walking back toward the city. He went with them, helplessly. There was no running away. They were almost to the edge of the wood when they stopped. There were noises ahead, and another party of 30 samurai rounded the bend. Browns and Greys, the Browns the vanguard, their leader in a palanquin, a few pack horses following. They stopped immediately. Both groups moved into skirmish positions, eyeing each other hostilely, 70 paces between them. The bandit leader walked into the space between, his movements jerky, and shouted angrily at the other samurai, pointing at Blackthorn and then farther back to where the ambush had taken place. He tore out his sword, held it threateningly on high, obviously telling the other party to get out of the way. All the swords of his men sang out of their scabbards. At his order, one of the bandits stationed himself behind Blackthorn, his sword raised and readied, and again the leader harangued the opposition. Nothing happened for a moment. Then Blackthorn saw the man in the palanquin get down, and he instantly recognized him. It was Kashigi Yabu. Yabu shouted back at the bandit leader, but this man shook his sword furiously, ordering them out of the way. His tirade stopped with finality. Then Yabu gave a curt order and charged with a screaming battle cry, limping slightly, sword high, his men rushing with him. Greys not far behind. Blackthorn dropped to escape the sword blow that would have cut him in half, but the blow was ill-timed, and the bandit leader turned and fled into the undergrowth, his men following. The Browns and the Greys were quickly alongside Blackthorn, who scrambled to his feet. Some of the samurai charged after the bandits into the bushes, others ran up the track, and the rest scattered protectively. Yabu stopped at the edge of the brush, shouted orders imperiously, then came back slowly, his limp more pronounced.
So this, Anshin-san,
he said, panting from his exertion.
So this, Kashigi Yabu-san,
Blackthorn replied, using the same phrase which meant something like, well, or, oh really, or, is that the truth? He pointed in the direction that the bandits had run away.
Domo.
He bowed politely, equal to equal, and said another blessing for Friar Domingo. Gomen nasai, Nihongo ga hanasemasen. I'm sorry, I can't speak Japanese. Aye, Yabu said, not a little impressed, and added something that Blackthorn did not understand. Tsuyaku ga emasu ka? Blackthorn asked. Do you have an interpreter? Iie, Anjin-san. Gomen nasai. Blackthorn felt a little easier. Now he could communicate directly. His vocabulary was sparse, but it was a beginning. I wish I did have an interpreter. Yabu was thinking fervently. By the Lord Buddha. I'd like to know what happened when you met Toranaga, Anjin-san. What questions he asked, and what you answered. What you told him about the village, and guns, and cargo, and ship, and galley, and about Rodrigo. I'd like to know everything that was said, and how it was said, and where you've been, and why you're here. Then I'd have an idea of what was in Toranaga's mind, the way he's thinking. Then I could plan what I'm going to tell him today. As it is now, I'm helpless. Why did Toranaga see you immediately when we arrived, and not me? Why no words or orders from him since we docked until today, other than the obligatory polite greeting and I look forward with pleasure to seeing you shortly? Why has he sent for me today? Why has our meeting been postponed twice? Was it because of something you said? Or Hiromatsu? Or is it just a normal delay, caused by all his other worries? Oh yes, Toranaga. You've got almost insurmountable problems. Ishido's influence is spreading like fire. And do you know about Lord Onoshi's treachery yet? Do you know that Ishido has offered me Ikawa Jikyu's head and province if I secretly join him now? Why did you pick today to send for me? Which good kami put me here to save the Anjin-san's life, only to taunt me because I can't talk directly to him, or even through someone else, to find the key to your secret lock? Why did you put him into prison for execution? Why did Ishido want him out of prison? Why did the bandits try to capture him for ransom? Ransom from whom? And why is the Anjin-san still alive? That bandit should have easily cut him in half. Yabu noticed the deeply etched lines that had not been in Blackthorn's face the first time he had seen him. He looks starved, thought Yabu. He's like a wild dog, but not one of the pack, the leader of the pack, nay? Oh yes, pilot, I'd give 1,000 koku for a trustworthy interpreter right now. I'm going to be your master. You're going to build my ships and train my men. I have to manipulate Toranaga somehow. If I can't, it doesn't matter. In my next life, I'll be better prepared. Good dog, Yabu said aloud to Blackthorn, and smiled slightly. All you need is a firm hand, a few bones, and a few whippings. First, I'll deliver you to Lord Toranaga, after you've been bathed. You stink, Lord Pilot. Blackthorn did not understand the words, but he sensed friendliness in them and saw Yabu smile. He smiled back. Wakarimasen. I don't understand. Hi, Anjin-san. The daimyo turned away and glanced after the bandits. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted. Instantly, all the Browns returned to him. The chief samurai of the Greys was standing in the center of the track, and he too called off the chase. None of the bandits were brought back. When this captain of the Greys came up to Yabu, There was much argument and pointing to the city and to the castle, and obvious disagreement between them. At length Yabu overrode him, his hand on his sword, and motioned Blackthorn to get into the palanquin.
"Iye,"
the captain said. The two men were beginning to square up to one another, and the greys and the browns shifted nervously.
"Anjin-san, the Shōgun Toranaga-sama."
Blackthorn caught a word here, another there. Watashi meant I. Hitachi added meant we. Shōgun meant prisoner. And then he remembered what Rodriguez had said, so he shook his head and interrupted sharply.
"Shōgun, iye, watashi wa Anjin-san."
Both men stared at him. Blackthorn broke the silence and added in halting Japanese, knowing the words to be ungrammatical and childishly spoken, but hoping they would be understood.
"I friend, not prisoner. Understand, please. Friend. So sorry. Friend want bath. Bath.